My name is Yao Yao. I was crouching under the big locust tree, plotting something important with a chubby rabbit when the director, Aunt Zhang, came over. She sighed and asked why I wasn't playing with the other kids. I straightened my back and told her seriously, I'm a big kid. Big kids don't play with little kids. But you can play, Aunt Zhang. I won't laugh at you. She looked at me weirdly, like she didn't know what to say. Well, I guess I'm special. Aunt Zhang found me about half a month ago, abandoned by a trash bin. She said I looked like I belonged to a good family, but no one had come looking for me. She patted my head and tried to comfort me, saying I'd find parents who loved me someday. I wasn't worried. I had my plans. That's when a tall man in a suit appeared with another guy. He looked super fancy, like the villain in a drama. The rabbit froze and freaked out, whispering, That's your dad. Your dad. Fix your hair, idiot. What if he doesn't like you? I nodded seriously. Got it, big boss rabbit. I'll impress him and be the best little villain ever. Then I dashed over to the man and bit his leg.
Hard. Why?
I figured villains have to be bold, right? Everyone stared. Aunt Zhang was so embarrassed. She tried to explain, but the man just picked me up like I was a stray kitten. He asked, Is biting people how you show you like them? I puffed out my chest and said, Yep. I'm a super-duper awesome villain. Let's be partners. The rabbit covered its face, clearly regretting everything. To my surprise, the man didn't scold me. He just sighed and said, I'm taking her. Then his assistant started filling out paperwork. In the car, he asked my name. I proudly announced, I'm Big Boss Rabbit's little tornado. The rabbit nearly fainted, correcting me in a panic. Your name is Yao Yao. Yao Yao. I quickly fixed it. Oops, I mean Yao Yao. I'm Yao Yao, Daddy. He gave me a look like I was the weirdest thing he'd ever seen. But I didn't mind. I knew I'd won him over. That's how I ended up with a new dad, ready to train as the best little villain ever. When my new dad, the super scary villain Mr. Fu, took me home, I was determined to prove myself as the best little villain ever. He kept staring at me, so I tried to copy his evil villain look with my cat eyes. Instead of being impressed, he told me to stop staring and turn around. I was a bit slow but obeyed, sneaking a peek at him out of the corner of my eye. He announced I was now officially his daughter, saying I had to live up to the Fu family's high standards. I didn't get it. I thought I was always his daughter? But he said I didn't need to understand. Just remember. Okay then. When we got to his big mansion, I climbed out of the car with my rabbit buddy and waddled inside. Dad told the butler to schedule a full checkup for me. I guess he thought my walk looked funny. The whole house was buzzing because everyone learned I was his daughter. Some maids even started playing with me once he left. One maid gave me chocolate and squished my cheeks, making my face jiggle. I grabbed my cheeks and whined. My face isn't listening to me. They all laughed so much. Another maid tried to pat my head, but I stood up straight, puffed out my chest, and declared, You can't touch my head. I'm going to be the most awesome villain ever, and villains don't get head pats. I thought I was so cool. Even my rabbit agreed, bouncing around and squeaking about how great I was. We were so confident, until disaster struck. A group of maids surrounded me, ruffling my hair and tickling me until I didn't know what to do. By the time Dad came downstairs, I was a mess. He rescued me, scooping me up just as I was about to cry. Clinging to his neck, I sobbed, I don't want to be a villain anymore. Being bad is harder than I thought. Maybe being Dad's daughter is enough. I was crying so hard that my tears just kept falling. My dad, Mr. Fu, looked like he wanted to pull me away from his arms, but when he saw my messy hair, red cheeks, and sad face, he sighed and grabbed a tissue. Instead of helping, he just tossed it on my head and told me to clean myself up. He said, If you want to be my daughter, you can't cry like this. I hiccuped, stared at him, and then started bawling even louder. He looked so frustrated. Eventually, he gave up and wiped my face himself, but I still didn't stop crying. In a panic, he shoved a strawberry into my mouth. The sweetness worked, and I stopped crying right away. I even smiled and reached for more strawberries, which made him sigh with relief. But then he took the plate of strawberries away. I was so confused. Why would he do that? He said something about not raising useless kids, which made no sense to me. I nodded along anyway, trying to be agreeable since he was my dad and all. Then he asked me to prove I wasn't useless. I had no idea what he meant, but after thinking hard, I decided to show him my best skill. I turned around, stuck out my little butt, and let out a big fart. Everyone froze. My rabbit looked like it was about to faint. I felt super proud, waiting for my dad to praise me like he used to before I came to this world. But instead of praising me, he grabbed me by the back of my shirt, looking like he was ready to explode. He didn't hit me, but his face was all red and angry. He growled, "Did you just fart at me? You've got guts, kid." I didn't understand why he was so mad. Back home, my dad and brothers were big white tigers, and they'd always tell me my farts were fragrant. But this dad? He was mean. I started crying again, wailing about how he was a bad dad. Through my tears, I even shouted, "Mom was right. Men are all terrible." Dad just stared at me, completely overwhelmed. When did I ever say your farts were fragrant? Have I lost my mind? When my dad and I started arguing about whether my farts were fragrant, things got loud. Meanwhile, one of my new brothers, Fuchinyu, came home from school. He overheard some gossip about Dad bringing home a woman and decided to investigate. When he walked into the living room, he saw Dad wiping my tears while I sat on the couch, clutching my rabbit. Fuchinyu couldn't help himself and teased Dad, "Wow, didn't know you could comfort kids." He then turned to me, messed with my hair, and even poked my cheeks, joking that I didn't have a neck. Rude. But his teasing made me cry again. Dad, clearly fed up, shoved me into Fuchingyu's arms and told him to make me stop crying, or he'd cut off his allowance. Fuchinyu looked like he'd been handed a ticking time bomb. He threatened to roast my rabbit if I didn't stop crying, which, of course, made me cry harder. Eventually, Fuchinyu gave up trying to be scary. Instead, he sat on the floor and fed me fruit, grumbling the whole time about how everything about me was fragrant. I happily munched on mangoes, and even pointed out that my rabbit was special too. Fuchinyu rolled his eyes, but kept playing along. He even took a picture of us together and sent it to Dad with a sarcastic message about how much fun he was having. I liked him a little better after that, though he still teased me, asking how old I was. I proudly held up 3 fingers and said, "I'm 2. He looked confused and tried to correct my fingers, but they kept popping back up wrong. By the end of it, Fuchinyu just shook his head, probably thinking I was the silliest little sister ever. I don't mind. I think we're going to get along just fine. My big brother, Fuchinyu, had quickly become my gentle and kind big brother in my mind. He gave me lots of yummy food, so I decided he was the best. Excited, I jumped into his arms, snuggling and laughing. But for some reason, he panicked like I was some kind of alien. His face turned red, and he scrambled to push me away, stammering, "Who told you to hug me?" He looked so funny. But then he ran upstairs, leaving me confused and a little sad. I asked my rabbit, "Does brother not like me?" The rabbit, always full of schemes, told me I wasn't scary enough. To win over my villainous family, I needed to act tougher. The rabbit came up with a brilliant plan. I'd grab Fuchingyu's school bag, march upstairs, and scold him for not studying. "Be fierce," it said. "Scare him into respecting you." Fired up, I dragged the heavy bag upstairs, determined to show him my mean side. When I reached his door, I knocked and called for him to come out. He told me to get in, but I insisted, trying to sound as tough as he did. "You come out," I shouted, even lowering my voice to make it scarier. When he finally opened the door, I held up his bag and demanded, "Why aren't you studying? You have exams. If you fail, I'm not taking care of you." I thought it was the perfect villain move. Even my rabbit nodded approvingly. But Fuchinyu just stared at me, then tossed his bag aside and shut the door with a, "You don't need to worry about me." My rabbit freaked out, yelling that I misunderstood and didn't scare him at all. Later at dinner, Dad told Fu Qingyu off for being late, but when my brother said he was studying, even Dad seemed doubtful. I didn't really understand all the rules and tension between them, but one thing was clear. My family is super dramatic. Still, I'm not giving up. I'll figure out how to be the best little villain in this house. On the other hand, the little stupid cat was different. When she saw her brother coming, she pretended to be deep and hugged her arms, saying the most domineering words she had ever heard at this stage. The pots are rolling out, men. Let's show off our food. Yao Yao, I'm almost starving to death. Fu Tingchen. Fu Qingyu. The two looked at each other and looked at the kid sitting on the throne of the child's chair. Who did he learn these crazy words from? The old father Fu Tingchen was stunned. He had only handed the kid to Fu Qingyu, the rebellious son, for less than an hour, and this kid even said dirty words? The man's black eyebrows were furrowed, his expression was gloomy, and he turned to look at Fu Qingyu. I asked you to comfort her and stop her from crying, but you taught her to swear? Fu Qingyu slapped his forehead in annoyance, almost hating himself to death. He just said get in here. How come this girl learned it so quickly? But the little girl saw that her father and brother didn't want to eat, and she still said that she was a bear? The little stupid cat was so unhappy that her face turned into an inverted triangle. She waved her hands to try to attract the attention of the two people. Daddy, Daddy, Daddy. I'm not a bear. I don't look like a bear. I look like a cat. Did you hear that, Daddy? Yao Yao is a big cat. Fu Tingchen casually raised his hand to push the little cub back when she was about to stand up and stuffed a steamed bun into her mouth. The stupid cat chewed it subconsciously for 2 bites, then she blinked her eyes and happily held the steamed bun and started to chew it. The father and son just looked at each other. Except for the cub's occasional "it's delicious," the atmosphere was extremely tense. Fu Qingyu swallowed, clenched his fist and put it to his lips, coughed and explained. It just came out smoothly, but I just said that one sentence, get lost. Who knew this kid has such an amazing learning ability? As soon as he finished speaking, the greedy little dumpling next to him stuffed a steamed bun into his mouth and smiled happily. His eyes turned into crescents, and he opened his mouth. Awesome. Seeing that the little kid was about to spit out the fragrance, Fu Qingyu was also quick to cover her little mouth. Facing the murderous gaze of his widowed father, he gritted his teeth and pinched the stupid cat's cheek and laughed. Cough. It's really a crooked upper beam. The little stupid cat shook her head, revealing her pointed little fangs on both sides. She clapped her hands and repeated, crooked, crooked lower beam Fu Qingyu.
Fu Tingchen.
This silly girl. The man turned his head away and sighed calmly. A rule was immediately set. From now on, no one in the Fu family is allowed to swear in front of Yao Yao. The housekeeper nodded and said, I understand, sir. Especially you, Fu Qingyu. The young man shrugged, I understand. After that, the housekeeper went downstairs and posted a message in the WeChat group of Fu's employees. From now on, it is forbidden to swear in front of the young lady. He paused, thinking of the crazy behavior of those women towards the young lady after the master left in the surveillance video he watched with his master in the afternoon, and added another sentence. Also, you are not allowed to hug the young lady crazily in the future. After this, Cece and others who saw the WeChat were not embarrassed, but a little unhappy.
What?
Not even allowed to hug? Several maids couldn't help but diss their own master in their hearts. Here, after dinner, Fu Qingyu didn't know what stimulated him, and he went back to his room without saying what he was doing. And Fu Tingchen went to the study. Little Dumpling, holding his big rabbit, was led by the servant to the small room that had just been decorated. The whole room is decorated in a simple wooden style. Obviously, for someone like Fu Tingchen who has never raised a daughter, he naturally has no aesthetic sense and will just do plastic surgery on whatever he thinks looks good. Yao Yao shook his head when he saw this, obviously stunned by such a big room. She looked left and right, her eyes filled with curiosity. Cece followed behind Yao Yao and was secretly delighted. She thought she was so lucky to be assigned to take care of the young lady. She walked up and squatted in front of Yao Yao. She raised her hand and scratched her little nose and whispered softly, "Miss, let's go take a bath first. The gentleman has prepared many beautiful clothes for you." When little Yao Yao heard this, her eyes lit up and her baby voice was full of excitement. "Yes, yes." As she said that, she was about to take the fat rabbit to take a bath, but Cece stopped her. It can be seen that the little girl has a special feeling for this rabbit. Afraid that the little girl would not want to, she quickly explained, "Miss, this rabbit can't take a bath with you. Someone will wash it clean in a while. I'll bring it back to you after it's washed." Sure enough, the little stupid cat's eyes widened after hearing this. With a chubby face full of reluctance, she lowered her head and rubbed the rabbit's head, reluctantly saying, "King, I'll pick you up later, don't run around." The rabbit king nodded, waved at the cub like a human being and a dog. "Squeak, go, go, King. I'll be back in a while, just don't run around." After the man and the rabbit parted, when they met again, Yao Yao had changed her equipment. She had finished washing. The whole person became fragrant. The little dumpling touched the yellow lace pajamas on his body with a kaba eye, and then looked at his little bloomers. He was so satisfied that he fluttered his legs and ran to Cece and turned around, waiting to be praised. "Sister Cece, is your Kong Yao Yao pretty?" Cece nodded and praised. "The little lady is the most beautiful. I have never seen a doll as cute as Miss Yao Yao." After saying that, she seemed to have noticed something and looked around. She always felt as if something was missing. Cece thought about it and took out a knitted white and blue bell collar from somewhere and put it on the little girl. It looks much better now." She couldn't help but sigh. It was exactly as Master Yu said. She held up her cheek and murmured regretfully, "How can such a cute doll have no neck? But it is also cute without a neck. If it has a neck, it will fascinate more people." The little stupid cat was overjoyed by Cece's praise and grabbed her beautiful little clothes and ran to show her father. When she arrived at the door of the study, the little dumpling knocked on the door politely and then lay on the door with her whole body waiting for her father to open the door. Fu Tingchen, who was having a video conference in the room, heard the knock on the door, raised his hand and gestured to them, and said in a deep voice, "Come in." After waiting for a while, the doorman slowly opened the door, and Fu Tingchen subconsciously looked outside. Fu Tingchen raised his eyebrows, obviously not expecting that the person who came would be Tuanzi. He unconsciously softened his voice and waved to Yao Yao, "Come here." When the little stupid cat heard it, his round eyes seemed to be attached with light in an instant, and he fluttered his legs and ran over. When he ran to his daddy, the little cub hugged his villain father's thigh and rubbed it hard. "Daddy, I'm taking a bath, can you smell it?" For some reason, whenever he saw this child, he would always feel something different in his heart, as if no matter how much he pretended to be indifferent, he always wanted to let go of the boundaries for her in his heart. For a businessman like him, profit is everything. He should eliminate all factors that affect his interests or may affect his interests. Because the education he received since childhood and the environment he was in taught him these cold-blooded and ruthless things. Of course, in the treacherous business world, he enjoyed the benefits that ruthlessness brought him, so he also taught his son a sentence: "Never use words if you can do it." Someone had mentioned it to him before, but there was no way. Fu Tingchen was cold-hearted. Thinking of this, Fu Tingchen couldn't help but frown, but the moment he raised his head, he met the innocent big eyes of the kid again. Before he could come back to his senses, his body movements had already abnormally skillfully picked up Tuanzi, and he also cooperated to smell it. Fragrant. Really fragrant. When President Fu reacted, he was shocked. "Is this a goblin?" He touched the little braids of the little boy and couldn't help asking, "Why is this hair tied like this again?" "It's silly." President Fu always felt that his daughter looked silly half because of these two little chicks, one up to the sky and the other down to the ground. Yao Yao was even more excited when she mentioned the two braids. She raised her hands and grabbed the little pigtails on both sides of her head. Her cat pupils smiled like crescents. "Sister Cece specially tied them for me. Sister said Yao Yao is too cute when she tied them like this." The little girl seemed to be shy. She held the two pigtails in her chubby hands and shook her head in her father's arms. Fu Tingchen was amused and touched Yao Yao's little head lovingly. Oh, his silly daughter. Looking down, the little girl actually wore a knitted bell collar around her neck. The man raised his hand and rubbed Yao Yao's cheeks, and the words his rascal son said during the day came to his mind. Old Fu, where did you pick up this fat child?
He doesn't even have a neck.
He frowned unhappily, his eyes full of pride for his daughter. He dared to say that his kid has no neck. What else can this be but a neck? The father and daughter were chatting happily on the screen. The father was kind, and the daughter was filial. It seemed that even Fu Tingchen himself had forgotten that he was still in a video conference. On the other side of the video, there was complete silence. Everyone stared at the little girl in the arms of his CEO with wide eyes. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. This. When did this CEO have a daughter? Doesn't he only have 5 sons? Where did this little girl come from? The confidentiality work is done well. The little girl must be 2 or 3 years old, but despite the ups and downs in the rich circle, it was not revealed that his CEO has a little girl. And judging from the way his boss treats his daughter, he must be very doting on her. Look at this smile. The corners of his mouth are almost pricking his ears. He is so serious during meetings. They still remember that there was a department manager whose cell phone rang twice during a meeting, and he was directly kicked out by Fu Tingchen. Everyone looked at each other, then kept silent. Yes, no matter how shocking this scene may seem to them now, they are smart people. Of course, we should pretend that it is invisible. But just because they can't see them doesn't mean the little dumpling won't notice them. Yao Yao leaned forward, his chubby face instantly occupying the entire screen, his big eyes staring curiously at the tablet in front of him. Suddenly, someone on the screen moved. Her pupils shrank and she shrank into her father's arms. Dad. This thing will eat people. The little guy was frightened and subconsciously pulled up his dad's sleeve to cover his head, but he couldn't cover his big face, no matter how hard he tried. He almost cried in frustration. How do you describe Fu Tingchen's feelings now? He was happy. He was indeed very happy watching the cute movements of little friend Yao Yao. He was said to be sad, and he was indeed very sad. At once. Maybe there are too many geniuses in the family, so this kid seems to be surprisingly stupid. It's strange to say, it's been less than a day since he recognized his daughter, but he can't help but care about the little boy so much. Fu Tingchen just feels confused now. The man raised his eyes to glance at the senior executives who were still waiting for him in the meeting on the video, then glanced at the top of the screen and realized that it was already 9:42 in the evening. He touched Yao Yao's head, held the little girl in his arms, changed his position, and said lightly, "The meeting is over." He immediately hung up the video call. The senior executives who had prepared for this meeting for a long time. Manager Su slammed his hands in disbelief. What do you mean, boss? Can't hold the meeting? Manager Chen next to him glanced at Manager Su and started to organize the documents in front of him. Of course not. Didn't you hear the boss say the meeting is over? Why not end the meeting when it was going well? Manager Su didn't understand. Director Su of the R&D department stood up and walked over to pat Manager Su on the shoulder and kindly explained, "Can't you see that the boss has something important to do? What are you doing? You don't want to drag the boss to another meeting, do you?" Manager Su fell silent. You know what? He was silent. He really had this idea. Manager Chen sighed and patted the documents on the table. Old Su, pack up and go. It's late at night. I'm exhausted after working overtime all day. Oh, my waist is so old. Our president has gone back to take care of the children. Let's pack up and go to bed. In the company, the senior executives were talking about it. All of them were shocked that their CEO actually had a daughter. This explosive news is also destined to explode in the circle. After hanging up the video conference, Fu Tingchen carried Yao Yao back to her own little room. Lift the quilt, put the cubs out, cover the quilt. Turn around and close the door. All in one go. The little stupid cat was left with big eyes and an innocent face, pulling the quilt with her chubby hands. Yao Yao frowned, glanced to the left and right, and saw the fat rabbit lying in its new nest in the corner of the bed. She called out, "King Fat Rabbit, squeak? What, little tornado? King I can sleep with you?" The little stupid cat lay motionless on the bed, only her eyes kept looking at the fat rabbit. She will not admit that she is afraid. The fat rabbit stretched and jumped onto the bed. The sound sounded a little sleepy. Squeak, 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 there is really nothing I can do to you. After touching her king, Yao Yao dared to move. She turned over and hugged the king in her arms and kissed the fat rabbit happily. "Good night, King." The fat rabbit stretched out its front paws and touched Yao Yao's head. Squeak, 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 good night, little whirlwind. When the little dumpling got up the next morning, Fu Qingyu had already gone to school, and Fu Tingchen was waiting downstairs. He sat in front of the sofa with a piece of white paper in his hand. Seeing Cece holding the little girl down, he waved to Cece. Cece understood, walked over with the little dumpling in her arms, and put her next to Fu Tingchen. The little girl looked sleepy and dazed. Obviously, she didn't wake up yet. Without the warm embrace of Sister Cece, she kicked her legs and leaned against Fu Tingchen's shoulder with a pop. The man's originally tense face couldn't help but curl up a smile. He held the little stupid cat in his arms and pinched Yao Yao's cheeks playfully. "Don't sleep? See which name you like?" Yes, considering that the adoption of this little girl requires a household registration, but the result of his investigation is that the little girl calls herself Yao Yao, and he doesn't know what her real name is. As soon as he got up early, President Fu seemed to have nothing to do and spent the whole morning picking names for people. Listening to the voice of her father, the little girl woke up a little. She shook her head and seemed to be struggling to turn on her brain. In fact, after shaking her head, the little cub raised her head and slept more soundly in the arms of her villain father.
Futinken.
The man paused and poked the baby in his arms again and shouted coldly, "Little cub, the sun is shining on your ace, and you can't get up?" The little stupid cat didn't say a word and slept soundly. Fu Tingchen called Yao Yao for a while, and when he found that she didn't wake up, he was stunned, as if he couldn't believe that there would be such a sleepy child in the world. President Fu was addicted. As a result, at this moment, the aroma of breakfast in the restaurant drifted over. The little girl moved her nose and sniffed hard, and suddenly opened her eyes. She excitedly exclaimed, "Wow! Aw! It smells so good!" The kid danced and waved his paws in the direction of the restaurant. It seemed that she realized that she was bound. She turned her head and saw that she was in her father's arms. Yao Yao patted Fu Tingchen's arm. "Dad, let's eat. I smell the smell of crab roe."
Futinken.
Okay, the identification is completed. His daughter is not only a fool but also a glutton. According to what the fortune teller said, I don't know if the little girl will bring wealth, but if she stays with this idiot for a long time, she'll become stupid, right? President Fu held his forehead with a headache, feeling helpless. But he didn't know until he became a senior dad in the future. He would find out whether being with the idiot would make him stupid or not. But what was certain was that he would become cute. Maybe he was afraid that the little dumpling would be hungry? He picked up the piece of white paper with a name written on it, held the doll, and walked towards the restaurant. When the little boy was eating and choosing his own name at the same time, all the servants were stunned. Didn't we agree that the rules of the Fu family dining table were as firm as a mountain? This. Everyone looked at each other and remembered that their own master Yu had been suspended from playing games while eating at the dining table for 3 months. At the dining table, Yao Yao ate a bowl of porridge in one hand, while holding a soup dumpling that she loved very much in the other. The father and daughter chatted idly. Knowing that Yao Yao was young and probably didn't know many words, Fu Tingchen read out each one, and she commented on it. "Does Fu Ruken like it?" The stupid little cat pouted. "Fu Cat." The man lowered his eyes and eliminated the name. "What about Fu Anren? Do you like him?" The stupid little cat stuffed the bun into his mouth, and his eyes lit up. "Fu Mimi." He frowned and picked up the pen to cross out the name. "If you like to use double characters, then why not call me Fu Xiao Xiao?" The little stupid cat was enjoying his meal, shaking his head with a happy expression. Big Cat Fu. After some back and forth, President Fu discovered it. She didn't like any of the names she came up with, so she just let her son come up with a name and let him choose one himself. The stupid little cat raised his chin proudly when he heard it. Without the bell collar on his neck, it really looked like he had lost his neck. Fu Tingchen couldn't help but pause. Then one after another strange names were brought out. The little milk ball was full of vigor and vigor. Fu Little Cat.
Fu Flower Cat. Fu Brentair. Fu Tornado.
The man's eyelids jumped. Even the tiger and the whirlwind had come out. If he didn't stop this little girl, who knows what strange names would come out of her mouth? President Fu made a prompt decision. Just call her Fu Xiao Xiao. Little Dumpling was dissatisfied. Very dissatisfied.
No.
Then call her Fu Xianfeng. As long as you can call her that, and are not afraid of being laughed at by others, I don't care. This reminded Yao Yao that she was going to follow her villain dad and become a villain. If others call her Xiao Xianfeng, how many kings would she have to have? Thinking of this, Little Dumpling shook her head violently, thinking that she should have a cool and domineering name to match her status as a hot villain. The little boy said seriously with a stern face, I've thought about it. I'll call her Fu Aotian. The people present paused and were silent. Fu Tingchen turned his head away and didn't intend to pay attention to this silly boy, so the name on the household registration book was finally written as Fu Yao under his consideration, and the nickname was Yao Yao. Here, little Fu Yao Yao, who got a new name, was not happy. After dinner, she sat on the sofa and watched Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf and sulked with herself. The little ball curled up into a ball. Just looking at the expression, you can tell that the baby is angry now. Fu Tingchen also, surprisingly, did not go to the company today. Looking at the little kid next to him, he raised his hand and poked Fu Yao Yao's little face. Yao Yao had a serious face and didn't say anything. Her angry look looked a little funny. Fu Tingchen took a newspaper and patted the little girl's head. He thought that the little kid was sulking because he had nothing to play with, so he explained, The toys I bought for you should be here soon. You can play as much as you want. Little Yao Yao shook her head and glanced at her bad father leaning on the sofa, with his legs crossed. She blinked and followed suit and crossed her legs. But because her legs were too short and chubby, the little girl's legs were crossed in a very strange way. She leaned on the sofa in a weird posture, and she lowered her voice slightly and said concisely, No, I don't want to play. The man's mouth twitched, and he suppressed the smile on his mouth. Looking at the Fu Aotian, who felt domineering, President Fu put another label on his silly daughter in his heart. Uncoordinated body. 20 minutes later, the little girl was swimming in a pile of toys, holding a building block in her left hand and a small airplane in her right hand. She was so happy that she ran around and couldn't tell the directions. Great. Big gray plane rumbles.
Go.
Kill the duck. The fat rabbit behind him also followed and shook his rabbit head crazily and screamed squeaky.
Fu Tingchen.
Didn't you say you didn't play? Seeing the little kid playing so happily, Fu Tingchen only felt novel and stared at the scene in front of him with interest. 10 minutes later, the building blocks were scattered all over the floor, and the man frowned. 15 minutes later, the airplane and car models were thrown all over the living room, even on the stairs leading to the second floor from the first floor in the open courtyard. The man squinted and rubbed his temples. 20 minutes later, the kid put on a cute lace Superman suit that he found out of nowhere, with a red cape tied on his back. He turned over, hugged the trapped Barbie doll handsomely, and ran around. The man couldn't bear it anymore, and veins popped on his forehead. Fu Yao Yao. The roar startled everyone present, and they all cast worried eyes at the little dumpling. Yao Yao slowly stopped, holding a long sword in her hand. She turned around, gripped the sword handle tightly, and rushed towards Fu Tingchen. When he rushed to less than 1 meter in front of Fu Tingchen, the kid had a stern face and performed in front of President Fu, chopping the air. While chopping, he said, Daddy Princess, don't be afraid. Aoshinwo will come to rescue you in a while.
Fu Tingchen.
He rubbed his eyebrows and picked up the kid, who was still immersed in his own world. Before he could scold him, the kid in front of him blinked and suddenly came up and kissed him. Okay. Daddy Princess has been awakened by Aoshinwo's kiss. You can open your eyes, Fu Tingchen. The man froze for a moment, and the anger in his heart disappeared in that instant. Princess Fu's ferocious face suddenly changed back. He was about to cough to cover up his embarrassment, but then he remembered the kid's words, you can open your eyes now. President Fu hooked his lips and put Yao Yao on the ground. Under the gaze of the little stupid cat, his pair of dark eyes swayed and closed again. As expected, the little kid was stunned when he saw this scene. She widened her eyes and leaned against Fu Tingchen, staring at his eyes very carefully, and then called out stupidly, Daddy Princess, you can wake up now. You have been woken up by my kiss. Fu Tingchen said nothing and didn't open his eyes. Now it was the turn of Fu Yaoyao, who was too immersed in the play to be anxious. She touched her daddy's handsome face, and her IQ, which was not enough to begin with, was even less than enough now. The little girl turned her head and looked at the fat rabbit beside her and asked in confusion, My king, why hasn't my daddy princess woken up yet? But I clearly kissed her awake just now. The fat rabbit clicked his eyes, thought about it, and finally came to a conclusion. Squeak, squeak, squeak. My king, I think if kissing doesn't work, just give him a slap. As long as it hurts enough, even a dead pig can wake up. The little boy deeply abides by the words of his king. She poked her hand hesitantly, but her eyes were shining with excitement. Her dad was now a fierce villain. If she beat her dad, would it mean that she could beat the fierce villain and become the biggest villain? The little girl blinked her eyes, and her voice was full of innocence. Daddy, I didn't mean to hit you. I was trying to save Daddy's princess. The kid paused, his cat-like pupils flickering left and right, and finally stopped on the ceiling. He said in a filial tone, Daddy, please don't blame me. At once. Fu Tingchen, who was forced to ascend to heaven. The man suddenly opened his eyes, and at that moment, he saw a pair of small white and pink slippers with cat ears. Fu Tingchen's eyelids twitched violently, and he was very angry. I just didn't expect it. This guy is really powerful, huh? Can't you see that this little girl actually wants to hit him with a slipper? The man had a cold face, his chest heaving with anger. He asked in a sarcastic tone, Fu Yaoyao, what are you going to do? The stupid little cat moved the sole of her slippers away and saw that her daddy not only woke up but was now questioning her. She guiltily stared at the sky and the earth but not at her stupid daddy. The stupid cat swallowed his saliva and subconsciously hugged his slippers in his arms, as if he felt safer this way. Would just wanted to wake up Princess Daddy. Well, this statement was made with a guilty conscience. Not only Fu Tingchen, but even Silly Rabbit could see it. The silly rabbit smacked his lips in regret, covered his ears, and cried bitterly. This game is ruined again. He missed another chance to become a god. With this kid's brain, when will he be able to integrate into the world? It's so urgent. Yes, the fat rabbit is a system as well as an animal. Animals think differently from humans. They think that if you want to join this tribe, you can only enter completely after fighting. Become one of the tribe members of this tribe. The fat rabbit shook its head dejectedly, scratched its legs, and was about to rescue the stupid cat when it saw the right opportunity, when it heard Fu Tingchen's obvious displeasure as he asked back, You saved your princess just to give her a slipper? The other servants were shocked. Sir, are you admitting that you're a princess? Isn't it too much to try to get my daughter to play? I didn't expect you to be such a gentleman. But the princess herself didn't find it strange. She was almost mad to death, so why would she care about so many things? The man pursed his lips and continued to accuse. The prince who saved the princess was always awakened by a slipper. Is there any fairy tale? Well, little Fu Outyen? The little friend Fu Outyen was so ashamed that he hung his head in guilt, looking listless, as if he had realized his mistake, and his little head nodded. She poked her hands, holding the slippers, looking pitiful but sincere. I was wrong, Daddy.
I'm sorry, Daddy Princess.
Fu Tingchen nodded and continued to entice her slowly. So? Should you give your princess some compensation? As he said that, he raised his finger and pointed at his face. The little girl suddenly realized what was going on. She was no longer stupid. She fluttered her legs and rushed to her daddy's side, taking 2 kisses. Fu Tingchen himself is a person with misophobia. Looking at the mess in the living room, he frowned and told the servants to clean it up.
But
He underestimated the destructive power of the human cubs. It took less than 2 hours to clean up the entire living room. When Fu Tingchen came down from upstairs again, the living room was already in a mess. The little dumpling is nowhere to be found. The man frowned and looked around while standing on the stairs, but he couldn't see the kid. Not only was the kid gone, but the fat rabbit was gone too. He asked, "Where is Fu Yao Yao?" The housekeeper downstairs heard the voice and replied, "Sir, Miss Yao Yao just went out with the king to fight a guerrilla war."
Fu Tingchen.
President Fu was silent. He didn't understand why this child was so active. He raised his eyes and glanced at the Barbie doll thrown aside, expressing his great incomprehension. Why couldn't his daughter be a little more ladylike? Little Tuanzi fought a guerrilla war. Originally, the housekeeper wanted to let a few maids go with her to play, but she disliked the maids because they were too tall, saying that they would expose her position, and refused to take them. There was no way, so he could only let the little kid go to play alone. Anyway, there was nothing dangerous in the Fu family manor. Thinking of this, the housekeeper's face changed. Not good. Alpha is still in the backyard. As soon as this was said, everyone's expression changed subconsciously and looked at the man who was still standing on the stairs. Sure enough, Fu Tingchen's face was directly stern. Seeing this, the housekeeper quickly ordered the servants to find Tuanzi, and Tuanzi's father went directly to the backyard. Alpha is an adult silver wolf raised by Fu Yunxiu, the second young master of the Fu family. It is ferocious by nature. No one dares to approach it except Fu Yunxiu himself and a few other people. Although Alpha is human and usually doesn't care about others, this is different. It doesn't hurt people. It is also a wolf. Then they are not fools. Do they want to provoke the wolf because they think their life is too long? Moreover, Alpha is raised freely. When the second young master put the wolf here, he specifically asked him to raise it freely. He said that no matter how ferocious a caged wolf is, it is no different from a dog. It's better to let it roam freely. Maybe it can stimulate its animal nature? Fu Tingchen didn't show it on his face, but he was actually confused. Alpha had never seen Yao Yao, so he naturally didn't know that she was from the Fu family. What if? The man's face turned pale, and he didn't dare to think about it anymore. His steps that were originally walking quickly turned into running. Meanwhile, in the backyard, little Dumpling was holding a toy gun in her hand in a serious manner, quietly hiding behind the bushes. She looked around and rolled awkwardly on the ground. King, safety, safety. The Rabbit King, who was also dressed in blue and red Superman, finally stretched his muscles when he saw that there was no one around. He stretched lazily, and the next second he stood up on his hind legs like a human and walked over slowly with his 2 front paws on his waist and ordered, "Little Tornado, good job, keep going forward, patrol the mountain." Little Tornado nodded his head, crouched down, held up the toy gun, and patrolled the mountain backwards, but he couldn't move back. He still couldn't move back again, and the little cub pouted unhappily, leaned on the obstacle behind him with his ace sticking out, and tried to fall back. As a result, he didn't stand firmly and fell backwards to the ground, and the stupid little cat was stunned. She raised her hand with a stern face and pulled the whiskers of the big, white dog standing upside down in front of her, and then plucked it. The little stupid cat's pupils shrank. Frog fun. My king, the bad dog's whiskers are so long you eat it. Ah. Wolf, 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 wolf. The Rabbit King was so frightened that he screamed, held his cheeks with both hands, and made an emoticon. It swallowed its saliva, looked at the silly kid who was about to pull its whiskers with disappointment, and then the Rabbit King went all out and grabbed the stupid cat, lifted her up with its 2 front paws, and turned and ran away. Alpha let out a breath, and his pair of dark blue eyes stared at the little kid in front of him who was being carried by the rabbit. A hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. Then he slowly rubbed his claws on the ground, exerted force with his hind legs, and jumped to the opposite side of the fat rabbit. Seeing this, the Rabbit King's legs turned into a whirlwind and he quickly adjusted his direction and ran in another direction. Why am I, the Rabbit King, so unlucky? This family of psychopaths actually raised a wolf. No, little tornado, this is the pet that villains should keep. You should learn from it, okay? The little stupid cat, who was held up by the king with his hands folded, acted like a good baby. Oh, king, I'm a failure in learning. The fat rabbit glared, stuck out its tongue, and even barked like a dog. Little tornado, why are you so heavy? Can you eat less in the future? My lord, I can hardly carry you. The little stupid cat responded obediently. My king, put me down. I already have a way to deal with it. The little voice seemed to be confident of winning. The fat rabbit clucked his eyes, but his movements did not slow down at all. What good ideas do you have? Yao Yao shook his head, turned around, and then fell handsomely with his face on the ground with his buttocks facing the air. She exhaled, struggled to get up from the ground, and looked at the silver wolf that had jumped in front of her at some point. The little stupid cat narrowed her eyes and looked serious. Under the fat rabbit's expectant gaze, the little girl waved her hand and raised her chin slightly. Big wolf, I'll give you a chance. Be a wolf for me, and only let me and the king ride on you. I'll let you be a raw big wolf. Fat rabbit. The Rabbit King shook his head and squeaked, No. It should be, give you a way out. Remember to keep your back straight when you speak, and speak with dominance. Crush him in terms of momentum. The stupid little cat nodded, and then stood up obediently, with a crooked mouth and glared at everyone, refusing to acknowledge anyone. I'll let you live. The fat rabbit followed with a grin. Whoa. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds later. The silver wolf in front of him, which was half a head taller than the cub, roared suddenly, and the wolf howl suddenly resounded throughout the manor. Fu Tingchen naturally heard it as well. He could only quicken his pace, and even felt a little regretful that it was useless to have such a big manor. The fat rabbit covered his long ears in pain, and the man and the rabbit waited for death. However, at this moment, a disdainful voice sounded. Stupid. The little stupid cat heard it, carefully raised her head, and saw the silver wolf in front of her staring at her with a look of contempt. The little cub tilted his head and subconsciously asked, Big wolf, are you talking about me? This time it was the big wolf's turn to be shocked. It took 2 steps back, and its pair of blue eyes were full of excitement. Can you understand what I say? Yao Yao continued to ask, What is stupid? This time Alpha was sure that this cub could really understand what it said. Alpha was so excited that he was suddenly shocked by an electric current when he was playing games before the new year. When he woke up again, he looked like a wolf. All day long, he couldn't even speak human language. He had to go hunting every day in a wolf pack. He was a single otaku who didn't know anything except playing games, and he was asked to go hunting. Alpha immediately ran away from the group. He wanted to find a home for himself. A home where he didn't have to hunt. So he wandered around, originally thinking of going to an animal rescue center or a zoo, but on the way he met a man in a wheelchair who looked either rich or noble. He was successfully taken away by Fu Yunxiu with his own efforts. Alpha excitedly howled again. Then he lay on the ground and moved towards Yao Yao, asking about this and that. This was the scene that Fu Tingchen saw when he arrived. Little Dumpling was riding on Alpha, and a fat rabbit was lying on the silver wolf's head, waving its front paws.
Go. Kill.
Little demon FAFA, go. The silver wolf responded with 2 howls and ran around in the backyard with the cub on its back. Fu Tingchen, who was originally extremely anxious, was still tense when he saw this. Now, seeing Alpha running wherever the little ball pointed, Fu Tingchen breathed a sigh of relief, but he was also very curious about the fact that Alpha was willing to let people ride him. Because this silver wolf almost bit a servant when it was brought here. It was on a hunger strike every day and had a bad temper, but now was willing to let this cub ride on it? President Fu didn't know for a moment whether to sigh that his daughter was amazing or that Alpha had changed his nature. The housekeeper and servants who came slowly from behind were so scared that their legs went limp when they saw this. Yes, in their eyes, this is very abnormal. Especially abnormal. Once Alpha, this fierce wolf, changes his nature, will he eat people? The playful kid shook his head. Seeing that his father and the housekeeper had come, he patted the silver wolf's head. Fafa, Fafa. I'm going to find my father. My father is coming. Alpha turned around and followed the direction the little girl pointed. He walked and complained in surprise. Little Tornado, is this man your father? Yao Yao nodded proudly, with his chubby hands clasped together. Yes, that's Yao Yao's father. Roar. Alpha shook his head and roared twice. Your father is not a good person. You'd better be careful, Tornado. Back then, when Fu Yanxiu first came to the Fu family manor, he had seen the terrifying side of this man. Little Tornado shook his head, tilted his chin up, and curled his lips in self-righteousness. Of course, Yao Yao knows. The king said. She dragged out her baby voice. To get into the enemy's inner circle, you have to join them and become a big egg that is worse than them. I am the big bad egg now, so I will be so aggressive in Daddy's house. The fat rabbit covered his face and corrected. Squeak, squeak, squeak. That was smooth sailing, little whirlwind. Alpha's blue eyes lit up when he heard this. He obviously didn't expect this baby to be so powerful. If this baby is so powerful, then it doesn't matter if he hold a thigh. He really doesn't want to follow his perverted master anymore. Just thinking about this, Alpha seemed to have imagined the good times when he was the king of this family. However, the next second, when he walked in front of the man, the kid on his back was suddenly lifted up by the collar. The little girl, who was already so bloated that she couldn't get any bloated anymore, instantly became a quail in her father's hands. Yao Yao pouted her mouth and called out sweetly, Daddy, what happened to the smooth sailing you promised us? What are you afraid of? Fu Tingchen glanced at Alpha, and the fat rabbit on Alpha's head turned around, gnashed his teeth, and shook the kid. I'll deal with you when I get back. He paused, and without turning his head, he ordered the butler beside him. Put Alpha in the cage. I really tied Q. After returning to the main building, little Fu Yao Yao was taken directly to the study on the second floor. The kid's life was very monotonous afterwards. He lay on the small table prepared by the housekeeper and listened to his cheap father giving him various dangerous knowledge, such as trafficking. After talking for an hour as fiercely as a tiger, Fu Tingchen felt that his throat was dry. He pinched his throat, looked at the gloomy kid and the fat rabbit beside him, and asked, Society is very dangerous. Did you hear what I told you? The stupid little cat shook its head and stood up suddenly, with indifference and unwillingness written all over its chubby little face. She said, I am a super invincible bad guy. Dad, don't worry. No one dares to bully Yao Yao. If anyone bullies me, I will. The little girl paused, as if she remembered something. She opened one eye wide and squinted the other, tilted her mouth and curled her lips, and said the classic villain quote she had just learned, I will cut off the roots and go bankrupt if I die. There was silence in the study.
Oh.
These scary words came out of his mouth more fluently than he could say them. At this moment, he thought of his 5 sons who should be rebelling and going crazy. Is there no good person in his Fu family? Fu Tingchen rubbed his brows with a headache, looking at the kid who was still thinking about sitting at the table with his hands on his hips. He made up his mind vaguely. Thinking of this, President Fu became more and more worried. The father and daughter stared at each other in the study room. Just at this moment, there was a knock on the study door. The man's calm voice sounded a little tired. Come in. The door opened and Special Assistant Zhao walked in. He saw the kid sitting beside his boss's desk, leaning forward with a proud look on his face, and he looked away. After not seeing him for a few days, this baby has already acquired some of his boss's temperament. He walked forward, took out a file bag from the file bag, and handed it to Fu Tingchen. Sir, this is the result of the paternity test. Fu Tingchen nodded, pinched his fingers, took the document calmly, and slowly opened it. Turning to the last page, it was written identified as father-daughter relationship. Identification similarity, 99. 99% looking at Fu Tingchen himself, he was not very excited, but seemed to have expected the result. But now, President Fu was even more worried. He sighed, leaned on the back of the chair behind him, glanced at the arrogant little kid beside him, and raised his hand to his forehead and rubbed his eyebrows. Special Assistant Zhao. What kind of reaction is this? To be honest, he thought about the expression of his boss when he saw the identification result. There are only two results at most. One is to find out that the baby is his baby and cry with excitement, and then hug his own baby and cry with his head down to express his excitement and joy under the atmosphere. The other is that he will find out that the baby is not his after the paternity test, and then he will smile and say in a domineering way, "Even if it is not my baby, who can stop me, Fu Tingchen, from getting what I want?" Because of this, Zhao was very well prepared when he came. Since the boss will adopt this fat baby in both cases, he must prepare a gift. The limited edition Daddy's Guide to Raising Babies is available to every dad in the world. It is fair to all, and you can't lose or be fooled for $2.05. The original plan was to use this book to flatter the boss. But what does the boss mean by this expression now? Zhao was a little confused, and his hand, which had originally reached into the briefcase, hesitated. Should he give Daddy's Guide to Raising Babies to the boss? He paused, and before he could figure out what to do, Fu Tingchen, who was sitting on a leather chair, noticed the strange action of his little assistant, who was holding a briefcase in one hand and inserting the other hand in it. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "Is there anything else?" Assistant Zhao shook his head, gritted his teeth, and took out the book of parenting wrapped in a book cover. "Boss, this is a gift I prepared for you."
Fu Tingchen?
Young people have the energy of young people. Assistant Zhao began to explain with a beaming face. "Boss, I know you are usually busy with work and you must not have had much contact with babies. This book is great. This is the secret book of a baby, the world's first release. With this book, you don't have to worry about how to get along with babies anymore." After a fierce operation, Fu Tingchen squinted his eyes and looked at him without saying a word. To be precise, he was looking at the book in his hand. After a while, when Assistant Zhao was trembling with fear, the man raised his hand and took the Children's Heart Sutra. He curiously opened it and took a look. I have to say that he really needs this book now. Fu Tingchen rolled his eyes and felt more confident about the young special assistant in front of him. He opened it, and his expression instantly became very strange. Assistant Zhao thought his boss was attracted by the content of the book, so he boldly approached and was about to explain a few words. But the next second, the book was spread out on the expensive mahogany table, and the man asked, "Why are there notes?" Assistant Zhao was stunned. He swallowed and felt like he was going crazy. How did he know that this backpack was so good and could be secondhand? Special Assistant Zhao smiled awkwardly, cleared his throat, and continued to make up stories. "Boss, it's like this. I was afraid that you were busy with work, so I specially asked someone to extract some of the essence of this book for you."
Yeah.
It sounds very considerate. But how could Fu Tingchen not know? Of course he knew that his new special assistant was very efficient and capable except for being a little nervous occasionally. The man waved his hand and was unwilling to argue with him. "This month's salary will be doubled. Go to the finance department to collect it." Special Assistant Zhao was delighted, his mouth almost grinning from ear to ear. "Thank you, boss. I'm leaving first. Goodbye, boss." After leaving the father and daughter and looking at each other silently, Fu Tingchen remembered that the page he had just turned to in the book said spend more time with your children, so that over time, the children will let down their guard against you. President Fu thought it made sense, and when he looked at the Superman costume his little boy was still wearing, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he suggested, "Little boy."
Cough.
"Yao Yao, can Daddy take you shopping for clothes?" Fei Yao curled his lips in disdain. "No. Yao Yao, I don't want to go. I still have to conquer the world with the king."
Fu Tingchen.
"Who goes to the wolf's head to conquer the world?" The man took a deep breath, smiled, and said, "Let's buy Superman's clothes." Fei Yao blinked and jumped up suddenly. "Great." After that, he ran out, shouting, "Yao Yao is going to become a hot devil."
Uha.
The fat rabbit also ran out excitedly, shaking his head. 20 minutes later, the little kid who was forced to wear a skirt had a stern face with eye. Not
Happy.
The fat rabbit next to him was also held by the shopping guide and measured for 3 measurements. President Fu sat aside, comparing the clothes that suited the little kid one by one. He ordered, customize a batch of clothes for it, and the fur is not allowed to show. The shopping guide held the rabbit and nodded with a smile. Okay, Mr. Fu, please rest assured. The Rabbit King, who looked like he had lost all hope, kicked his hind legs. It really shouldn't have come. It's suffering too much. Here, the little kid who was tossed around by the shopping guide has changed from the original Superman costume to a pink dress with suspenders and a pair of white Mary Jane leather shoes. The 2 little chicks are still 1 up and 1 down.
Okay, Mr. Fu.
The shopping guide reminded. Fu Tingchen, who was picking clothes, turned his head and curled his lips after seeing his daughter's outfit. He was obviously in a good mood. It turns out that clothes make the man. She looks much more well-behaved now. Yao pursed his lips and cried loudly. Aha! Several shopping guides were startled and quickly squatted down to coax the little boy softly.
Fu Tingchen's eyelids jumped.
Obviously, he didn't expect that the kid didn't laugh, but actually cried. He squatted down and was about to wipe the kid's tears, but he saw that there were no tears on their child's face, just howling there. The man raised his hand and rubbed his temple. He was also shocked by the kids crying. This ghost howling. He said in a deep voice, Don't howl. Fei Yao sniffed, stopped and looked at his stupid father strangely. Seeing that he was about to howl again, Fu Tingchen quickly covered the kid's mouth. If you want to cry, just cry. Why are you howling? Fei Yao smacked her lips and pinched her waist in disdain. Humph. Daddy doesn't understand it's more powerful to cry like a wolf. Wu Jie. Fu Tingchen. Is this a learned wolf howl? President Fu once again discovered the amazing learning ability of his child. The child has such a strong learning ability. How can he make up for it? No, at least. He has to transform her into a cute, soft, and sticky fat dumpling in appearance. The man had a tense face and for the first time started to negotiate in a good voice. Yao Yao, as long as you don't wear those weird little clothes in the future, Dad can reward you with a wish. Weird clothes equals those tight blue and red Superman costumes. It's not that Fu Tingchen is not happy, the truth is his kid is a little fat and has a small belly. If he wears this tight weird clothes, let alone the aesthetics, Fu Tingchen is really afraid that the kid will get sick. Fei Yao refused without thinking. Demei. No, Xianfeng Yao Yao still wants to be the hot devil who rules the world. You are not handsome at all without a battle suit. Fu Tingchen shook his head, carried Yao Yao to a mirror, pointed at the soft and sticky little ball in the mirror, and said, Then you are really out of date. The big devil you mentioned is not popular now. This kind of cute little kid. Big devil is popular now. If you don't believe me, look back at them. Are they all scared by you now? The kid pouted, half believing and half doubting. He lay on his father's shoulder and glanced back. The female shopping guides behind her all gathered together and covered their mouths with their faces. The little stupid cat raised her chin proudly. So she is so powerful. These ants were so scared that their eyes were curved. The little stupid cat became more and more proud as she thought about it, and her nose was poked up to the sky. Several female shopping guides were almost killed by this baby. They have been shopping guides for luxury brands for so many years and have seen many little babies, but it is rare to see one as cute and unique as Yao Yao. I just didn't expect that, Mr. Fu actually has such a cute little daughter. It's so cute. The little kid suddenly realized and covered her mouth with a pair of chubby hands. Her round cat pupils were full of horror. Oh, oh, oh. She exclaimed in a baby voice. So that's it. I want to rule the world, and I have to capture the hearts of the ants.
Well.
Yao Yao shook her head and looked at herself in the mirror again. The more she looked, the happier she became. In the end, she covered her little face with her hands and shyly nestled in her daddy's arms. Wah.
Wo ist so cute?
Hee Yao Yao is such a cute egg, Fu Tingchen.
This
is also leading me to my own strategy. Seeing the cute little girl nestling in his arms, the man couldn't help laughing. He looked at his own useless Yao Yao lovingly and ordered, "Pack them all and send them to the Fu family manor." The shopping guide responded with a smile. Okay, Mr. Fu, don't worry. We will pack them all for the little lady." The two shopping guides who were measuring the size of the Rabbit King looked at each other and burst into surging fighting spirit. After finishing this order, this month will be paid. Half an hour later, our President Fu, holding the baby in his left hand, a fat rabbit on his shoulder, and 5 or 6 bags of toys and snacks in his right hand. The man in a suit and leather shoes had a gloomy face and began to regret why he didn't bring a few bodyguards. The father and daughter had a great time, or, to be more precise, it should be the little girl Fu Yao Yao who had a great time. Her little mouth never stopped along the way. The little girl, who had changed into a floral dress, was so excited when she got on the bus. She waved her newly acquired magic wand. "Use cat to crush bad dogs, cat transform." Dang dang dang, the little girl took off her shoes and stood on the back seat, holding her magic wand. After humming to some music, she turned upside down and found a comfortable position in the arms of her bad daddy and fell asleep. Seeing this, the new dad Fu Tingchen put the magic wand in the little girl's hand aside and held her horizontally in his arms with very unskilled movements. Seeing that the kid in his arms was still pushing into his suit, he smiled softly. "You really don't wrong yourself." President Fu resigned himself to taking off his suit jacket and asked the driver to turn up the temperature a little bit and gently patted the little kid to sleep. These days, because the parent-child relationship between the kid and himself was confirmed, Fu Tingchun paid special attention to the education of the kid. Although the relationship with Fu Qingyu is gradually heating up, the little stupid cat is not stupid. Although her fifth brother usually looks happy, she always feels that this is just a false appearance. Yao Yao can only feel his longing heart, but she doesn't know what he is longing for.
Until this day,
Fu Tingchen did not come back because of the company's business, and the fat rabbit also fell asleep peacefully in the nest. Only the little dumpling who loves to stay up late is still watching Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf with Cece's company. The little stupid cat poured water into her mouth while pointing at the gray wolf who was once again beaten up on TV. She pouted and asked softly, "Sister Cece, why haven't Wababa and Wagwagwa flown back yet?" Cece pretended to be in deep thought and thought for a while before she said slowly, "Maybe the master and the young master got stuck in traffic on the way back?" The kid widened his eyes in horror. "There are cars in the sky?" Cece nodded and started to talk nonsense like coaxing a child. "Of course, young lady. But the ones in the sky are not called cars. They are called airplanes. I think the master and the young master must have got stuck in traffic on the way back." Cece looked down and looked at the watch on her wrist. It was almost 9 o'clock. She bent down and touched Yao Yao's little head. "Young lady, it's getting late. Let's go to bed." As she was about to pick up the little ball, at this moment, the little stupid cat ran out happily and ended up running into Fu Qingyu, who had his hands in his pockets and a bruise on his face, and Special Assistant Zhao, who came back with him. Yao Yao scratched his head. "It's Guagua flew home before Daddy."
Fu Qingyu.
The boy snorted coldly and smiled sarcastically. "What? Are you sad to see that it's not that widowed father?" Cece also followed at this time. When she saw the wound on Fu Qingyu's face, she immediately asked with concern, "Master, how did you get hurt? Do you need me to treat your wound?" Yes. Fu Qingyu is a well-known school bully in Jingbei High School. He often fights and goes to the police station from time to time. Seeing that he was sent back by Special Assistant Zhao again today, it is almost certain that he went to the police station again. After being told by Cece, the little stupid cat naturally noticed it. She waved her little hands, stood in front of Fu Qingyu and tugged at the corner of his shirt. "Guagua, what's wrong with you?
Who bullied you?"
"Tell Yao Yao. Yao Yao will help you scold him. Beat him up." Fu Qingyu was stunned when he heard this. He looked down at the little ball in front of him, and his expression was slightly dull. Because this was the first time someone asked him if he was bullied, instead of the cold sentence, "Don't waste my time." To claim compensation, go to Special Assistant. Fu Qingyu pursed his lips and suddenly pulled out the corner of Yao Yao's shirt, snatched his school bag from Special Assistant Zhao, and walked sideways and quickly went upstairs. Special Assistant Zhao shook his head helplessly when he saw this. He bent down and rubbed the kid's head hard. "Miss, why aren't you sleeping yet?" Yao Yao pouted and shook her head to prevent people from touching it. The oppressive baby voice was so cute in the eyes of the adults. "Don't touch Yao Yao's head. Yao Yao's head is not something that uncle can touch whenever he wants his Special Assistant Zhao, an ordinary person."
Damei.
As a young man with a playful heart, he smiled and pinched the kid's cheek to intimidate. "Miss, the president asked me to come over and see if a certain child is asleep. Children who are still awake so late will be eaten by the big cat." The stupid cat's ears moved, and his round eyes were full of doubts.
Mei.
"They don't eat people, right?" The kid pouted twice and used a long baby voice to defend himself. "Uncle, you're talking nonsense. Our cats won't eat people. Uncle, don't slander us cats." Special Assistant Zhao pouted and shook his head, with an expression that said, "You don't understand, but I do." He took out his mobile phone and fiddled with it for a while, then raised it. On the screen, a round-headed black-patterned cat was squinting and had a rope tied around its neck. Overall, there are only 4 words to describe it. That is ferocious. The stupid little cat was frightened, but she felt that she couldn't lose her momentum. She held her head high and moved behind Cece step by step. Her chubby little hands unconsciously grabbed Cece's skirt. Finally, perhaps because she felt unsafe, the stupid little cat took another wrong step behind Cece, revealing only her little head, and her big and bright cat pupils stared at the cat in the phone. If it were someone else, seeing that the little cub was so scared, they might have stopped there, but Special Assistant Zhao didn't. Oh, he was addicted. The man raised his finger and pointed at the vicious cat on the screen of the mobile phone, deliberately threatening. "Hey, young lady, look. Do you know what the chain on this cat's neck is for?" Yao Yao bit one of her paws, and her cat eyes fluttered with confusion as she looked at Assistant Zhao. At this time, her voice was obviously a lot smaller, with 3 parts of curiosity, 4 parts of confusion, and 3 parts of pity. "What is it?" Assistant Zhao shook his finger mysteriously, with a smile on his lips, and said word by word, "This, of course, is to prevent it from going out at night. The children who can't eat and sleep specially tied it up." At last, he pretended to be calm and murmured, "I just don't know if it's tied tightly." The little stupid cat's eyes shrank, and the little tufts on both sides of her head exploded instantly. She used both hands and feet and dived into Cece's arms as if she was afraid of being bitten, and she also put her hands and feet into her arms. Yao Yao sniffed, whimpered twice, and buried her hairy head in Cece's shoulder, muttering, "Don't eat me. I'm also a little cat." Cece was almost dying of laughter when she saw this. She raised her hand and gently patted the baby's back in her arms and comforted her softly. "Don't be afraid, little miss. Let's go to bed." After hearing this, Special Assistant Zhao raised his eyebrows happily, said hello, and left. Something went wrong in the company today. Everyone was working overtime, and he had to go back to the company. Back at the company, all the senior executives gathered in the first meeting room. The man on the first seat had a gloomy face, and the atmosphere in the room was very depressing. Special Assistant Zhao knocked on the door and touched his nose. He couldn't help but feel secretly happy in his heart. Fortunately, he had just gone to the Public Security Bureau to pick up the young master. What an atmosphere. Was he scolded by the boss again? He walked up to the man and said, "Boss, the 5th young master has been sent home, and the young lady has gone to bed." The silent executives raised their heads and looked at Zhao Tezu subconsciously. Yes, gossip is human nature. Even if they were scolded by their boss the last second, it would not stop them from eating melons. Fu Tingchen raised his eyebrows and said, "She just slept like that?" He was not exaggerating. After these days of getting along, Fu Tingchen was amazed more than once at his daughter's vigorous spirit and physical strength, just like a little tiger. The girl was also a little night owl, and she was the kind of person who didn't sleep until the moon fell asleep. Zhao Tezu nodded. When he mentioned this, he was finally interested. He opened his mouth and couldn't stop talking. "Boss, you don't know. Originally, the little cutie wasn't asleep. When I sent the fifth young master there, she was still watching the sheep. She looked so excited. I thought, how can this child watch TV so late and not go to bed? I said no. She kept talking nonsense, saying I'm also a little furry cat. It's so cute. The faces of the senior executives changed from shock to stupidity, and until Special Assistant Zhao finished speaking, the meeting room was silent, as if even the sound of a pin drop could be heard. Special Assistant Zhao smiled foolishly, as if he realized something. He stiffly removed his paw from his boss's shoulder and took a sneak peek. Here, at the Fu family manor. After the little girl finished washing up, Cece carried her into the room. Perhaps because she was too scared, the little boy pouted and looked at Cece. The two came to Fu Qingyu's door. Yao Yao raised her hand and knocked on the door, and then she shouted outside the door. Brother opened the door, no one responded. The little boy turned around and stared at Cece with big eyes, then took a step back with his short legs. I don't know where he took out a magic wand. The little boy turned around with a stern face, waved the magic wand in his hand and shouted. Open sesame, still no one responded. Fei Yao exhaled with a stern face and shouted at the top of his voice. Open. Sesame. Open. The door. Cece. After entering the room, Fei Yao rushed to his brother's soft big bed without saying a word. The little ball pounced on it, and the next second his body was affected by the elastic force and was shaking back and forth in a wave-like manner. The little boy raised his hands and screamed, ah, ah.
Fukinjo.
Where did this little fool come from? The boy's room was dark, with only a small orange light on. I'll count to 3. You'd better get off my bed quickly, and then roll back to your room. The boy began to count. 1,
2,
3. Fei Yao on the bed fluttered his body and stood on the edge of the bed without knowing when. She also imitated her brother's appearance, raised her chin, and held her waist with her chubby little hands. The kid was fearless. Brother has finished counting, Fu Qingyu. The boy frowned and looked impatient. You don't sleep at night, do you want to go to heaven? Fu Yao Yao, I'll give you a chance to walk out by yourself. If you let me ask you to go out, then it's not a walk. Little Fu Yao Yao pouted, rummaged in the small pocket in front of her, and took out a small bottle of ointment and a pink Peppa Pig Band-Aid. She spread her hands and stretched them in front of Fu Qingyu. Brother, wait. The little ball's eyes were wide open, and they were unusually bright in this dim room, like a dazzling Milky Way, as if filled with stars and sea. Those eyes were bright and pure, and without a trace of arrogance in the bottom of the eyes. They seemed to condense all the beautiful things in the world. Fu Qingyu was stunned. He looked at the kid in front of him, and then looked down at the ointment and Band-Aid lying quietly in the little palm. His nose was sour. Instead, he became uncomfortable. The boy turned his head away, and his voice sounded a little hesitant, as if he was embarrassed. Who wants to use these? I'm not injured. Fei Yao smacked his lips disdainfully. I'm not a fool. Brother's face is all painted, Fu Qingyu. He always thought this kid was stupid. He grabbed the ointment and Band-Aid from the kid's hand and smeared it on his face, and then, a Beijing bully with a pink Peggy on his right cheek is fresh out of the oven. Fu Qingyu looked at himself in the mirror. Although he hated pink, but, after all, it was sent by the fat boy with great difficulty, so he should just stick it on reluctantly. The young man walked to the bed in a good mood. He picked up the little ball on the bed and said, Okay, since you are so filial, I won't kick you out. I will take you back to the bedroom. The little stupid cat blinked his eyes and was very flexible. No, I want to go to my brother to have a nap, Fu Qingyu. The young man's face darkened, and he shook the kid in his hand. Little brat, are you dreaming? Why don't you go out and find out who I am?
Dream on.
The little stupid cat pouted and rubbed his proud brother with sparkling eyes 5 minutes later. Because she no longer had to worry about being eaten by the big cat, Yao Yao excitedly rolled into Fu Qingyu's arms again. The boy sighed and skillfully pulled the kid up. Don't roll around. Go to sleep. If you don't go to school, I have to go to school tomorrow. Yao Yao stopped obediently after hearing this. She tilted her head, poked her silly brother with her hand, and whispered in a baby voice, Brother, did you take a nap? Yeah, I slept. Fu Qingyu replied lazily, leaning to the side. The stupid little cat clicked his eyes and spoke with certainty. Brother is not broken at all. You are lying to me, Fu Qingyu. How did I lie to you? Yao Yao snorted. I know. People who are asleep don't talk. Fu Qingyu turned over and rubbed the kid's head. That's because you don't have much experience. Yao Yao nodded confusedly and leaned on her brother quietly. Then, are there cats that eat people? Fu Qingyu seemed to have thought of something and said in a deep voice, It's hard to say. He was silent for a while, raised his hand and forced Yao Yao's eyes to close and ordered, Go to bed quickly. If you don't go to bed, I will tell your dad. The stupid little cat was shocked when she heard it. Recently, her stupid father had been very strict with her for some reason. If he knew that she didn't go to bed, would he punish her by making her watch one less episode of Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf? Fu Yaoyao was so angry that she stuck out her tongue at her brother. She was about to sleep, but when she saw the wound on Fu Qingyu's face, Yaoyao couldn't help asking, Brother, you haven't told me who bullied you yet? Fu Qingyu didn't say anything, so he decided to shut up. Otherwise, how long would it take for him to keep chatting with this idiot? Little Dumpling, who didn't get a response, was furious again. She was so angry that she turned around this time. The bad brother didn't want to chat with her, so Little Dumpling decided to ignore him. The brother and sister both lay quietly on the bed thinking about their own things. Suddenly, Fu Qingyu felt that something soft was stuck on his face. Little Yao Yao, who had figured it out, kissed Fu Qingyu with a kiss. There was a hint of pampering in her helpless little voice. Forget it, who made you my brother? King Yao Yao will protect you in the future. Good night, hot brother. At night, the moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. The cicadas chirped outside the window from time to time. Some people fell asleep. The next day, the Fu family manor was in chaos because the young lady was missing. The housekeeper was almost dying of anxiety. He quickly ordered everyone to look for her, and he went to the monitoring room. The Fu family manor was very large. Except for the master bedroom and some more private places, the rest of the places were equipped with surveillance cameras, so it was easy to tell where Yao Yao went. 5 minutes later, when the housekeeper saw the little boy in the surveillance camera holding Fu Qingyu's school bag and getting into the car for the third time, he was silent. If nothing unexpected happened, the young lady should have gone to Jingbei High School with Master Yu. In this case, there is no need to worry. If he guessed correctly, the young lady should be sent back in a while. On this side, after driving all the way, the car finally stopped at the gate of Jingbei High School. Fu Qingyu didn't come early. Students in uniforms at the school gate walked in one after another. He opened the car door, picked up the school bag, and put it on his shoulder. At the moment when he put it on his back, the boy shook the bag with a strange look on his face. Why did he feel that the bag was heavier than when he carried it back yesterday? Although he noticed it, maybe because he was lazy, he did not open the bag to check but walked straight in. As a result, after walking a few steps, Fu Qingyu felt that his bag was getting heavier and heavier, and it seemed a bit uncomfortable. He was about to check it, and when he looked up, he saw that the people around him seemed to be staring at him, especially mostly girls. The boy frowned and glanced coldly, and the originally delicate and flawless handsome face was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Everyone was frightened by this expression. After all, Fu Qingyu was a well-known school bully, and he was also the young master of the Fu family. Naturally, they couldn't afford to offend him, so they all lowered their heads and stopped looking at him. Fu Qingyu snorted coldly and was about to turn around and give those people behind him a glare, but when he turned his head, he saw a white and tender little hand waving on his back. His face changed, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. He seemed to have not seen that brat this morning. The boy turned his head suddenly, and then his mouth twitched. He saw the little girl in his school bag waving her little paws expressionlessly as if the leader was inspecting her. Fei Yao noticed her brother's shocked look. She pouted her little face, squinted her huge cat pupils, and said with a little pride, "Don't thank me too much. I want to see who dares to bully my brother with the big devil Yao Yao here." The brat raised his head slightly and hugged his hands like lotus roots. "Sure enough, you are all shocked by the peerless shadow of my whirlwind Miao Ha women.
Fukinjo.
Where did this little fool come from?" This tacky line, the domineering posture that thinks he is domineering, and the short-legged brat who can't even tell the difference between a heroic figure and a shadow. The boy's face was stiff. As everyone stopped and stared, his face turned dark. He took off the school bag with the doll in it and walked faster and faster until he left this terrible place and reached the classroom.
Fu Qingyu was relieved.
The high school class 2 and 3, which was too noisy at first, was unusually quiet at this time. Even those who had arrived in the classroom early to study stopped writing and stared at the last seat by the window. Fu Qingyu was leaning on a chair. On the desk in front of her sat a round and cute little girl, with her brother's school uniform jacket under her ace. At this moment, a brown-haired boy, also in uniform, came running over with a crab roast soup dumpling and a bowl of millet porridge in his hands. He trotted over to Fu Qingyu and stuffed the dumpling in his hand into Yao Yao's hand and put the porridge aside to cool. Yao Yao's eyes suddenly lit up after getting the bun. She held the bun and started to eat it. After taking a bite, the little stupid cat almost rolled over with happiness. Her cat eyes were curved with a smile. She sat on the table and bowed politely to Yang Fan, saying softly, "Thank you, Brother Yang Fan." Upon hearing this, Yang Fan shook his hands with a silly look on his face. "No need to thank me. No need to thank me. Don't you have enough to eat? If not, just tell your brother, and he will go buy some for you." Fu Yaorao nodded vigorously, but before she could say anything, the brother of the person involved became unhappy. With a cold face, he picked up the porridge, put it to his lips, blew on it, and stuffed it into the kid's mouth. "Hurry up and eat and leave. I'll ask the driver to pick you up later." The little stupid cat was unhappy when he heard it. "I'm here to fight." The boy's eyelids jumped, and he scooped another spoonful of porridge and fed it to the kid's mouth. "Who are you fighting? How old are you, kid? I can beat you with just one punch. Where did you learn that?" Fu Yaorao was dissatisfied. I can definitely beat you." The little stupid cat took another bite of the bun and drank a spoonful of porridge and said vaguely, "I just can't beat him. Yao Yao can also scold him. Let him bully me, Guogua." "Don't worry, Guogua. Yao Yao will protect you in the future. No one dares to bully you. I'm definitely better than Guogua in fighting. I still have teeth." Fu Qingyu heard that. His eyebrows were twisted together. What's wrong with his kid? Every day she either wants to be the king or wants to fight, swear, and bite people. Fu Qingyu was almost worried to death, and he didn't know why. Although he, his father, and his brother were not good people, he felt that the little girl was too fierce. Not good. Yang Fan was almost dying of laughter when he heard this little girl. While he was laughing, he didn't forget to comfort little girl Yao Yao. "Sister Yao Yao, you don't have to worry about this. Our brother Yu is the bully in Beijing. He is fast, accurate, and ruthless in fighting. Who dares to mess with him without caring about his life? Let me tell you, your brother used to." Before he finished speaking, Fu Qingyu stretched out his leg with a cold face and kicked Yang Fan to signal him to shut up. Then, everyone in class 2 and 3 of senior high school heard that the unruly fifth young master of the Fu family, Fu Qingyu, said without blushing or beating his heart, "I, Fu Qingyu, have a good family background, am willing to help others and never fight." He slightly tilted his head to glance at Yang Fan, his dark eyes full of confusion and innocence. "Who is the Beijing bully and fighting expert you mentioned? You have the same name as me. Can you introduce yourself to me?" Yang Fan laughed, and he hadn't reacted yet. He raised his hand and patted Fu Qingyu's shoulder. "Don't make fun of me, brother Yu. What you said sounds like the truth. Besides you, there is also." Then came the argument between the brother and sister. Fu Qingyu wanted Yao Yao to go home, but little Yao Yao just didn't want to go home. After a while, the war between the two had not ended yet, and the class bell rang first. Seeing that the teacher was about to come in, Fu Qingyu's face was dark, and he quickly took the kid off the table. Anyway, he couldn't go back now. He originally wanted to take out a few books from the hole in the table for the kid to sit on. Seeing this, the little girls who had been paying attention to this side hurriedly took off the cushions on their stools and spread them on the ground, and set up a temporary nest for little Yao Yao. A group of girls gathered together, some holding snacks and some holding drinks. "The cushions are laid out. Do you want to lay another layer?" What if the baby's ace is frozen? Yes, yes, lay another layer, and the snacks are ready. Just like that, a comfortable nest was built. Because of the construction, there is some space inside the window seat, so Yao Yao's temporary nest was built inside. Originally, I thought I would send the kid home after school at noon, but unexpectedly, the kid was confiscated by the teacher before the first class. Yes, you heard it right, it was confiscated. The first class was a refreshing math class. The math teacher was a strict and famous old man in his 50s named Gua. When Teacher Gua walked in, he was holding a thermos cup, a stack of test papers, and a thermos bottle. Students, do a test paper early in the morning to refresh yourself. Everyone said huh, and after getting the test paper, they all started to concentrate on doing it. Fu Qingyu also pretended to write because he had a kid next to him and was afraid that he would fall asleep while doing the test paper and lead the little fool astray again. After all, Fu Yaoyao has a strong learning ability, and he doesn't want to learn anything good, but he believes that if he sleeps today, this little guy will definitely learn from him in no time. It was precisely because of this action that Guo was so shocked when he noticed it, but after the surprise, he showed an excited expression. He adjusted his glasses, patted his chest with one hand, and walked over. Finally, look at classmate Fu Qingyu. I finally impressed classmate Fu with my perseverance. Classmate Fu, don't worry, it's not too late as long as you repent in time. Your brothers are also outstanding. The teacher believes that as long as you are willing to work hard, you'll catch up in no time. After speaking, he strode over with a water cup, ready to see how far Fu Qingyu had gone. The boy's face changed when he saw this. In order to prevent the old man from coming over and seeing the kid, he quickly stood up, picked up the test paper, turned sideways to block the kid beside the table, and asked, "Teacher, I don't know how to do this question." Gwen nodded and patted Fu Qingyu's shoulder with relief. He thought that he would be fine after he finished explaining it quickly, but he didn't expect that Gwen didn't know what he was thinking and actually started to explain the questions one by one from the first question. Teacher Gua had a strange expression on his face. Just as he was about to bend down to take a look, he was stopped by Fu Qingyu. The little kid under the table looked at the dinosaur tail that was stepped on by the big leather shoe with a stern face. She refused to admit defeat and pulled it hard again. Finally, the tail was pulled back this time. Xiao Yaoyao patted the dust off her dinosaur tail with satisfaction, then crawled back and happily ate potato chips. So there was a scene like this. When Teacher Gua said something, Fei Yao took a potato chip and it made a crunch crunch. After so many times, Teacher Gua could smell it even if she was deaf and didn't hear the sound. Lao Gua glared, followed the sound, and bent down as fast as lightning. He made eye contact with Yao Yao, who was eating happily. The little stupid cat Kaba Kaba has an innocent look on his face. Lao Gua narrowed his eyes and reached out with his big hand. Under the gaze of everyone, a baby wearing a little dinosaur jumpsuit and holding a bag of potato chips was pulled out by the collar. The stupid cat swallowed her saliva, her voice full of innocence. She grabbed a handful of potato chips and seemed to feel that she had given too much, so she put some back. "Uncle, eat Lao Gua." His face was livid, and he calmly changed from carrying to hugging, and then glared at Fu Qingyu. He said, "Why is this kid so strange today? He even hit a doll after all this time?" Lao Gua asked in a deep voice, "Is this your sister?" Fu Qingyu nodded resignedly and began to make up a story. "My parents are not at home, and there is no one to take care of the child, so I brought him here. Everyone, listen to this yourself. Do you believe it? Yes, this is a key high school and also an aristocratic school. The tuition alone is as high as 1 million a year. It is understandable that the family is not at home. After all, who doesn't have a company? As for the child being taken care of, hey, your family name is Fu. You should make it up better." Teacher Gua snorted coldly, holding the baby in his arms carefully, and spoke word by word. "Is that so? I don't care if you take care of your sister, but you can't eat in class. This is the rule." Fu Qingyu nodded in agreement. He felt that he had never been so good-tempered. Yes, the teacher is right. At worst, the snacks will be confiscated. Teacher Gua's face looked better. He waved his hand and asked Yang Fan to put away all the snacks. The snacks are confiscated. He immediately took the snack bag and was about to walk out. Fu Qingyu, who was about to reach out to hold the baby. Teacher, my sister. Teacher Gua didn't even turn his head, and a stern voice came. It's confiscated. Come and get it after school. Huh? The stupid cat that was confiscated still felt it was quite novel. He nestled in Teacher Gua's arms and waved to his silly brother and called Fu Qingyu in a long and slow voice. Gua Gua. Gua Gua Yao Yao was confiscated. Don't forget to come and get it after school. In the office, because the things that Teacher Gua confiscated were too rare, all the teachers gathered together to look at the little ball in front of them who was sitting on a chair and eating a small bread and being fed water by Teacher Gua. Yao Yao was wearing a dark green dinosaur jumpsuit, and the small shoes on her feet were taken off, revealing the socks that were stretched out. The little girl was so happy to hold a piece of bread and eat it bite by bite. Teacher Gua was afraid that the little girl would choke, so he watched happily with a cup of water. Oh, where did they get this little treasure? It's so cute. She looks so delicate, just like a doll. A female teacher touched Yao Yao's cheek lovingly. Lao Gua nodded in agreement. Isn't it? This little girl is so pretty. Her brother is good-looking. How can she not be good-looking? After hearing this, everyone was very curious and asked together, who is her brother? Lao Gua refilled Yao Yao's water. Fu Qingyu, that boy is good in everything except studying. I get angry when I talk about this. The female teacher, who was pinching Yao Yao's cheek silently, withdrew her hand after hearing this. Students are not allowed to go home at noon in Jingbei High School, but Fu Qingyu got an exception because he had to send Fu Yao Yao home. Fu Qingyu put one hand in his pocket, held the kid in the other hand, and had a lollipop in his mouth. Fu Yao Yao, when the driver comes, you just get in the car obediently, understand? Fu Yao Yao didn't say anything and turned her little head away angrily. Little girl, obviously you haven't had enough fun yet. Looking at the kid's rebellious look, Fu Qingyu also saw that she didn't want to leave. The boy raised his hand and rubbed Yao Yao's cheek, threatening nonchalantly, if you don't go back honestly, do you think your father will spank you when he finds out? Hearing this, Yao Yao trembled and subconsciously reached out to cover her little ace. Her round cat eyes were full of shock. What? Daddy will spank Yao Yao's ace? But I'm still a child. Fu Qingyu was amused by what the little dumpling said. He hooked his lips and joked, whether you are a child or a big child, your father has no reason to spank you. Why don't you go back and try to see if old Fu will spank you? The little stupid cat clicked her eyes and shook her head violently. To me, she is not stupid. She will not let her daddy spank her ace. What if her ace blooms? She will have no ace anymore. Thinking of this, the little dumpling tilted her head, and a question emerged in her mind. Would she be more beautiful if her ace bloomed? Yao Yao blinked her eyes, and she was looking forward to the fact that her ace bloomed. If it can make my ace look better, then it's okay to give it a beating. The little cub turned his head suddenly and looked at his brother expectantly, with a pair of cat pupils wide open. The little stupid cat hugged his brother's neck and acted coquettishly. Gua Gua, can you help Yao Yao's ace bloom? Fu Qingyu? This is the first time I've seen someone actively asking for a beating. The little stupid cat nodded his head vigorously, and his little baby voice was full of excitement. Yao Yao wants her ace to bloom.
Fu Qingyu.
He opened his mouth and didn't know what to say for a while. So he was speechless. Finally, under the offensive of the big-eyed cub in his arms, Kazalin, Fu Qingyu sighed, touched Yao Yao's head lovingly, and his voice became unusually gentle. Go back and ask someone to buy you more walnuts to supplement your brain. Yao Yao, who just wanted her ace to look better. Dumb. However, when Fu Qingyu was holding Yao Yao and just walked out of the school gate, a discordant voice came. Brother? This is strange. 3 boys came over. The leading boy looked about the same age as Fu Qingyu, with a short haircut and a broken eyebrow. He was wearing a blue and white sports jacket with the zipper open and a pure white t-shirt inside. His name was Yi Sheng, and he was also the young master of the Yi family, one of the wealthy families in the imperial capital. Unlike the Fu family, Yi Sheng, as the only heir of the Yi family, was deeply loved by the head of the Yi family. It was precisely because of this that Yi Sheng developed a lawless character. Because the Fu family and the Yi family were rivals, Fu Qingyu and Yi Sheng also had many disagreements. When seeing the kid in Fu Qingyu's arms, Yi Sheng raised his eyebrows and sneered. Come to think of it, how come I didn't know that your Fu family has a kid raised by one of your stepmothers? He paused and suddenly laughed. It looks quite fun, let me play with it? As soon as these words came out, Fu Qingyu's aura dropped sharply. He raised his eyes and looked at Yi Sheng, who was laughing to himself, with a cold look in his eyes. If you can't talk, shut up. I think you haven't been beaten enough by me. Do you want to be beaten again? Yi Sheng got angry just thinking about this. He narrowed his eyes and said as usual, Last time, I was careless. This time, if I don't beat you up, I won't be named Yi. You'd better put the gas tank in your arms aside, otherwise. We won't be able to take care of your gas tank when we fight. The young boy clenched his hands when he heard it, put the little Yao Yao in his arms aside, and said in a deep voice, Wait here, and cover your eyes and don't run around. Yao Yao was confused. Although she didn't know what her brother was going to do, the little stupid cat was still scared by such a brother. She nodded her head very obediently, raised her chubby little hands, and covered her eyeballs. The little stupid cat was stunned for a while, and suddenly remembered that she saw the advertisement when she was watching Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. The little dumpling couldn't help but remind her in a babyish voice, Gua Gua, don't forget to sort the garbage it said on TV that if you don't sort it, you are not a good baby. Fu Qingyu smiled, turned around and stretched his wrist, and then punched him. Yi Sheng didn't react at all, and was hit in the face. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and was furious. In fact, it's not his fault that he is stupid, because the two of them have fought before. In fact, before they fight, they always follow the convention to fight each other. Now Fu Qingyu just started without saying anything, and Yi Sheng was really confused. But when the two of them fought this time, Yi Sheng found something different. This kid hit him fiercely today. It was as if he wanted to beat him to death. The three of them couldn't even suppress Fu Qingyu. Yi Sheng quickly stepped back to avoid the punch. He couldn't help but yelled. Fu Qingyu didn't waste any words and went over to punch him again. Then he glanced at him contemptuously. If I hear you spitting shoot again in the future, I'll kill you. Then he raised his hand and hit him again. Yes, Fu Yao Yao is still his sister no matter what, and no one else can say anything about the bad relationship between him and his sister. The more the boy thought about it, the angrier he became, and the more ruthless he became. Seeing this, the two little followers quickly got up from the ground and tried to pull Fu Qingyu, fearing that their boss would be beaten to death by him. Little Yao Yao was also very curious. Although she had blocked her eyeballs, her ears were not blocked. She pouted in dissatisfaction and shouted in a nagging voice, Gua Gua, are you not ready yet? After waiting for a while, no one responded. Little Yao Yao was so confused. She really wanted to see it. The little stupid cat stood there obediently, swaying left and right, brainwashing herself constantly. Yao Yao, just take a look, Yao Yao. I'm not greedy. The little stupid cat tilted her head and quietly and slowly opened a gap with her fingers. It would have been okay if she didn't look, but once she saw it, she was so angry that she died. The little stupid cat had a stern face, puffed out his cheeks angrily, waved his hands, ran and shouted, Bad guys. You bully Wagwagwa. Wagwagwa is was boss, let go or
Wa.
I will beat you. I will bite you. You are a super invincible bad guy. Stinky egg. Coriander egg. As he said that, he started to beat, kick, and bite the two people who were pulling Fu Qingyu back. 15 minutes later, Yi Sheng and his two little followers squatted pitifully in the corner. Fu Qingyu sat on the bench holding the little stupid cat, and the whole public security bureau was filled with the little stupid cat's angry voice. They're so mean. They see that Wagwagwa is easy to talk to, so they bully Wagwagwa together. Wagwagwa is about to be beaten to death.
Wagwagwa is so pitiful.
Wagwagwa's only mistake is that he didn't call Wachichi, otherwise, with King Wu Yao Yao here, Gwagwa would definitely not be beaten like this. Woo woo woo. Wagwagwa is so pitiful, Officer Liu. who watched the whole surveillance process. With your small body, if your brother hadn't asked you to cover your eyes, you would have been dragged out as soon as you went up. Officer Liu frowned, and considering that there were children here, he almost subconsciously shouted, "No swearing in the Public Security Bureau." Yisheng shrank his neck and changed his tone to continue accusing. The surveillance clearly showed that Fu Qingyu was the first to start. "Your brother is going to be beaten to death. Why don't you see how your brother beat me?" Yaora was not afraid at all. She jumped down from her brother's arms angrily and walked in front of Yisheng. She raised her head and shouted without thinking, "Wagwagwa will never hit anyone casually. It must be because you bullied Wagwagwa that I hit you." As soon as these words came out, the young man who came up on his heels froze, and the handsome face with a bruise on it looked unclear. Looking at the little one in front of him, who couldn't speak clearly but loudly defended himself, Fu Qingyu's nose was sour. The string that had been taut in my mind suddenly broke at that moment.
So,
This is the feeling of being protected by someone. The boy bent down, his voice a little hoarse. "Yao Yao, come here. No need to say anything to him." The little stupid cat was so angry when she heard her brother calling her that she snorted at Yisheng's grandmother before turning around and throwing herself into her brother's arms. "Humph. Bad guy, just wait. If you dare to bully Wagwagwa, Wababa will beat you up." Speaking of which, these two are old acquaintances in the Public Security Bureau. They would go to the police station as a group from time to time, and all the cases they handled were handled by him. Officer Liu sighed and said to Yisheng, who was squatting in the corner, "You really went too far this time. Look at what you were saying. When will you change your nonchalant look? To be honest, every time you two come in, it's you who starts the trouble. What do you want to do?" Yisheng snorted in dissatisfaction. "What did I say? He hit me so many times, and I didn't curse at him, but I became responsible for it." Yao Yao couldn't stand it anymore. "Don't talk nonsense. Wagwagwa would never hit people casually. You are bad." Yisheng laughed out loud as if mocking him. "Nonsense? You can't even speak clearly, and you're still talking to me. If you say another word, I will eat you." Although Yisheng is from a wealthy family, his quality is very low. He swears a lot. Although Fu Qingyu also swears, compared to Yisheng, he is still sensible. At least he won't swear in front of a little kid. Hearing this, the young man frowned, slammed the table and stood up, saying in a deep voice, "Don't say bad words in front of my sister." Yisheng straightened his neck, relying on the fact that this was the Public Security Bureau, and asked back, "The mouth is on my body. I can say whatever I want. What's the matter? You want to fight? Come on. I'll see if I can deal with you this time." After saying this, Fu Qingyu sneered, picked up the chair beside him, and threw it at Yisheng. Seeing that the two were about to fight again, the police officers present hurriedly stood up to persuade them to stop fighting. Officer Liu was also annoyed. This kid is just a bad mouth.
Yisheng.
If you don't know how to talk, don't talk. Little girl, what are you talking about here? Who else should my brother hit if not you? You are so bored that you deserve a beating. At this moment, a questioning voice came from outside the door, and everyone subconsciously looked up. The man in a black suit looked very gentle and elegant. He adjusted his glasses. Behind him followed a middle-aged man who looked older than him. Yuan Chong narrowed his eyes and shouted coldly, "Fighting in the Public Security Bureau, I spoiled you too much. You don't know the height of the world, right?" Yisheng swallowed his saliva and subconsciously stood up straight. "No."
No.
Yuan Chong glanced at him coldly, then looked at Fu Qingyu and the child in his arms who were sitting next to him. He turned his head, strode in, sat on the chair, and without saying a word, began to scold his son. Seeing this, the little girl pouted and turned to look at her brother unhappily. "Guowar, why hasn't our dad come yet? This bad guy Guowar is so bad. If you can't beat Guowar, he calls daddy." Yao Yao looks down on him. Fu Qingyu touched the boy's head, but ultimately didn't say anything. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be Special Assistant Zhao who is here. As for his father, there is no difference between being alive and being dead. About 2 minutes later, the door of the conference room was opened again. The man was dressed in black, with his collar a little messy. It was obvious that he was in a hurry and didn't even have time to fix his collar. Almost the moment he came in, he saw the honest and sluggish little girl nestling in the arms of his silly son. The little girl was clean, and her face didn't look like she had been beaten. The man was relieved immediately. When she heard the door open, she raised her eyes inadvertently and saw her handsome dad. The little boy's eyes lit up and waved his paws at his dad happily. "Daddy, Daddy. Wah and Guagua are here. Come over here." Fu Qingyu was shocked, as if he didn't expect that Fu Tingchen would come in person this time. The man strode over and touched Yao Yao's little head, as if he was afraid of scaring Yao Yao. His originally cold voice became gentler. "Are you not hurt?" Yao Yao shook his head, pulled up his brother's sleeve, and threw himself into his cheap dad's arms to complain. Dad, you are a bad guy who beat my brother. I'm so angry. I can't beat him. Dad, go and beat him up." Fu Tingchen nodded like coaxing a child, and then glanced at his son again. After taking a look, he felt that he would not die, so he put the kid into Fu Qingyu's arms again and turned to look at Yu and Chong opposite. No one noticed that a trace of disappointment flashed in the boy's eyes. At this time, the door was opened again, and Assistant Zhao rushed in a hurry. His chest rose and fell as he gasped, but he adjusted his breathing in the next second when he saw so many people and recovered his appearance. Assistant Zhao quickly stepped forward and pulled out a chair for his boss. He smiled but was about to blame Fu Tingchen in his heart. God knows. Not long ago, he received a call saying that his young master was in police station again. He subconsciously wanted to pick up his briefcase to rescue him, but he was told that his young lady was also in police station. Based on his CEO's love for the young lady, he went to report it. Then, the CEO, who originally looked indifferent, picked up his coat and walked out after hearing that the brother and sister were in police station together. He didn't bring his car keys, so he had to get a taxi in a hurry and finally caught up. Special Assistant Zhao stared at the back of his boss's head with resentment for a while, and then he remembered his basic salary of 100,000 a month and calmed down. He happily poured a cup of hot water for Fu Tingchen. But the boss is still good to him. At least people in his position can't get a monthly salary of nearly 200,000 after tax. Special Assistant Zhao was immediately happy and didn't even breathe. Seeing that the real boss had come, Yu and Chong didn't scold his son anymore. The two rivals were in a flash. Fu Tingchen didn't waste any words, waved his hand and ordered, "Call up the surveillance." Officer Liu responded, found the surveillance, and directly projected the computer screen on the white cloth. After watching the entire surveillance process, Fu Tingchen's face was covered with clouds. The man pursed his lips, and his dark eyes swept over Yi Sheng, who was beaten black and blue. At that moment, everyone held their breath. Fu Tingchen sneered, pointed at Yi Sheng standing behind Yu and Chong, and shook his head with some regret. It was not a light beating. Yu and Chong nodded and smiled. It's normal for children to fight and quarrel. Yi Sheng has been spoiled by me since he was a child, and he speaks without restraint.
Mr. Fu should not treat a child like that.
Special Assistant Zhao rolled his eyes when he heard it. Yu and Chong is also shameless and speaks without restraint. Idiot. They are all well-known figures. Maybe Yu and Chong thinks that Fu Tingchen is not a member of the Gu family and doesn't care much about his sons, so he just pretends to be fine. However, the next second, the man leaned back, took a sip of the water cup, and said with unquestionable words, "You can sew your mouth if you don't want it. You are still a child at the age of 17 or 18? Yu and Chong's smiling face suddenly froze to a visible degree. Seeing that Fu Tingchen didn't seem to be joking, he waved his hand at Yi Sheng to retreat and advance. It's normal for children to quarrel and bicker, isn't it? Yi Sheng, go and apologize to Mr. Fu's little daughter. When he said this, he looked at the little girl held by Fu Qingyu beside Fu Tingchen with a half-smile. He deliberately emphasized the three words little daughter, as if to remind or imply something. The man heard and casually turned the watch on his hand. No, just break a leg. Everyone in the police station looked at each other with wide eyes. Obviously, no one dared to bump into the muzzle of the gun at this time, but boss, this is in the police station. When Yu and Chong heard this, he couldn't even pretend anymore. He frowned, glared at Yisheng calmly, and said, Mr. Fu was joking. To be honest, this little fight is not worth our intervention. But after all, my son was at fault first. I will compensate your daughter later. Fu Tingchen laughed when he heard this. Not only he, but even Assistant Zhao couldn't stand it anymore. He couldn't help rolling his eyes. It's as if our boss needs your compensation. Yu and Chong glanced at Assistant Zhao coldly, took a deep breath, glanced at his son standing behind him, and ordered, Yisheng, go and apologize. Yisheng was stunned when he heard this. He subconsciously took 2 steps back and shouted, no, why?
Dad.
Look at what Fu Qingyu did to me. Fu Qingyu, who is named, snorted coldly, his voice clear and cold. You deserve it. It was already embarrassing enough that he was beaten like this, and he cursed and was about to rush forward again. The little stupid cat in his brother's arms couldn't help it. Yao Yao struggled out of his brother's arms, fluttered his legs, and ran to his father, accusing him. You are talking nonsense. Wagwagwa is a good boy and he won't hit anyone casually. Little Yao Yao pouted, turned around, hugged his daddy's legs, and started crying. My brother is a grown man, he won't cry. I cry for my brother, Wagwagwa is so pitiful. He was beaten by 3 bad guys together. That bad Gwagwa couldn't beat them, but still called him daddy. Wagwagwa didn't even call him daddy. He's so shameful. Yisheng's eyes widened. You're talking nonsense, you little brat. I didn't call my dad, but your dad is here too? Yao Yao was making a lot of noises. He didn't have a big vocabulary to begin with, and now he had learned another word. Yao Yao immediately imitated him and shouted back in a loud voice, You are the one who farted. Fu Tingchen, who couldn't stand hearing his daughter swear, said. The man narrowed his eyes coldly and ordered, Fu Qingyu, carry your sister out. Yao Yao blinked and looked up at her brother's handsome face. In her drawn-out baby voice there was a hint of obvious excitement. Gwagwa daddy is hitting someone, can daddy beat him? The more the little girl thought about it, the more excited she became, but also the more anxious she became. Although her father looked more fierce than that bad brother's father, they were more numerous. Yao Yao shook her head, and with a chubby little face, she tried to pull her brother to get in. Fu Qingyu quickly carried the kid to a bench nearby. The boy looked serious and deliberately lowered his voice. Who are you beating? Sit down. What are you thinking about every day in your little head? We are in a society ruled by law now. How can you beat someone every day? Yao Yao was not convinced and squinted her eyes and curled her lips. How can I convince the bad guys if I don't beat them? Hearing this, the young man rubbed his temples with a headache. Do you have to make the person you beat submit? You are a child. Why do you beat and scold people every day? Do you want to eat your father's belt fried meat? Yao Yao put his hands in his folds in anger and shouted fiercely with all his strength. How can Yao Yao be a fierce villain if he doesn't defeat him? Why can't Guogua understand King Yao Yao? Fu Qingyu frowned and subconsciously asked, What do you want to be? The little stupid cat's proud face. Hot villain. Fu Qingyu narrowed his eyes slightly. Say it again, what? The little stupid cat proudly said, A bad villain. A bad villain who is even worse than the bad dad. In other words, it is better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. I don't know when the door of the conference room opened. The man had a gloomy face. For the first time, President Fu, who usually kept his emotions to himself, was unhappy. He strode over and poked Fu Yaoyao's little head with his hand. Do you want to be a villain? The stupid cat nodded happily, not noticing that the person asking her this time had changed from her brother to her father. Yeah. She straightened her head by herself, as if she had already imagined herself being successful. The man quietly looked at the little dumpling who was still immersed in his own joy and asked again, Do you want to be a villain who is worse than your father? Yao Yao nodded vigorously. Yeah. She shook her head and finally opened her eyes. The moment she saw her own father, Yao Yao's cat pupils blinked and jumped onto Fu Tingchen. Fu Tingchen was also afraid of falling the little cub, so he quickly held Yao Yao's little ace. A little girl who didn't know whether to live or die patted her chest with her little hand and immediately put down her lofty ambitions. Don't worry, Daddy. With Lang Lang in front and Hua Hua in the back, Yao Yao will be better than daddy. She clenched her fists and nodded her head vigorously. I will work hard, he. Work hard? Work hard to be bad? The man took a deep breath, resisted the urge to slap this little brat to death, and kept repeating in his heart. This is his child, his only daughter. He can't beat. Daughters are different from sons, and he can't yell at them. He has to comfort her when she cries, so don't mess with her if it's thankless. President Fu became more and more irritated and even began to doubt whether it was really him who, as the upper beam was not straight and the lower beam was crooked. Thinking of this, even though his face was full of dark clouds, he still held back his temper. Then Yi Sheng followed Yi Wenchang out. Both father and son looked unhappy. Yi Sheng walked forward with a gloomy look in his eyes. It was useless. He clenched his fists and walked to Fu Tingchen, bowed, and apologized. Originally thinking that the matter was over, Yi Sheng just turned around to leave. The man's cold and emotionless voice came again. Apologize to Fu Qingyu. He continued to speak slowly, and his speed was slow but unquestionable. I don't care about my son, and it's not someone else's turn to bully him. As soon as these words came out, Fu Qingyu's figure obviously stiffened a little. These words made him feel upset, and his clenched fists couldn't help but tremble slightly. He felt depressed and had an indescribable feeling. After leaving the Public Security Bureau, this feeling still lingered in his heart. Because of this incident, Fu Qingyu didn't go to school. The boy sat depressedly in the car, looking at the scenery outside the window, not knowing what he was thinking. The little kid in his arms also wilted because he was scolded by his father afterwards, and he hummed and moaned while holding his dinosaur tail in the child's safety seat. Fu Tingchen was troubled by his daughter's dream of becoming a villain, and he was consulting experts because he had no experience in educating children. The car was quiet for a while. It was after this that the housekeeper, servants, and even Fu Tingchen himself of the Fu family noticed that the relationship between the brother and sister was getting better and better. Not only that, Fu Qingyu even started to study hard. Until this morning, a roar resounded throughout the manor. The little kid on the bed was being held by Cici to wipe his ace and change clothes. Fu Qingyu, who was angry at the side, had water dripping down his face. His expression was extremely distorted. He opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. Finally, he walked into the bathroom with hatred. After 5 minutes, they didn't stop until someone's face was rubbed red. New sheets and quilt covers had been put on the bed. The little stupid cat, who had changed his clothes, stared with big eyes, moved his feet inward, and poked with his little hands. Even though he had a somewhat arrogant face, he now looked embarrassed. There was also a fat rabbit next to him, but this fat rabbit was lying on its back and laughing ha ha ha, as if it was mocking his embarrassment. Seeing her brother coming out, Yao Yao's cat eyes lit up, and she ran up happily with her little hands stretched out, but Fu Qingyu dodged her perfectly. The little stupid cat was confused and called out in a milky voice. Guogor. Fu Qingyu's face turned dark. He was about to swallow his saliva when he thought of the taste of seeds in his mouth. He took a deep breath, bent down, picked up the kid, and looked at the pitiful appearance of the little one in front of him. He gritted his teeth and shook the little kid in his hand, turned and walked downstairs. 2 minutes later, a soft and unclear voice sounded in the living room. The little girl followed the reading machine and read it word by word. When a person is born, his nature is good. Yao Yao narrowed her eyes and raised her hand. Guogua, I am kind-hearted. Fu Qingyu snorted coldly. Roar. Then I really didn't see it. The stupid cat refused to accept the accusation and started to argue. Yao Yao is a good cat. The boy sat up straight after hearing this and began to list the items one by one, asking in return, is it a good cat, but you're picky about food? The stupid cat shook his head and argued, because Yao Yao has only one heart. He can only eat fish in the water, yes. After these days of contact, everyone has discovered that this little guy only eats things that swim in the water and not things that run on the ground. Fu Qingyu pretended not to hear and continued to list. You are a good cat. You stay up late, huh? You don't sleep until the moon goes to sleep every day? Yao Yao pouted. Her eyes lit up. I'm a night cat. Fu Qingyu continued to ask. It's a good cat. Why are you so cruel to destroy the flowers? Look at what you have done to the flowers in the backyard. The stupid cat-eyed egg looked around and commented as if savoring the taste. Red hair is fragrant and delicious. White hair is not delicious. After listing more than 10 points in a row, Fuchinyu discovered that this kid had strange insights into the weird things he did. His eyelids jumped, and he was about to raise his hand to rub his brows, as if he remembered something, and put his hand down again. You're a good cat, but you wet the bed? The most hateful thing is you actually peed on your brother's mouth. Cough face? Why don't you go to heaven? Little friend Fu Yao Yao, tell me why you are not kind? The stupid cat looked aggrieved and placed his 2 index fingers on his chest and turned them innocently. Yao Yao. Yao Yao is just a child, I didn't mean it. That aggrieved look is so heartbreaking to see. But if everyone hadn't seen the mischief beneath this cute appearance, they would have been fooled. Fuchinyu now has a love-hate relationship with this little kid. She is quirky and looks plump and cute. Although she always shouts about being a villain, she has never done anything bad. You say she is well-behaved, but she can also make you angry to death unexpectedly. Fuchinyu felt like he was about to have a heart attack because of this girl. He clapped his hands and made the decision that night. When Yao Yao was holding her little pillow and it was stuffed into Fu Tingchen's hands by her own son Guohua, Yao Yao tilted her head back, Fu Tingchen lowered his head, and the father and daughter looked at each other. The man asked first, "Did you fight?" Fei Yao sighed and shook his head. "Demei. Guohua doesn't want to stay at home, so I came to find Daddy to take a nap." The little boy stared at Fu Tingchen expectantly and asked in a baby voice, "Daddy, you won't dislike Yao Yao, will you?" Fu Tingchen half raised his eyes and stared at the kid for a while, then said in a deep voice, "Tell the truth." The fair and tender little girl in front of her suddenly blushed. She was embarrassed and covered her big eyeballs with her lotus-like hands. Under her father's gaze, she suddenly crawled into his arms and rubbed against him. Maybe she thought her father would not dislike her, so she clapped her hands and shouted in a long baby voice, "Yao Yao, you at the bed." These words reminded Fu Tingchen of his stupid son's strange behavior today. The corner of his mouth twitched, and an uncertain thought emerged in his mind. He was silent for a while and asked, "You peed on your brother's face?" Yao Yao shook her head. She even became proud when talking about this. "No, it's not true," the stupid cat pawed, as if Fu Tingchen's words were an insult to her. She put on a stern face and slowly said, "It's on your mouth." The man's eyelids jumped when he heard this. He silently put the kid on the ground and took a step back. Then he slammed the door shut, leaving the confused little cat with its head tilted. "What?" She grabbed her pigtails, fluttered her legs, and walked forward, calling out stupidly, "Daddy, you left Yao Yao outside."
Daddy?
Here, Fuchinyu returned to his room but tossed and turned but couldn't fall asleep. I have to say that although the kid is not a good sleeper, after sleeping with her for so long, he suddenly feels a little uncomfortable sleeping alone. God knows, when he was still asleep this morning, suddenly a little foot kicked towards his face. Fuchinyu caught the chubby little foot without any pain. He originally wanted to continue sleeping, but he suddenly felt a warm feeling on his chin. Fuchinyu thought that the kid was dreaming about eating fish again, so he subconsciously touched it, and then his hand was filled with water. Fuchinyu suddenly sobered up a little, raised his head, and put his whole face on that wet ace. Well, a little bit went into my mouth. Thinking of this, the young man turned over with a dark face in annoyance. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. On the other side, Fu Tingchen had already begun to regret after closing the door. To be honest, this little girl has a bad temper and is still timid. After learning that his daughter had gone to sleep with Fu Qingyu's rascal son, Fu Tingchen didn't show it on the surface, but he was so angry in his heart. He exhaled. President Fu was still very confident about his luck. He turned around and opened the door. He bumped into Fu Qingyu, who was about to bend down to steal the baby. The man raised his eyebrows slightly, and without further ado, he dragged the stupid cat into the house. The little stupid cat was also confused, and the fish-shaped pillow in his hand fell outside because he didn't hold it firmly. Fu Qingyu was a step slow and had not yet reacted when the door suddenly opened again. The man bent down to pick up the fish-shaped pillow on the ground and slammed the door again. Fu Qingyu, who was just one step late, blinked.
Anyway.
Can you leave him a pillow? Inside the house, the stupid little cat reacted and puffed her cheeks unhappily. She was not a fool. Yao Yao snorted and turned her head away. Did Dad dislike Yao Yao just now? Fu Tingchen touched Yao Yao's head and talked nonsense without changing his expression or heartbeat. How could it be? How could Dad dislike you? When Yao Yao heard this, she was sad for only a minute. Then she hugged her little pillow and fell asleep on the bed. If it were in the past, President Fu might have praised her a few words.
But now.
The man stood up, took a fairy tale book from the table, and sat next to the kid. Yao Yao became interested instantly when she saw it and quickly rolled into her father's arms, looking at him eagerly. Fu Tingchen cleared his throat. In order to dispel his daughter's idea of being a villain, he paused and said, "At the beginning, human nature is good." Yao Yao, who was looking forward to hearing a bedtime story, was confused. She poked her father's hand and asked in confusion, "Dad, did you take the wrong book?" Fu Tingchen glanced at her sideways and shamelessly closed the book and showed the cover to the little girl. Well, it was an illustration of the Little Mermaid. "No, you got it right. Do you want to listen?" With trust in her father, Yao Yao nodded doubtfully. "I'll listen." As a result, 2 minutes later, Fu Yao Yao sat beside Fu Tingchen with her head drooping, drowsy, and her head was nodding. Fu Tingchen was so excited that he closed the book after reading the last word and asked subconsciously, "What do you think after listening to this story?" No one answered. The man looked down at the kid, who seemed to be about to fall on the bed in the next second. He rubbed his temples and sighed, and resigned himself to putting the kid on the bed and covering him with a quilt. After hesitating for a while, he bent down and kissed the kid on the forehead. He curled his lips and whispered, "Good night." The night in early summer was very refreshing, neither hot nor cold. After Fu Tingchen settled Yao Yao, he went to the balcony. The evening breeze blew, and he felt comfortable all over, and the fatigue of a busy day disappeared. The man looked out the window quietly, but the DNA identification report and the face of the sleeping baby lying on the bed kept appearing in his mind. He was distracted, as if the Fu family had never been as lively as it was now in his memory. Fu Tingchen closed his eyes and pondered the strange feeling in his heart. After a long time, he finally opened his eyes with an unclear look in his eyes. The next day, Yao Yao was pulled up by his brother. Yao Yao lay on Fu Qingyu's shoulder half dead and dazed, his little feet kicking from time to time. Fu Qingyu saw that he couldn't wake the kid up, and he must have gotten used to it. He immediately picked up the crab roe buns that were brought up when he came up. He took one of Yao Yao's favorite crab roe buns and put it under the little stupid cat's nose and shook it. The kid, who was originally sleepy, moved his nose, sniffed a few times, and suddenly opened his eyes. The little stupid cat shook his head and turned on the phone. The moment he saw the crab roe buns, he was so happy that he almost danced in his brother's arms. Seeing this, Fu Qingyu smiled and touched Yao Yao's head, and he was relieved. "Finally woke up. Look at what time it is. Were you too excited again yesterday?" Yao Yao rubbed her eyes, and her little head was placed on her brother's shoulder. She yawned, and her voice sounded lazy. "Guagua, don't talk nonsense. Yao Yao died early yesterday." Fu Qingyu laughed out loud, raised his hand to take the hot towel handed over by Cici, wiped Yao Yao's face simply, turned around and carried Yao Yao downstairs. As soon as the door was opened, the full-bodied roar reached the ears of the little stupid cat. The little cub, who was originally dozing on his brother, subconsciously raised his hand to cover his little ears, and there was a little more confusion in his beautiful cat pupils. The nagging voice of the old man downstairs continued to sound. "Where's your daughter? Why hasn't she come down to see me yet? She's so arrogant at such a young age, and she's even making me wait for her."
"What?
Do you think you can stay in this family just by pleasing you? She hasn't gotten up since what time she slept. You, as a father, don't you know how to set rules for her?" "Yes, Mr. Fu was playing chess with an old friend this morning, and he accidentally learned from others that he had an extra granddaughter, out of nowhere. Someone even asked him about the situation, and Mr. Fu was so angry that he almost overturned the chess table. He didn't even know that he had an extra granddaughter. The most important thing is that he didn't know, and he had to make excuses for Fu Tingchen in front of those old foxes. So, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and he rushed here with his old housekeeper early in the morning. The old man put down the walnuts in his hand, took out a pair of reading glasses from his pocket, and looked at the watch on his wrist. It was 9:45. Fu Qingyu raised his eyebrows and stood on the stairs to explain to the little girl, "Yao Yao, did you see that old man?" The little stupid cat nodded in confusion and responded in a daze. "Yao Yao saw it, that's Fu Tingchen's father. Just call him Grandpa." Yao Yao nodded in confusion again, and she raised her hand. She was confused. The little stupid cat grabbed her hair. Under the gaze of her brother, the little girl's innocent voice sounded, and she asked, "But who is Fu Tingchen?" Fu Qingyu was shocked. Because the little kid asked the question loudly, and no one in the main building spoke except her. Everyone paused. Grandpa Fu and Fu Tingchen looked over. Grandpa Fu, who originally thought that the little kid was a scheming kid who got promoted, blinked, looked at the confused little kid on the stairs, and then looked at his son with a black face. The old man felt guilty for saying bad things about others. He coughed awkwardly. "Your daughter doesn't even know your name?" Fu Tingchen, who was stabbed again, glanced at the old man indifferently, waved to Fu Qingyu, and said coldly, "Come here." Fu Qingyu rubbed his sister's head again and reminded her in a low voice, "Go over there and act like a spoiled child. Grandpa is a man with a hard mouth and a soft heart. If he is happy, you may be able to ride on your father's head one day." The originally listless little stupid cat Kabakaba's eyes slipped off her brother the moment she walked over and saw Grandpa Fu. She blinked her cat pupils, and under the puzzled gaze of Grandpa Fu, the little cub ran forward and hugged her grandfather's crutches. The little stupid cat shook himself like a spoiled child and called out in a childish voice, "Grandpa, Grandpa, Grandpa, my name is Yao Yao, Grandpa. Do you like Yao Yao?" After hearing this, Fu Qingyu silently turned his head and held his forehead. This little haughty. Mr. Fu had a stern face and held the crutches with both hands calmly. He lowered his eyes and was secretly surprised. This little girl is quite strong. Even so, the old man did not forget that he was here to cause trouble. He looked in that direction. His bangs were unkempt because he had just woken up, and each strand of hair was making a noise of its own. The chubby, white and tender little face also reveals a hint of pink. Looking down, she is wearing a white suspender lace top paired with lace pumpkin pants. Mr. Fu narrowed his eyes, and the corners of his mouth under his big beard slightly raised. "Let him catch him." He glared at me and asked loudly, "I am your grandfather after all. Look, what are you wearing? You don't even take care of your hair. You come to see me dressed like this. Do you think I am dispensable?" Yao Yao was dazed and stared at the old man in front of him with eager eyes. She tilted her head and said aggrievedly, "Yao Yao didn't mean it. I haven't had enough sleep yet." Mr. Fu, who had no girl in 3 generations, choked and felt depressed, as if he had done something unforgivable. He reacted quickly, looking up and glancing at Fu Qingyu, who was sitting beside him eating grapes. He was very unhappy. "You little rascal. You're still eating when I tell you to. Don't you take me seriously?" After a pause, as if to try to cover up his mistake or to explain, he added with an embarrassed look, "You are not as sensible as your sister." Fu Qingyu, who was caught in the crossfire, said. The boy paused holding the grapes, lowered his eyes to look at the neatly dressed home clothes he was wearing, and nodded in agreement. "Wrong, wrong." The old man had the opportunity to snort coldly, then turned to look at the little kid who was still sitting on the ground and pulling at his crutches. He cleared his throat and asked again, "Why do you want me to like you?" The little stupid cat got excited when she mentioned it. Even Fu Tingchen and Fu Qingyu subconsciously looked at their own kid. They thought she was going to say something flattering, but unexpectedly, the next second, a certain little kid clapped his paws happily and blurted out, "Yao Yao wants to ride on Daddy's head."
Mr. Fu. Ha.
The housekeeper who came with the old man couldn't help but take a look at the baby on the ground. Fu Qingyu looked quite happy. If his father hadn't been there, he would have probably jumped for joy. The boy suppressed the smile on his face and gave the stupid little cat a thumbs up. His sister has a bright future. After hearing this, instead of getting angry, Mr. Fu touched Yao Yao's head in agreement, and there was even some pride in his words. As the saying goes, genetics should be a very rigorous matter. But personality does not depend on the genes of parents. Because the generation of Mr. Fu and Mrs. Fu had too much property left by their ancestors, Mr. Fu and Mrs. Fu decided to lie down and live a life of luxury. However, all this changed drastically after the arrival of Fu Tingchen. His son is extremely intelligent and gifted since childhood. He can master all kinds of skills as soon as he learns them. He graduated from college at the age of 14 and started to get involved in company affairs at the age of 15. From time to time, he would ask Mr. Fu about this and that. Mr. Fu had no choice but to start working in the business world in order to maintain his only dignity as a father. It must be said that the genes of the Fu family are all top-notch. Mr. Fu is also very successful in the business circle. He is ruthless when necessary and just right when dealing with things. Even so, he works himself to death all day long. The first thing this man who has given up on his dreams says when he gets home every day is, "I am dying. I have just worked another day. Why does the boss still have to go to work?" Finally, after realizing that his son has better potential than himself, he decisively retires. Whenever he gets into trouble, he calls his son to clean up the mess. As if he noticed his son's gaze, the old man clenched his fist and put it to his lips and coughed pretentiously. Turning his head to look at his granddaughter, he saw that she had been eating something in her hand. Grandpa Fu pulled his old face and stretched out his hand. "What are you eating? Don't you know how to be filial to me, an old man? Give me one." Yao Yao blinked and stared at Grandpa Fu for a while before giving him some walnut kernels. The old man nodded in satisfaction, threw the walnut into his mouth and chewed it for a few times. Then he praised. The walnuts in your house are very fragrant. Where did you buy them? You didn't even give me a few pounds. Don't you know I love to grind walnuts?" Fu Qingyu swallowed his saliva, looked at the walnut skin that his silly sister silently put back. He was tactful and didn't say anything. 5 seconds later, a roar broke through the sky. The old man held the 2 walnuts that he had been grinding for several years in his trembling hands. His eyes rolled back and he almost fainted. Looking at the stupid little cat next to him who was still puffing his cheeks, the old man gritted his teeth. "I'm so angry. You dare to eat my walnuts. You bad kid. Greedy. Short and fat." It's not that the old man hasn't scolded people before, but no matter how angry he is with a little kid, he will just be like that. The old man was so angry that he poked his cane and regretted it so much. He finally came here and lost the walnuts he had been grinding for a long time. He fell back on the sofa and wailed, "I'm here to make trouble. I've lost my walnuts and I'm still making trouble." The little stupid cat blinked and realized that he had made his grandfather angry, so he quickly got up from the ground, pulled the old man's sleeve and asked timidly, "Is Grandpa angry?" Grandpa Fu looked at the kid beside him with resentment and asked back, "What do you think? Your grandpa has been grinding for 3 years. The walnuts were eaten in one bite. How can I not be angry?" The stupid cat pouted, stretched out his little tongue to lick the edge of his lips, and turned his fingers innocently. "But it smells good." Grandpa Fu's eyes were clacking and savoring it. It smells good." Before Grandpa Fu could say anything, little Yao Yao grabbed the little ones on both sides of her ears in a tangled manner. She shook her head in distress and said in a nagging voice with a hint of regret, "Oh, Grandpa won't like Yao Yao when he's angry. If Grandpa doesn't like Yao Yao, you can't ride on Daddy's head." Fu Tingchen? The stupid little cat covered his head with his hands in pain and cried out strangely, then raised his chubby little hands to cover his heart and took another painful step back. "I lost everything. It's all because of Walnut seducing me. I'm so mad." The kid shook his head and finally lay on his grandfather's lap like a dramatic actor. Yao Yao, dead. Mr. Fu, who had nowhere to complain, said,
Fu Tingchen. Fu Qingyu.
The young man suppressed the smile on his lips, walked over and lifted the kid into his arms, and whispered to him in a doting voice, "Your grandpa has a few more. I'll bring them to you when I have time." The stupid cat's eyes lit up when he heard "Bayu Bayu Bayu," and then seemed to think of something, and his innocent big eyes glanced at his own grandfather intentionally or unintentionally. How could Grandpa Fu not know what this meant? He was furious. You ate my walnuts on purpose." Yao Yao shook her head. Although she couldn't help eating the walnuts, she said, "I didn't do it on purpose." Mr. Fu didn't listen. "Then you did it on purpose. You know I came to pick a fight with you, and you did it on purpose to retaliate against me." He turned his head away and shouted like an old child, "I don't care. You hurry up and compensate me." Yao Yao was very embarrassed. She lowered her head and touched her belly. Suddenly, she raised her head, and her eyes lit up. She got down from her brother's arms, fluttered her legs, and ran to the corner of the cabinet and the wall, sticking her ace out and digging inside. Finally, she ran over with a knitted small bell collar in her hands. The little stupid cat raised her head, held up the bell in her hands with both hands, and blinked. Grandpa Fu paused, pointing at the little bell he took out from the corner in disbelief. "What are you doing? You use this to compensate me for my walnuts?" The stupid cat nodded proudly. "Sister Cece said as long as I wear this little bell, I will be a cute little kid." "No one can afford a cute little kid." The little stupid cat raised her chin again. "This is her favorite little collar that she has collected. No cat can refuse it." The stupid cat raised her head and waited to be praised. The old man covered his heart and was angry again. Having said that, he still accepted the little collar. Yao Yao blinked and proudly bent his waist, as expected. No one can resist the temptation of the collar. However, the stupid cat shook Mr. Fu's sleeve and asked in a long and babyish voice, "Grandpa, why don't you wear it?" The little stupid cat turned around and pulled the small collar on his neck. "It looks so good on me. Grandpa will wear it soon." As soon as these words came out, everyone held their breath. Although the old man is not as scary as the gentleman, he is still a big shot. Let him wear a collar that only children wear? Is it possible? As expected, Mr. Fu's face darkened after hearing this, and the old man said word by word with a sullen face, "Fu Yao Yao, don't go too far. One bite at a time." Yao Yao, who was sitting on the carpet eating grapes slowly, saw the grapes in front of her disappearing at an alarming speed. She stared at the grapes and then at her grandfather, who could almost be called wolfing down the food. The stupid cat paused and put the grapes back in her hand. She gave her grandfather a sympathetic look, as if to say, "Grandpa, do you have enough to eat? If not, I'll give you the grapes." Mr. Fu, who originally just wanted to scare the foodie Yao Yao, it's quite speechless. The old man put down the grapes in his hand and looked at the rebellious kid in front of him, who was so annoying and wanted to ride on her father all day long. He paused and suggested, "Or, take Yao Yao to where I want to go." After saying this, Fu Tingchen narrowed his eyes and took the kid into his arms without waiting for the old man to say the second word. The man half raised his eyes, with a slightly unhappy look on his face. "So, you are here to rob my daughter?" The old man blinked, waved his hands and shook his head, smacked his lips in disdain. "I am still robbing your daughter? I am worried that this girl will be in your hands. Look at what your sons have done to you." Fu Qingyu, who was innocently caught in the crossfire, opened his mouth and pointed at himself with an innocent face. Seeing this, Mr. Fu rolled his eyes and added, "Only the fifth son is like a human being."
Fu Qingyu looked prude.
Without interruptions, the old man continued, "I don't know what to say to you. You just didn't learn from me. Your mother and I worked so hard every day so that you could spend your childhood happily. We even ignored the family business. What about you? The older you get, the colder you get. You're almost like a popsicle."
"Ah."
"Bah. Popsicles can bring people happiness. What about you? It's better not to say anything. Just let me raise my granddaughter, and I promise to raise her to be lively and cute. Do you hear me?" President Fu raised his eyebrows. It was obvious that this was not the first time that his father had said this to him. The man rubbed the face of the child in his arms and said slowly and faintly, That's impossible. He waved to his butler and ordered, "Send the old man back." Old Master Fu. He was furious. He glared at her and shouted angrily, "Who dares? I haven't finished talking yet. Are you going to chase me away? You rascal." The old man waved his hand and turned around to order his old housekeeper, "Go and get all my luggage. I'm not leaving." After that, the old man went upstairs angrily with his crutches.
Well,
Now there is no need for crutches, and my legs are also free. So these days have definitely become the most noisy moments in President Fu's life. Since her grandfather came, Yao Yao was almost happy to death. Because her father had to go to the company every day, and her brother had to go to school. The arrival of Mr. Fu meant that she had one more playmate. Yao Yao pouted and happily went to the backyard holding her fat rabbit.
well,
She planned to introduce her good friend Alpha to her grandfather. The little stupid cat was very happy and jumped into the small room where Alpha was sleeping. A sly look flashed in her eyes, and she held her head and leaned against Alpha, rubbing it hard. Alpha, who was forced to work, had a shaky eye and held his head with his hands. This little girl came to ride it again. Alpha yawned and stood up from the ground carrying Yao Yao on his back. As if he had performed this play countless times, he lazily called out a few times. "Xiao Outyan, where are you going?" Fei Yao bared his teeth, and with his chubby little hands he grabbed Alpha's wolf hair. He pointed at the main building in the front yard with his head held high and said, "Forward. I'll let Grandpa know. How powerful is Fu Outyan. I envy Grandpa so much." After hearing this, Alpha tilted his head and thought for a while. It suddenly dawned on it that the little cub had come to see him less frequently in recent days. So it turned out that her grandfather had come? Alpha sharpened his claws and ran slowly to the front yard. The servants working on the road were no longer surprised by this. Originally, they were very afraid of Alpha. After all, it was not a dog but a wolf. Maybe it's because the young lady has been riding the wolf around these days, so they are not afraid anymore. The front yard of the main building. Since Mr. Fu came to the manor, he originally wanted to take good care of the little girl, but these days, he finally realized the power of this little brat. The old man sighed, stretched, looked around, but there was no trace of him. He nodded with satisfaction and ordered, "Old Yen, go and bring my orchid tea set over. This kind of weather is perfect for drinking tea and eating snacks." The housekeeper, Lao Yen, responded promptly and had arranged all the tea sets in a short while. Mr. Fu was drinking tea, eating snacks, and watching TV series on the tablet. It was originally a very beautiful and peaceful scene, but the next second, there was a burst of noise mixed with some arrogance. Mr. Fu covered his head and felt uncomfortable. The next second, the voice came from far away and appeared in front of him. "Grandpa, Yukong. I have big gray wolf. Is I powerful?" Alpha was fostered in the manor by the second son of the Fu family, and old man Fu rarely leaves the old house. Therefore, although he knew that his grandson had raised a wolf, he didn't care much about it. The old man raised his eyes and stretched out his hand. He was about to say something when he saw that the person in front of him was his little granddaughter who had made him so angry. A strong and sturdy silver wolf was standing in front of him, its orchid eyes flashing with green light, and its face looked ferocious, just like a wild and fierce wolf king. Mr. Fu was stunned, and only then did he realize that his granddaughter was riding on the wolf's head. Old Master Fu observed for a while with a serious face and found that the wolf had no intention of hurting Yao Yao. Instead, it was very obedient to her. He half closed his eyes and carefully guided Yao Yao off Alpha, feeling from the bottom of his heart that he should take care of this family. If he was not mistaken, this was raised by the second son. Old Master Fu's face darkened. Seeing that the little girl seemed to like the wolf very much, he decided to let her stay and take a look. It would be good if you really understood human nature. If you don't listen, there's nothing we can do about it. The old man's eyes lit up and he held Yao Yao's little paw and asked with a smile, "Yao Yao, do you like puppies?" Yao Yao tilted her head without thinking, "I don't like it." "How can a cat like a dog?" The old man did not give up. "Puppies are so cute, docile and well-behaved. Many children like puppies. In order to prevent his granddaughter from raising the wolf, Grandpa Fu nodded without hesitation. Yes, Grandpa likes puppies very much. When the stupid cat heard this, he frowned and bit his teeth, feeling that his position was in jeopardy. Cats and dogs don't get along in the first place, let alone now that they dare to compete with her, Xianfeng Yao Yao, for a position. She turned around, stood on tiptoe, hugged the old man's arm and started to shake coquettishly. No, Grandpa can't like bad dogs. Grandpa can only like the nest. Grandpa Fu didn't expect that just mentioning the puppy would make his granddaughter jealous. The grandfather and grandson quarreled for a while, but Grandpa Fu didn't give up and asked, "What'd you like?" "Grandpa will buy you one, and let it grow up with you. How about that?" The little stupid cat blurted out. "King Porridge and Little Demon Fafa." The old man paused. He knew the king was the fat rabbit. But what was the Little Demon Fafa? The old man thought about it and immediately asked, "What is the Little Demon Fafa?" The stupid cat smiled with his eyes curved, pointed to the backyard, and jumped up with joy. "It's Fafa, it's my favorite king." With this pointing, he suddenly realized. The Little Demon Fafa is the alpha. The old man's mouth twitched. Obviously, he didn't expect that the cub liked the wolf so much. But wolves are different from dogs after all, and there are some risks after all. What's more, since it was favored by the second brother and kept in captivity, it must not be a good wolf. Mr. Fu sighed, and suddenly his eyes lit up, and he said, "Yao Yao, how about Grandpa buy you a husky?" When the stupid cat heard the curious Kaba Kaba eyes, she pulled the little chirp on her head and said in a puzzled voice, "Husky, what is spicy?" Knowing that his granddaughter didn't like dogs, the old man was smart enough not to mention dogs. He just said slowly and calmly, "Husky is a wolf dog, a hybrid wolf." Yao Yao was about to get unhappy when she heard the word dog, but when she heard the word mixed blood wolf at the end, her eyes lit up instantly. Yao Yao loves it. 2 days later, a black and white husky that looks like a wolf and a dog and is full of wisdom was sent to the Fu family manor. At this moment, I was looking at my little friend Yao Yao face to face. Maybe it's animal nature? The atmosphere changed the first time the dog and the cat met. The stupid cat narrowed his eyes, clenched his fists, and looked carefully at the husky in front of him. The husky, who was originally silly, seemed to have sensed something at this time, and stared at the little man in front of him with an embarrassed face and a pair of dog eyes. It exerted force with its front legs and shouted at Yao Yao with its teeth bared. She turned her head with a stern face and looked at the excited old man and the indifferent Fu Tingchen. The stupid cat raised his finger and pointed at the silly dog in front of him. There was a hint of doubt in his voice. "Daddy, why is this wolf so dog-like? It barks unpleasantly, not as cute as the little demon Fafa." Fu Tingchen glanced at Mr. Fu beside him and said without changing his expression or heartbeat, because it forgot its brain when it was born. Yao Yao nodded as if something suddenly occurred to him. So that's what it is like. He's just a poor wolf. Although he is a poor wolf. But Yao Yao didn't know why. She always felt like she couldn't get along with this stupid wolf. But seeing her grandfather's excited expression, she didn't want to disappoint him. Yao Yao mustered up his courage and took a step forward. Seeing this, the husky took a step back cautiously. Yao Yao took another step forward. Seeing this, the husky bared its teeth and let out 2 wows. Soon, as the silly cat walked faster and faster, the husky retreated faster and faster. Finally, he ran all over the house. Yao Yao pouted and waved her paws as the husky ran behind her. But can a 2-legged creature outrun a 4-legged creature? Of course not. Unless the person you are racing against is a hashi. Era shook his head, his black and white face full of fear and alarm. He looked back while running. The stupid cat could no longer run at this time. He stopped, gasping for breath, with his hands hanging down. The husky is also a smart dog. Seeing that Yao Yao stopped running, he also stopped running. He turned his head and walked slowly around the sofa. It howled happily a few times, as if celebrating that it had finally outrun the little human cub. And then, "Husky, ha." It blinked its eyes and was stunned. Then he came to his senses, took 2 steps back, and then took a few steps forward. After doing this several times, the husky became excited and ignored the cub in front of him. He tilted his head and watched his tail spinning. One was so excited that he started barking like a dog. Yao Yao was startled by the dog's barking and shuddered, and the 2 little chirps beside his ears started to get angry again. She walked over and slapped the husky on the head without any pain. "You are a wolf, don't bark like a bad dog. If you bark like a bad dog, I won't play with you." The husky has a pair of big, Caslin eyes slanted, and its nostrils facing upwards. It puffed its nose and yawned. Fu Tingchen's expression changed, and he quickly stepped forward and picked up the little girl. "Take a look." The man's eyelids twitched. He saw that the originally cute and fair little cub had turned from a fair and innocent little princess into a little beggar with saliva all over his face due to the husky's sneeze. The little girl was also frightened by the sneeze, and when she got into her father's arms, she immediately felt wronged and wanted to cry. She sniffed, raised her little hands and wrapped them around Fu Tingchen's neck, and lowered her little head to bury it in her daddy's arms. All CEOs are a bit of a germaphobe, without exception, and Fu Tingchen is no exception. The man frowned and leaned back. He raised a finger and hesitated for a long time before finally touching the saliva-covered forehead. "Fu Yao Yao, don't move." Yao Yao felt aggrieved and started crying. Although she is determined to integrate into this villain family and become a little bad guy, but Yao Yao is also a child. The stupid cat cried out in grievance. Perhaps it was because of the bond between father and daughter. Fu Tingchen felt very sad when he saw the usually heartless kid crying so sadly. The little stupid cat was very squeamish when she heard this. The king had taught her. They are bad guys who have to take advantage of others. They should take as much advantage as possible. Being a bad guy cannot suffer any loss. Yao Yao nodded secretly and always deeply penetrated her bad guy path. She was crying even more sadly in her father's arms with her cat eyes, pouting her little mouth, crying and shouting, "Daddy, protect the nest, protect Yao Yao." Little whirlwind Fu Tingchen nodded, gently patted the back of the baby in his arms, and seemed to be entangled for a while. The man comforted him in an uncomfortable and soft voice. "Don't be afraid, don't cry. Dad will protect you."
Yeah.
President Fu said that he had never comforted others so kindly in his life. The man glanced at the kid, who was still clutching his shirt tightly. He clearly saw and felt that the saliva on the chubby cheeks had already stained his clothes. Fu Tingchen took a deep breath and didn't care about his clothes. He glanced coldly at the husky on the ground, who was still spinning excitedly. President Fu thought very flexibly. Why was there that disgusting saliva on his clothes? Because the kid was crying and rubbing against him. Why did the kid cry? Because this stupid dog spit on the kid's face. In summary, the stupid dog is the culprit for his current disgusting appearance. Just thinking about it, Fu Tingchen's mind has begun to filter out how to retaliate against this stupid dog. Yes, you heard it right. President Fu, who is ranked second on the Forbes rich list, would actually argue with this stupid dog.
There is no way.
Fu Tingchen was born like this. Even if he looks calm, he is still a ruthless person. In fact, Mr. Fu also finds it strange. He and his wife are not ruthless people. It can be said that Fu Tingchen's childhood was relatively perfect except for the stupid things his bad father did. Logically speaking, he should not grow up like this, but Fu Tingchen is getting more and more famous in the business world. He is powerful, tough, and decisive. He is an untouchable existence in the eyes of outsiders and a mountain that competitors in the same industry cannot cross. But all this is not what Mr. Fu wants. Among his 5 grandsons, the eldest inherited Fu Tingchen's methods and indifference. The second one obviously has a bright future, but he injured his legs and spent many years in a wheelchair. His personality has become uncertain. The third son, the movie emperor, is unlucky for some reason. He has bad luck wherever he goes. Because of this, Mr. Fu hasn't seen his grandson for 3 years. The 4th and 5th sons are twins. The 5th son is normal except for being rebellious. The 4th son is very abnormal. He doesn't have depression, but he thinks about dying every day and looks for various ways to die. He is a very famous young calligrapher in the circle, but he always likes to write suicide notes. Just thinking about it, the child in Fu Tingchen's arms seemed to be so scared that he couldn't be coaxed. Yao Yao's head was like a small electric drill, humming and arching her own father. She pitifully dragged out her little baby voice and shouted, "Yao Yao is really scared. It would be great if there were rainbow candies, ice cream, and small cakes to comfort my little heart." Fu Tingchen laughed when he heard it. The little girl never forgot to eat even at this time. He grabbed the stupid cat by the back of the collar and lifted the cub up in his arms. Yao Yao, who suddenly lost the warm embrace, hugged his calves and looked at the silly father in front of him with a confused face. She pouted with some dissatisfaction and reached out to pull Fu Tingchen's collar up, trying to push him back. Fu Tingchen shook her, but the stupid cat persisted and still wanted to get back into her father's arms. Fu Tingchen shook her again. After a while, the stupid cat got angry. She stretched her neck and stared with her eyes wide open and hugged her arms. She was angry. What is Daddy going to do? Humph. If Daddy doesn't want to hold Yao Yao, which other baby do you want to hold?
Fu Tingchen laughed angrily.
The man pointed at his shirt that was rubbed with saliva and asked, "Which little brat can I hug, huh? Look at how you rubbed your dad's clothes. If you weren't my own daughter, do you think I would still hug you?" Yao Yao got even angrier when she heard that. She covered her mouth with her paws. She looked at Fu Tingchen as if she was looking at a scumbag. The stupid cat opened her mouth and started chattering. "Daddy, how dare you say that obviously?" Obviously, in the past, whenever I farted, Daddy would kiss Yao Yao's ace and say that Yao Yao smelled good when I drank milk. Daddy always thought that I was not full and would follow behind Yao Yao's ace to feed Yao Yao. The treatment was so different from the treatment in heaven and on earth that the stupid cat felt more and more wronged and sad the more she talked about it. She held her cheeks with her big eyes and cried like flowers, burping and complaining.
But
Daddy has changed. Brother has changed too. Wu Daddy doesn't even say that Yao Yao's ace smells good, and he doesn't feed Yao Yao. Woo woo woo. It's so hard to be home. Fu Tingchen's face turned as black as charcoal after hearing this. Seeing the inquiring eyes of the old man and the servant beside him, he decided to do something drastic and went upstairs while holding the baby in his arms and covering her head. Mr. Fu, who was left behind, stared blankly. He looked at the back of his son, who was walking away with the baby in his arms, and then looked at the husky in front of him, who seemed to be having an epileptic seizure. "I didn't expect you to love your daughter so much and like to smell her farts."
ah,
The husky stared at the old man in front of him. It pouted its nose and raised its front paws to wipe its head like an idiot. The lame leg jumped up, but it didn't pay attention, and its head directly hit the flower porcelain on the side. The vase shattered.
Mr. Fu.
3 seconds later, a roar came from the manor. The old man held the fragments on the ground with trembling hands and cursed and shouted, "You stupid dog! My flower-glazed porcelain! You are a prodigal thing! I am so angry!" The stupid dog rolled his eyes, as if he sensed danger, and turned around and ran away. While running, he didn't forget to look back to see if the two-legged beast caught up. Seeing that Mr. Fu couldn't keep up with it, it was so excited that it jumped up with its ace twisted. Mr. Fu's face changed, and before he could finish his words, another Celadon antique was knocked over by the silly dog. The old man said with a dark face, Go and catch the dog for me." The servants responded, rolled up their sleeves, and ran towards the husky. The silly dog felt that his life was challenged, and he continued to run happily with a stern face. Upstairs, Fei Yao, who was forced by President Fu to wash her face and change her clothes, was unhappy. Yao Yao pouted, sternly complained in a baby voice, "I am your only baby." Yes, that's right. Before her 5 brothers followed their father to the mortal world to experience the tribulation, she was the only one in the family who was born with her mother's hair. Thinking of this, Yao Yao straightened her body and became more confident. The little cub stretched out a chubby little hand, opened 5 claws, and pointed at the man who was buttoning his shirt with his back to her and shouted, Man, you will regret it. You will regret doing this to Xianfeng Yao Yao. The baby voice sounded loud, but Fu Yaoyao had a characteristic, that is, she always liked to drag out the tail sound when speaking, and the child was young, so the baby voice had no deterrent effect at all, but almost made Fu Tingchen laugh. After tidying up his clothes, the man turned around and looked at the kid who was placed on the bed with his legs crossed. He walked over and lifted Yao Yao up to take a closer look. Fu Tingchen nodded with satisfaction. The girl was fatter than when she first came. Fu Tingchen didn't have any idea about his daughter's weight. Instead, he thought that little girls should be plump to look good. Until one day, when Yao Yao was leading the husky and alpha from the backyard to the main building with a big plane, the head of the Qiao family, which was also a top wealthy family, came with a little girl. The man was wearing a gray suit. From the side, he had a handsome face and a slight smile on his lips. He had elegant manners and a pair of light gray eyes as gentle as jade. Unlike Fu Tingchen, he exuded a scholarly aura. The little stupid cat was stunned. He stared at him with his eyes wide open, holding the big plane in his hand. Fu Tingchen also noticed his cub. He slightly tilted his head and waved to Yao Yao. Fu Yao Yao, come here. Qiao Tsongnan and the little girl beside him also tilted their heads. After seeing Yao Yao, his eyes slightly raised, seeming a little surprised. Xiao Ren also tilted his head curiously to look at Yao Yao, but the moment he saw Alpha behind the cub, he instantly retracted his head behind his father. Seeing this, Fei Yao turned around and touched Alpha and Husky and said in a chubby voice, "Little demon Fafa, dog, you wait here for the nest. I'll be there soon." Alpha nodded, raised his paw, and held down the eager husky, and growled in a low voice. Seeing that the husky was honest, it put down its paw. When the stupid cat fluttered his legs and ran over, he realized the little sister in front of him, who was a head taller than him. The kid Kabakabaka Xilan's eyes were big. Under the gaze of her father and Qiao Tsongnan, she took small steps and walked up, not forgetting her ambition to become the king. Yao Yao touched her chubby belly, had a stern face, half squinted her big cat pupils, and her soft and sticky voice was deliberately lowered. Her words revealed some of the taste of a domineering boss. She raised her chin slightly. He, sister, join me and Tongmyo, and I, the whirlwind Yao Yao, will protect you. As soon as these words came out, the adults present were slightly stunned. Fu Tingchen looked at the stupid kid in front of him with a black face full of bad written on his face, and felt that he was almost exhausted. Who can tell him what to do, if the kid thinks about doing bad things every day? Xiao Ran heard this, and stood up straight. Influenced by her family's tradition, Xiao Ran had been well-read since childhood, and was very good at etiquette. Although she was only 10 years old, she was also stained with the scent of books. The girl's black and smooth hair was casually scattered behind her. She was wearing a long black gauze skirt and a pair of small leather shoes. She lifted her hair and walked forward. She touched Yao Yao's little head and shook her head and said, "No. If you want to pretend to be a domineering president,
Well,
I think you should wear sunglasses to be perfect. A domineering president doesn't have a little belly." After that, Qiao Ran took another step forward and lowered his voice to remind, "You have to learn from your father." As he said that, he touched Yao Yao's face. But Fu Tingchen didn't notice it. Why is the difference between the two children so obvious when they stand together? Because Yao Yao is young and doesn't have to go to school. The maid at home changes her clothes every day. There are bunny costumes, dinosaur costumes, fat cat costumes. But she doesn't wear a skirt. Then he saw his stupid daughter staring with her eyes, lowering her head and poking her belly, and her belly swelled back and forth.
Fu Tingchen.
Then look at Xiao Ran standing proudly and straight. The old father was silent. He coughed pretentiously and called, "Fu Yao Yao, come here." Yao Yao was also unhappy at this time because of the words of the sister in front of her. "You have to learn from your father. They are the Miao clan, such a noble and elegant Miao clan, and they are actually said to be inferior to others." Even though this person is her biological father, Stupid Cat is still unhappy. Yao Yao walked back step by step with small steps until she came to Fu Tingchen. When she was held in her father's arms, Stupid cat raised her head slightly with pride. Even if she is not as domineering as her father, so what? Such a domineering father will still have to hold her in the end, whirlwind Yao Yao. The more the little cub thought about it, the happier she became. She waved her little hand and shouted with a long-tail tone, "With Xianfeng Yao Yao wants to drink milk, she is still a little foodie." Fu Tingchen took the cub in his arms and tried to cover her chubby belly. He also secretly made up his mind that his daughter, Fu Tingchen, must not grow into a ball. The cub who got the milk held the bottle and drank happily as if he was a little hottie. The man sitting opposite Fu Tingchen smiled when he saw this. His voice was as gentle and penetrating as his appearance. So this is the little baby that Mr. Fu has been hiding in the imperial capital. Round and plump, very cute. As he said that, he turned his head to look at the baby who was drinking milk and couldn't help but clenched his hands and immediately asked, "Let me hold it. I want to hold it." Fu Tingchen pursed his lips and shook his head to refuse in one go. "No. You have a daughter yourself, but you still hold my daughter?" Xiao Tsongnan heard it and turned to look at his daughter beside him. Xiao Ran's face turned cold and turned to refuse.
Yes.
The Qiao family and the Fu family are also old friends. Unlike Fu Tingchen, Qiao Tsongnan advocates harmony in doing things. Although his temperament is not as good as Fu Tingchen, he also acts decisively, but at home, it's not like this. Since having this daughter, Qiao Tsongnan wants to praise her to the sky directly. However, his daughter was born with a cold temperament. She was naughty occasionally, but not toward him. Qiao Tsongnan was so aggrieved that he wanted to run home and complain to his wife that his daughter ignored him again today. Seeing his friend like this, Fu Tingchen raised his eyebrows and was in a good mood. He held the small gas tank and turned her over and shook her, deliberately saying loudly, "Fu Yao Yao, hug your dad." Tornado Yao Yao, who was drinking milk, pouted. It seemed that he had expected his child to have this reaction. The man smiled and looked at Qiao Tsongnan calmly and whispered, "Hold it for a while, and I'll give you a fish in the evening." The man frowned. He was right beside her, but he acted as if he didn't hear anything. He asked back, "What did you say?" Yao Yao also cooperated and really thought that Fu Tingchen didn't hear it. She shouted again, "The person I like the most is my daddy. My daddy is so handsome. I admire my daddy the most. Oh, what should I do? I really want my daddy to hug Yao Yao. Wow. Yao Yao is so happy." Well, President Fu was very satisfied with his performance. He held the baby in one hand and touched his face with the other hand. Yao Yao was also smart and kissed him. The man got what he wanted and raised his lips, looking at Qiao Tsongnan provocatively. At this time, silence is better than words. Qiao Tsongnan didn't show it on his face, but he was almost angry to death in his heart. They are both over 40 years old, and he never thought that one day he would be hurt like this by his good brother. But that being said, Qiao Tsongnan can't care about this now. If it were any other time, they would have to compete with each other, but now... Qiao Tsongnan's face suddenly changed, as if he had thought of something. He got up and took Yao Yao over while Fu Tingchen was not paying attention. When Yao Yao arrived in Qiao Tsongnan's arms, her face immediately turned grim. The stupid cat pursed her lips and squinted her cat pupils, imitating her father's look. She put her hands in her pockets with the aura of a domineering president and blurted out domineering words. "Hee hee, uncle. What are you doing? Do you want to follow me, the whirlwind Yao Yao?"
Ha!
The little girl curled her lips thinking she was handsome. She shook her head helplessly, but her words were all boasting. "Oh, I knew it since this is the case. Let's be bad guys and rule the world together." After saying that, King Yao Yao felt that he seemed to be missing something, so he was silent for a while and then laughed out loud with his waist. The third way to become a bad guy is to be arrogant. Extremely arrogant. You have to laugh wildly after saying something domineering. It can highlight the momentum of a bad guy. The stupid cat had beautiful thoughts, but she forgot. Her voice was originally soft and didn't sound aggressive at all. Because she was little, she always dragged out the last sound when she spoke, which resulted in those bad guys laughing. From ha 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 to wahahaha, President Fu held his forehead in shame. His unlucky daughter. Xiao Tsongnan's body shook and he hugged Yao Yao into his arms. He sat down on the sofa with a sad look on his face. The man couldn't stop sighing and murmured from time to time, "I forgot, you can't take care of a child. What about this baby?" He stopped talking, and Fu Tingchen's face turned black with the look of wanting to say something but stopping. The man was so angry that he walked over and kicked Xiao Tsongnan's calf. "Get lost. I can take care of my daughter myself." Xiao Tsongnan looked at Fu Tingchen with a puzzled look on his face and asked without thinking, "You said you can take care of her yourself. Then what about your sons?" When talking about his sons, although Fu Tingchen did not show it directly, Xiao Tsongnan still noticed that something was wrong with him, although it was only for a moment. Seeing this, Xiao Ren also keenly captured the change in the atmosphere. She stood up, grabbed and touched Yao Yao's little head and directly picked her up. "Dad, my sister, and I are going out to play. You can talk to Uncle Lu." After saying that, he carried the confused kid out. It was only when they walked out of the main building that the stupid cat reacted a little bit late. Although the sun in early summer was not very hot, it was a bit dry. The two little girls turned left and right and came to the backyard. Maybe it's because of the weather. Alpha always likes to stay in his room, but the husky is too stupid, which causes Alpha to have to watch over the husky all the time. The boy walked in front, proudly and confidently taking Xiao Ran to visit the world he had conquered. She pointed with her little hand and began to boast. "La is the one who conquered the country. La is the little demon Fa. Speaking of the little demon Fafa, Yao Yao got excited. She turned around, grabbed Xiao Ran's clothes and ran with her to Alpha's nest. Xiao Ran thought that Tuanzi was going to take her somewhere. After all, children like to share their treasures with others. 30 seconds later, when she was forcibly dragged by Fu Yaoyao to sit next to Alpha and Husky, Xiao Ran, dead. The originally aloof girl suddenly became uneasy. She calmly pulled the kid towards her, turned her head, and looked at the pair of beautiful eyes behind her. Xiao Ran's eyelids jumped, and her voice trembled slightly. "Yao Yao, are you sure it won't eat us?" Yao Yao shook her head, as if she noticed that Xiao Ran was a little scared. She groaned and climbed up from the ground with her hands. In order to prove that Alpha was harmless, she waved her hand and said, "Little demon Fafa, tell me, are you a wolf?" Alpha nodded in agreement and growled as if in response. After getting the answer, Yao Yao nodded her head in satisfaction and sat down again. She reached out and patted Xiao Ran's shoulder like a little adult. "Don't worry, sister." Fafa said it's a good wolf. Xiao Ran didn't understand anything. He just heard a wolf howl. The little girl looked at the ball that was already curled up in the alpha wolf's fur, and she gritted her teeth and lay down. "Well, it feels more comfortable than I imagined." She turned her head and looked at the lazy little ball beside her and couldn't help asking, "Yao Yao, I remember that Alpha was raised by your second brother. Is your second brother also at home?" Having said this, she was obviously a little out of breath. "That's right. Ever since Fu Yunxio's leg was broken, his personality has become unpredictable." When Xiao Ran came to visit with his father, he saw Fu Yunxio feeding a piece of raw meat to a wolf in this backyard. At that time, she was also shocked by Alpha. She didn't expect that there were wolves here. Then came Fu Yunxio's expression when he noticed her. Xiao Ran even shuddered when she thought about it now. The stupid cat heard the big cat fluttering with a bit more doubt and confusion in its eyes. "Bah. I've never seen her Guoguo, however." Xiao Ran's words reminded little Fu Yaoyao that if she wanted to be the king of this family, she must also conquer the other Guoguos. So, the next day, Yaoyao imitated what was shown in the TV series and found a piece of square cloth from somewhere and ran back and forth. Everyone watched her run to the kitchen to get a piece of chocolate, and then to get a bag of bread. After running back and forth 5 or 6 times, she raised her head with satisfaction, stuck out her little ace, folded the square cloth in half and packed it, and was about to leave, but after walking a few steps, she frowned again. Yao Yao pouted, put down the small bag, took out a candy from it, inserted her most precious little sword into it, and wrapped it again. The kid's eyes darted left and right, and he quickly hid behind the sofa with a crab step, and then with the light footsteps that belonged to the little fat boy, he tripped and fell on the carpet. Everyone panicked. Just as they were about to step forward, the stupid cat, who was lying on the ground like a dead fish, was stunned for a moment, then suddenly raised her head with a stern face and half-squinted cat eyes. A small carpet is going to stop me, the whirlwind Yao Yao, from being a bad guy? I, the whirlwind Yao Yao, will never give up. After saying that, she hummed heavily in a baby voice, and then got up from the ground with her ace sticking out, intending to continue walking out. When she was about to leave the main building, the stupid cat exhaled and looked at the closed door in front of her. She stretched out her hand and was about to pick up the sword. When she felt behind her and found nothing, Yao Yao turned around and looked around. When she found the small sword she had left on the carpet, her cat eyes lit up. She ran over to pick up the sword on the ground with a hum, and then ran back to the door and waved it a few times, pretending to shout, "Open sesame." Seeing this, the two servants on the side hurriedly covered their bodies and went forward to open the door. The kid's eyes lit up when he saw this, and he happily ran out holding the little sword. 3 minutes later, the kid was brought back by Fu Qingyu, who was going home from school. The stupid cat tilted his head and slanted his big eyes with a look of dissatisfaction on his face. "Put it down. Guogua, you blocked Yao Yao from conquering my little brother, did you know that?" As he said that, little Fu Yao Yao started to twist wildly in Fu Qingyu's hands. Fu Qingyu raised his eyes and shook the baby in his hand. He was not annoyed. He took Yao Yao to the kitchen, took a bottle of Coke from the refrigerator, opened it, and took a sip. The stupid cat sniffed and instantly opened her mouth greedily. She poked her brother with the little sword in her hand. "Guogua, give me one. I want a drink too." The boy heard it, sneered, and looked at the greedy kid. He chuckled. "You want a drink too?" The stupid cat nodded frantically. Yeah. I want a drink." Fu Qingyu drank another sip of Coke, then walked slowly to the living room, put down his school bag, and threw the kid directly on the coffee table so that she was facing him. The boy raised his hand and picked up the small bundle he took from the kid. He shook it and asked, "What's in it?" Yao Yao was greedy for the Coke in her brother's hand and answered without thinking, "It's my luggage." Fu Qingyu paused. Remembering the kid's sneaky look outside the manor, he opened the small bundle, and then his mouth twitched. The bulging bag was filled with snacks. Fu Qingyu rubbed his temple and asked, "Why are you packing? Where are you going secretly? In this world, human traffickers like to steal kids like you. Why don't you stay at home honestly? What are you doing sneaking around outside the manor?" Xianfeng Yao Yao couldn't stand hearing this. The little boy pouted and snorted, then corrected his brother fiercely. "No way. Guogua is slandering good cats. Our cat is obviously a cat, not a turtle. Yao Yao doesn't like little turtles." Fu Qingyu. "Is this the question now?" He took a deep breath. Seeing that the brat still didn't repent, Fu Qingyu was so disappointed that he put down the Coke, hugged Yao Yao in his arms, and rubbed her little head hard. "Fu Yao Yao, I think you just missed a meal of fried meat with belts from your father. Why are you packing these snacks? What's wrong? There's no room for you at home, and you still want to run away?" Yao Yao shook her head and raised her hand to pull up her messy hair. She pouted and retorted, "No way. This is all my territory. Tornado Yao Yao. I'm not leaving. King Yao Yao is going to conquer the world." The stupid cat paused, scratched his head, and thought for a long time before he shouted, "A cat who doesn't want to eat sharks is not a good cat, huh? Yao Yao is the domineering."
Fu Qingyu?
"You still want to eat shark? You still want to be a father? Who taught you this?" He was stunned. How could his lovely sister speak in such a shocking and moving way? Fu Qingyu's face darkened, and he suddenly became nervous. He held Yao Yao's cheek and solemnly warned her with a serious expression, "Fu Yao Yao, you can't learn bad things, do you hear me?" Yao Yao smacked his lips in disdain, grabbed his hair, and turned his head away. "No. Kawo wants to stop me from ruling the world?" Yao Yao shook her head and yelled in anger, When I rule the world, I will change my name Fu Outyen." Being Yao Yao is not as domineering as being Outyen. Fu Qingyu had a stern face. Little Fu Outyan also had a stern face. 10 minutes later, when The Voice of Man is Born Good was played again from the mobile phone, the stupid cat swayed in a trance. The boy asked back with a serious face, "Are you still a bad guy?" The confused kid scratched his face and shook his head. No, Guogua. Yao Yao doesn't want to be a bad guy anymore. Yao Yao wants to be a good cat. Fu Qingyu continued to ask, "You really don't want to be one anymore?" Vivid and flexible, Fu Yao Yao shouted in a milky voice, "When people are born, their nature is good." Yao Yao is a good cat. After shaking his head for a while, he lay down on the sofa in pain and kicked his short legs. Yao Yao. Dead. Fu Qingyu curled his lips in satisfaction, picked up the kid on the sofa and rubbed him. This is not bad. In the following days, Fu Qingyu would tell Yao Yao about his life philosophy whenever he got home. He was talking very excitedly, but the little gas tank couldn't hear a word he said. Moreover, it would have been fine if she didn't understand, but her own Guogua actually didn't let her watch cartoons. He put down the book in his hand and looked at the kid in front of him who was about to burst into anger. He asked, "Little friend Fu Yao Yao, tell me your opinion." After these days of torture, Yao Yao has become emo. While Fu Qingyu is at school and Fu Tingchun is not at home, the stupid cat packed her small bag again. Just like that day, she put away some snacks and tied a small sword to her body, intending to escape and dominate the world. The stupid cat narrowed her eyes and slowly exhaled. Yao Yao is not such an easy-to-compromise kid. She sneaked around the backyard with her eyes wandering, carefully fluttered her crab steps, and rolled on the ground with great effort, then walked to the inconspicuous corner of the wall. Yao Yao was ruthless, pulling away the flowers on the side and plucking a small rose and inserting it on her ear. She gestured the distance between herself and the wall, thought about it, and found that it was unlikely that she could climb up, so the stupid cat walked back with her legs very self-aware.
Well,
since she can't get over it, she has to find help. The cub was not in a hurry. He took out a small piece of bread from his bag and started to chew it. He walked and shouted, "Fafa Fafa, the little whirlwind needs you. Fafa, come here," he shouted all the way, but he didn't see the big silver wolf. The stupid cat ate the bread and walked to Alpha's house with his cheeks. Yao Yao didn't know that Alpha was fighting with someone at this time. Alpha's nest was a separate house. Except for a few brave servants who came to clean it, almost no one dared to approach it. This is also the reason why Alpha likes it here. Before he became a wolf, he was a person who liked to be alone and had a bit of cleanliness. Except when the servants didn't clean it very well, he would roar a few times to scare them. The rest of the time, he would just lie in his nest and sleep in a daze or play with Yao Yao.
But now,
Alpha looked at the boy lying flat beside him. He gritted his teeth and tried to pull away his wolf leg that was hugged. After trying to shoot several times without success, Alpha became completely furious, baring his teeth and breathing wolfishly at the boy lying flat on his back, roaring wildly. The meaning was very clear, as if to say, "If you don't let go of my legs, I will eat you." The angry roar did not scare him away, but it still made his dull gray eyes flash. Fu Qingyu paused, and his originally expressionless face showed a bit of disgust. He raised his hand to wipe the saliva on his face that was splashed by Alpha's roar, pulled Alpha's wolf leg, and said seriously, "Please don't spit on my face." The young man turned and held the wolf's head with one hand and touched his neck with the other hand and pointed. He said, "Watch. Bite here when you bite. This is the carotid artery." After speaking, Fu Qingyu frowned. He said with a serious face, "Can you go brush your teeth?" Alpha was completely angry when he heard it. He turned his wolf head and heard the cubs calling outside. Alpha growled and signaled him to let go of his legs quickly. Of course, Fu Qingyu didn't let go, but he also heard the little baby voice dragging on outside. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, and then he put a letter with the word suicide note written on it aside, and corrected Alpha's head and said solemnly, "Forget it. I don't dislike you anymore. I will die in a while. Don't forget to give this letter to Fu Tingchun. This is the best letter I have ever written. Don't get it wet, do you hear me?" As if he was afraid that his blood would splash on the letter, The boy got up and pulled the dog's leg to the side and then lay down, closing his eyes. Let's start.
Alpha.
It roared angrily. If Fu Qingheng could understand it, he would know how dirty Alpha's curse was now. Alpha has never been so speechless in his previous life and this life. Who wants to eat you? It only likes to eat steak and pork, okay? And you let it deliver the letter? Thinking of this, Alpha whipped his wolf leg, which was being held tightly, even harder. The little guy here also walked a long way and finally arrived at Alpha's nest. The stupid cat rummaged through the small bag again, intending to get some snacks to reward himself. After searching for a while and failing to find anything, the stupid cat pouted and pulled the small bag off his body. The kid pouted unhappily and muttered to himself, "No snacks. Let's go to the party tomorrow." As she said this, she waved the little sword in her hand and ran into Alpha's house to play with it. Then, the stupid cat saw that his little brother Fa was having his legs tightly grabbed by the man lying on the ground. Yao Yao shook her head and walked over with her short legs in a heroic and confident manner. She took a deep breath and shouted softly, "Let go of my Fa, don't bully, Fa. If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one, you bad guy." As soon as the baby voice came out, the man and the wolf, who were still struggling with each other, stopped and looked towards the source of the sound. The doll in front of me was wearing a light pink lace dress with two little ears, one pointing up and the other down. Her stern little face was chubby, and you could vaguely see her protruding belly. Fu Qingheng was stunned. There is no other reason. There is a new kid in his family? This kid looks well-dressed. Could she be the daughter of one of his brothers? Could it be Fu Qingyu's? As soon as this thought came to his mind, Fu Qingheng no longer cared about committing suicide. He let go of the wolf's legs, stood up, patted his clothes, walked forward, and carefully looked at the doll in front of him. The young man in front of him looked somewhat similar to Fu Qingyu, but compared to Fu Qingyu, his eyebrows and eyes were a little colder, with a bit of childishness and innocence, and a hint of doubt in his smooth fair skin and dark gray eyes. Yao Yao looked at the brother in front of her, who looked similar to her own brother with wide eyes. She suddenly realized, "Are you a Guoguo?" As soon as these words came out, Fu Qingheng's guess suddenly disappeared. A look of understanding flashed across his eyes. Since it was Fu Tingchen, it had nothing to do with him. Just as he was thinking about this, he seemed to notice something out of the corner of his eye. The boy's indifferent expression suddenly became nervous. He hurriedly waved his hands and shouted, "Don't move." Fei Yao flashed her big, Kazalan eyes in a daze, stood obediently in place, and looked down following his gaze. There was a piece of yellow paper under the kid's tiny feet. Fei Yao raised his foot, and immediately a footprint appeared in front of him. Seeing this, Fu Qingheng hurriedly picked up the letter and opened it. 3 minutes later, the man and the wolf huddled together and looked at the young man leaning against the door in dejection. Yao Yao glared at him with cat-like eyes and walked forward and shook Fu Qingheng's sleeve guiltily. "I'm
sorry.
I didn't mean to step on your precious pot." Fu Qingheng glanced at Yao Yao dimly and said slowly, while holding up the creased paper in his hand, "This letter is the best one among the suicide notes I wrote. I'm going to make money for my coffin. Now it's okay." He didn't make money for his coffin, and he's not dead yet. The young man became angrier and angrier as he thought about it. Looking at the silly kid in front of him, he suddenly felt that raising a child and being angered to death was not a bad way to die. Fu Qingheng was not in a hurry to leave with the baby, but instead carried her back to the main building. He was a polite man. Before taking the child away, he had to solemnly express his intention to adopt the baby to her father. After arriving at the main building, the boy couldn't help but frown when he saw the toys all over the floor. Was it his illusion? He hadn't been back for just a few months. Why did the house become so ugly? Fu Qingheng turned his head and looked at the man holding the little sword and waving it domineeringly.
Squeak!
A cry suddenly sounded, and Fu Qingheng subconsciously turned his head to look at the source of the sound. He saw a fat and huge rabbit hopping past his feet. It also stepped on him. The boy lowered his eyes and looked at his foot that was kicked with a red mark. He squinted slightly and stood up to grab the fat rabbit while the king and the little whirlwind were having fun. Fu Qingheng looked at his red toes with a serious face. The boy raised his hand and pinched the king's front leg without any pain, and then put it down. The boy silently said in his heart, "You stepped on me first, so I pinched you to make it even." The king looked confused. What happened? After about 2 hours, the man and the rabbit finally calmed down. Fei Yao hugged his own king and nestled beside Fu Qingheng to watch Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. As Big Big Wolf was beaten again and again, he kept repeating the sentence, "I will definitely come back." Fu Qingheng fell into confusion, and before he could speak, he only heard the cub beside him clenched his fist and nodded heavily, "Yeah." Hearing this, the boy stretched his eyebrows and nodded silently, and he felt more favorable towards this cub who destroyed his suicide note. "I can't see it. I didn't expect this kid to be so persistent. It can be regarded as a bit of a style." Yes, although Fu Qingheng and Fu Qingyu are twins, they are very different in all aspects. Fu Qingheng became famous at a young age. He has been able to write well since he was a child. He is a rising star in the calligraphy world. He has talents that others do not have, but he works very hard. But Fu Qingheng's desire to live is very low, and it has been the same since he was a child. Doctors can't figure out the reason. They only know that he likes to try various ways to die and can only treat him as depression. The stupid cat shook his head excitedly and ate one big red grape after another into his mouth. Fu Qingheng paused when he saw this, as if he didn't expect this kid to be so good at eating. The boy pursed his lips and thought of his few savings. He was silent for the first time. Yes, Fu Qingheng has never used a penny in the secondary card that Fu Tingchen gave him except for going to school. This is also a point that he is inexplicably obsessed with. Later, he paid off the tuition bit by bit with the bonus from calligraphy. Actually, he could have made money from calligraphy, but he always loved to write suicide notes in recent years, which resulted in no one daring to send it out no matter how good his handwriting was. How about he give the suicide note to Fu Tingchen? He thought clearly that Fu Tingchen would like the calligraphy he wrote at first sight, and if he liked it, he would buy it from him, and it would be his way of paying back the tuition for Fu Tingchen over the years. Well, it was a good calculation, and the calligraphy was worth that much money, provided that it was not a suicide note. It was just right. Now it was all ruined by the little brat. Just as he was thinking this, a familiar voice with surprise came.
Fu Qingheng?
Fu Qingyu, who had just finished school, threw down his school bag, walked to sit next to Fu Qingheng, and skillfully picked up his child and rubbed him. When Fu Qingheng heard this, his eyes were filled with displeasure in his clear and gentle voice. "I am your brother." Fu Qingyu raised his eyebrows, looking a little helpless. He rolled up his sleeves and knew that the kid liked to eat grapes without skins, so he immediately asked someone to bring a small plate and fork and started peeling the grapes. "Why are you here? You've come to your senses by not writing a suicide note in your little villa?" Fu Qingheng still had a stern face and corrected every word. "I am your brother. You have to call me brother." Yao Yao, who was eating happily at the side, smiled with her eyes curved. Hearing the words, "You have to call me brother," she clapped her hands happily and shouted in a baby voice, "Guagua?" Fu Qingheng's complexion looked better then. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips. He glanced at his nemesis brother dimly. "Sister is more sensible than you." Fu Qingyu's mouth twitched, and he peeled the grapes in no time. Seeing that his crazy brother didn't say anything and just sat there, he couldn't help but become curious. "No one comes to see you for no reason. With your weird temper, what are you doing here?" When it came to business, the two of them were obviously more serious. The boy nodded. "Yes, I have something to do. I heard that Fu Yunxiu's silver wolf is here." As soon as he said this, Fu Qingheng knew what he was doing without even saying anything. As expected, the next second the boy continued, "I originally thought that being bitten to death by a wolf would be a good destination, but it doesn't look like the wolf raised by Fu Yunxiu at all. Fu Yunxiu has mysophobia. The roots of the wolf's teeth are all yellow, and he doesn't brush his teeth." Fu Qingheng's expression suddenly changed, as if he thought of something. He clenched his palms and said with a hint of relief, Fortunately, it didn't bite him to death.
Fukinjo.
Is this the focus now? But it's also fortunate that Fu Qingheng usually lives in a small villa, and with a special person sent by Fu Tingchen to take care of him, nothing serious will happen. I just didn't expect that he would run out to die by himself. Fortunately, Alpha is human and does not eat people otherwise. What Fu Qingyu sees now is not his brother himself, but an urn. He breathed a sigh of relief and slapped Fu Qingheng on the shoulder. Can you stop looking for death? You have done it so many times without any results, so just live well. Why do you have to look for death every day? Although it is not obvious on his face, it can be clearly detected from the words that the person who said this has a feeling of surviving a disaster. Fu Qingheng glanced at his brother with a chill, and then raised his hand to touch the same part of Fu Qingyu's shoulder. The boy didn't say anything, and his pair of extremely beautiful eyes looked at Fu Qingyu without blinking, as if to say, "You hit me, I touch you, and it's even."
Fukinjo.
The boy turned his head and didn't bother with him. This guy is just a childish ghost. Can Fu Qingyu be on the same level with him? Then the two fell silent. Looking at Fu Qingyu holding the baby in her arms and feeding her grapes, Fu the calligrapher felt a little envious. After some time, Fu Tingchen came back from the company. It's strange to say, other CEOs and bosses only go to the company occasionally to look at contracts and sign them, but Fu Tingchen, the industry leader, is just like an employee, going there every day, without missing a day. It was almost 5 o'clock when the man came back. Because it was early summer, the setting sun with red clouds was still hanging in the sky, and the light shining through the glass was gentle and comfortable. He walked into the main building and raised his eyebrows when he saw the row of people sitting neatly on the sofa. Especially when he saw Fu Qingheng sitting upright on the sofa, Fu Tingchen's eyes flashed with surprise and tenderness. He took off his suit jacket and handed it to the housekeeper, who came up to him, walked forward and opened his thin lips. Fu Qingheng. The young man heard it and turned his head. Looking at his father motionlessly, he nodded and called politely, "Father." The man strode around him, took the baby in Fu Qingyu's arms into his arms, took a sip of the water brought by the servant, and then asked, "You usually don't leave your yard. Why are you here today? Something?" At this point, Fu Qingyu sneered and leaned back. What could happen to him? He has found a new way to die and came to Fu Yunxiu's alpha experiment. The man frowned when he heard it and looked Fu Qingheng up and down. Fu Qingyu also knew that his father suddenly had a kind heart and thought that Fu Qingyu was injured somewhere, so he waved his hand. "Don't look, he's not injured. Your son died halfway and didn't get up by himself, and he still complains about others not brushing their teeth." Fu Tingchen's eyebrows twisted again when he heard it, and the next second the man asked in a deep voice, "Are you still lying in the wolf's den?" Fu Qingheng glared and nodded. "Lie down. How can I let it bite my carotid artery if I don't lie down?"
Futinken.
At this point, the boy raised his head, his back straight. He patted his clothes, looked at Fu Tingchen seriously, and said solemnly, "I have another very important thing to discuss with you today." He cleared his throat, raised his hand, and pointed at the little ball held by Fu Tingchen, and the boy said loudly with a blank expression, "I want to adopt your daughter. Please agree."
Futinken. Fukinjo.
The scene suddenly became quiet. Fu Qingyu widened his eyes and looked at his twin brother and then at his widowed father with a black face. He leaned back tactfully and did not participate in this war. As expected, the next second Fu Qingyu saw that his widowed father's expression suddenly became very strange. It can be said that at this moment Fu Qingyu had seen his widowed father's expression, the most colorful. The man half raised his eyes, touched the head of the child in his arms, and examined the boy in front of him. Fu Tingchen tapped his fingers, neither saying yes nor no. He was silent for a while and asked back, "Why do you raise her?" Without waiting for Fu Qingheng to speak, he continued, "It's not impossible to raise her for a while, but you are looking for death every day. I give you the child for a while. Can you still give it back to me intact?" Looking for death. Fu Qingyu, who was eating melon seeds and watching the show, twitched his mouth. This word was used correctly. The young man frowned when he heard it. He still had that expressionless look on his face, but his naturally drooping hands were clenched tightly at this time.
Futinken. Fukinjo.
The father and son looked at Fu Qingheng in surprising tacit understanding, then looked at little Fu Yaoyao who was nestled in Fu Tingchen's arms and drinking milk from the bottle. The stupid cat also noticed the gazes of the two people. She looked up at her father, and then at Wu Guoguo, who was looking at her from the side. The little cub quickly hid the big milk bottle in her arms and grinned. "What are you doing? Are you trying to steal Yao Yao's grandma?" "It's hard to put it into words," he said solemnly. "I promise to take good care of her. Father, please rest assured." Fu Tingchen still didn't speak. Now it was Fu Qingheng's turn to be confused. He paused and remembered the lines in the TV series he had seen inadvertently before. He took a deep breath and added, "I swear on my life."
Futinken.
The man heard the dark eyes without a trace of emotion. He sneered. "Swear on your life? Okay, then I'll raise her for half a month. After half a month, if she loses a hair, you can see how your father will deal with you." Fu Qingheng's eyes flashed, and then he nodded. Then the stupid cat was carried up to the second floor by Fu Tingchen, leaving Fu Qingyu sitting on the sofa in a daze. He reacted as soon as the melon seeds in his hand fell. The widowed father actually gave the little kid to Fu Qingheng. He looked at Fu Qingheng, who was full of spring and disbelief, and then looked at the figure of his widowed father leaving. He quickly put down the melon seeds in his hand, clapped his hands, and ran upstairs with Fu Tingchen, shouting, "No, you really gave the fool to Fu Qingheng?" Yao Yao, who was nestled in his father's arms upstairs, heard the sound and tugged at his father's shoulders and retorted to Fu Qingyu, "Yao Yao is not a fool." Fu Qingheng, who was called by his brother again downstairs, collected his thoughts, stood there for a while, and replied unhappily to the empty stairs, "I am your brother." Upstairs, Fu Qingyu was locked out of the study by his father with a slap. In the study, the man put the child on the sofa beside him and squatted in front of Yao Yao face to face. He raised his hand and rubbed Yao Yao's little face, and his voice softened unconsciously. "Yao Yao." Fu Tingchen called softly. The stupid cat shook her head, still holding the big bottle in her hand. She burped, and when she heard her daddy calling her, she happily called Daddy. The little ball took another sip of milk and felt that the whole cat was overflowing with happiness. Yao Yao noticed that her daddy was looking at her, thinking that her daddy also wanted to drink milk, so she raised her hand and pushed the bottle in front of Fu Tingchen. The little ball's cat eyes were shining brightly. He was even dazed. Speaking of which, for Fu Tingchen, family affection is not dispensable. He also felt it when he was a child, but he didn't understand. He thought that family affection should be more of a responsibility for him. Has he felt family affection? Yes or no? He doesn't know and doesn't know. That childhood was just a time of solitude for him. Even when dad and mom are not at work, they are often not around. Occasionally when they go traveling, they will bring him some gifts. The man came to his senses and said, "The one downstairs who looks like Fu Qingyu is your fourth brother." Yao Yao tapped her head and raised her little hands in a long baby voice. "Yao Yao knows it's Yao Yao and fourth Guogwer." Fu Tingchen raised his eyebrows and continued, "Your fourth brother has a problem with his brain and always wants to die." The man stopped talking because the stupid cat in front of her had suddenly realized it. She widened her eyes in disbelief. "Woo, Yao Yao is my big baby. Daddy, Daddy, he insulted me." It can only be said that children are still children. No matter how hard they try to be bad guys, they will only make themselves more simple and honest in disguise. The stupid cat was so aggrieved that he buried his head in his father's arms and started to cry. That's right, before Yao Yao came to the mortal world to experience the tribulation, she was a big baby who was loved by everyone and flowers bloomed wherever she went. Cats pay the most attention to their image. It's like the one who is in the last second, as if he was showing off his momentum to you with a claw, and the next second when someone came, he meowed meow meow for fear that he would not be cute enough to kill you. Fu Tingchen pulled the cub out of his arms with a smile and slowly tempted him. "Then, do you want to teach your brother a lesson when you go to his house?" Fu Yao Yao hung his head and nodded with a hum. "Yeah, I want to." So, the father and daughter made a plan, and the next day, Fu Qingyu was packing a small suitcase for Yao Yao, and the originally unruly boy looked a little bit wrong at this time. It's true. Fu Qingyu and Fu Qingheng are twins, so their relationship is naturally better than that of other brothers. And Yao Yao. How to say it? Although he didn't show it clearly on his face during these days of getting along with the little guy, he liked this suddenly added sister Fu Qingyu. So while he was worried about his fourth brother, he was also worried about Yao Yao. Therefore, after learning that Fu Tingchen agreed to Yao Yao to go back with Fu Qingheng, he was so angry that he went to argue with his father that night. He thought that the father should win the battle between the father and his brother. The result? Isn't it that Fu Qingheng can't even take care of himself, and you still send the idiot? The man held the pen and reminded coldly, "Go out and knock on the door." Fu Qingyu was so angry that he scratched his head irritably and turned to walk out and close the door, then knocked on the door, opened the door, and started again. The young man walked in angrily and slammed his hands on the table. You know what Fu Qingheng is thinking about every day. Why did you agree to let him raise Yao Yao for a while? I don't agree. The man raised his eyelids and looked coldly at his silly son in front of him, whose neck was red with anger. Then he raised his head, put down the pen in his hand, and scolded. What are you in such a hurry for? Also, you are not allowed to call your sister fool or call your brother by his name directly in the future. Where did you learn all the rules from elementary school? Fu Qingyu smacked his lips in disdain, and his attitude became better after being scolded by Fu Tingchen. After all, he was still quite afraid of his icy-faced father. Anyway, I don't care. You are not allowed to let Yao Yao go to his place. If anyone wants to go, I'll go. After these words came out, Fu Tingchen looked at his son as if he was a fool. He sneered. Will it be useful to let you go? Fu Qingyu's eyes snapped as he recalled how the two brothers got along. It seemed like it was really useless. The young man choked but still refused to give up. He continued to argue, how can it be okay if I don't even need Yao Yao to go? I don't care. Anyway, they can't be alone together. His brother always commits suicide. What if the kid sees it too much and gets tortured by it? The next second, the man looked at her quietly. Thinking of this, Fu Qingyu's eyes became more and more resentful. He didn't even notice what Chen Mao handed him and stuffed it directly into Yao Yao's small suitcase. The stupid cat ran back and forth with his short legs, sometimes getting a snack, sometimes getting a doll. Guogua, there's also this. Fu Tingchen took it subconsciously and was about to put it in his luggage, but he failed to put it in. He came to his senses, looked down, and then the corner of his mouth twitched. I was distracted for a while. The snacks and toys in the suitcase are about to pile up into a small mountain. Suddenly, the pile of snacks moved, and the pile of toys on top fell to the ground. Fu Qingyu narrowed his eyes, raised his hand, and quickly moved all the snacks out. And then, the boy's eyelids twitched, looking at the fat rabbit at the bottom of the box, which was covering its ears like a thief trying to hide his secrets. He took a deep breath and took the rabbit out under Yao Yao's eager gaze. My king, you don't have to go with me. Yao Yao will be gone for about 2 weeks, and will be back soon. Go and play by yourself. The fat rabbit flew back into the box with a perfect jump. Just like this, Fu Qingyu didn't bother to touch it anymore.
Just take it with you.
It still gives you a companion, right? His taciturn brother couldn't coax children, so Yao Yao could only play with the rabbit when she went. When Yao Yao was taken away contentedly by her fourth brother, she was holding a big fat rabbit in her hands and wearing a white little princess dress for the first time in a long time. She didn't forget her mission. Yao Yao Kaba Kaba nodded heavily at Fu Tingchen and Fu Qingyu, and that firm look seemed to say, Daddy, Guogua, don't worry. The nest will definitely succeed. Then the stupid cat turned around and fluttered its short legs like a big goose and followed Fu Qingheng into the car. Children are full of energy, and if they move, they will never stop. Now that they are not moving, they are still a little uncomfortable. The stupid cat always remembers his mission to change the 4 guoguos and has been sitting very elegantly and reserved since he got on the car. Fu Qingheng had a very beautiful thought. After yesterday's observation, he thought Yao Yao was the kind of kid who would make people angry to death. So Fu Qingheng felt that it was just around the corner for him to be angry to death while raising a child. Thinking of this, The boy couldn't help but curl his lips. When he got out of the car, he was very kind and bent down to hold the kid out. But the moment he touched the kid, Fu Qingheng was stunned. This soft touch, mixed with some milk fragrance. Is every child so easy to hold? The boy's dark gray eyes lit up slightly, and he seemed to like this feeling a little. So everyone saw that their usually noble young master actually held a baby. And he was protecting it tightly. They were directly stunned. Uncle Wang stared at the little kid nestled in the arms of his fourth young master with his eyes wide open. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and subconsciously looked back at Mrs. Zhang beside him. The two looked at each other and hurriedly followed. Uncle Wang's subconscious reaction was that his fourth young master had picked up a child on the way out for a day. After all, he was also an old man in the Fu family and naturally knew that the Fu family had several young masters. Thinking of this, Uncle Wang hurriedly followed and took small steps beside Fu Qingheng. He couldn't help but raise his hand to tease the baby in his young master's arms. This girl is so cute and looks blessed. The stupid cat raised her head proudly with her eyes wide open when she heard it. She loved it when others praised her the most. She is so fat and plump, just like the blessing dolls in the New Year pictures. She looks festive. The stupid cat's face immediately frowned when she heard it. Her little head tilted back, and she raised her hands to cover her face. She shouted in a long baby voice, "Yao Yao, I won't let you touch me." She hated it the most when others said she was fat. The stupid cat lowered her head and was about to admire the small waist that she was proud of. In the end, she didn't see the waist, but saw the small belly. She stared at it with her cat pupils and raised her hand to poke it, and the flesh bounced back and forth. Yao Yao. The stupid cat's mouth sank, and she turned her head away and lay straight on her brother's shoulder and began to doubt herself. Uncle Wang was so happy that he bent over with laughter. "Hey, this little baby is really rare." After saying that, he looked at the boy holding the baby and said, "Master, where did you pick up this baby? Did you call the police?" The boy heard it, stopped, turned around, and pulled the baby from his arms with a serious expression. At this moment, the stupid cat turned his head. The eyes of the brother and sister were revealed. Fu Qingheng had a blank expression and a serious look, and the little friend Yao Yao also had a stern face and was worried about her small waist. After seeing this, Uncle Wang felt that this baby looked a bit like his own master. This is too good. His master is so good-looking that it is so beautiful that it can shock the world and make ghosts cry. Uncle Wang's first reaction was that this baby must be as good-looking as his own master when he grows up. Just thinking about it, the next second, Fu Qingheng's voice came, mixed with some obvious pride. The young man raised a slight smile, and even Uncle Wang could tell from his serious voice that his young master was showing off. He said, "This is my sister." After saying that, he paused for a while and added, "My dear sister." As soon as these words came out, they spread throughout the villa. Uncle Wang blinked his eyes, and for a second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. When he finally reacted, he turned his head sharply and looked at the young man who was getting farther and farther away in front of him. Uncle Wang hurriedly followed him. 3 or 4 maids surrounded Yao Yao. Who wouldn't like such a cute and adorable little kid? Fu Qingheng didn't have a bad temper, and he didn't do anything except looking for death every day, so the servants and workers here were not too afraid of Fu Qingheng. If they were at the Fu family manor, they probably wouldn't even dare to move. Orange happily looked at the baby, who was holding the fat rabbit in front of her in a daze. She played a small game with her because she was afraid that the baby would be bored. She shook her tightly clenched fists and asked, like coaxing a child, "Baby, guess which one in my hand is candy? If you guess right, I'll give you the candy. If you guess wrong, you'll have to reward me with a small gift." The stupid cat was still very cautious. She squinted her eyes and said in a milky voice, Can I ask the king first?" Orange nodded, and the kid turned around, stuck his ace out, pulled the long ears of the rabbit in his arms, and started muttering. Seeing this, several maids were almost killed by her cuteness. After a while, the man and the rabbit had almost finished their discussion. The returning kid was full of fighting spirit. The fat rabbit squeaked twice and waved its paw. "Don't worry, kid. My king, I will definitely let you have some candy." 3 minutes later, the little brat was kissing one sister after another, and his actions were as ferocious as a tiger, which completely confused Fu Qingheng, who was coming down from upstairs. His face changed, and he quickly walked forward and pulled Yao Yao out from between the maids. The baby in her arms hadn't reacted yet, so she numbly pouted her lips and gave him a kiss. No matter whose face it was, as long as it was a face, it was a debt that Yao Yao owed. Fu Qingheng, who was kissed, said. The young man's body suddenly stiffened. His expression changed from confusion to shock and shyness, and then back to confusion. He came to his senses, hid Yao Yao in his arms, and looked at the maids coldly. Seeing this, the maids stopped playing games with Yao Yao, said hello to Fu Qingheng, and went about their own business. After everyone had left, Fu Qingheng sat the baby on the sofa and turned her around so that they were facing each other. The boy frowned and asked in confusion, "Why kiss them? It would be better if I didn't say this. Once I talk about this little Yao Yao, I am almost heartbroken." The kid in front of me suddenly wilted a few degrees. She held her chubby cheeks and said in a baby voice full of sadness, "Sister is playing a game with Yao Yao. If Yao Yao wins, sister will give me candy." The stupid cat sniffed and hugged his brother's waist all of a sudden, feeling very aggrieved. Woo, but Yao Yao lost everything. She shook her head and stretched out her little paws to start scratching. I still owe sister orange 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 kisses, 3 kisses from Sister Allen, and 1 kiss from Sister Blueberry. The stupid cat felt sorry for himself when he thought about it. Seeing that the cub was about to cry because of himself, Fu Qingheng subconsciously started to comfort the cub. When Fu Qingheng heard this, his eyes flashed, as if he had thought of something. He put the baby down in his arms, walked aside, and made a phone call. 15 minutes later, the living room was filled with a variety of candies. The young man held a box of chocolates in his left hand and a few pieces of candy in his right hand and put them in front of Yao Yao. He paused and moved his handsome face closer to Uncle Wang under his puzzled gaze. The boy pointed at his own face expressionlessly and said simply, "Give me a kiss, and I'll give you a candy." Yao Yao's starry eyes great. Without saying a word, the little boy held his cheeks, flapped his legs, and ran up to kiss his brother's handsome face. After a series of operations, Fu Qingheng stopped the little cub, who couldn't stop, saying, "Okay. Reach out, brother will give you candy." Yao Yao raised her little paws happily, and she was so excited. Sure enough, the next second her little hands were filled with all kinds of candies. The stupid cat was so happy that her eyes were bent with laughter. She took the handful of candy and put it into her own pocket. During this time, she didn't forget to give one to Do Wang, Wang Shu, and Fu Qingheng. The cub is not a stupid cub. She is the best at weighing the pros and cons when it comes to eating. She thought very clearly that if she wants to eat well in the future, she must hold her thighs tightly. Although she lost a candy, Yao Yao is willing to give it up in exchange for thousands of candies, yeah. The cub thought very beautifully, but the reality is very cruel. This day, the cub was caught by Fu Qingheng on the spot because he couldn't sleep in the middle of the night and got up to eat candy. The cub, who was so arrogant before, now had her feet facing inwards, her little hands tightly holding the cat's tail on her clothes behind her, her cat pupils full of innocence. She stared at her brother, who had become unusually fierce in front of her with her eyes wide open, and she was scared for a moment. The stupid cat swallowed her saliva and walked to Fu Qingheng with crab steps. She was about to hug her own pot, but the boy raised his hand and slid her into the air. The cub, who lost gravity for a moment, subconsciously raised her hand to cover her little ace. She softly called. Pot. Fu Qingheng ignored her. His eyebrows were tightly locked and twisted into the shape of the word Chuan. "You will lose your teeth if you eat too much sugar, you know?" The stupid cat shook her head obviously. Seeing her confused look, Fu Qingheng even felt that he had asked a stupid question. What the Hades could she know? Sure enough, the next second, the kid who was suspended in the air was frightened and trembled. I don't know if it was a psychological effect. Yao Yao suddenly felt that her baby teeth were a little painful. The kid's chubby little hands began to cover her mouth again. She made a sad woo sound and stared at her own Guogua with her big eyes pitifully and said incoherently, "Guogua, my Yaya told me that it seems to be a little painful, Guogua. My Yaya will not abandon Yao Yao, right?" The frowning boy nodded without hesitation and said affirmatively, "Yes." This scared little Fu Yao Yao. She buried her little head in her brother, looking like she wanted to cry but couldn't, which made Fu Qingheng at a loss for words. He has been introverted since he was a child and doesn't know how to coax people. The boy opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Finally, he had an idea and remembered what his silly brother said when he beat someone up and made him cry. His dark gray eyes lit up slightly, and he lowered his voice to comfort the baby in his arms. The stupid cat Kaba Kaba raised her head and looked at Fu Qingheng, who was smiling very gently at her. She shook her head and was almost scared to death by her own Siguagua. She had never seen anyone as scary as Siguagua. The cat's intuition told her my life is over. The kid scratched his face and kicked his short legs. Yao Yao. Dead. Cat 9 lives -1. When Fu Qingheng saw this, his eyes lit up, and he knew that these words would work. He said he remembered it correctly. In the past, when Qingyu beat people and made them cry, he would shout at them, "If you cry again, do you believe I will beat you up?" Every time Fu Qingyu said this, those people would stop crying immediately. I didn't expect this to be so effective in coaxing children. Ever since Yao Yao saw the true face of her own pot that day, the stupid cat was almost scared to death. Every day he lives in fear with the Rabbit King, terrified that if he makes Fu Qingheng unhappy, he will be slapped to death by this big devil. Fu Qingheng was also puzzled. He had clearly seen this kid being very naughty that day, but why did he become so well-behaved when he came to his house? The more Fu Qingheng thought about it, the worse it got. If Yao Yao always behaved well, what would he do? What does he plan to do? How can he raise a child who is so angry that he dies? He thought about it and found that Yao Yao had been watching cartoons and not playing with toys recently. He looked around his house and found that there was almost nothing else except the toys that Yao Yao brought herself. He suddenly realized what was going on, took out his card with a small balance, handed it to Uncle Wang, and waved his hand and directly ordered, "Go buy it." 30 minutes later, Fu Qingheng laughed with satisfaction as he looked at the various toys filling the living room. He walked up to unpack a toy car and handed it to Yao Yao, who was standing in the pile of toys. "Yao Yao, play with it. These are all bought for you. You can play whatever you want. It doesn't matter how messy you make it. Brother won't blame you." These words were said with sincerity. The little cat's eyes lit up and hesitated for a while before reaching out to take the car. Squeak, squeak, squeak. "Don't touch it." The fat rabbit screamed and stretched out its 2 front paws to grab Yao Yao's sleeves tightly. The king reminded him angrily, "Have you forgotten his scary side? Don't you understand what he meant?" The stupid cat swallowed his saliva, hugged the fat rabbit in his arms tightly, and looked at the terrible big devil timidly. Yao Yao was so scared that he took a few steps back with his short legs and asked in a trembling voice, "Is he deceiving Yao Yao?" The fat rabbit nodded his head and grinned at Fu Qingheng, who was looking at him, and then he began to explain in a squeaking voice. "You have to let me translate for you. Tell me what you will do if you leave me." What he meant by what he said just now is, "I bought these for you with kindness. The meat will taste good if you are happy. If you dare to make a mess at home, you will be dead." The stupid cat couldn't help it anymore and burst into tears. It cried and begged for mercy. "You nested the wrong bird. Please, please don't hit Yao Yao. Yao Yao will never eat sweet or spicy food again." The fat rabbit was so heartbroken when he saw this, it spun around and jumped, stood backward with its hands on its hips in an amazing posture, waving its front paws and cursing, "Squeak, squeak, squeak." The cub's cry made Fu Qingheng and Uncle Wang cry so hard that the boy was in a panic. He hurried over to comfort the cub, but unexpectedly, the rabbit blocked his step when he took a step forward. He took a step back and the rabbit jumped and waved its 2 small front paws in a boxing posture. This shocked Fu Qingheng. He didn't believe it and tried to go around it, but the rabbit ran directly in front of him and punched his feet. After a few times, Fu Qingheng found that the rabbit didn't want him to get close to his sister. The boy couldn't help but frown. Seeing that the two-legged beast was obedient, the Rabbit King put one paw on his waist and pointed at Fu Qingheng and shouted again. Squeak, 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 squeak. We don't want your things. Squeak, 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 squeak. If the rabbit doesn't show its power, you think I'm a king and a decoration, right?
Huh.
The fat rabbit bared its teeth, and the squeak sound became more and more shrill, directly echoing throughout the villa. Fu Qingheng stared blankly and covered his mouth in disbelief. There is such a rabbit? Fu Qingheng was still marveling at the weirdness of the rabbit in front of him, and the indignant voice of Uncle Wang behind him came. TSK, it's too ugly. That's too harsh. How can this rabbit look down on people like that? Fu Qingheng subconsciously turned around. Seeing Uncle Wang holding a cell phone close to his ear as if listening to something, he couldn't help but ask, Uncle Wang, what are you doing? Upon hearing that, Uncle Wang took the phone away. He was so angry that he pointed at the fat rabbit in front of him and shouted, Master, this rabbit has no manners. Don't listen to its nonsense. I can't stand it.
Fu Qingheng.
The young man looked at Uncle Wang, and then at looking at the fat rabbit and the cub, who was crying heartbreakingly behind the fat rabbit. He rolled his eyes and reacted with confusion and horror in his words. Uncle Wang, can you understand what this rabbit is saying? Uncle Wang shook his head. Oh, how can I understand it? Technology is advanced now. I'm using an animal language translator. Fu Qingheng heard this and stared in a daze for a while. Then his eyes flashed and he ordered, Let me listen. Well, he also wanted to know what this fierce-looking rabbit was saying. Upon hearing this, Uncle Wang leaned back, holding his phone. He waved his hand casually with a forced smile. Oh, young master, you'd better not listen to it. It's not good. The boy narrowed his eyes. Let me listen to it. Uncle Wang then slowly opened his phone and was about to click on the translation result interface when a trial time expired popped up. He awkwardly met his young master's gaze and smiled. Well, young master, let me watch an ad first. Fu Qingheng frowned in confusion. More ads? Uncle Wang scratched his head with a smack. Don't you have to subscribe to membership to avoid watching ads? At this point, his eyes suddenly lit up and handed the phone to Fu Qingheng. Under his young master's puzzled gaze, he said, Young master, how about? You subscribe for me? The boy took the phone expressionlessly upon hearing this. 3 seconds later, the two of them held a phone and watched the ad honestly. A minute later, when the prompt "You can translate for 3 minutes" appeared on the screen, Fu Qingheng's dark gray eyes lit up, and he immediately raised the phone to the fat rabbit and clicked to translate. Then, you each shoot, you each shoot, you each shoot, you each shoot. We don't want you. You each shoot, you each shoot, you each shoot. As soon as these words came out, the fat rabbit opened one eye wide and squinted the other. It glared, and the next second the translator followed the rabbit's squeaking and made another sound. Who is imitating you, the Rabbit King? Fu Qingheng's face turned dark, looking at the fat rabbit in front of him, who was still cursing. He glanced at it with his black eyes and just stared at the fat rabbit quietly, without saying a word. The Rabbit King Kaba rolled his eyes at the two-legged beast's gloomy face. Then he covered his mouth and took a step back without saying a word. Fu Qingheng is getting excited. No one has ever dared to talk to him like this since he was a child. Although he is keen on seeking death, but no matter how long he has lived, he is still the first person. No. The rabbit dares to make him eat shoot. The young man narrowed his eyes and had deeply realized the quality of this rabbit. He took a step forward and secretly made up his mind that before Yao Yao got angry to death, he would definitely teach this rabbit a lesson, to prevent his sister from becoming like the rabbit after spending too much time with it. Fu Qingheng paused as if he thought of something, then shook his head and said, Forget it. He couldn't imagine such a cute sister would be holding her waist with her paws raised, saying each shoot, each shoot, each shoot, in a fierce way. Just as she was thinking this, the little cub who was crying on the ground hiccuped, and her big round cat pupils were full of tears.
Fu Qingheng.
The stupid cat whimpered sadly a few times, and when it saw Fu Qingheng's face turned ashen, it couldn't even catch its breath and started crying again. The Rabbit King was so frightened by this that his legs went limp. He took a few steps back and jumped directly into Yao Yao's arms. The two of them pressed their cheeks against each other and cried miserably. However, at this moment, there was an unbelievable roar from the door. Fu Qingheng turned around subconsciously and saw a boy with a similar face standing at the door. There was a hint of anger in his voice. Fu Qingheng, what are you doing? Bullying a child? Fu Qingheng turned his head and heard him remind her in a cold voice with an expressionless face. I'm your brother.
And
I didn't bully her. After saying that, the boy's wooden voice seemed to have some grievance. The boy looked gloomy and looked as if he didn't want to live anymore. His expression was numb and pitiful. It bullied me.
Fukinju,
He didn't believe it. He strode forward, past Fu Qingheng, picked up Yao Yao from the ground, pulled his sleeves, and wiped Yao Yao's tears. Seeing this, the left-behind Rabbit King also ran up and hugged Fu Qingyu's legs tightly. How can this little brat bully you? She's just a little greedy, a little active, a little nervous, with short legs and a little frizzy hair. How can she bully you? Yao Yao, who was crying sadly. Guogua, are you praising me or criticizing me? Fu Qingyu didn't notice the strange expression of the baby in his arms. The cub, who had been crying until he had almost no tears left, felt even more upset when he heard this. He turned his head and burrowed into his own Guogua's arms, covering his ears with his hands in an attempt to drive those bad words out of his little head. Fu Qingheng felt a little aggrieved by his own brother's words. The boy half raised his eyes and looked at the fat rabbit that was tightly hugging his brother's calf. He raised his finger and pointed at the rabbit and said resentfully, It bullied me.
Fukinju,
Uncle Wang couldn't stand it anymore. Although they were both young masters of his employer's family, he had taken care of Fu Qingheng for a long time, so he naturally sided with Fu Qingheng. He couldn't stop sighing, took a wrong step forward, and immediately began to protect his master. Fifth young master, I'm wronged. Our young master is so wronged. You also know that our young master Fengya doesn't have much money, but in order to make the young lady happy, our young master bought all these toys and there is no money left in the card. Fu Qingheng raised his eyes. I have no money? Uncle Wang patted Fu Qingheng's shoulder and comforted him perfunctorily. Young master, don't worry, there is still money for the next meal. After that, he continued to complain. Look at this rabbit. It's a pity that the young master bought it a nest. It actually said that our young master eats shoot. This scolding is too ugly. You also know that although our young master is looking for death every day, how can he bear to eat shoot? This is not said by a human, and it was scolded by a rabbit. Isn't this an insult to the young master's personality? After speaking, Fu Qingheng pursed his lips and clenched his fists and nodded heavily.
Fukinju.
Maybe it's because his brother's personality is relatively rigid, and he usually has a blank expression. But at this moment, after Uncle Wang said these words, Fu Qingyu actually saw the grievance on his brother's face. The corner of his mouth twitched, looking at the child in his arms who couldn't be coaxed, and then looking at his brother who was silently lowering his head and clenching his fists and secretly wronged. Fu Qingyu took a deep breath and was about to raise his foot when he was dragged by the monster on his leg. Fu Qingyu almost subconsciously raised his foot to kick the thing away. But considering his child's amazing learning ability, he paused and slowly put down the foot he was about to raise and began to carry the weight forward. When he walked in front of his brother, he changed the child's hand and stretched out his other hand to pat Fu Qingheng, who was alone and aggrieved, as if to comfort him. Alas, it would be fine if he didn't comfort her, but once he comforted her, Fu Qingheng became pretentious. When Fu Qingheng patted him, he turned around silently and faced Fu Qingyu. Fu Qingyu carried the cub and dragged the rabbit over and patted him twice more. Fu Qingheng turned around again. His slender figure was even more broken at this time. Silence was more powerful than words at this time.
Fukinju.
Is this guy still being pretentious? The boy raised his eyebrows, slightly leaned forward to look at his brother who was facing away from him, and his mouth twitched. Even if his brother was being pretentious, he still had a stern face and no expression. The boy curled his lips, shook his head helplessly, and then held the cub in his arms and deliberately asked loudly, "Yao Yao, you must be hungry after crying for so long? Brother will take you to eat delicious food. Do you want to go?" The stupid cat heard this, and there was such a good thing. She stretched out her hand and patted her belly. She didn't know if it was an illusion. Yao Yao felt that she seemed to have really cried thin. The stupid cat opened her eyes wide with disbelief. She puffed up her cheeks and clenched her fists in her brother's arms. Yeah, Yao Yao wants to go. She cried so much that she lost weight, so she had to go and make up for it. The stupid cat understood clearly that it was her own flesh, and if she decided not to lose weight, the flesh would never leave her body. She is the domineering Fu Outyin. Fu Qingheng, who was sulking on the side, moved his ears and saw that the brother and sister were chatting happily, but didn't call him. The great calligrapher Fu was unhappy. Instantly, the temperature in the room dropped again. Fu Qingheng was so unhappy that he almost drew circles on the spot with a branch. Mu Tu Guogua wants to go too. Yao Yao also wants to eat delicious food with Mu Tu Guogua. The sound of Nai Papa was heard, and Fu Qingheng's eyes were filled with excitement, but he didn't show it on his face. He suppressed the smile on his lips and turned around. With a cold face and a wooden feeling, he corrected, "It's brother, not wood." Yao Yao clapped his hands and nodded his head and followed suit. It's wood, not pot." Fu Qingheng nodded with satisfaction. Fu Qingheng usually doesn't go out, either staying at home or going to some classical garden to find inspiration for writing. Oh, by the way, now there is another one, that is, he has thought of a new way to die, going to Fu's manor to find Alpha to die, and because of his own reasons he was admitted to the University of Pennsylvania at the age of 15, and then recuperated at home.
It can be said that
Fu Qingheng is not only a calligrapher who loves to die, but also a social phobia. When Fu Qingyu appeared at the snack street stall with one person and one cat, the big fool and the little fool were still very happy. 3 minutes later, when a bowl of bright red soup filled with strange noodles was served, the big fool and the little fool stared with wide eyes and almost died. Fu Qingyu was satisfied after taking a sip of the powder. Seeing his brother's strange, constipated look and the kid looking at him in shock, Fu Qingyu said while eating, "Why are you looking at me? Eat quickly, it won't taste good if it gets cold." Fu Qingheng opened his mouth, looking like he wanted to say something but stopped. It can be seen that he was extremely entangled at this moment. The stupid cat sighed like a little adult, jumped off the small stool directly, ran to the side, raised his ace, scooped up a handful of soil, and ran towards Fu Qingyu, with his legs fluttering. Yao Yao was so worried. It would be fine if her brother didn't have money to treat her to a meal, but he actually ate. Yao Yao became more and more worried the more she thought about it, holding the soil and pouring it into Fu Qingyu's bowl without saying a word. Fu Qingyu was also quick-eyed and quick-handed. He blocked the kid's hand the moment he stretched it out. The boy frowned, and before he could ask back, Yao Yao was a little angry. The kid pouted his lips angrily and put his hands on his hips. His purring sound was a little louder than usual. From this little expression, we could tell that the kid was angry, but that sound was no different from acting like a spoiled child and had no deterrent effect at all. Well, don't eat shoot. Shoot doesn't taste good. Ouch, Guogua has eaten so much shoot that it's hard to bury his shoot. The kid scratched his mouth and vomited. Why would anyone like to eat shoot? Yao Yao doesn't understand. After he finished speaking, Fu Qingheng also nodded surprisingly. I don't understand either.
Fu Qinju.
The fat uncle who was eating snail noodles at the next table silently put down the chopsticks in his hand. For some reason, he suddenly felt that this thing was not fragrant, and it smelled of shoot. Fu Qingyu coughed awkwardly and explained, "This is a special snack, not shoot. It's delicious. Would you like to try it?"
Fu Qingheng nodded solemnly in agreement.
5 minutes later, the kid with a mouth full of red oil slapped his bowl on the table and said in a domineering voice, "Auntie, another bowl." "It's so delicious."
Fu Qinju.
"Didn't you say you would never bow your head if you didn't want to eat it?" Then, a hand with fair skin and distinct joints slowly stretched out with the bowl. Fu Qingheng raised his hand honestly. I want a bowl too. After a pause, he added, it smells good to me too.
Fu Qinju.
Just now, letting you taste it was like asking for your life. Seeing this, the boy took a tissue and brought the kid with a mouthful of red oil over to wipe it a few times. When he found that it was not clean, he decisively took the kid to the sink beside him. Yao Yao pouted in dissatisfaction. What's the matter with Guwa? I haven't finished eating yet. I want to eat more delicious shoot. As he said that, he put his hands out of his pockets. The plate with his chubby face was full of the 4 big words, I'm not easy to mess with. Fu Qingyu was amused by the kid. He raised his hand and poked Yao Yao's belly and couldn't help but said, you have eaten a bowl and you still want to eat? Look at your little belly. What's in it? If you eat more, you can't even wear your Superman costume. This remark attracted Fei Yao's attention. Why? Because Fu Tingchen doesn't like Yao Yao to wear those weird clothes, so she only has that one Superman costume, but she cherishes it very much. The kid's cat eyes are full of regrets. She raised her hand like a little adult and supported her forehead with her fleshy paws. Hey, it's so hard to be a bad guy. It's spicy. Okay, this fragrant shoot, I don't want to eat it. After saying that, the stupid cat didn't need her brother anymore and washed her face by herself. When they went back, Fu Qingyu found that Fu Qingheng was blocked by 2 beautiful girls. Are they asking for contact information? Fu Qingyu hooked his lips, hugged the cub in his arms, and walked up. Just when he was about to watch a good show, he heard his brother with a stern face and emotionless frown and refused directly. No. The little sister was visibly disappointed when she heard it. She was about to pull her best friend away, but the next second her best friend seemed to see something and pulled her back and walked straight towards Fu Qingyu. Sure enough, the next second, he heard the girl's slightly shy voice. Hello, can I add you as a friend? The boy blinked and shook his head. No, I'm underage.
They.
The two looked at each other, as if they thought of something and looked back at Fu Qingheng, who was sitting on the chair behind them with a cold face and honest. They blushed and quickly said I'm sorry and turned to leave. At this moment, the domineering voice of Shinyu Yaoyabali sounded. Hihi women are fascinated by the body of Yao Yao. The whirlwind just out of phone number, and when Yao Yao conquers the world, King Yao Yao will come to find you. After that, she stretched out her chubby little hand and shook it, with a children's phone watch on it.
Fu Qinju.
This kid. He nodded to the 2 girls with a fake smile, then put the kid's head in his arms, walked up and pulled his brother out. The kid was still not happy. Fu Qingyu stopped him from adding the beautiful sister's number. Fei Yao muttered and was almost angry to death. Guoguo hasn't added the beautiful sister's number yet, Guoguo. Please go back soon. The young man raised his hand and poked Fu Yao Yao's little head. He was so angry that he laughed. You're just a little kid and you add someone else's phone number? Didn't your father tell you not to follow strangers casually and not to trust strangers too much? What's in your little head, huh? How about I go back and talk to your father and let him teach you a lesson? Yao Yao's whole body trembled when she heard it, and the little chicks on both sides of her head exploded into flowers. She held her head and shook her head. No, I don't want to be taught a lesson by Daddy. Fu Qingheng raised his eyebrows and teased her playfully. It's okay if you don't tell Fu Tingchen, or I'll play a 3-character scripture for you. The stupid cat Kabakaba's eyes were full of doubts as he held his head and said, 3-character classic? The kid had a bad feeling but still asked timidly, what is that? Is it a cartoon? Fu Qingheng pursed his lips and said in a dull voice, when people are born, they are good by nature. People are similar in nature and habits. Before he could finish his words, he had to show Fei Yao's shocked face. The thing that tortured her every day turned out to be called the 3-character classic. The kid snorted. I knew it. This name is so bad. It turns out to be the beginning of human nature. Humph. The baby's drawn-out baby voice was full of accusations. I hate the 3-character classic. Stupid cat Bali curled his lips domineeringly. His eyes glared and narrowed, quite like Fu Tingchen. If I, Xianfeng Yao Yao, want to destroy Dong Dong, no one can stop me. One day, I will destroy it. A week later, because she was too rebellious and arrogant, Fu Tingchen acted quickly. In order to prevent his child from learning bad things, he found a school for her overnight. When the stupid cat was dragged by Fu Qingheng to the gate of Qinqing Kindergarten, he happened to meet President Fu, who came from the manor. The cub's eyes lit up when he saw this, and he flapped his legs in the air and tried to get to Fu Tingchen, calling out, "Daddy, Daddy, Daddy, Daddy Yao Yao, I miss you so much after not seeing you for these few days. Do you miss your big baby Yao Yao?" It was the time when parents came to send their children to school. Some people had already noticed Fu Tingchen when his car drove here. After all, who else in the entire capital has such an arrogant license plate number except Fu Tingchen from the Fu group? Now, after Yao Yao's cry of longing, everyone subconsciously turned around and looked in the direction of the source of the sound. The man who was rumored to be cold-blooded and powerful walked over, and there was actually some pampering and smile on his face, etc. Pampering and laughing? Is Fu Tingchen a person who can laugh? Of course not. The last time he laughed was because he dealt with a piece of garbage. That incident caused quite a stir, so they naturally knew about it. Everyone shuddered at the thought, and couldn't help but sigh that Fu Tingchen actually had such a gentle side, and she was his daughter. At that moment, someone made a sound of shock and doubt. The man glanced at those people with cold eyes, walked to Fu Qingheng and looked at the kid fluttering in the air. He paused. Under the gaze of everyone, the man asked abruptly, "Is this how you mention your sister?" Fu Qingheng stared, nodded honestly, and there was a little confusion in his eyes. "Is it not okay?" The man frowned and raised his hand to change the kid's position and hugged him in his arms. "It's better not to mention it. Your sister is stupid. What if the clothes are of poor quality and hit her head? Can you guarantee that she won't become even stupider?" Fu Qingheng suddenly realized and nodded. As if he thought of something, he asked, "Father, have you ever dropped your sister?" Fei Yao, who was openly dissed, stared and twisted her mouth unhappy. She was so angry that she was about to die. How could he treat her like this? The more the cub thought about it, the angrier he got. His thoughts went back to a week ago. Originally, they were going to go back after eating the fragrant shoot, but in view of Yao Yao's domineering words these days, Fu Qingyu took Yao Yao back to the manor directly, and Fu Qingheng also went with him because he and Fu Tingchen agreed to raise the cub for 2 weeks. After all, he had thought it through. With this in mind, Fu Qingheng even wrote a suicide note for a few days and picked out the best one. Now, everything is ready except for the east wind. Alas, what was the result? Even if Yao Yao was domineering for a while, it was not irritating, but made him laugh. So, Fu Qingheng, whose plan failed to execute, turned his attention to Alpha again. This time, he learned his lesson.
Well,
He first brushed Alpha's teeth for 2 weeks, and when he brushed them clean, he would go to Alpha again. Yao Yao also received the good news of going to kindergarten because of her domineering words. Zizi was not happy at first, but after Fu Qingyu's various temptations and seductions, she decided. She wants to rule the kindergarten. Thinking of this, Fu Yao Yao straightened her little body and nestled in her father's arms, tilting her head up, looking like a leader inspecting. Before entering the school gate, the kindergarten's principal Chen came to greet her. She walked up with a smile, nodded slightly to Fu Tingchen, and then made a pleased gesture, unable to hide her excitement, and followed to introduce various aspects of the kindergarten. God knows, not long ago, Fu Tingchen directly invested in this private kindergarten so that his little cub would not be bullied at school. Director Chen said with a smile, "Mr. Fu, please rest assured. Our Qinqing kindergarten is equipped with the best teaching facilities and educational resources. The teaching environment is also very suitable for the growth of children. You can rest assured to place Yao Yao in Qinqing kindergarten. In fact, there is no need to say more because Fu Tingchen is a businessman. When he bought a stake in this kindergarten, he naturally did a good investigation. He would never invest in a stake if he was not optimistic." The man tilted his head slightly and pinched the proud little cub and asked, "Yao Yao, do you like it here?" Fei Yao heard this and pretended to open one eye and looked around. The stupid cat was excited. Is this the place where Yao Yao, the whirlwind, will rule in the future?" Yao Yao is very satisfied. Fu Qingheng also looked around with the cub, and then said, "There is no rush to rule. You have to pass the entrance test first." The round cat pupils of Yao Yao King Kaba Kaba were filled with doubts. Me? After the doubts, the stupid cat understood everything. She raised her lotus-like little hands, grabbed her little Jujiu, and patted her chest confidently. "So that's it. This is the test for Fu Outyan. It doesn't matter. Outyan will definitely pass it successfully." 3 minutes later, everyone came to a separate invigilation room, while Fu Tingchen and Fu Qingheng went to the inner room with a one-way anti-peep glass. Dean Chen brought a test paper and a pencil, handed them to Yao Yao, and said something. The kid suddenly puffed his chest and waved to the teacher, and then he started working on the test paper with a confident look. 5 minutes later, she skipped out of the house. 10 minutes later, the moment Yao Yao came out, Fu Qingheng determined without even thinking about it that he could pass such a simple question by just answering it casually. At the very least, getting 60 points is easy, right? He walked over and touched Yao Yao's little head, patiently listening to the kid's excited description of how great he was. "Well, you don't know. As soon as I saw the topic, I knew it right away, and I finished it in a flash." Fu Qingheng nodded in agreement, thinking of how his silly brother would always exaggerately praise Yao Yao every time he spoke to her. Fu Qingheng felt that that was the way to get along with children, right? So, the great calligrapher Fu opened his mouth expressionlessly and said, "Wow." Then he slowly praised, "Yao Yao is really great." Fu Tingchen, on the other side, went straight to emo. Special Assistant Zhao, who had almost completed all the admission procedures and was only 1 score away, sent a WeChat message to his boss, but received no reply. He then called him but received no answer either. Special Assistant Zhao had no choice but to run to the invigilation room again. Seeing the brother and sister on the side getting along harmoniously, the atmosphere around his boss was a little depressing. Assistant Zhao hurried over and comforted him before he saw the test paper. "Oh, boss, just passed the test. Although I know your family has excellent genes, it's impossible for everyone to get full marks, right? The young lady is still young, so don't worry too much at such a young age. She will definitely make up for it later, I think." Assistant Zhao stopped talking, because he saw the test paper with the big words 53 points. Assistant Zhao widened his eyes and looked unbelievable. "Why haven't you passed the test yet? It shouldn't be." He has seen the 5 young masters of his own president's family, and their grades are all excellent. Although Yao Yao's score of 53 points should be reasonable, after all, it is understandable that such a young child is not smart, but this is Fu Tingchen's child. On the other side, Fu Qingheng also noticed something wrong after hearing the word national quintessence. The young man raised his eyes and stood up and walked over. Then the 3 of them looked very strange. How strange were they? They looked down at the question and then at the answer Yao Yao wrote, and their expressions twisted. Yao Yao thought that her father Guogua and her special assistant uncle were shocked by her results. Special Assistant Zhao opened his mouth to speak, but stopped. He looked at the proud young lady and then at the boss with a dark face, and then he shut up. Fu Qingheng was also stunned. He looked at the first question in disbelief and slowly read it out. 1 + 1 = Wang? The kid snorted twice, his face full of pride. Fu Qingheng looked at Yao Yao curiously, and then read 1 + 3 = B? What kind of answer is this? This is not the end. Fu Qingheng took the test paper from his father and glanced at it roughly, and finally stopped at the crooked word written on the upper left. Isn't it written on it that the stupid cat's name is Fu Yao? But something unexpected happened. The kid seemed to have forgotten how to write his own name and only wrote Yao on it, without writing his surname. Fu Qingheng was stunned for a moment. He subconsciously pointed at the space in front of Yao where a character was missing and asked, "Yao Yao, what's your last name?" As soon as this was said, the 3 of them paid great attention, especially Fu Tingchen, who was only focused on the questions and didn't even notice that his daughter didn't even write her full name on the test paper. The man looked up with a headache, looking at the kid in front of him dimly, and poked the kid's head with his hand. "Fu Yao Yao, what's your last name?" "Huh? Didn't I teach you when we were at home?" The stupid cat felt a little guilty when she heard it. She lowered her head with her big eyes, and her round cat pupils blinked. The stupid cat was obviously not confident. I forgot. This character is too difficult to write. Yao Yao can't remember it. As she said that, she turned her cat pupils and tried to get away with it. The man sighed and didn't want to argue with her. It was written on page 32 of Daddy's Guide to Raising Children that children are creatures with poor memory and wild playfulness. You can't argue with her. Just forget it. You can't beat her up, right? As soon as this idea came out, Fu Tingchen narrowed his eyes. Beating her was absolutely impossible. The kid's strange learning ability only learned a lot of messy things. He even dared to be sure that as long as he did it in front of her, she would definitely learn it tomorrow. President Fu shook his head secretly. No, he would never let his daughter learn bad things. I don't know why, he suddenly felt a little fortunate that he had a whim to invest in Qingqing so that he could squeeze people in. To be honest, since he saw his daughter's answers, he was even a little fortunate that his daughter could still get 53 points. Maybe there is no harm without comparison. The man paused and decided to ask Yao Yao how she came up with these questions. He took the test paper and spread it out in front of Yao Yao. Before he could speak, he saw the kid blinking his eyes and looking at the big words 53 points written in red on the test paper. She looked around. Dad, is this my test paper?
Futinken. Fukingang.
Special Assistant Zhao. This is, still don't believe that I got such a low score? President Fu shook the test paper in his hand, feeling a bit gritting his teeth. This is yours. What are you looking for? The stupid cat Kabakaba's eyes. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds.
Meh.
The kid covered his heart and staggered back 2 steps and knelt on the ground. His small body was full of sadness. His originally round eyes opened even wider at this time, and his little mouth opened into a square shape in shock. Wah. The whirlwind Yao Yao only got 53 points. The kid was heartbroken, and after a while of groaning and crying in grief, she raised her head with a stern face and expressionless expression. Failure is a successful mom. I am destined to be the king of cats, and I will never give in to studying. Hashi nodded and looked at the test paper in her father's hand with a serious expression. You have successfully attracted the attention of Fu Aotian.
Futinken. Fukingang.
Special Assistant Zhao could hardly hold back his laughter. He covered his mouth tightly, but just couldn't help laughing. Finally, before his boss glared at him, he quickly reviewed all the sad things he had encountered in his life and stopped laughing. Fu Qingheng was so shocked that he couldn't bear to watch. Only our President Fu took a deep breath and silently said in his heart, "This is his daughter, his only daughter, his dear daughter." But after a moment, the man returned to his original indifferent look. He spread the test paper in front of Wang Yao Yao, pointed to the first question, and asked, "Other people's 1 + 1 is equal to 2. What about yours? Why is it equal to Wang?" Yao Yao heard this and raised her chubby little hands to make a cross. She shook her head and spoke in a childish voice as if it was a matter of course, because the rack requires a head and feet rack equals plus the head is equal to 1, and the feet are also equal to 1, so 1 + 1 equals king. Hearing this explanation, Fu Tingchen's eyelids jumped. He didn't intend to continue to tangle with her and asked again, "What about this question? 1 + 3 is not equal to 4 equals B? I didn't teach you to learn English. How did you write B?" The stupid cat put her hands together and raised them above her head, then bent slightly to one side. Her cat-like eyes were smiling. Because 3 has 2 doors, if you move 1 over, there will be a door to 3, and it won't be afraid when it sleeps. Fu Tingchen. The man's usually calm and emotionless face became slightly gloomy. He sat on the sofa, leaning back with his legs crossed, and gently grasping the test paper in his Rolex-wearing hand. He was silent. The scene became quiet for a moment. Fu Tingchen, Fu Qingheng, and even Special Assistant Zhao all looked at Yao Yao dimly. This really made the stupid cat feel a little guilty. The kid tilted his head back and stared at his big round, Caroline eyes, his hands clenched tightly together, and his feet tilted inward. The whole group looks honest. She mustered up her courage and, tentatively, took a step towards her father. When she saw that her father didn't react, she became bolder and took one step after another. The stupid cat stretched out her little fleshy hand, and after hesitating for a while, she pulled the sleeve of Fu Tingchen's suit like a spoiled child. She pouted and made big promises to her own father without any instruction. "Daddy, I will study hard. Don't worry, Yao Yao is not a fool. Yao Yao will definitely study hard. When Yao Yao rules the world, I will buy Daddy a bunch of clothes and let Daddy eat delicious shoot and drink spicy drinks. When the time comes, no matter how much delicious shoot Daddy wants to eat, I will buy it for Daddy Fu Tingchen, who is forced to eat shoot." "You still want him to eat shoot?" Fu Tingchen's face darkened, and he turned around and asked Fu Qingheng, who was standing behind him, with a clear questioning look in his eyes. Fu Qingheng thought about it, but because he was so focused on eating, he forgot the name of the special snack. Finally, under the gaze of President Fu, he nodded in agreement. "It's actually quite delicious. Father, you can go and try it." President Fu widened his eyes and had a vague guess in his mind, but looking at his fourth son, who was usually very serious, he tentatively said, "Are you out of money?" The implication was, "You took your sister to eat excrement because you had no money?" The boy heard it and nodded, thinking of the remaining balance of 120,000 on his card. It could be considered as gone. Although he got the affirmation of his own son, Fu Tingchen still couldn't believe it. The man held his forehead with a headache, and his words were full of unquestionable orders. "From today on, you will live in Fu's manor, and don't go to Swan Lake Villa." He paused, as if he knew what kind of virtue his son was, and then said, "Don't think about carrying me back. You know the consequences in your heart." As soon as these words came out, the boy who had just taken a step back frowned, retracted the foot that was about to step out, and looked at the back of his widowed father, his dark gray eyes full of resentment. If the written test score is not qualified, there is still an interview. Fu Tingchen stood up, picked up the kid, and went to another meeting room under the guidance of Director Chen outside the door. At that time, the room was already full of 5 teachers. After being told off by Director Chen, the stupid cat walked into the meeting room with a heroic spirit. She first waved her paws to say hello to several teachers, then turned around and sat down on the small bench behind her. Seeing this, the female teacher in the middle raised her hand and smiled at Yao Yao. "Hello, little friend. Don't be nervous next. The teachers will ask you a few questions and just answer what you know." Yao Yao nodded obediently. I know the moment the little baby voice with a hint of coquettishness sounded, the expressions of several teachers became softer. A female teacher cleared her throat and asked softly, "Little friend, can you introduce yourself to the teachers?" Yao Yao rolled her eyes and stretched out her chubby little hands to count word by word. Her eyes were bright, and she followed the female teacher to pretend to clear her throat, and her baby voice was slightly lowered. "Hello, teacher, my name is Fu Yao, and I'm 2 years old this year. My name is Fu Outyan, but my dad always likes to call me Fu Yao Yao, and Yao Yao doesn't like it." Yao Yao is not as domineering as Outyan at this point. The kid was obviously a little sad, but shook his head helplessly. "There's nothing I can do. My dad gave me the name. I'll still be called Fu Yao Yao. Otherwise, my dad will be angry again." As she said that, the stupid cat immediately learned to do it. She half raised her cat pupils skillfully, with a chubby face, and raised her paws above her head and shook them. "That's it. When my dad gets angry, it's scary." Fu Tingchen, who was watching all this at the back door, had a dark face, and his narrow eyes swept over the stupid cat. He really learned from the kid. He laughed in anger. But he couldn't get angry when he saw the kid in the conference room with a beaming face. The man stretched his eyebrows helplessly, took out his mobile phone, and quickly took a few photos of the kid who was performing. Fu Qingheng, who was standing next to him, also raised his mobile phone and was about to take a few photos, but when he looked up and saw the man in front of him lowering his eyes and curling his lips while looking at the photos in the mobile phone and smiling, his heart suddenly shook. He felt empty. The young man lowered his eyelids, hiding the expression in his eyes. Somehow he recalled the tall but untouchable figure in his memory. His father seemed to have never taken a photo of him.
But
the baby voice of the child in the room became a little louder. Fu Qingheng came back to his senses and turned his head slightly to look at the child, who jumped down from the chair with his waist bent. She shook her head and drew a big circle from top to bottom with her little hand. I like the guoguos the most. The female teacher nodded and pretended to be curious and asked, Why? Don't you like Daddy the most? The stupid cat shook his head, and his baby voice was obviously a little disappointed. Daddy, I like them very, very much too, but Daddy is always busy at work and not at home, so I can't see him. Although Yao Yao knows that Daddy is here to take care of me and the guoguos, but Yao Yao doesn't like not being able to see Daddy. See guogua and Wu guogua play with me every day. The little girl clenched her hands tightly and said in a muffled voice, Yao Yao doesn't want Daddy to accompany me every day, but Yao Yao has her brother to accompany her, so who will accompany the guoguo to grow up. The boy outside the door heard this, paused, and couldn't help but clench his fingers tightly together. He looked up blankly. Yes. Why didn't anyone accompany him to grow up? The voice of the kid in the conference room was still intermittent, but Yao Yao still likes Daddy very much. Fei Yao's eyes were bulging. She shook her head and murmured a little disappointedly, Bad Daddy. Outside the door, the man pursed his lips and didn't know what he was thinking. Seeing this, Special Assistant Zhao thought that his boss was angry and depressed because his daughter's favorite was not him. He organized his words and comforted. Boss, the little lady's childish words are innocent. Please don't take it to heart. The man shook his head. He was indeed very busy, so he often didn't go home. The number of times he went home could even be counted on one hand. Look at the little guy's eyes every time he saw him, as if there were stars in his eyes, and he fluttered his legs and opened his hands to hug him the moment he saw him. Although it was sometimes very annoying. Fu Tingchen turned his head to look at his fourth son standing aside. Although he had no expression on his face, his subtle movements and expressions still caught Fu Tingchen's attention. Thinking of his daughter's words, who will accompany Guogua to grow up. The man felt very uncomfortable. He was silent, observing his expressionless son calmly, and finally said nothing. After the interview, Yao Yao was qualified. Considering that she was only 2 years old, Fu Tingchen and the headmaster discussed and decided to let her stay at home for a week to prepare herself mentally. Fei Yao shook her head when she heard it. Demi, I don't need to prepare myself mentally. A little whirlwind who doesn't want to be the king is not a good whirlwind, and Outyen who doesn't want to be domineering is not a good Outyen. Yao Yao will come to school tomorrow. The child raised his head. His expression and words were full of pride. When she said that, President Fu was a little unhappy. He buried the child in his arms. Come next week. You can still see the sheep and the wolf at home this week. Fu Qingheng didn't want Yao Yao to go to school so early, and he also echoed, you can still play with toys at home. Well, he was definitely not reluctant to let the little girl go to school. He was just stating the facts. Yes, that's right. Fei Yao drooped his face and shook his head without thinking. No, I have to go to school. Daddy, don't tempt me. The whirlwind. Yao Yao will not be tempted. As he said that, the kid raised his hand and patted Fu Tingchen's shoulder as if to comfort him. He also leaned over and patted Fu Qingheng's shoulder with great effort. If Daddy and Guogua want to watch Pleasant Goat, they can watch it by themselves. Yao Yao has reached the age to go out and conquer the world. He can't be so childish. After completing some formalities, the family went back. No one knew what happened in the car. The car was quiet. Special Assistant Zhao had raised the fender of the car at some point. The man crossed his legs, his white and slender hands slightly resting on his chin, tilting his head to look out the window. Do you blame me? It was a very calm sentence, but it still made Fu Qingheng feel a little incredible when it came out of Fu Tingchen's mouth. He raised his hand calmly and brought the baby in his arms back to his arms and covered Yao Yao's ears with both hands. The boy lowered his eyelids, and there was no emotion in his dark gray eyes. Blame? Does he blame? Fu Qingheng frowned and couldn't figure out these two words. Since he could remember, the most common thing he saw was the figure of his father leaving in a hurry. He couldn't remember how old he was. He only remembered that Fu Tingchen left for many years. When they met again, he was already in the 1st grade of elementary school. After a long silence, the boy pursed his lips and said in a calm and sober voice, No. He had never felt the taste of being cared for by others, and naturally he would not feel resentment if he had never had it. Fu Qingheng thought so. The man heard it and turned his head to look at the boy sitting next to him. After a long time, he said, "I neglected you." Yes, when Fu Qingheng and Fu Qingyu were young, Fu Tingchen didn't know what he was thinking. He was like a demon, only focusing on expanding the Fu group. For his children, he thought that he could give them enough superior living conditions. But he didn't know that fatherly and motherly love are indispensable roles in a child's growth process. So when Yao Yao said the sentence, "who will accompany Guogua to grow up," Fu Tingchen had a vague feeling in his heart. Fu Qingheng's eyes trembled slightly, and his originally expressionless face also had some confusion. He turned his head and looked at the strange father beside him in disbelief. He only felt depressed in his heart, with an unspeakable meaning. "Wu ride on daddy's head. You bad boy. Eat guogua." Yao Yao frowned her delicate little eyebrows, pouted her lips and blew bubbles, talking in her sleep intermittently. Hearing this, the father and son subconsciously looked at the cub and laughed softly. "You can do it." Before returning home, the stupid cat got out of the car and became energetic. After getting down from Guogua's legs, he waved his paws and ran towards Alpha, who was lazily lying in the pavilion in front to enjoy the cool air. Yao Yao shouted, "Fafa, Fafa, I'm telling you, I'm going to the ruling kindergarten tomorrow." The cub suddenly fell into Alpha's arms, his chubby face full of joyful smiles. The cub excitedly described his experience in the kindergarten to Alpha, and the man and the wolf lay together. The setting sun cast a beautiful red glow, rendering the sky a dreamy color. The cicadas chirped, and the little girl's laughter accompanied Fu Tingchen's expression. He was filled with joy and happiness. He liked this feeling very much. After returning from kindergarten, Fu Tingchen surprisingly did not go to the company. He decided that the main task now was to cultivate his relationship with those rascals in the process of not taking detours. So, when Fu Qingyu came home from school, he saw this scene. His father, who is usually busy as Hades, and his brother, who is usually looking for death, are actually sitting on the sofa to watch TV with the kid. As he walked forward, Fu Qingyu could hear and see clearly. On the TV screen, it slowly played. When people are born, their nature is good, and their natures are similar. Fu Qingyu's mouth twitched, and he walked over. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "What are you doing?" The kid, who had been repeating the three-character classic countless times, suddenly brightened up when she heard the voice of her own Wu Guogua. She immediately raised her paw and said, "Guogua, save Yao Yao the cat." Fu Qingyu smiled, walked over without saying anything, waved his long arm, and took the baby into his arms. Yao Yao's eyes were vague and lifeless. As soon as she entered Fu Qingyu's arms, she grabbed the sides of her head in pain and buried her head in her brother's arms, murmuring. The little baby voice was full of grievance. "Guogua, if you don't come, Yao Yao will shoot." Seeing this, the young man patted Yao Yao's back as if to comfort her and looked at her with amusement. "Are you going to die after listening to the three-character classic? Let me ask you, have you memorized the three-character classic after listening to it for so long?" The stupid cat widened her eyes and trembled. She looked at her brother with a smile on his lips in disbelief. Her guilty eyes wandered left and right, and finally her head was buried in Fu Qingheng's arms. She pretended to be dead. Fu Qingyu chuckled and looked at the two people sitting on the sofa not far away with a weird atmosphere. He leaned over and asked, "What are you two doing? Why do I feel like the atmosphere between you two is weird?" Fu Tingchen raised his eyes and glanced at his son coldly, then raised his head slightly to signal. 10 minutes later, when the three-character classic sounded for the third time, Fu Qingyu and the child in his arms yawned together. While Yao Yao cuddled up in her own Guogua's arms, drowsy, her little head slowly waking up and shaking, Yao Yao tugged at Fu Tingchen's sleeve, her big round eyes full of grievance. "Daddy, Yao Yao doesn't want to listen to the three-character classic anymore." Yao Yao's head is buzzing and hurting as she spoke. The kid held her head with her two little eyebrows twisted together, and she let out a strange cry. She couldn't bear it anymore, so she tilted her little head into her brother's arms and kicked her legs reflexively.
Tornado Yao Yao. Dead.
President Fu, who just wanted to develop a relationship with his son and daughter, stared blankly. The man turned his head slightly to look at his fourth son, who was sitting upright on the sofa, and then looked at the duo, who were lying on the sofa with their babies in their arms. President Fu suddenly wondered if he had used the wrong method. Doesn't the Daddy's Guide to Raising Children apply to his children? The more Fu Tingchen thought about it, the more he felt that this was the reason. President Fu, who had been an outstanding person since childhood, did not think about himself. He narrowed his eyes, stood up, and went upstairs. I decided to think carefully about how to develop a good relationship with my son. 3 minutes later, when all the senior executives were dressed in suits and sitting in front of the screen, their boss suddenly asked, "How do you cultivate relationships with your daughters and sons?" Because he was going to kindergarten, the excited stupid cat didn't fall asleep at night. When he woke up the next day, he was very excited, and his originally round eyes were even bigger. The summer school uniform of Chinchin Kindergarten is a white and blue skirt and a light yellow sun hat to match it. It just so happened that the small school bag that Fu Tingchen prepared for Yao Yao was also a yellow duck backpack. The kid was originally cute, and he looked even more beautiful after being dressed up by Cece. The originally naughty kid now looks particularly well behaved in the little skirt and the little yellow hat. Even Fu Qinghing couldn't help but hold the kid in his arms and rubbed him. The father and his two sons surrounded the kid in the middle, and their eyebrows and eyes couldn't stop being happy. Fu Qingyu directly hugged the kid and kissed Yao Yao's chubby face. That's good enough. It's not good for children to fight and curse every day. The stupid cat raised his head and stared with big round eyes, full of dissatisfaction. I'm not a bad kid. Fu Qingyu raised his eyebrows and asked back, who is shouting and killing at home every day? Yao Yao poked his hand innocently. Who secretly went to school with me and shamelessly wanted to fight with others and wanted to bite with teeth. When Fu Qingyu mentioned this, he was also very confused. He raised his hand and poked Yao Yao's little head with regret. Speaking of which, how did you go with me that day, huh? Where did you hide? How did you get into my school bag? The boy paused, half raised his eyes and looked up and down at the kid in his arms. The look seemed to say, "You are full of meat, fat. How can you fit into a school bag?" This look directly hit the kid's young heart. Yao Yao's cat eyes were full of disbelief. She held her cheeks and asked in a childish tone, "What are those eyes of Guogua?" After saying that, she seemed to feel something was wrong. She patted her head and thought for a while before correcting, "What is that look of Guogua? Do you dislike Wei-Fei?" It was a question, but it was also very certain. Fu Qingyu raised his eyebrows and lied without changing his expression or heartbeat. "No. Brother just thinks that the school bag is so small that it can actually fit you, and I haven't discovered it yet. It's amazing." After these words came out, the stupid cat's eyes were erratic. After all, the child had never lied to anyone. At this time, being mentioned by her own brother, she naturally felt guilty. Yao Yao babbled her eyes and drooped her head, obviously out of breath. "It's okay. Yao Yao, please forgive Guogua." No one present was a fool, especially Fu Tingchen, who had been in the treacherous business world for a long time to reach his current position. He could tell at a glance that Yao Yao was hiding something from them. The man's dark eyes darkened, but he didn't say anything. After tidying up the kid's little yellow hat, he asked someone to bring some snacks. They were all stuffed into Yao Yao's little yellow duck school bag. After everything was ready, Fu Qingyu originally wanted to go with him to send Yao Yao to kindergarten, but his father asked someone to carry him to the car. The man narrowed his eyes coldly and reminded his fifth son before he left, "Fu Qingyu, you will have your midterm exam next week. I will go to the parent-teacher meeting. If you dare to hand in a blank paper, you can expect to have a meal of fried pork with belts with your sister." After saying that, before Fu Qingyu could react, he slammed the car door shut. The little stupid cat, nestled in her father's arms, was stunned for a while, then reacted and stole a glance at her bad father with squinting eyes. She raised her paw in dissatisfaction and questioned in a long, milky voice, "Why do you only let me and Wu Guogua eat fried pork with belts?" The kid glanced at her fourth brother, who had an expressionless face. She was not convinced and started to argue for her brother. "Why didn't Daddy give Si Guogua fried pork with skin?" The stupid cat raised her paw and poked Fu Tingchen's strong arms, as if she had discovered something big and shocking. She screamed, "You are biased, Fu Tingchen."
Fucking gang.
There is no need to argue for him. In fact, he didn't have to give up the fried pork with belt. The man's eyelids twitched violently. Looking at the righteous girl in his arms, Fu Tingchen felt tired for the first time. He sneered and said slowly, "Your fourth brother has finished school and doesn't have to take exams, so of course he doesn't need to eat a meal of fried meat with a belt. You are different." The man paused, and his originally dull and low voice was more teasing. "Your kindergarten will also have a small test next week. Fu Yaoyao, if you fail the test, see if your father will treat you to a meal of fried pork with belt." It is impossible to say that hitting someone is impossible, and Fu Tingchen is not the kind of person who likes to use force. It is nothing more than scaring Yaoyao and letting her learn to read well. At this stage in kindergarten, even the small test will only learn to write numbers or learn pinyin or English letters. It is not that difficult.
But
Yaoyao doesn't know. When the stupid cat heard the sinister tone of his father, it might be the intuition of a small animal. Almost in an instant, Yaoyao was sure that the fried pork with belt her father said was not fried pork with belt. The little girl covered her mouth nervously, her cat eyes were clacking. She looked at Fu Tingchen weakly, her voice full of uneasiness. "Daddy, this belt fried meat. Is it fried meat?" The man laughed when he heard it. Fu Tingchen was originally delicate. Even though he was over 40, he still didn't look old. His gestures were full of dignity. But the little stupid cat didn't have time to appreciate her father's beauty now. She widened her eyes and covered her mouth pitifully. Under the stupid cat's gaze, the man curled his lips and slowly said, "Belt fried meat is not really fried meat." Yaoyao swallowed subconsciously. "Woo, spicy." "What's spicy?" "It's just hitting your ace with a belt." Fu Qinghen couldn't listen anymore. After these words came out, the stupid cat was stunned for a while. After 3 dots floated across her head, she reacted. Xianfeng Yaoyao's head was smoking, and the 2 chirps under the little yellow had also exploded into flowers. Humph. The kid bared his teeth, his face full of resentment. "I won't fail the test. Daddy, don't even think about making trouble." The whirlwind Yaoyao won't give you the chance to make trouble. You actually questioned Yaoyao's IQ? The stupid cat's big eyes were filled with shock. Her, Meow Meow, the cutest and smartest cat in the world, was actually questioned about her IQ? The stupid cat snorted coldly and secretly vowed in her heart that she must give Daddy a good look. In this way, the father and his 2 sons quarreled on the way and finally arrived at Qingqing Kindergarten. However, the kid was a strong-willed kid. After being doubted by her dad about her IQ, she nestled into Fu Qinghen's arms with her hands in her pockets and then stuck out her tongue at Fu Tingchen. Arriving at the entrance of Qingqing Kindergarten, the baby was sent in by her father and Guogua. Teacher Cheng held Yaoyao's little hand and was puzzled when she took the little yellow duck bag from Fu Qinghen's hand. Well, she shook the ridiculously heavy school bag in her hand with a strange look on her face, nodded slightly to Fu Tingchen and Fu Qinghen, and took the little girl to the classroom. Children in the small class all enter school at the age of 3. Only Yaoyao is a special case. She was thrown in by her father at the age of 2. In a new environment, Stupid Cat is still a little shy, so the little hand tightly grasps Teacher Cheng's hand. Perhaps sensing that Yaoyao was a little nervous, Teacher Cheng smiled and touched Yaoyao's head and comforted her. "Don't be afraid, Yaoyao. There are many children of your age in our class. Kindergarten is for Yaoyao to learn to make friends, so don't worry. In a while, when the teacher takes you in, you just need to introduce yourself to your friends like you would in an entrance exam. Can Yaoyao do that?" Teacher Cheng is a gentle and bookish young woman. Her voice is as gentle and comfortable as her appearance. Yaoyao nodded her head and said with a straight face, "Yes. I know Yaoyao can do it." Teacher Cheng was so cute that she almost died of the cuteness of the little carrot head in front of her. She touched Yaoyao's head lovingly and straightened the hat for the kid. After turning another corner, the stupid cat was taken to the Taro class by Teacher Cheng. The little bull exhaled, shook his head, and followed the teacher step by step with a heroic and confident look. As soon as the door opened, Noisy voices rushed in, especially the ah crying sound that almost reached the top of the head. The stupid cat was stunned, and she shuddered all over, looking at this chaotic and noisy scene with her cat eyes. I want to find my mother. Why did you abandon me? Woo woo woo. Mom, I will never sleep in the doghouse again, woo woo. Come and pick me up, Mom. Why did you lock me up? Do you know who my father is? The stupid cat rolled his eyes, raised his head, and looked at the stiffly smiling teacher Chung, thinking that this was a custom in the kindergarten. Yao Yao was stunned for a while, and her big round eyes glanced at the teacher Chung beside her. She dragged out her baby voice and learned a sentence without any emotion. Jiumin Wao let go of the nest. The child's voice was soft and mellow, and the pronunciation was unclear. Yao Yao was the only one in the whole class who had this voice. Teacher Chung subconsciously looked down at Yao Yao, fearing that she would also miss home and her parents. She was about to bend down to comfort her. But the next second, she met the kids' big round eyes. Seeing the kids secretly glancing at her and shouting along with the little ancestors, Teacher Chung blinked. Huh? She didn't understand. Here, the kid was still shouting in a long baby voice. Let the nest go. Daddy, come and save the nest if you don't come to save Yao Yao. Yao Yao will dominate the world. Yao Yao reacted halfway through and quickly covered her mouth to correct. If you don't come to save Yao Yao, Yao Yao will shoot for a moment. No one knew what was going on. The crying of the Taro class gradually subsided, and soon those little radish heads who were crying and wanting to go home stopped crying, but just sniffed pitifully and looked at the stupid cat. This sister is so beautiful. She just said she wanted to dominate the world. What is that? Is it delicious? I don't know. Maybe it's fun. She's not afraid of being caught and brought to this Hades? I don't know, but I'm scared to death. I want to go home to find my parents. Whoa. Seeing that everyone's curiosity was aroused and she stopped crying, Teacher Chung took the opportunity to lead Yao Yao to the middle seat and said with a smile, Classmates, this little girl is our new transfer student in the Taro class. She is 1 year younger than you. As older brothers and sisters, do you want to cry in front of her? The group of naive kids stopped crying the moment they heard this. They wiped the tears from their faces and looked at the little kid standing next to Teacher Chung with curiosity. The radishes were staring at each other. A boy with a small belly and delicate looks wiped the remaining tears from his face with red eyes. He sniffed and walked forward to Yao Yao under the gaze of Teacher Chung and everyone else. He reached out and held Yao Yao's chubby little paw and pulled Yao Yao out. His originally crying voice was filled with more happiness and joy. Dad didn't lie to me. I can really find a wife by going to kindergarten. Moo Moo's face was full of smiles. He held Yao Yao's hand and waved to Teacher Chung. He said happily, Teacher, I can't go to school today. I found a wife. My father said that when I have a wife in the future, she will have to take care of me. Teacher, take care. I'm leaving first. He raised his foot and led Yao Yao out. The kid was stunned and didn't know what wife meant. It was Teacher Chung who quickly pulled Moo Moo back. Now, everyone was honest. Taking this opportunity, Teacher Chung quickly asked the little girl to introduce herself. The cub had a stern face, pretending to imitate his father, raised his hand and cleared his throat. Hello everyone, my name is Fu Yao. I'm 2 years old this year, and my father also calls me Fu Yao Yao, but actually this is not my real name. As soon as these words came out, all the radish heads stared at Yao Yao. The stupid cat continued with a stern face. Actually, my real name is Fu Outyen. Yao Yao skillfully raised the corner of her lips with a domineering smile. She raised her head slightly, with great pride in her small body. The radish-headed kids all had starry eyes. Wow, she looks so powerful, just like my dad. After accepting a wave of flattery from the radish-headed kids, the kid started to introduce himself in a baby voice, coughed, and silently recited the words his widowed father had taught him. I have 1 dad and 5 pots. My dad is Fu Tingchen, and I have so many pots that I can't even remember the original words that Fu Tingchen taught her here should be. My dad and my pot are both very fierce. You'd better not bully me, or else. However, what came out of Yao Yao's mouth was, although dad and pot are both very fierce, but they are not as fierce as Yao Yao. If anyone bullies me, I will beat him, bite him, scold him, and wash him. Woohoo! After a fierce roar, the little kids did not show the fear that Yao Yao had imagined, but their eyes lit up and they ran over to surround Yao Yao.
Wow.
Are you really better than your dad? Do you really have 5 brothers?
Out yen.
Can you teach us how to be more powerful than your dad? The little kids looked at each other with stars in their eyes. Teacher Chung was afraid of any accidents when she saw the kids rushing up. It was normal for 2 or 3-year-olds to be unstable. If they were all crowded together, Teacher Chung was really afraid that the little ancestors would bump and spray. After all, the children who went to private aristocratic schools like Chinching had very privileged families. Apart from this reason, which child was not the sweetheart of their parents? Therefore, Teacher Chung could not afford to let anyone fall or bump into anything. So when the kids rushed up happily, she quickly stopped them. Children, it will be time to distribute snacks soon. Let me see which kid didn't sit in his or her seat. Teacher, count to 3. If you don't sit well, you won't get any snacks. It must be said that although this trick is very old-fashioned, it is a trick that never fails. Sure enough, when the kids heard this, they stared at each other with big eyes and all of them held their heads and shook their heads. The kids came and went in a hurry, especially Moo Moo, the crybaby, who had just escaped from Teacher Chung. He was the slowest runner among the other 19 kids in the Taro class, except for the newcomer Yao Yao. The little dumpling was so angry that he fluttered his little hands and hurriedly ran to his seat with his short legs, complaining as he ran, "Teacher Chung bullies children. You tempted me with snacks again. I'm so angry." He wiped his tears and sat down in his seat. Moo Moo was so angry that he cried. Humph. Not fair at all. After Moo Moo said this, the other little buns also reacted. How to say it, maybe it's the collision between excellent genes. The kids in the Taro class are not easy to fool, and their brains react quickly. Suddenly, the clamoring sound rang out again, and various little baby voices shouted one after another. Yes, yes, Teacher Chung bullied the kids again. Another little boy clapped his hands angrily. We are halfway through the jailbreak, and we are finally going to get out, but what's the result? We don't want to eat snacks. What's so good about snacks? We are people who want to do big things. The fierce operation directly stunned the carrot heads. They suddenly realized the truth and stood up to start another uprising. During this period, the leader of the carrot head uprising and Zixian did not forget to pull Yao Yao, who had just enrolled in the Taro class. And Zixian slammed the table, stood up and said to Yao Yao, who was standing next to Teacher Chung, "Sister, don't be fooled. You might as well not stay in this prison. Come with us. Let's break out together." After Zixian said this, the other little kids also echoed him. Teacher Chung was so scared that she thought Yao Yao was going to be brainwashed by them and was going to leave, so she hurriedly held the little girl's soft hand. Unexpectedly, the next second, the kid let go of Teacher Cheng's hand. She blinked and took a step forward. Her big round cat pupils narrowed slightly. Yao Yao lowered her baby voice, and under the gaze of Teacher Chung and Luotu from the Taro class, she refused without hesitation. No one Zixian was so anxious when he heard it. He hurried forward to rescue Yao Yao from Teacher Cheng's clutches, but because Teacher Cheng stood too close to Yao Yao, the little boy swallowed and gritted his teeth and took a step forward but still didn't dare. He took another step back, raised his hand to cover his mouth, and shouted to Yao Yao, "Sister, come here quickly. I can't go over to pick you up. This bad guy will take my biscuits." Yao Yao raised her head. Her big eyes that were originally filled with innocence were now filled with wisdom. She still firmly raised her fleshy index finger and shook her head. "No, I will not leave here." After these words came out, not only Zixian but also Moo Moo became anxious. Why? The other idiots were completely puzzled. The stupid cat took a step forward with her hands in her pockets. She waved her little hand and said in a domineering way, "Because I, the whirlwind Yao Yao, am here to rule the kindergarten and dominate the world." After these words were spoken, the carrot heads were stunned for a moment and then let out a burst of shocked noises. Although they don't understand what it means to dominate the world, they still understand what it means to rule the kindergarten. Just like that, an uprising initiated by the Taro class officially came to an end because of Yao Yao's domineering words. 3 minutes later, when all the kids sat obediently in their own seats and ate their snacks, the classroom finally became quiet. Because she was the youngest, Teacher Cheng found a seat near the front for Yao Yao. When Teacher Cheng took Yao Yao to the table, it was time for snack, so she carried Yao Yao's school bag over. Since Chinching Kindergarten is a private school, it is well equipped with various facilities. However, generally speaking, parents should prepare the bibs for their children to use when eating snacks. However, when Teacher Cheng opened Yao Yao's bulging little yellow duck school bag, he was truly stunned by the scene in front of him. The reason was simple, because the bulging school bag did not contain any normal daily necessities or small toys, although their Chinching Kindergarten also had them, but this is the first time in all her years as a kindergarten teacher that Teacher Cheng has nothing to say. In the school bag, there are lollipops, cheese sticks, pudding, potato chips, chocolate, small cookies. All kinds of snacks, but not every snack is something Yao Yao can eat at her age. Teacher Cheng's eyelids jumped, and he rummaged through Yao Yao's little school bag again. He was shocked by what he found. She actually found a black card at the bottom of her school bag. She was stunned for a moment. Are all rich people so willful nowadays? Give out black cards whenever they want? Teacher Cheng was stunned for a moment, then turned around and saw Yao Yao eating a small snack with gusto. She was afraid that Yao Yao didn't know what it was and took it out by herself, so she touched Yao Yao's head softly and asked, "Yao Yao, is this given to you by your father?" The stupid cat Kaba Kaba rolled her eyes. She looked at the black card in Teacher Cheng's hand, shook her head and remembered. Dad bought me candy. Dad said that when Yao Yao has textbooks, I can put it in my books as a bookmark. Teacher Cheng. Using black cards as bookmarks? Was it poverty that stifled her imagination? Teacher Cheng took a deep breath and put the black card into the compartment of the school bag for Zizi, and then instructed, "Yao Yao, you must keep this card carefully and try not to tell others or show them that you have this card, understand?" At this time, the little kids who were originally planning to escape from prison were eating the cookies in their mouths and drinking milk happily. And Zixian stuffed the cookies into his mouth and said vaguely, "Teacher, if you give us a few more cookies, we will definitely not escape from prison. You can't keep us if you only give us 2 cookies a day." The other kids looked up and echoed, "You can't keep us." Teacher Cheng. That's right, this group of little kids wanted to escape not because of some earth-shattering event, but because the snacks given by Chinching Kindergarten at noon and in the morning were very delicious, but they were given very little for the sake of balanced nutrition. Eating such a small amount of such delicious food would make anyone dissatisfied. So, the protest once a day began. Stupid Cat also slowly followed with a cookie. Master Brain, you can't keep us well, she also likes to eat this cookie. Many little kids started to cry out because of the cookie. Only a little boy sat quietly in the corner, who was always out of tune with these noble young masters and young ladies. He was very white. Although he was only 3 years old, he looked very mature and indifferent. His dark eyes were calm. He just sat quietly by the window with his head down, thinking about something. Suddenly, a paper plane flew over. The boy raised his eyes. He was indifferent, which was not suitable for his age. There was no emotion on his delicate face. Yao Yao ran over with her legs fluttering and bent over to pick up her little plane. She blinked her big eyes and held the little paper plane in her hands and looked at Qi Yan. The boy sneered, looked at Yao Yao indifferently, and turned his head.
Stupid cat.
The kid was unhappy immediately. She took a step forward with a stern face and handed the paper plane to Qi Yan in a menacing manner. The kid stared and frowned. The voice that seemed very fierce to her sounded soft and sticky. The stupid cat clenched her hands. "Guagua, you, and we're fighting." After being tortured by the 3-character classic, the kid vowed to be a polite bad guy. She was so angry. This wooden-faced Guagua just looked down on the whirlwind Yao Yao. King Yao Yao felt that her road to dominance had suffered a serious setback. She shook her head and cheered herself up secretly. She walked forward and looked at Qi Yan face to face. The voice of the baby rang again. "Guagua, you, and we're dueling." Chi-Yen glanced at Yao Yao indifferently. Under the gaze of the stupid cat, he slowly crumpled the paper airplane on his desk into a waste paper ball and then opened his palm. A ball of waste paper that could not be seen in its original shape fell in front of Yao Yao. The boy raised his eyebrows. Although he didn't say anything, his eyes were full of coldness and teasing. The stupid cat Kabakaba's eyes were bulging. He lowered his head to look at the small paper ball thrown at his feet and raised his head to look at Chi-Yen. Xianfeng Yao Yao's mouth pursed. She sniffed, and her cat pupils instantly turned red. She carefully picked up the paper ball, turned her head, and cried loudly. Before leaving, she did not forget to accuse the boy in front of her. She pouted and felt so wronged. Bad boy. Chi-Yen relaxed his brows. The annoying kid finally left. He was about to turn his head and continue to look at the scenery outside the window. The next second, the kid in a blue and white skirt ran back again. The stupid cat's face was covered with tears, and her chubby little hands were still holding the dead plane. The ball held the paper ball and shouted in a long baby voice, "Bad boy. I will avenge my plane." Chi-Yen smiled sarcastically and turned away, ignoring Yao Yao.
Stupid cat.
The kid was so angry that he shook his head, and smoke came out of his head. She sat back in her seat listlessly, put the dead plane in the middle of the table, and solemnly lowered her head and knocked it on the table. Gray number 1. Go to the shoot house without worry. I will help you get revenge." After saying that, Yao Yao clenched his fist and encouraged himself. Yeah. 3 seconds later, the plane that had heroically died appeared in the classroom's trash can in a state of scattering flowers. As for the little girl, after her little plane was pooped, she kept staring at the murderer who killed her plane viciously. Teacher Chung naturally noticed this staring look and thought that there must have been some conflict between Yao Yao and Chi-Yen during the short time that he was away. Teacher Chung quickly walked over and took Yao Yao around to look her over. Seeing that Yao Yao was fine, she breathed a sigh of relief and immediately asked with a smile, "Yao Yao wants to be friends with Chi-Yen?" The stupid cat Kabakaba, with its big eyes, stared at Chi-Yen. She suddenly realized, wow. So the bad pot is called Chi-Yen. I want to fight the bad pot one-on-one. After she finished speaking, she paused and vaguely remembered an advertisement she had seen on TV. The stupid cat's eyes lit up and she added, "Pipik bad pot." Teacher Chung, who didn't understand anything, said, "What the Hades is KK? What alien language is this?" She sighed, touched Yao Yao's little head, gave a few more instructions, then stood up and looked at the boy sitting by the window with a little concern. Chi-Yen is the illegitimate son of the Qi family in the imperial capital who was left behind and was only found last year. Although he has a very delicate face, his personality is extremely weird and bad, and he doesn't like to talk to people. That being said, although they are all children, they as teachers should treat them equally, but this child has a very strange personality. Not only does he ignore her, but sometimes he also stares at people with a strange look. She really had no idea what to do with this child. Thinking of this, Teacher Chung walked over to Chi-Yen and bent over with a smile. Knowing that he didn't like being touched, Teacher Chung also tactfully didn't touch the boy's head. "Chi-Yen, why don't you go play with your friends?" The boy said nothing and didn't even turn his head. Seeing this, Teacher Chung couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It turned out to be like this again. She was not discouraged and continued, "Go and play with the kids. Everyone wants to play with Chi-Yen." As he said that, in order to attract Chi-Yen's attention, Teacher Chung looked around and saw that the kid sitting in front of him was still staring at this place with big eyes. So Teacher Chung quickly pointed and said, "Look, the new little sister in our class likes you very much." Looking at the boy who didn't move, Teacher Chung originally thought that he would fail, but the next second, the boy who was quietly looking out the window moved and looked in the direction where Teacher Chung pointed. Sure enough, the kid was still staring at him. Seeing that the bad guy Guagua, who was killing his little plane, was looking at him, the little ball was startled and waved his claws to scare the bad Guagua in order to make himself look more fierce. However, the kindergarten mainly focuses on learning basic pinyin and letters, so there is not much to learn. Therefore, Chinching kindergarten is dismissed at around 3:30 in the afternoon. On the first day of school, Fu Tingchen deliberately put down his work and took time out of his busy schedule to pick up Yao Yao because he was afraid that Yao Yao would be sad if she couldn't see him after school. Stupid Cat walked out hand in hand with another little girl. The kid was shorter than the little girl and looked plump. The man squinted his eyes and looked carefully. The little girl seemed to be Yi Linger, the youngest daughter of the Yi family. Why was the kid with her? Fu Tingchen paused and walked towards Yao Yao. The little girl hadn't noticed the arrival of her father yet. Her little hand was holding Yi Linger's hand, and her chubby face was full of happiness. Before he got close, the kid's soft and tender voice with a little bit of coquettishness came into Fu Tingchen's ears. Yeah, I told my sister we have a really awesome big bad wolf at home. His name is Xiaoyao Fafahu. Yi Linger blinked her eyes, and her eyes lit up instantly when she heard the big bad wolf. Wolf? Too cool. I will tell my dad when I get home that I want to raise a big bad wolf too. The two little kids were excitedly discussing how to raise their own wolf. At this time, another luxury car stopped on the side of the road. A few seconds later, Yu Wenchang got out of the car. The man looked around and his expression changed almost immediately when he saw Fu Tingchen's back. Yu Wenchang looked unhappy, and he was also an old yin and yang person when he walked forward, and he started to yin and yang as soon as he opened his mouth.
There is no way.
The Yi family and the Fu family have been in a hostile state since the old man's generation, and the resentment between Fu Tingchen and Yu Wenchang has become deeper and deeper. Just like the emperors in ancient times, people like Yu Wenchang, who come from a wealthy family, work hard to build a foundation for the rest of their lives. What they fear most is that their family will produce a prodigal son. However, sometimes Murphy's Law is very accurate, and what you fear will come true. Alas, his Yi family really produced a prodigal son, Yi Sheng. Therefore, compared with the 5 proud sons of the Fu family next door, the eldest brother Fu Yuan is no less famous than Fu Tingchen's business wizard. He is only about 20 years old and has already become famous. The development of foreign consortiums such as Z and L, which he is responsible for, has risen sharply in recent years and has become the leader of the industry. The second brother Fu Yunxiu is a well-known medical master in the medical field. Although he has faded out of the medical field, his outstanding achievements in ophthalmology, neurology, and other fields have not been surpassed so far. Therefore, after he faded out of the medical circle due to a leg injury, many leading figures in the medical field expressed regret. The third brother, Fu Qinghuai, is also a brilliant talent. He debuted at the age of 17 and became the most influential and powerful top actor in Asia at the age of 21, although he is a well-known, unlucky guy. The fourth brother, Fu Qingheng, was only 17 years old and had a good handwriting. His calligraphy is vigorous and powerful, as graceful as a startled swan and as graceful as a swimming dragon. He is also a rare calligraphy genius in the calligraphy world. It is said that Fu Qingheng has a little brain disease and always likes to write suicide notes. If he didn't write suicide notes, I'm afraid he would have reached a higher level by now. Although the fifth brother, Fu Qingyu, looks far behind his 4 brothers, he is not. Yu Wenchang knows his rival very well. As far as he knows, Fu Qingyu looks careless on the surface, but he is not. The hacker ND who emerged in secret a few years ago is very likely to be Fu Qingyu. Think about your useless son who goes home all day to play games or stay in his room to watch Ultraman. He was immediately furious. Thinking of this, Yu Wenchang walked over and sneered, "Boss Fu, you're such a busy man. Why would you condescend to the kindergarten when you are not busy at the company?" Hearing this rude voice, Fu Tingchen didn't even turn his head or even lift his eyelids, but his slightly relaxed expression turned back to that icy face. "I'm not here to see you anyway." After these words came out, Yu Wenchang almost vomited blood. Well, his relationship with Fu Tingchen can even be traced back to his childhood. Speaking of which, he can be called Yi Wenchang. It's all thanks to Fu Tingchen. When he was a child, Yu Wenchang was not called Yi Wenchang but Yi Tingxiao. But later, because he always failed to perform better than Fu Tingchen in exams, he felt that his name Fu Tingchen had the same pronunciation of Ting and Ting in the middle, and because Fu Tingchen's Ting was more domineering, it suppressed his aura. So Xiao Yi Tingxiao thought about it for about 2 weeks and finally made up his mind that he would change his name. Because it is said that when Cheng Jun blesses those who take exams, he changed his name to Yuan Chang. However, in the end, although he still failed to pass Fu Tingchen, he was too lazy to change his name. Yuan Chang didn't show it on his face, but he silently dissed Fu Tingchen in his heart. Then when he saw his daughter walking towards him with another little girl, Yuan Chang still didn't recognize that Yao Yao was the Fu family girl whom he had glanced at in the police station. He looked at Fu Tingchen proudly, strode forward, picked up his own daughter and Yao Yao at the same time, holding one in each hand. Yuan Chang deliberately raised his voice and showed off to Fu Tingchen intentionally or unintentionally. Baby, you got out of school so early. Daddy missed you so much today. Do you miss Daddy? As he said this, he stretched his face forward, intending to let his daughter kiss him. However, Yilinger did not cooperate with her father. She frowned and raised her hand in disdain to push Yuan Chang's face aside. The little girl complained speechlessly without giving her father any face. Dad, first of all, I always get out of school at this time, not earlier or later. Secondly, how many times have I told you that men and women should not touch each other?
How old are you?
Can you be more mature? Yuan Chang's eyelids jumped when he was pushed to the other side. Before he could say anything, the little cub in his arms was instantly startled when he saw Yuan Chang's face. She widened her round cat pupils and clicked her eyes. She sounded a little confused in her long baby voice. While I think I have seen Uncle as soon as these words came out, Yuan Chang immediately became energetic. He glanced at Fu Tingchen, who had frowned at some point, and looked at the cub in his arms carefully. How did that sentence come about? Cute and cute without a head and round brain with a belly. Isn't this talking about the cub in his arms? The cat's round eyes were wide open, with a pair of small eyebrows playfully hanging on the eyes, and air bangs combed from the middle to the sides. There were 2 small tufts of hair on both sides of the head, one reaching up to the sky and the other down to the ground, and a small yellow hat on the head. A pair of chubby little hands were clenched tightly together, and the little look with big eyes looked very cute. Before the stupid cat Kaba Kaba could say anything, a man's extremely cold voice came from the side. What does her name have to do with you? Give her to me. When Yuan Chang heard this, his temper also rose. He stepped back and sneered. Why should I give her to you? Is she your daughter? He shook the baby in his arms, who was still trying to recall, and comforted him with a sense of justice. Little friend, don't be afraid. Uncle is here. Uncle can't give you to his ice face, no matter what. Originally, he wanted to show his affection in front of his daughter and this little kid, but unexpectedly, as soon as these words came out, the baby in his arms exploded. The stupid cat puffed up her cheeks angrily, and she was so angry that she scratched her face with her claws. The stupid cat turned her head and snorted in a childish voice. Pooh, pooh, pooh. You are not allowed to say wo baba. Yuan Chang has not reacted yet. Well, when he was at the Public Security Bureau, he didn't care about the kid and naturally didn't pay much attention to him. After all, the baby in his arms was so cute and soft. He had seen Fu Tingchen's 5 sons when they were young. At first glance, they were Fu Tingchen's kids. Either they had a stern face or they were quietly thinking about life. Anyway, none of them were normal. No matter how this kid thought, he would never think that Yao Yao was the child of his icy-faced enemy. The stupid cat was so angry that she saw her father coming over, and she waved her little hands and was about to get into her father's arms. Seeing this, the man's cold expression also eased a little. In Yuan Chang's shocked eyes, he walked over slowly and stood still, and took his own child. Yi Linger was almost killed by her father's stupidity. The little girl held her forehead with worry like a little adult and sighed helplessly. Dad, Yao Yao is Uncle Fu's daughter. I heard from my brother that you met at the Public Security Bureau. How come you don't know Yao Yao? Yi Linger's eyebrows were frowned with worry. The words she said were innocent, but every word pierced her father's young heart. Is it because Dad is old that his brain is not good?
Yuan Chang.
Thank you so much, my good daughter. Although Yao Yao had already entered her father's arms, She was still very angry. Although her father always asked her to recite the three-character classic that she didn't want to recite, but no matter what, that was her father. No matter how much she said that her father was a bad guy, she would not allow others to say it. Thinking of this, Yao Yao continued to yell in an angry voice, "My daddy is my boss, uncle. You apologize, Humph. If you don't apologize, I will scare you." The kid put his hands on his waist, narrowed his eyes, and pouted his mouth, saying, "I am super fierce." Just. Yuan Chong, who felt that Yao Yao was getting more and more cute, blinked his eyes and he said, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Originally thought that after I scared this bad uncle, the bad uncle would apologize, but now the stupid cat's eyes were staring at Yuan Chong. The stupid cat was waiting for Yuan Chong to apologize for his daddy's ice face, and Yuan Chong was just touched by Yao Yao's cuteness, and now he is standing here in a daze. Seeing this, the kid also realized that he didn't seem to be fierce enough, so he was looked down upon by this bad uncle. She took a deep breath, straightened her back and chest, lowered her voice, and said in a domineering tone, "Uncle, hurry up and apologize to Daddy. When I get angry, I can be very fierce." After saying that, Yao Yao thought about how she was frightened by Alpha's wolf cry when she first met him. She opened her eyes and imitated Alpha's dragon roar with her mouth wide open. Yuan Chong was so cute that he died. Yi Linger, who was also killed by the cuteness, smiled with her eyes curved and held her little face, looking completely immersed. That's right, little girl Yi Linger was captured by Yao Yao's cuteness today in kindergarten, as she thought she was so domineering. Yi Linger screamed excitedly in her father's arms. "Ah, Yao Yao, you are so cute. You are so cute that your sister is dying." Even Fu Tingchen curled his lips when he saw this scene and raised his hand to touch Yao Yao's little head. His daughter is so cute. President Fu raised his head proudly, thinking of how he had just been provoked by that idiot Yuan Chong, and now he provoked back without showing any weakness. The blatant boasting in his eyes seemed to be saying, "How is it? Isn't my daughter cute?" A war between mortal enemies can break out at any moment, not to mention that Fu Tingchen hadn't shown any expression on his face for 800 years, and this expression was a provocation to him.
Who can stand this?
The man was furious, but he concealed it well. He patted his daughter's head and gave Yilinga a look to signal her to cooperate with him. Yuan Chong smiled disdainfully and said, "It's the same as who doesn't have a daughter. My daughter is much cuter than yours." After saying this, he waited for his daughter to cooperate with him. But Yi Linger, who was so immersed in Yao Yao's cuteness that she couldn't extricate herself, didn't even pay attention to her silly father's childish behavior. She was still looking at Yao Yao with her hands on her cheeks and a smile on her face. Seeing this, Yuan Chong shook his daughter again. Yi Linger hasn't responded yet. Yuan Chong was not willing to be outdone, so he shook again, and this time he raised his little hand to Yi Linger and pushed away his father's big face. "Dad, stop shaking. I still want to see Sister Yao Yao. Don't you think Sister Yao Yao is cute? I have never seen a baby as cute as Yao Yao. But you don't know that in Yudo's class today, Yao Yao's domineering declaration was so cute that it killed me." Once Yi Linger started talking about Yao Yao, she would talk endlessly. Yuan Chong was also a man who loved his daughter very much. Seeing that his daughter was having a great time chatting, he did not bother Fu Tingchen to see whose daughter was cuter. He turned around and carried his daughter back to the car. But Fu Tingchen was curious. He curled his lips, scratched the cub's chin like a kitten, and added a little more joy in his low and pleasant voice like a cello. "What did you do in your class? Huh? What kind of domineering declaration is that, Fu Yao Yao?
Tell your dad about it."
When the stupid cat heard his father say this, he foolishly thought that Fu Tingchen was praising him, so he immediately imitated Fu Tingchen and sat upright with a stern face. The kid cleared his throat with a ga. President Fu was truly shocked. The corner of his mouth twitched. Seeing the little girl pretending so well, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. He raised his hand and pinched Yao Yao's stern face. "I didn't know you had the talent to be an actor? Is that how you pretend in school?" Fei Yao frowned slightly, raised her little hand and slapped Fu Tingchen's slender big hand without any pain. She narrowed her big cat eyes and waited for a while. Seeing that the big hands had not been slapped away, the little stupid cat took a breath. She stretched out her two chubby little paws and grabbed Fu Tingchen's hand. Under her father's teasing gaze, the little girl took the slender and beautiful hand off her head. In order to show her domineering attitude, the stupid cat put Fu Tingchen's hand on Fu Tingchen's leg with a serious face. She said word by word with a serious face, "Daddy, don't touch Yao Yao's head all the time, or you won't grow taller." As soon as these words came out, the man raised his eyebrows and asked back like he was coaxing a child, "If you can't grow taller, then you can't grow taller. Why do you want to be so tall, huh?" Yao Yao pouted, put her hands in her pockets meaningfully, frowned slightly, and spoke in a low, babyish voice that was adorable. The stupid cat shook his head without hesitation. Of course he is as tall as Daddy. After saying that, the kid seemed to realize that something was wrong again. She was going to become a villain who was even worse than her father. As tall as Dad? Stupid cat thinks it's not safe. What if she turns out to be worse than her daddy in the future? Thinking of this, the kid quickly changed his words. No. The nest must be taller than the shoot. She raised her head proudly. Only if you are better than Daddy in every aspect can you become a bad guy worse than Daddy. Yao Yao is so smart, praised the whirlwind Yao Yao. President Fu, who couldn't bear to see his son become bad, had his eyelids twitched and his handsome face turned dark. The man was so angry that he raised his hand and grabbed the stupid cat by the collar and dragged the kitten to the other side like a kitten. The father and daughter were facing each other. Fu Tingchen was so disappointed that his words were almost squeezed out from between his teeth. What did you say? You want to be a villain worse than your father? The man laughed angrily. Fu Yao Yao, what's going on in your head, huh? Talk to your dad. Why do you learn bad things instead of good things? I promise not to beat you up. As soon as these words were spoken, the driver in the front seat couldn't help but secretly glance at his husband in the rear-view mirror. Although he is just a driver, he has been driving for so many years that he knows his boss's temper very well. Even if he is angry, he will not show any expression. He is the type of person who never shows his emotions.
But now,
his boss's face, which had originally shown no expression, was actually smiling. The driver shuddered and thought the smile was scary. The driver was used to seeing his husband's indifferent look, but now seeing this smile, he felt a chill down his spine. If he wasn't too timid to say anything, he would have said, "Boss, please stop laughing. It's scary." Silly cat Kaba Kaba Mount Ong was so absorbed in her acting that she was not afraid at all even when her father lifted her up by the collar. The kid shook his head and sighed earnestly. "Dad, don't ask about the boss's affairs. It's not good for you to know too much."
Fu Tingchen.
The man was stunned by this action. He was stunned and couldn't believe that these words came out of his daughter's mouth. Fu Tingchen changed from caring to hugging, holding his own child with his emotionless eyes full of worry, and even his voice softened a little. "Yao Yao, tell Daddy, where did you learn these weird lines?" The stupid cat tilted his mouth, expressionless, immersed in the domineering performance, unable to extricate himself. "Ha, Daddy, don't ask what Yao Yao wants to do. I've already told you that knowing too much is not good for Daddy. Why don't you listen?" After saying that, the boy who carried the spirit of villain boss to the extreme paused, remembering that every time he asked himself a question, he would add a low and very domineering him at the end. Fu Yao Yao lowered her voice, and under the worried gaze of her widowed father, she imitated Fu Tingchen and slightly raised her lips to say in a childish voice, and it came out fresh from her own child's mouth. Fu Tingchen's eyelids jumped, and he frowned uncertainly, holding the domineering kid in his hand. Why does it feel like this kid seems to be imitating him? Thinking of this, President Fu's handsome face turned as dark as ink and drooped down. The stupid cat, who has been paying attention to this aspect of learning, also cleverly noticed the expression of her father. Her cat eyes lit up, and she felt that this expression seemed even more frightening. Without saying a word, she followed Fu Tingchen's example, looking into his eyes, and her little face turned dark and drooped. Now, Fu Tingchen doesn't have to guess. It's confirmed that his kid learned from him. When President Fu thought about this, he immediately became emo. That is to say, he took every precaution, including preventing fire, theft, and his son, but he never expected that the cause was actually his own fault. The man took the stupid cat into his arms with a worried look on his face and began to wonder if he really looked so bad. When he returned home, Fu Qingheng was holding a toothbrush with toothpaste squeezed into it and brushing Alpha's teeth excitedly in the manner. Ever since Fu Tingchen said those words to him last time, Fu Qingheng always felt depressed, a feeling that he couldn't describe. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. He felt it was too much trouble, so he finally gave up thinking about it and continued to implement his suicidal plan. He had already made a plan. First, he would brush Alpha's yellow teeth white, then clean Alpha, and then he would go find Alpha to die. By then, he will be able to die beautifully. Fu Qingheng had good intentions, but Alpha has been suffering since he was forced by Fu Tingchen to stay in the Fu family manor. As Alpha ran, he turned around and looked at the excited boy behind him. He was so angry that he almost died. The silver wolf roared at Fu Qingheng, and seeing that he was still chasing him, the silver wolf shook his head frantically in annoyance. No. Does this guy have some big cake? I have to catch him brushing his teeth. I have to catch him brushing his teeth. And he's always whispering something like biting off the aorta in my ear? He is a human being. Even though he is in the body of a wolf now, he still has the psychology and way of thinking of a human being. Let him bite someone? Alpha said he couldn't even imagine it. The silver wolf was tired and hot after being chased for a whole afternoon. He stuck out his tongue and looked back. That little lunatic is still following him. He collapsed instantly and slid sideways to stand firm. With his wolf fangs bared and his pair of blue eyes filled with anger, Alpha suddenly leaped to Fu Qingheng's side and pinned him to the ground with one claw. He roared angrily and looked at Fu Qingheng sinisterly. Seeing the young man's slightly stunned look, he felt a little better. Alpha bared his teeth again, raised his paw proudly, and was about to turn around and go back to his nest, but he pulled it once, and it didn't move. He pulled it again, and it still didn't move. Alpha. Silver Wolf reacted and looked at the young man with shining eyes who was holding his wolf leg tightly and broke down crying. If the original wolf howl was already sad enough, then the wolf howl at this time was as desperate as if his wife had been robbed. Alpha pulled his wolf leg out with all his strength while roaring in grief and anger. The two were deadlocked for a long time until the sound of a car coming from outside the yard. Fu Qingheng frowned and was taken advantage of by Alpha, who pulled out his wolf leg and ran out. In the next second, a familiar Rolls-Royce appeared in the manor. As soon as the car door opened, Fu Tingchen got out of the car, holding the cub, who looked unconvinced. Seeing this, Alpha ran to Fu Tingchen's legs without caring about anything and called out to Fu Tingchen. To be precise, he was not calling out to Fu Tingchen, but to the only stupid little cat who could understand him. Ayo, little tornado, you are finally back. You don't know what I went through in the day you were away. The silver wolf, who was originally so majestic, howled like a bullied young wife, full of grievances. The cub Kaba's eyes exploded when she heard what Alpha said, and the two little tufts on both sides of her head also exploded into flowers. The stupid cat sniffed, clenched his fists in anger, and said in a baby voice, "What? The whirlwind Yao was only away for a short while, and someone dared to bully my little demon Fafa on my territory? It's too much." Alpha heard it and nodded his head with tears in his eyes, and cried again with snot and tears. Wait. It's not just me. Brother Rabbit was exhausted to death by that lunatic. Look at you, King Yao. We are all your little brothers, King Yao. But even if King Yao cannot protect us, we will not blame you. After all, I am a considerate and good wolf. It's okay for me to suffer a little grievance. As long as King Yao is not wronged, it's worth it for us to be his younger brothers. There was a burst of wolf howling, and the words were full of tea. Even Fu Tingchen, who couldn't understand wolf language, heard some grievance from the cry. There was no way. Before Alpha became a wolf, he was also a young man full of justice. If he couldn't stand Fu Qingheng chasing Baya and following him every day and letting him bite his neck, otherwise Alpha would never do such a tea-like thing. The little kid didn't understand the meaning of the words, but when she glanced to the side, she saw a fat rabbit lying quietly next to a bunch of roses, sticking out its tongue and fainting from exhaustion. The simple-minded and underdeveloped limbs of the stupid cat couldn't stand it anymore. She held her head and screamed in anger. Wu Jie! How dare you bully my younger brothers? I'm so angry. The stupid cat stared at him with her eyes wide open, squinted her cheeks, and made a bully look. She asked in a baby voice, Who is it? Who dares to bully my people? You say, Fafa, I'll avenge you, and the king. The man and the wolf seemed to have reached a resonance, and both howled. Only Fu Tingchen, who was holding the kid, was half believing and half doubting. He raised his eyes to look at the little kid in his arms, and then looked at the silver wolf beside him, who was obviously angry to death. A gleam of light flashed in the man's half-raised eyes. Recalling the way his cub rode on the wolf's head when he first saw Alpha, and then thinking about the present, an uncertain idea suddenly flashed through Fu Tingchen's mind. Will his kid be able to talk to animals? Speaking of this, Fu Tingchen seemed to have thought of something. He pursed his lips, finally concealed the expression in his eyes, and raised his eyes. When he raised his eyes, he saw that his fourth son, who only loved to seek death every day, was actually lying on the ground. The man narrowed his eyes, but before he could do anything, he heard the baby in his arms cry out and tilt his head. A puzzled voice sounded in his ears. Ba? Why is Sigwagwa brushing your teeth? The stupid cat Kaba Kaba rolled her eyes and shook her head blankly. After asking this question, she seemed to realize something. She pouted her lips like teaching a child, straightened her waist, looked at Alpha earnestly, and shook her head. The kid sighed and said word by word, Fafa, how can you not brush your teeth? Our good babies all know how to brush their teeth. Well, Daddy said if you don't brush your teeth well, your teeth will fall out. If your teeth fall out, you will not only become ugly but also can't eat delicious snacks and meals. Fafa, my guagua is doing this for your teeth. You can't not brush your teeth. Hearing this, Alpha shook his head frantically at Yao Yao as if he had taken the wrong medicine.
Ah.
No, I haven't finished yet. The silver wolf anxiously paced back and forth around Fu Tingchen.
There was no other way.
Alpha was still a little afraid of Fu Tingchen from the bottom of his heart, for this man who had starved himself for several days since he arrived. The Fu family manor is an authentic European and American-style super-large villa. Therefore, in order to present the romantic style of Europe and America, many precious flowers and plants are planted in the layout of the manor, and it is usually kept clean and tidy by the servants. Therefore, after Fu Tingchen got off the car, he did not notice Fu Qingheng lying on the ground. He just walked a little closer now. The man squinted his eyes and seemed to see something from the gap between the flowers. He also heard what his daughter and Alpha said about chasing it to brush its teeth. He immediately thought of what Fu Qingyu, the brat, said to him when Fu Qingheng came here a month ago. Your son died halfway and didn't die. He got up by himself and still complained about his yellow teeth. The man's face turned dark. He held the cub in his arms and looked coldly at the silver wolf circling in front of him. Alpha was also smart. Seeing Fu Tingchen's cold eyes, it rolled its orchid eyes and looked at Fu Tingchen twice, then cried weakly and hid to the side. The man then turned a corner, and sure enough, behind the rose bush, he saw his fourth son, who was always courting death, lying quietly on the ground with his hands folded, his dark gray eyes staring blankly up at the sky.
Fu Tingchen frowned immediately.
His expression remained normal, but his slightly furrowed brows seemed to reveal his thoughts. You don't even need to mop the floor. What are you doing lying here? Get up quickly. Having said that, Fu Qingheng still had his limits. He definitely couldn't let Yao Yao know that he was looking for death. The boy was silently sad for a while. Then he stood up, patted the dust off his clothes and stood still, and politely called Fu Tingchen father. Immediately, he took the kid from his widowed father with skillful movements. When they walked to the door of the main building, Yao Yao and Fu Tingchen heard a familiar wailing before they even entered. Hearing the sound, Fu Tingchen raised his eyebrows. Is the old man here? The boy nodded. At the same time, the wailing became louder. The little stupid cat Kabakaba's eyes reacted almost subconsciously. She immediately buried her little head in her brother's arms, covering her ears with her two chubby little paws. Before Fu Qingheng and Fu Tingchen could react, a roar resounding through the heavens and earth came from the main building the next second.
Un filial son. Un filial son.
You'd better not let me see you, you rascal. The fierce and high-pitched curses became more and more intense, and directly shocked the stupid cat. It was not until a long time later that the fierce curses gradually subsided. Yao Yao moved his ears, quietly opened a round cat pupil to look at his own father, and then raised his head to look at his own pot. The stupid cat then slowly moved away, the little fleshy hand covering his ears. Hearing the faint accusation with a crying tone, the stupid cat shook his head with a puzzled look on his face. She reached out her hands and grabbed the little tufts on both sides of her head in confusion, and tilted her head. Woo Daddy, is that Grandpa? I seem to hear Grandpa crying. What's wrong with Grandpa? After these words came out, Fu Tingchen couldn't help but feel a little confused. Although he was confused, he didn't show it on his face. The man listened carefully and indeed didn't hear any crying. Seeing that Yao Yao didn't seem to be lying, he raised his hand and touched Yao Yao's little head. Knowing what his useless father was like, the man tilted his head slightly and instructed the housekeeper who had already come to him. Go in and tell him not to embarrass himself before his granddaughter and grandson. Go in and wipe their tears. The housekeeper responded and walked in quickly. Fu Tingchen and Fu Qingheng then raised their feet and slowly walked in with the cub in their arms. The cub was originally honest and nestled in the arms of his own pot, but the child's curiosity could not be stopped. The stupid cat pouts his little face, holding his chin in confusion, his baby voice full of doubts. Daddy, Guogua, why is Grandpa crying? Grandpa was bullied by Guogua just like the little demon Fafa? And why do we have to wait a while to go in? Shouldn't we go to comfort Grandpa as soon as possible? Grandpa is so pitiful. No one comforts him even when he cries. I don't understand. The kid raised his little fleshy hands eagerly and looked at his daddy's big eyes with big doubts. Fu Qingheng, who was innocently taking the blame, shook his head, and with a stern face and expressionless face, he seriously pulled down the kid's raised little hand. He was also not vague. At this time, he had to prove his innocence. The boy cleared his throat and said unequivocally, Grandpa may be crying because he is sad. But he is not bullied by his brother. His brother respects the old and loves the young and will not bully the elderly. As for why we have to wait a while before going in. The boy paused, and with the passionate desire of the child in his arms, he paused and explained without thinking, because Grandpa doesn't look good when he cries. I'm afraid it will scare you. After making up a lie, he turned his head and looked at Fu Tingchen. The two of them nodded in tacit understanding. That's what he said, but Fu Tingchen was very clear about the character of his useless father even if others didn't know. It's just that he didn't go in now, not because Grandpa Fu looked ugly when he cried. After all, he was an old man, and it didn't matter how ugly he cried. But the deeper reason was that Grandpa Fu was acting like a spoiled child. Yes, he was not just acting like a spoiled child. President Fu Tingchen had seen all kinds of people in his half-life, and he had seen all kinds of weird people, but he had never seen a second person who acted like Grandpa Fu in his life.
How to say it?
The last time Grandpa Fu cried was because he and the old man of the Yi family accidentally bumped into each other when they were taking a walk in the morning. Mr. Yi is not young anymore, and he has difficulty walking, so he uses a cane. This cane is a treasure in the collection world. Yi Wenchong bought it at an auction as a birthday gift for his father. It is an antique grade red sandalwood cane with excellent quality, and it has always been the apple of Mr. Fu's eye. Mr. Fu was so angry when he saw this. His rival, Old Yi, has a red sandalwood cane, but he still uses a snakewood cane. Mr. Fu was not happy when he saw this. He refused to eat or drink and just wanted that cane. He was in his 70s and 80s. But he was throwing a tantrum like a child and wanted the cane in someone's hand. During that time, Fu Tingchen was worn out. He refused to buy him a better one, and he would hum twice to express his dissatisfaction when he saw Fu Tingchen all day. That temper is really something to be made of. If he went in and saw the old man crying, it is not certain what kind of ghost he will be worn out by this useless father in the next month. When the father and son walked into the living room with the child in their arms, the old man's eyes were still a little red. He raised his head casually, and the moment he saw Fu Qingheng, he acted as if he had seen an enemy. He clapped his hands and was about to throw the pillow over. But then he seemed to see the kid in the young man's arms, so he suppressed his anger and glared at him fiercely. The old man's anger, which had just subsided, suddenly rose again. He snorted coldly and slapped the table at Fu Qingheng again. "You rascal!
How dare you see me?"
Fu Qingheng, who was still out of state, was stuck. He looked confused and asked seriously, "Grandpa, why don't I have the face to see you?" This made Grandpa Fu very angry. The old man's fingers trembled. You still dare to say that you have the face to see me? I've been polishing these walnuts for several years. Look, come and see if this is for you to eat."
"Ah?
You say, is this for you to eat?" Fu Qingheng was stunned for a while and walked forward with the child in his arms to look at the peeled walnuts on the coffee table. The brother and sister looked at each other and saw the guilty look in each other's eyes. Fu Qingheng suddenly realized, so it was really me who made Grandpa cry? The boy pursed his lips and swallowed his saliva as if to savor the taste. He began to evaluate in front of the old man. It tastes bitter and not delicious. The old man's hands were shaking, and his chest was heaving. He spitted and sat on the sofa with the help of the old housekeeper behind him. He raised his hand and patted his chest in a pretentious manner, glared at Fu Qingheng fiercely, hugged his arms and knocked his cane, and shouted, "I don't care. You have to compensate me. I only have these few walnuts, and you knocked them all at once. I've been away for a long time and finally came back. Ah, that's it. I can't keep my treasure when I come to your house." The more Mr. Fu thought about it, the angrier he became. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. He picked up his cane and knocked on the ground. His turbid old eyes glanced at Fu Tingchen, who had walked to the side and sat down. Mr. Fu suddenly realized, "Oh, I know. You are in the same group. You are the one who instigated this, right? You just don't want me to come to your house, so you come up with such a shady trick to deal with me, an old man?" Old Master Fu said with disdain, "You are so good. Fu Tingchen, you rebellious son, I knew it. Do you dislike me, an old man who is too troublesome? You just indulge your son and daughter to treat me like this?" The stupid cat Kaba Kaba, who was named, poked his hands innocently with his eyes. "Grandpa, I didn't mean it. I just smelled the fragrance of Grandpa's walnuts. I couldn't control it. I remembered the old man who had just lost all his walnuts glared, ignoring everyone, and started an indiscriminate attack. Can't you control yourself? You little glutton, I see that you not only smell the fragrance of my walnuts, but everything you smell smells good. Look at your little belly, how much you've eaten. You're not as slim as your brother." The stupid cat, who was stunned by what she said, nestled in her own Guigua's arms and subconsciously lowered her head and patted her fleshy little belly. The stupid cat Kaba Kaba's eyes shrank and his mouth pursed. He poked his belly unhappy. The old man looked away guiltily when he saw this, but he got angry when he looked at the walnuts on the table and pointed at the culprit Fu Qingheng and was immediately furious. "What about you?" Yao Yao couldn't help it. "What about you? Give me a reason, what is it for?" The boy turned his head to look at the pile of walnut shells on the table. He also blinked his dark gray eyes like Yao Yao, his expression serious and innocent. Fu Qingyu said, "Your walnuts are delicious." Old man Fu Kaba Kaba's eyes. The boy paused and continued to add, "Let me try it." Old man Fu. He was furious.
"Bah!
Do you know how long your grandpa, have been preparing those walnuts? Your sister ate too, and you gave them all to me. You didn't leave any for me." The stupid cat pouted, nestled pitifully in his own pot, and stretched out a little finger to correct. "Grandpa, I only ate 1.5, and the remaining half was given to you by Yao Yao as a filial gift. You still said it was delicious." Grandpa Fu took a deep breath and subconsciously questioned, Why didn't you leave one of these delicious walnuts for me? Fu Qingheng put away the baby in his arms, and his serious face showed some guilt. I didn't leave any. Grandpa Fu's eyes were so tight that he couldn't catch his breath. He rolled his eyes and fainted from anger. The old housekeeper behind him was also quick-witted and quickly bent down to support the old man. The scene became chaotic for a while. Fu Tingchen couldn't help but rub his brows when he saw this, and raised his eyes to look at the big and small brother and sister not far away. The brother and sister looked at each other, both widened their eyes and shouted in response. The stupid cat's eyebrows were twisted into shaggy shapes with anxiety, and he started to shout in a baby voice non-stop. Grandpa, 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 Grandpa. Fu Qingheng was also feeling extremely guilty at this moment. He actually knew how much the old man treasured these 2 walnuts. In fact, this was also part of his suicide plan. He had thought it all out. His grandfather had a very bad temper, so he would smash all of Mr. Fu's walnuts to make the old man furious, and then he would scold him, the kind that he would scold him every day when he saw him. He took this opportunity to get depression, and then committed suicide perfectly. Fu Qingheng had a good idea, but when he just cracked a walnut, he suddenly thought that maybe even if his grandfather kept scolding him, he would not get depression. Fu Qingheng immediately felt that his plan was not reliable at all, and even felt that his IQ had declined. The boy immediately thought that he should improve his brain, so he looked at the walnut in his hand, not caring about how many years his grandfather had been polishing it, and raised his hand with the hammer and brought it down. With a pop, the walnut cracked. Fu Qingheng tasted one and found it bitter and not tasty. He smashed another one, but it was dry and tasted terrible. Then there were pop, pop, and pop sounds one after another until they were all smashed, but he still didn't feel that this thing was as delicious as Fu Qingyu said. So, someone threw the hammer away, turned around, picked up the toothbrush, and went to find Alpha. When the king saw this, he was shocked. This guy went to bully his younger brother again. Can he tolerate it? Of course not. It had remembered Fu Qingheng because Fu Qingheng had forced it to watch educational videos some time ago. Now that Fu Qingheng was going to bully its little brother, could it tolerate it? Then came the scene that Fu Tingchen and Yao Yao saw when they came back. The housekeeper and servant who witnessed all this looked at each other in amazement and dared not touch the walnut on the coffee table. Fu Qingheng is the young master, and Mr. Fu is the old patriarch. Both sides are their ancestors, and they cannot afford to offend either of them. I can only leave the walnut shell here and wait to deal with it when Mr. Fu comes back. Thinking of this, the butler couldn't help but sigh. This old man is really unlucky. When he first came, the young lady ate 2 walnuts from him, and he bought a husky on a whim, and the husky broke a bunch of his precious antique vases on the first day.
Now,
just after he went back to put away his antique vase and returned to the manor on the first day, hey, the walnuts that he had taken out for a walk with his husky were gone. No wonder the old man fainted from anger. Fu Tingchen waved his hand and ordered in a deep voice, "Carry the old man up and call a doctor." The housekeeper nodded in response, called a few people to carefully carry the old man up and made a phone call. After the diagnosis was that the fainting was caused by anger, Chu Mao and Fu Qingheng looked at each other with big eyes and small eyes, feeling extremely guilty. No need for others to say more. Fu Qingheng held 2 small cushions and gave one to Yao Yao. Regardless of Fu Tingchen's persuasion, he half knelt on it waiting for the old man to wake up. The boy's mouth twitched, and he handed his school bag to the maid, and then he went upstairs. Because the old man's legs were not good, Fu Tingchen arranged his room at the entrance of the 2nd floor stairs. When he opened the door and went in, the big and small were kneeling. The big one had put his hands together and could faintly hear Namo Umitba in his mouth. The small one's eyes were erratic, holding a magic wand in his hand and waving it around the room carefully. A faint baby voice could be heard. Use cats to eliminate dizziness. Chirping and chirping, Grandpa wakes up Fu Qingyu. Is this a magic trick? The boy's eyelids jumped, and he walked forward and picked up the jumping kid from behind. The kid Kaba Kaba, who hadn't reacted yet, waved the magic wand in his hand with excitement, and shouted to see Guogua, who was still chanting Namo Amit Ba beside him. Guogua, the cat is showing up. You are flying. The stupid cat clenched her fists and her chubby belly bounced. She was about to fly away with a stern face, but she always felt something was weird. The kid held her head with the magic wand and moved it. She tilted her head and had a weird expression on her chubby face. Guogua, why do I feel this feels weird?
Just
like my bad daddy and Guogua carrying my boji. What's going on? The stupid cat pouted unhappily. After hearing this, Fu Qingheng finally opened his eyes. The boy's dark gray eyes flashed, and he still clasped his hands together and said seriously, because you are being dragged by Fu Qingyu now. The stupid cat turned his head and, as expected, met the boy's smiling eyes. Fu Qingyu didn't waste any words. He changed his posture and held Yao Yao in his arms. He walked in again and saw that the old man in the inner room didn't mean to wake up. He walked to Fu Qingheng's side and pulled Fu Qingheng out with him. After going out, the big and the small looked at the culprit Fu Qingyu, who pulled them out with dissatisfaction on their faces. The stupid cat squinted his eyes and curled his lips. What are you doing, Guogua? I still need to summon Grandpa to wake him up, Guogua. You are delaying Yao Yao's important business. Fu Qingyu laughed out loud. You still need to summon your grandpa to wake him up? You are chanting outside, and Grandpa's bed is inside. He can't hear it, and it's far away. What are you summoning? Yao Yao pouted. I am really awesome, Guogua. Don't disbelieve me. I successfully summoned and opened all the doors last time. Fu Qingyu raised his eyebrows. Haha. Then summon one for me now. It would have been better if he didn't say it. As soon as he said it, the little girl got excited and climbed down her own Guogua's legs skillfully. Standing in front of the door, with a chubby little face and a slightly pouting little ace, she waved the little magic wand in her hand and said in a milky voice, Open sesame. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The door was silent. The kid refused to admit defeat, took a deep breath, and waved the magic wand in his hand again. He looked up and shouted, Open sesame. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The door was still silent. The stupid cat rolled his eyes and pursed his lips. Tears were about to fall out, and the door opened with a creak. Yao Yao was delighted. After hearing what her own Guogua said, she tilted her head curiously and asked subconsciously, What? As soon as these words were spoken, before Fu Qingyu could react, the door in front of him was suddenly opened. The old man who had fainted on the bed was now red-faced and angrily holding his hands on his hips, roaring with full force, Rebellious grandson. How many times have I told you not to swear in front of your sister? Not to swear in front of your sister. Look at your sister. She has learned from you. Seeing that Mr. Fu woke up, Yao Yao was so happy that she rushed in front of Mr. Fu without waiting for everyone to react. The kid didn't dare to jump on Grandpa Fu all of a sudden, so he raised his little hand and poked Grandpa Fu's wrinkled hand, his round cat eyes staring at him with guilt at this moment. Grandpa, are you okay now? Yao Yao is wrong. Yao Yao will never eat Grandpa's walnuts again. Grandpa forgives Yao Yao. These words were spoken sincerely, and Mr. Fu naturally noticed it, and his expression immediately softened. Seeing this, Fu Qingheng followed closely behind. The young man looked with a stern face at the little boy who was pulling the old man's sleeve and acting like a spoiled child. He then looked at old man Fu, who was touching Yao Yao's head with his head tilted to the side but still forcing a smile on his face. Fu Qingheng felt that he had mastered the traffic code. He suddenly realized that apologizing in that way would make his grandfather happy. The boy followed suit. Having never acted like a spoiled child, he was just like the person in novels who didn't understand emotions. He only knew that doing so would make people feel comfortable and happy. Because when Yao Yao often talked to him in a sweet voice and pulled his sleeves to shake them, that was the happiest time of his day. Fu Qingheng frowned, and a question arose in his mind.
But
Yao Yao is cute, with a pair of eyes that are round and wide open when she is not smiling, and curved like the crescent moon in the sky when she smiles. Her chubby, white and rosy little face is pleasing to the eye just by looking at it. Even Fu Tingchen couldn't help but laugh. The young man pulled the corner of his lips, and under Fu Qingyu's gaze, he imitated the behavior of a little stupid cat, walked to the side of Grandpa Fu, stretched out his hand, grabbed Grandpa Fu's sleeve, and shook it stiffly. He opened his mouth, and his originally emotionless voice was a little more uncomfortable. "Grandpa, I'm sorry. Are you feeling better now? How do you feel? I was wrong. I won't eat your walnuts anymore. Don't be angry." After these words were spoken, both Mr. Fu and Fu Qingyu paused, blinked their eyes, and looked at each other. Under Fu Qingheng's expectant gaze, Mr. Fu fainted from excitement. Fortunately, when Mr. Fu fainted, Fu Qingheng quickly caught him. "Well, the doctor is here again." The old man fainted twice in one day, so Fu Tingchen naturally came as well. The man glanced coldly at the older and younger kids standing in a row. He looked at Fu Qingyu, who was trying not to laugh, and asked, "Why did the old man faint again? Is he angry again?" Doctor Hu put away his stethoscope and replied, "It's high blood pressure." Mr. Fu was so excited about what he saw that he fainted. When Fu Tingchen heard this, he turned his gaze to Fu Qingheng and Fu Qingyu again. As for Fu Yaoyao, she was ignored by her father because she was too small. 5 minutes later, when Fu Tingchen was watching the surveillance video that was constantly replaying on the computer, the man paused while sliding the mouse. In the computer, he could clearly see that his fourth son, who usually had a blank expression on his face, actually walked up and pulled the old man's sleeve and started to act like a spoiled child. Fu Tingchen was silent for a long time. Although he didn't show it on his face, he couldn't hide his excitement in his heart. In fact, in Fu Tingchen's memory, Fu Qingheng was only studying and writing. Until one day, he stopped writing and instead seemed to be possessed by a demon, looking for death every day. Except for the courtesy he should have towards people and things, he always had a stern face. For this point, Fu Tingchen knew very well that compared to his eldest son Fu Yuan, who was indifferent and indifferent, Fu Qingheng was actually more indifferent than Fu Yuan. This kind of indifference was different from Fu Yuan's indifference and ruthlessness. He seemed to not understand the emotions between people. Thinking of this, the man sank his eyes and turned to look at Fu Qingheng, who was sitting there honestly, with a little kid in his arms. Just like Fu Qingheng, the moment Fu Tingchen's gaze moved over, the big and the small opened their eyes wide and blinked synchronously. Apart from the usual arrogance in the boy's eyes, even the confusion on his face was exactly the same. Seeing this, the man couldn't help but curl his lips. Fu Qingyu was lying in front of the computer watching the surveillance video and was so happy. The corners of the boy's mouth were full of laughter. He pointed to the scene on the computer where Fu Qingheng pulled up Mr. Fu's sleeve and acted like a spoiled child and couldn't help but teasing. "Hey, Fu Qingheng, what are you doing? Learn to act like a spoiled child from the little gas tank?" Fu Qingheng frowned slightly and corrected again in a serious manner. "I am your brother. As a younger brother, can you call your brother by his name?"
Yes.
Although it sounds bad, but Fu Qingyu is indeed a younger brother. And as a younger brother, of course, he can't call his brother by his full name. The boy's mouth twitched, knowing what kind of person his brother is. If he doesn't apologize today and respectfully call him brother, this guy will not be able to sleep again. Fu Qingyu nodded perfunctorily. Yes, brother. You are my real brother." Hearing this, the boy holding the cub nodded with satisfaction. But Yao Yao was unhappy again. The cub was originally sitting in Guoguo's arms with his little paws in his arms, but after hearing what his own Guoguo said, "Are you learning to act coquettishly from the little gas tank?" The stupid cat Kabakaba's own Kazalan big eyes. After the fourth and fifth Guoguo argued, the stupid cat suddenly raised her fleshy little paws slowly, and she shook her head with a stern face to correct. No, Guoguo is wrong. Yao Yao is not a gas tank. Yao Yao is a tornado cat. Guoguo, don't get it wrong. Fu Qingyu scratched his ears when he heard it. What little gas tank did you say?" The stupid cat pouted and corrected it again honestly. "I'm not a gas tank. I'm a tornado cat. Big tabby cat." Fu Qingyu raised his eyebrows and asked loudly, "Big tabby cat gas tank?" The stupid cat clenched his fists. "It's a big tabby cat, not a can."
What?
"It's a can, not a big tabby cat." It's a cat, not a can. Fu Qingyu teased the child endlessly and became more and more addicted. The stupid cat was also persistent in correcting him because he had always been entangled in being called a gas tank by his own pot. The brother and sister quarreled and became more and more addicted. In the end, Fu Qingyu directly took the kid out of Fu Qingheng's arms and ran out to quarrel. In the monitoring room, only Fu Tingchen and Fu Qingheng were left. The two were silent for a while. Perhaps he noticed the gaze of his widowed father. Fu Qingheng spoke first. I'm apologizing to Grandpa. After he finished speaking, there was silence again. The man nodded, and when he walked to Fu Qingheng's side, he raised his hand and patted his shoulder and agreed slowly. Keep it up. After that, Fu Tingchen turned around and left without looking back. The moment he turned back, the smile that the man suppressed at the corner of his lips immediately hooked up.
Fu Qingheng?
Outside the house, the little stupid cat was still sulking because his own pot called him gas tank. Fu Qingyu couldn't stop playing once he got too excited. Alas, this time he was only concerned about saying that the baby was gas tank, and he didn't even notice that the baby was angry. Look, now that he noticed it, it's hard to coax him. The boy looked at the angry little figure on the other side of the sofa with his back to him, and he could guess the baby's current expression without even thinking about it. It must be that she is pretending to be domineering with her paws and her tummy, even though she is so angry. Fu Qingyu thought it was hilarious. The boy couldn't help laughing. It would be fine if she didn't laugh, but once she laughed, the stupid cat immediately got angry, and the little chirps on both sides of her head instantly exploded. The kid turned around awkwardly with big eyes and saw her smiling face. Yao Yao snorted angrily, and just as Fu Qingyu expected, she put her hands in her tummy, tilted her head up, and said, I'm angry. You can't be appeased. Seeing this, Fu Qingyu also tactfully suppressed the smile on his lips, raised his hand, and pulled the little paws of the baby. Okay, brother won't say you. Brother is wrong. Our Yao Yao is a little princess, not a gas tank. Don't be angry. Guoguo will peel grapes for you when he has time. As he said that, he hugged the baby in his arms and touched the baby's chubby face with a smile. Ridiculous man still thinks his stupid cat is a fool, thinking that hugging her like this can win her forgiveness?
Dummy.
Our Yao Yao, a super invincible bad guy who vows to dominate the world, will not be tempted by such beauty. Yao Yao frowned and pushed away the hand extended by her own Wu Guoguo. She lowered her voice slightly, and her gestures were somewhat like her villain father. If I don't want it, does Guoguo think I don't know because I'm young? I don't want the cake Guoguo painted for me. The stupid cat was stuck for a while. In Fu Qingyu's shocked expression, she raised her head slightly and proudly pinched her waist. I don't want the cake Guoguo painted for me. Although she didn't know where this kid learned it, Fu Qingyu was really shocked. The kid even knew the word painting a cake? Is his learning ability so strong? At this point, Fu Qingyu remembered. He shook the kid in his arms who was still immersed in his performance, turned the little girl to face him, and the boy asked curiously, That's not right, Fu Yao Yao. Your learning ability is quite good, but why did I hear from Fu Qingheng that you only got 53 points in the kindergarten entrance examination? Huh? Tell your brother how you did. Huh? Fu Yao Yao? The stupid cat Kaba Kaba, who was originally planning to kill everyone with his silver tongue, raised his head and looked at his own Guoguo who was looking at him, and the stupid cat glanced guiltily. This is the scene that Fu Tingchen saw when he walked out. Don't look at the little girl. She is still of kindergarten age, but it is an aristocratic private school. Even if the kindergarten period is so happy, she still has to learn something. No wonder Fu Tingchen came out of the monitoring room to find his daughter, because he received the homework from Teacher Chung in the parent group. The man stood in the corridor on the second floor and took a look and saw the little girl nestled in the arms of his own Guoguo. Fu Tingchen subconsciously opened his mouth and raised his voice slightly. Fu Yao Yao, have you finished your homework? Hearing this, Fu Qingyu looked up, and almost at the moment when Fu Tingchen said this, he could feel that the child's body stiffened for a moment. Fu Qingyu curled his lips, chuckled, shook the cub in his arms, and said jokingly, Fu Yao Yao, your father is asking you, have you finished your homework? The stupid cat buried her head and covered her eyes with her chubby little paws. The stupid cat thought that as long as she covered her eyes, she would not be able to see the bad daddy. She understood the meaning of covering one's ears and stealing the bell very well, so when her father came downstairs to invite her, she still stupidly raised her paws to cover her big eyes. Kittens are very familiar with the smell of people, and Yao Yao is no exception. As a noble cat family, she was born with a good nose. Knowing that his father was coming, the stupid cat shook his head, stuck out a small piece of pink and tender tongue, kicked his little feet and tilted his head. It's shoot, Daddy, don't yell. I can't hear you, Fu Tingchen.
Fukinjo.
The father and son looked at each other. Both of them were incredible. Where did this little hottie come from? The man was really confused by this. He walked up and raised his hand to pick up the stupid cat. Looking at the little girl who was still sticking out her tongue and tilting her head to pretend to shoot, Fu Tingchen couldn't help but have a question in his mind. When he just took the entrance test, his daughter gave him a high score of 53 points. Now it's the first day of school, and she doesn't even want to do her homework after school. Is this kid tired of studying? I don't know if it's a psychological effect or what. The more Fu Tingchen thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. Although the Fu family is not short of money, if it were in the past, Fu Tingchen would definitely wave his hand and not care. Anyway, he has money, power, and influence. If money can't solve the problem, then use power. The children of his Fu family must go to a famous university? Fu Tingchen has thought about this, but thinking of the child's outstanding learning ability, he may not be able to learn the good ones. But he firmly believes that as long as he does something inhuman, the child will use all his 800 minds on it. If he doesn't let you learn 70% or 80% of it, it will be a shame for her to be a villain every day. Fu Tingchen was afraid that if he intervened like this, the child would learn bad things. Thinking of this, the man darkened his eyes and forced the kid in his arms to turn on his phone. Fu Yao Yao, I give you two choices. First, come with me to the study, and I will teach you how to do your homework. Second, you and Fu Qingyu go to my study together, and I will watch you write. Third, go to Fu Qingheng's room and let him teach you. Fu Qingyu was shocked. No. Fu Tingchen, are you going to watch me write? Yao Yao's eyes widened and shook his head violently when he heard it. What? I remember that teacher Qing now didn't say we have homework. Dad, don't lie to Yao Yao hearing this. Fu Tingchen raised his eyebrows in a good mood, shook his phone and asked back. Your teacher didn't say it in school, but she said it in the parent group. The man half raised his eyes and turned to look at Fu Qingheng. There was an unquestionable sense of oppression in his words, and the meaning in his eyes was very clear. You, a poor student, have no right to question. The man continued, Fu Yao Yao, what's wrong with you? You already 2 years old, and you still don't do your homework on your own initiative? I'll punish you by not allowing you to eat fish tonight. As soon as these words came out, the stupid cat's eyes widened, and he stopped pretending. His little paws trembled with disbelief. Bah? You don't want my bed. Why don't you give Yao Yao fish to eat? Woo, food without fish has no soul, and food without soul is better not eaten. The stupid cat covered her mouth with her hands in grievance, looking like she wanted to cry but couldn't, which made her fifth brother feel very distressed. But even so, Fu Qingyu still didn't speak for her.
Why?
It's because the kid loves eating fish too much. He eats fish for every meal, every day. No matter how delicious and nutritious the fish is, he can't resist eating it every day. He has a child's stomach to begin with, and he eats fish every day. If he is not allowed to eat fish, he will hold his head and look aggrieved, and find a small corner to draw circles. No one can bear to see this. This is a good opportunity to cure this girl's picky eating habit. Fu Tingchen cleared his throat and pretended to be serious, which made his already cold and ruthless look even more frightening. Do you know that eating too much fish will make you stupid? Choose quickly. If you don't choose after I count to 3, your father will choose for you. After saying that, he immediately started counting.
1, 2.
Seeing this, stupid cat couldn't react with her little head. She held her head and was so anxious that she shouted in a baby voice, 3, 3, 3 Yao Yao chooses 3. I choose Wu Guogua to teach me to do my homework, and I won't look for daddy. Stupid cat, thought very clearly. First of all, she couldn't find her bad guy dad to do her homework. Secondly, she couldn't find a place where her bad guy dad was to do her homework. Finally, because she had seen the king being tortured by her own Si Guogua, maybe the poor students were attracted to each other? Stupid cat felt that it was more secure to stay with her own Wu Guogua. But the next second, the man refused without thinking. No, there is no such option. The third option is to be with your fourth brother. Since you made up the content of the options at will, the third option is invalid. Choose one from the first and second options. This behavior is very childish, but Fu Tingchen has been childish recently. What should stupid cat do when she hears this? Such a meticulous plan was discovered by her father, and the little one clenched his paws and was entangled. In the end, Fu Tingchen was kind and touched Yao Yao's little head. Is it so difficult to choose? Then Dad will choose for you. The man hooked his lips, raised his eyes, and glanced at Fu Qingyu. 3 minutes later, the big and small were placed next to the desk by Fu Tingchen. The video conference the man was holding also turned into a supervision meeting. Originally, it was necessary to open the microphone for discussion. Now, because the big and small children were studying next to him, Fu Tingchen went to the sofa outside. This was the meeting that was not completed last time, and now it was just a conclusion, so. The middle and senior management, who finished the meeting in a few minutes, were taken by his boss to look after the children. Yes, you heard it right, turning on the video to show the children to his boss. At this time, the big and small next to the desk, the big one yawned and held a black pen in his hand and wrote a few words from time to time. The younger one just stared with his eyes wide open at the tablet in front of his small desk, which was used for video conferencing. Because their boss left after the meeting, the senior executives stared at each other and pushed each other, because it was their boss's son. No one dared to say a word. What if the young lady cried again? Who could bear this? But before his boss left, he had told them to watch Fu Qingyu and Fu Yaoyao do their homework and make sure they finished their homework before he came back. They all knew that it was because the plan they proposed was disliked by the boss again, so the boss used the hard job of watching the children to torture them and even called Special Assistant Zhao away before leaving the meeting. In the end, Manager Chen couldn't stand it anymore and just opened his mouth with a stiff face. Master Yu. Before he finished speaking, Fu Qingyu, who was originally holding his chin, raised his head in annoyance. He grabbed his hair randomly. Isn't it done? Manager Chen. I knew that none of the boss's 5 sons were easy to mess with, and it turned out to be true. Manager Chen choked, turned around and looked at the little girl who was looking at them eagerly. The kid had changed out of the school uniform of Qingqing Kindergarten and put on a one-piece home clothes with rabbit ears. Well, round big cat eyes, chubby little paws holding the table together, white and tender skin, and elastic.
Hey.
The senior executives looked at each other and felt that this kid was easy to talk to. After all, he looked so well-behaved. Manager Chen and Manager Su looked at each other and said with a smile, Miss, don't just stare at us. Hurry up and do your homework. Only after you finish your homework can your father reward you with candy. When the kid heard the word candy, his cat pupils lit up, and then he seemed to think of something and pouted. My daddy doesn't let me eat candy. My daddy said that candy is the biggest temptation for me to dominate the world, so I won't eat it. Manager Chen nodded in agreement, and then skillfully made an exaggerated expression and clapped his hands. Then you are pretty good. Your dad is right. It is better for children to eat less candy. The stupid cat shook his head with a big puzzle in his big eyes. But Uncle just said he would give a tang-dang to eat. Manager Chen was not embarrassed either. It was so easy to deal with children. He remained calm and said, Uncle was just testing on behalf of your father to see if you remembered your father's words. Now it seems that you have remembered it. Uncle gives you a thumbs up. As he said that, the others also followed suit without any secret signals. In an instant, 10 senior executives raised their thumbs in unison to the camera and said in unison, Miss, we are proud of you. The uniform voice rang out, and the stupid cat was so proud that he tilted his little head up with his nose up to the sky. The stupid cat hummed in a childish voice. Fu Qingyu couldn't help but raise his head and looked at the tablet in front of him, where a dozen senior executives in formal attire were giving compliments in unison. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he turned to look at the stupid cat who was being praised to the sky. Fu Qingyu tilted his head and smiled and asked the question that the senior executives were most concerned about. Don't be proud. Hurry up and do your homework. If you don't do it, your father will see that you haven't written anything. Do you think he will be angry? As soon as these words were spoken, they attracted great attention. Well, they knew how to praise to death, and they all encouraged, Miss, do your homework quickly. After finishing your homework, you will be an even better baby than before. The stupid cat nodded her head happily, without thinking. After Ran nodded her head, Yao Yao came to her senses. She looked cat-like and said, honestly, I wanted to, but... The senior executives stared with starry eyes and smiled. As long as the little lady can finish her homework successfully, they are willing to go to the sky to catch stars. But Yao Yao can't do it, Fu Qingyu. Senior executives. Manager Chen reacted and waved his hand. It's okay, it's not a big deal. It doesn't matter if you don't know how to do it. We can teach you. After the words fell, while the fifth young master was paying attention to them, several senior executives took the opportunity to speak. Young master, if you have any questions, you can ask us. We can answer them at any time. Fu Qingyu sneered and raised his hand to shake the papers in his hand. No need. I finished it a long time ago. With the original intention of completing the tasks ordered by the boss perfectly, Manager Su was also bold and took the opportunity to ask, Fifth young master, why don't you send us the test paper, and we will help you check it? Fu Qingyu was disdainful, but still sent it over. Yeah. Everyone knows that Fu Qingyu is a well-known school bully in Jingbei High School, and his academic performance is just passing the passing line. For this reason, Fu Tingchen has found many tutors for him, but without exception, he doesn't study. There is no way. In the end, Fu Tingchen simply ignore him. They have also heard a little about these things, so they naturally think that Fu Qingyu must have made a lot of mistakes in the test papers he studied. The people in Fu Group are the elites among the elites, and they naturally pursue perfection in their work. Although their boss only asked them to watch the young master and the young lady finish their homework, they subconsciously thought that since they had already seen it, they might as well correct it together. But it doesn't matter if you don't look at it. You will be shocked when you look at it. The accuracy rate is almost 100%. The more the senior executives looked at it, the more surprised they were. Fu Qingyu laughed out loud when he saw the wilted little kid. Maybe the exclamation in the video was too loud. Fu Qingyu turned his head and looked at the group of elites among the elites who graduated from prestigious schools. They looked shocked and looked like they had eaten shoot. He turned his head away with disgust and said, Did you make Fu Tingchen angry again? As soon as these words came out, the bodies of several senior executives froze and they all stared at each other with big eyes. They looked guilty, and it was obvious that Fu Qingyu had said it right. But Fu Qingyu seemed to be very good at this kind of thing, and he seemed to be used to it. Seeing this, several senior executives were not afraid of being embarrassed. They laughed twice and became bolder. Oh, there was a problem with the plan. It's normal for the boss to be angry. But, young master, are you punished too? President Fu is watching you do your homework. Upon hearing this, Fu Qingyu turned to look at the kid who was still immersed in the sadness of not being able to do his homework and spread his hands. I'll accompany this little gas. He didn't say anything else. The big eyes of a gas tank had already floated towards him. The boy clenched his fists and put them to his lips to cover up his cough. I have to accompany my sister. After all, Yao Yao may have chosen my name, right, little ancestor?
Fu Qingyu.
Fu Tingchen is not a human being, but he will not slap you to death. Just like that, the bully of Beijing North and a group of industry elites started the journey of teaching children. The homework assigned by teacher Cheng is not difficult, just addition and subtraction within 10. Yao Yao is not a little fool. Since she got a high score of 53 points in the last entrance examination, the stupid cat has worked hard and can be regarded as adding and subtracting within 10.
But
they still encountered unprecedented difficulties in the teaching process. That is, The child has finished the homework, but she can't write her name. Yao Yao's Yao is written, but this surname can't be taught no matter how hard you try. Not only Fu Qingyu is emo, but Yao Yao herself is also emo. What can I do? Yao Yao scratched his little head, shook his head, and was a little dazed. The stupid cat pouted, held her head and cried out, pointing at her big forehead with grievance. Gwugwar. My head hurts, the boy sighed when he heard it, and touched Yao Yao's little head as if to comfort her. You have to write even if your head hurts. If you don't write your name in the exam, you will get 0 points. Be good, just keep going. The stupid cat was also obedient. After all, she wanted to be a big villain. Well, the kids have thought about it. If they want to be villains, they must be educated villains. If they can't even write their names, they are not big villains, but big fools. She doesn't want to be a fool. She wants to learn to write her name.
Well.
The little girl clenched her little fists and encouraged herself secretly. 15 minutes later, the kid was confused. She held her little head in pain and lay on the table with her little feet kicking. Now she writes whatever she says. When it comes to writing the word fu, the kid's eyes are so tight that she can't write. It was as if this word had magic power. She had just taught them how to write it, and they were so confident that they could write it. But when she was given a blank piece of paper, she was still stuck. Fei Yao was so angry at her own pig brain. The kid hummed and pouted, with a pair of cat pupils staring at the half-written fu on the white paper. The stupid cat frowned and put her hands in her pockets. What's going on? The whirlwind Yao Yao, now have reason to suspect that it looks down on me, Fu Qingyu. The senior executives. A group of people looked at the kid, who was full of domineering with a hard-to-explain expression. They were speechless. Maybe her eyes were too hot, and the kid made her feel guilty, but there was nothing she could do. She really couldn't learn it, and it wasn't like she didn't write it on purpose. The stupid cat clicked her eyes, clenched her little hands together, and poked at it honestly. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, as if she had thought of something. The kid clapped her hands and spoke in a long baby voice. That's right, wouldn't it be better if I just changed my last name? After these words came out, Yao Yao thought more and more that this method was feasible. So, the kid skillfully climbed down the stool leg, waved to her own guagua, turned around, and was about to go out to find her father. But Fu Qingyu was quick to pick up the kid. Seeing the kid with an excited face, the boy's eyelids jumped, and he hugged the kid into his arms, poked Yao Yao's cheek curiously, and asked, Do you still want to change your surname? What surname do you want to change to?
Tell me.
If I don't agree, your father will probably agree. At this point, the stupid cat finally got excited. Originally, she didn't like the name given to her by her villain father. She felt that it was not as domineering as Outyen Bali. If we want to change our last name now, Yao Yao's cat eyes lit up. She is a cat and she loves cats the most, so she'll use the last name Mao, but she couldn't think of any other domineering names, so she'll just use the principle of being close to the main character. Aoshiampa the cub slightly raised his head and said every word with a stern face, his expression full of pride. I've thought of everything. My name is Cat.
Ao. Tian. Fukinjo.
Senior executives. Where did this weird name come from? Seeing the kid's confident face, Fu Qingyu, who was about to complain, rarely refrained from laughing out loud. The boy suppressed his laughter, touched Yao Yao's little head, and said inexplicably, Yao Yao. The kid glared with a serious look, and Fu Qingyu also cooperated with the difficulty to change his words. Outyen, as your brother, I advise you not to do it. Fu Tingchun will never agree. Hurry up and practice calligraphy. Fu Outyen pouted, and there was nothing but contempt on his chubby face. She didn't believe it. The kid shook his head and slid down his own guagua's legs again. While running, he didn't forget to say, I don't believe it. My dad has the best taste. He will definitely agree. Coincidentally, before the kid fluttered his legs and ran out, the door of the study was opened. Fu Tingchun is back. Well, his hair looks a little fluffier than usual. It is obvious that during the time when his subordinates were teaching the children, President Fu went to take a shower and wash his hair. Looking at the kid running over, he bent down and picked him up without even thinking. Before he could say anything, The kid in front of him, who looked excited, tugged at his sleeves, and his little voice was slightly brighter. Daddy, can I change my last name? Yaorao doesn't want to be surnamed Fu after saying that. The stupid cat seemed to feel that what he said was a bit inappropriate, so he hurriedly made up for it. Daddy will also have my last name. I've thought about it. We'll both have last names Mao in the future. My name is Mao Aotian and Daddy will be called Mao Tingchen, okay, Daddy? As soon as these words came out, President Fu, who had an ice-cold face, instantly darkened his face. The stupid cat hadn't noticed it yet. His stupid eyes were shining, and he blinked from time to time. 2 minutes later, the kid was spanked by Fu Tingchen for his filial words. Although it was just a pretentious pat, it was like the stupid cat's life was in vain. She whimpered and pulled at Fu Tingchen's clothes and started crying. The kitten turned her head away stubbornly, covering her little ace with tears in her eyes. Well, the bad daddy didn't spank her ace, but her noble dignity. The stupid cat couldn't roar, but it couldn't change the fact that she was spanked. Seeing the aggrieved look of the baby in his arms made Fu Tingchen laugh. The man raised his hand and pinched Yaoyao's cheek. He was so disappointed with his little girl. If you can't write your last name, just practice slowly. You even made a cat for your dad, huh? Fu Yaoyao, what's in your little head? Are you trying to save your dad in a roundabout way? And you want me to follow your last name? I am your father, and you are my father? Yaoyao poked her hands innocently, covered her ace, and hugged her head, unable to react. The stupid cat had limited comprehension and was extremely weird, so the string of words that Fu Tingchen had just said, when translated into Yaoyao's ears, became, if you can't write your last name, we'll change it to your last name, which you can write. It can help your father save the country in a roundabout way. You are my father? I am your father? The kid suddenly realized, half believing and half doubting. He raised his big eyes and stole a glance at his villain father. Under the gaze of Fu Qingyu and the other senior executives, the stupid cat poked his hand and tentatively spoke in a baby voice. Hot.
Futinken.
The little girl spoke softly, so everyone could hear her in this quiet room. Fu Qingyu laughed without giving face. The summer days were unusually long, and with the setting sun and the gorgeous red clouds hanging in the sky, everything seemed extremely gentle. The boys' silver earrings flashed with warm light from outside from time to time, as if to indicate that everything was developing in a good direction. Unlike Fu Qingyu, the senior executives wanted to laugh, but they couldn't. They were all employees of the boss, so they had to hold back no matter how funny the things were. Otherwise, the boss would lose face and suffer, and they would be the ones who suffered. Everyone had a clear psychological calculation, so when the boss's young lady said the words shocking the world, weeping ghosts and gods, the senior executives had a tacit understanding of watching their eyes, noses, ears, and hearts, looking at the sky and the earth, but not their own boss. At least on the surface.
But,
in fact, more than a dozen senior executives were now lowering their heads and holding their mobile phones to eat melons crazily in their own small groups. Lao Hu, the president's daughter, is awesome. Lao Hu, with our boss's bad temper, he must have beaten up the little stupid bear. Chindi, no way, the little girl is only 2 years old. The boss shouldn't be so crazy as to beat a child, right? Confused manager Sue. What? The boss is going to beat up the child? Should we call the police? The little stupid bear is stupid, but she is still a child after all. I don't think so. Although the little girl is a little bolder, and what she said is a little outrageous, the boss shouldn't be so stingy, right? As soon as this was said, the group was silent. The senior executives looked at each other with wide eyes, and looked at each other. Their boss is stingy? Well, he is not stingy with their salary and benefits, but they are clear about the incident 3 years ago. Well, it was a rainy day, and the boss was in a bad mood for various reasons. When he ordered them to go with him for the inspection, the atmosphere was so depressing. I don't know which fanatic novel fan was so crazy after reading novels that he actually let a little girl go and touch their boss. Manager Chen still remembers how their boss, who was already in a bad mood that day, made the little girl who touched the porcelain and her mother cry without a single swear word. That scene. Fu Tingchen's style is very much like a villain. It even made the hot search headlines the next day. The headline is, "The president of Fu Group, worth hundreds of billions, scolded a 5-year-old girl and her mother on the spot and made them cry." He was the one who withdrew the hot search. As an old employee of Fu Group, they can still get some gossip about their boss's family. As the saying goes, the one who is close to the water gets the moon first. They naturally know that Fu Tingchen is cruel and ruthless not only to his enemies but also to his son and himself.
Now,
I just don't know how Fu Tingchen treats this little daughter who has been well protected by rumors from the outside world. Everyone holds their breath and waits for the gossip. Here, the man's eyelids twitched violently, and he suddenly remembered the scene on the sofa when the little girl raised her pink slippers to hit him in the face.
President Fu laughed angrily.
The man curled his lips, lifted the kid from his arms with one hand, and said with gritted teeth, "Fu Yao Yao, do you want to go to heaven?" The stupid cat shook his head and said seriously, "Yao Yao doesn't want to go to heaven. Yao Yao just wants to ride on Daddy's head." That's right. After failed to please his grandfather, the stupid cat did not forget his desire. That means riding on Fu Tingchen's head. Fu Tingchen sneered and was immediately irritated by this brat. "Do you want to eat your father's belt fried meat, huh? Ride on my head. I think you'd better go straight to heaven. Your father's head can't support your ancestor." The voice was cold and sarcastic. It was obvious that President Fu was very angry, an expression that he shouldn't normally have. Fu Qingyu also smiled and moved from his small stool to Fu Tingchen's boss chair. The boy leaned back and watched the show happily. Stir-fried meat with belt? When Yao Yao heard it, she seemed to feel that she had heard this term somewhere before. She stared at the expression with her eyes wide open and held her head with her hands to think carefully. Her eyes lit up and she raised her chubby hands and shouted, I know I said fried pork with belt is not fried pork. It means that stupid daddy is going to spank smart Yao Yao." The stupid cat raised her head proudly, holding her cheeks. The little chirps on both sides of her ears burst into flowers with pride. "Yao Yao is awesome. Hee hee everyone."
Fu Qingyu. This.
It's a bit too stupid. He was only excited for a while. Then the little girl reacted. The cub Kaba Kaba had big round eyes and a round face full of innocence. She rolled her cat pupils, poked with her fingers, and her baby voice became even sweeter. "Daddy, do you want to spank Yao Yao's ace?" The man curled his lips and smiled very amiably. Originally, he didn't want to hit the little kid, but Fu Tingchen felt that he still needed to scare his kid. Otherwise, if he wanted to be his father today, who knows what good things he might do to show filial piety to him tomorrow. Just thinking about this, Fu Tingchen deliberately frowned. It's no wonder that President Fu usually has a stern face. Now that he is so deliberately stern, he looks more and more scary. The stupid cat couldn't help but shrink his head and looked at his own father timidly. Suddenly, the man changed the position of the kid he was holding and held him in his arms. He raised his hand and pretended to hit someone and was about to slap Yao Yao's little ace gently. Everyone could see that Fu Tingchen was deliberately scaring the kid. But the kid couldn't see it. Before Fu Tingchen's hand touched the stupid cat, it howled. One sound is better than another. At this moment, the door was suddenly opened slowly. Mr. Fu, who had already woken up, appeared in sight, supported by Fu Qingheng, who was full of guilt. The old man blinked, and 3 seconds later, a roar went straight to the sky.
Fu Tingchen.
"What are you doing? How dare you beat my granddaughter behind my back?" Mr. Fu was very emotional. He picked up the cane in his hand and walked towards Fu Tingchen angrily. His speed was totally unlike that of someone who had just fainted twice. The old man had a gloomy face, and he was furious. "Why did you hit her? Tell me. If you don't give me an explanation, I will beat you today." As he spoke, he waved his cane and gestured in a serious manner. Fu Tingchen frowned and took back his hand that was about to spank Yao Yao's little ace. "Dad, why are you walking around instead of lying down?" The man held his forehead with a headache. "No. Can you please stop misinterpreting what I meant?" Mr. Fu covered his chest and said in great pain. Okay, you unfilial son. Now you don't even call me dad anymore. You're just waiting for this opportunity to drive me away, right? Fu Tingchen opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, the old man was furious. He looked as if he had discovered the truth. I see. You're pointing at your father, right? I said that you asked someone to send me back when I first came here. You are disgusted with me, an old man, being an eyesore here, right? It's fine if you are dissatisfied with me, but you actually dare to hit my granddaughter? Old Master Fu picked up his cane and waved it wildly in the air with a serious and angry expression, saying fiercely, Humph, you have practiced Tai Chi sword for 8 years. If you dare to touch my granddaughter today, I will let you taste the power of my Jindan cultivator.
Futinken. Fukinjo.
The senior executives who were sitting quietly and watching the show. The room was quiet for a while, and then 2 different voices rang out at the same time. Golden Dan Monk? Golden egg, what is that? Is it delicious? Fu Qingheng, who never reads novels or watches TV, and Yao Yao, who only watches Pleasant Goat and Peppa Pig, were both confused. Mr. Fu narrowed his eyes and held up his cane as the father and son confronted each other. Fu Tingchen, put my granddaughter down. Seeing this, President Fu was so angry that he had a headache. Dad, stop making trouble. When Mr. Fu heard this, he was so angry that he almost smoked. The old man looked incredulous. I'm making a fuss? Do you think your father is being unreasonable? What a filial son you are. You are filial. You are filial to the fullest. Poor me, an old man, you don't even take me seriously. I have a miserable life. The older people get, the younger their mentality becomes. Mr. Fu is no exception. He is over 70 years old, but now he acts like a child. He is no less noisy than Yao Yao. The old man was too bad, and Fu Tingchen had no time to teach his daughter a lesson. He bent down and put the cub down and patiently advised with a cold face, Dad, you just fainted twice. Don't come down and walk. After that, the man ordered the housekeeper, who followed the old man in, send the old man back to rest. The housekeeper responded, and just took 2 steps forward. The old man glared at him like a spoiled child, and the housekeeper didn't dare to move. Although the master is in power in the Fu family now, the old man is not someone who can be easily messed with. In this way, the few people were deadlocked for a while. The cub who was put down looked at this place eagerly, and the stupid cat fluttered his crab steps and hugged his grandfather's crutches. The cub's cat eyes flickered from time to time, and he rubbed his cheeks against hers. She smiled shyly. Grandpa, I want to eat the golden eggs too, Grandpa Fu. He shook his head decisively and pushed the cub aside. There are no eggs, dear. Stand back, or I'm afraid your grandpa will hurt you by mistake with his skills. The stupid cat's cat eyes dimmed a little when she heard that there were no eggs, but fortunately, the stupid cat was a cat who knew what she was content with. She nodded her little head obediently and took a few steps back with goose-like steps. If there were no eggs, she wouldn't lie down. At least she could still see Grandpa fighting shoot. The stupid cat pouted, shook her head, and stood aside to cheer for her grandfather. A troublemaker is a troublemaker. The old man was originally playful, and now he was looked at by his granddaughter with such admiration, and he suddenly felt flattered. The old man raised his cane and stabbed forward, then bent his elbow and struck again, which was very intimidating, but it made the kid almost die. The kid who always remembers that he has to be a tough villain has starry eyes. Seeing this, Fu Qingyu couldn't help but stand up and ran over to remind him, Grandpa, be careful of your waist. Grandpa Fu didn't take it seriously. Although he has been retired for so many years and his age has increased, he still has a childlike innocence. As an old bookworm who is familiar with various martial arts novels, can he be impressed by his old waist?
Dami.
Grandpa Fu waved his hand and gave Fu Qingyu a contemptuous look. Hee, your grandfather is in good health. Don't pull me. Fu Qingheng also felt that it was inappropriate. After all, his grandfather had just fainted twice, and it was all because of him. The young man's eyes flashed, and he also helped the old man's hand, but without exception, he was pulled away by the old man. The result of the old man not listening to others' advice was that he accidentally twisted his waist while pretending to be cool and looking back. In the end, he was carried out by several servants. Before leaving, the old man waved at the stupid cat in an unyielding and face-saving way. Yao Yao, Grandpa was caught in a spell of immobilization during an inspection. Grandpa is strong. Ouch! My waist. Slow down, my waist. The stupid cat, who was left with a bewildered look on her face, watched her grandfather being carried away again with her eyes wide open. She remembered the belt-fried meat she had not yet received. The stupid cat's face was embarrassed, and she staggered a few steps, floating and slowly fell to the ground while holding the legs of her fourth brother, who was closest to her. Fu Tingchen.
Fucking gang.
Fu Qingyu. The senior executives. The young man twitched his mouth, bent down and picked up the kid who was lying at his feet pretending to be dead, and turned around and walked out. Fu Qingyu also said hello and followed Fu Qingheng out. Seeing this, the man stretched his eyebrows, smiled helplessly, and when he turned around, he changed his face again. He snorted coldly and looked at the tablet computer standing on the table not far away. Fu Tingchen's dark eyes showed no emotion. He asked coldly, "Does it look good?" The senior executives. Before the smiles on the faces of more than a dozen people could be retracted, Fu Tingchen came over. Everyone held their breath and concentrated. Although it was a video conference, they were sweating coldly on their backs at this time. They were so regretful. They are so bored, right? Eating the boss's melons online? Even Ultraman is not as brave as them. It's over. The boss will definitely get angry again. The senior executives are watching with concern and silently waiting to die. Having said that, Fu Tingchen is a well-known figure after all. If he is always fussy about everything, then the Fu group will never grow bigger. At night, the timid kid, holding a fish-shaped pillow, hummed as he passed by Fu Qingyu's room, walked past Fu Tingchen's room, and finally stopped at the door of Fu Qingheng's room. The kid had a chubby face and knocked on the door with his fists. Fu Qingyu, who had been following behind, walked forward with a jealous look and poked Yao Yao's hand, and started to negotiate in a nice voice. "Yao Yao, go back to your brother. We know each other so well, and your fourth brother has a bad temper, not even as good as your brother, so go back." As he said that, he was about to pull the fish-shaped pillow in Yao Yao's hand, but was rejected by the stupid cat with good words, saying, "Wao Yin must treat everyone equally. Moreover, the stupid cat is a vengeful cat. She hasn't forgotten that the bad dad wanted to spank her." And with her cat's intuition, Yao Yao feels that compared to Wugwugwo's character of liking to watch the fun, Sigwugwo is more reliable. What if the bad dad gets up in the middle of the night and spanks her on a whim? Just thinking like this, the door of the room was suddenly opened. The boy who had just finished washing stood at the door with a dazed look on his face. After a while, he reacted and subconsciously bent down to pick up the little kid standing in front of his door. "Oh, is there something wrong?" The stupid cat nodded, and Fu Qingyu shook his head. Fu Qingheng frowned slightly. "Is there something wrong?" The stupid cat nodded wildly, and Fu Qingyu shook his head wildly. The kid raised his little hand and said softly, "I want to sleep with Gui Sui today. Yao Yao wants rain and dew." Before he finished speaking, Fu Qingyu hurriedly covered the kid's mouth. The boy began to talk nonsense without changing his face and heartbeat. "No, brother, nothing happened. It's late. You should rest quickly. I'll take Yao Yao back to sleep." After speaking, he stretched out his hand and took Yao Yao. Just as he was about to hug Yao Yao, Fu Qingheng stepped back sideways. He understood, and the boy's originally expressionless face showed a little dissatisfaction. He hugged the baby in his arms and took 2 steps back and slammed the door.
Fu Qinju?
Before he could react, the door opened again. The boy held the baby and said to Fu Qingyu, who was still confused, with a little anger, "Despicable." Then he slammed the door again. "Fu Qingyu." The boy grabbed his hair and knocked on the door. His voice was obviously weak. "Well, leave me a pillow." He didn't expect Fu Qingheng to say anything. After all, he knew his brother's temper. However, the next second, Fu Qingheng's voice, which was slightly brighter but still upright, came from the room. "No, no pillow. No hair." Fu Qingyu's face was full of black lines. He was angry and jealous, clenched his fists and gestured at the door for a while before turning around and leaving. I'll scratch you to death. Inside the room, Fu Qingheng, who was satisfied with getting a soft sister, had shining eyes. He hugged the baby in his arms tightly and smiled. Yeah, my sister is still soft and comfortable to hold. He raised his lips, lifted the baby in his arms and blinked. Call me brother. The stupid cat was also obedient and immediately called Guogua in a long and milky voice. Fu Qingheng nodded with satisfaction. After holding the baby for a while, the boy carefully put the baby on the bed. It seemed that he felt that the little ball was too close to the edge of the bed, and it was unsafe. Fu Qingheng picked up the baby and put it in the center of the whole big bed. Only then did he feel relieved. Fu Qingheng, who had never slept with a baby in his arms, looked nervous. He stood by the bed and stared at Yao Yao. After looking at each other for a while, he swallowed and asked, Yao Yao, do you want to sleep? The stupid cat nodded, turned around, and climbed into the cloud-like quilt holding his little fish pillow with his hands and feet. Yao Yao felt extremely comfortable. She jumped around on the bed for a while, then stuck her head out from under the quilt. She patted the seat next to her and said, Guogua, come and take a nap. The big bed is so comfortable. Fu Qingheng nodded, then he lay down slowly with his body stiff. The baby made a fuss for a while and then fell asleep humming. Well, she fell asleep, but Fu Qingheng suffered from insomnia.
Why?
He had never been in close contact with children, so every time he held Yao Yao in his arms, he felt that children were soft and chubby. It was probably because of this reason that Fu Qingheng was always afraid that he would turn over when he fell asleep at night and be crushed into a dumpling skin by the stupid cat. What should he do? So Fu Qingheng kept this posture for 2 hours. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore. The boy was about to stand up carefully with a tense face, but the baby beside him murmured and fell directly into his arms.
Fu Qingheng.
The young man was surprised and confused. He shook his head, lay down, and finally mustered up his courage. He turned around and hugged Yao Yao in his arms. The little girl held her head with both hands and raised it slightly. From time to time, she blew a few times with her pink little mouth. She looked so adorable. The little girl felt warm and smelled of milk. Fu Qingheng couldn't help but poke Yao Yao's cheek, and the little girl also puffed her cheeks subconsciously. The boy's eyes were smiling, unlike his usual appearance. He whispered to the baby in his arms as if he had found a treasure. Good night, Yao Yao. Time flies, and another month has passed. Because of what happened during this period, the relationship between Fu Qingheng and Fu Qingyu and Xiao Yao Yao has undergone a qualitative leap. The most obvious change is that Fu Qingheng is either seeking death or seeking death. His hobbies changed from seeking death to looking for his sister, playing with her, and teaching her calligraphy. From then on, I was either looking for my sister or on my way to find her. Until this day, that was the day when Fu Qingyu and Fu Yaoyao's monthly exam, small test, results came out. Well, the brother and sister were sticking close to each other. Strictly speaking, it was little Fu Yaoyao who was afraid of being spanked by her daddy, so she stayed between her two brothers and refused to move. The man in a suit was leaning on the sofa, holding 2 test papers in his left hand and a transcript in his right hand. Next to him sat Mr. Fu, who had just recovered. It was his granddaughter's first test. As a grandfather, he was more excited than Fu Tingchen, the father. The old man sat on the sofa, tightly holding the cane in his hand, and urged, hurry up, show me whether my granddaughter got first or second place." Hearing this, the stupid cat swallowed her saliva and shrank back behind Fu Qingheng and Fu Qingyu. She smiled and tugged at the sleeve of her 4th son Guogua. "Guogua, if daddy makes a nest later, Guogua must protect Yao Yao's ace top sister control." Fu Qingheng nodded seriously. "Don't worry, your father will never touch your ace with me here." This aroused Fu Qingyu's curiosity. The boy tilted his head and asked in a low voice, "Pig, how much did you get in the exam?" "Pig equals stupid cat equals." Yao Yao scratched his face dissatisfiedly. Bah, I'm not a pig, Guogua. Don't talk nonsense. I'm not smart, and you still say I." The stupid cat shook his head and suddenly realized, "I know." "How much?" Fu Qingyu frowned and scratched his ears, with an unbelievable look on his face. Even Fu Qinghing couldn't help but turn his head and looked at the little ball sandwiched between them with a look of horror. When the stupid cat saw that her two brothers were staring at her motionlessly, she immediately shrank her head guiltily, and the little cat's eyes subconsciously covered her ace. The cat's intuition told her that her ace was about to be lost. 44. Before she finished speaking, a scream came from the other side, and Yao Yao subconsciously covered her ears. 44 points? The old man opened his eyes wide, and his mouth opened unconsciously. He snatched the test paper from his son's hand and raised his voice in disbelief. "Is this my granddaughter's test paper?" He flipped the test paper back and forth, his eyes fixed on the two crooked big characters Fu Yao written on the upper left corner of the test paper. Fu also missed the dot above. Grandpa Fu looked at the test paper and then at his granddaughter, with shaking hands. He patted his chest and asked the housekeeper to bring a heart pill. Fu Tingchen also stared at the stupid cat motionlessly. The little girl observed it and saw that her face was livid and her eyes were narrowed. It was different from her previous angry look. She was a little scary. The little girl looked at the sky and the ground but didn't look at Fu Tingchen's eyes. She shook her head and buried it behind her fifth brother, innocent and guilty. "Dad, don't look at Yao Yao like that. I will be shy." Hearing this, the man laughed out loud. He forced a smile to Yao Yao. Yao hooked her finger. "You still know how to be shy? Come here and let Daddy take a good look at how shy you are." Yao Yao shook her little head and refused in a baby voice. No, I'll stay here, Daddy. You take a look, Yao Yao won't come over." Then she moved her little ace back until she was at the innermost part of the sofa. The kid felt a little safer. She held on to her brother with one hand and glanced at her daddy from time to time. Fu Tingchen's eyelids jumped, and he raised his hand and rubbed his eyebrows skillfully, then raised another report card and started to read it. The old man didn't have such a good acceptance ability as Fu Tingchen. The old man tightly grasped the test paper in his hand that was shocking and weeping ghosts and gods and sat on the sofa in a trance for a while, and finally recovered. Grandpa Fu turned his head to look at the obedient little kid nestled between his two grandchildren. His original depressed and confused mood suddenly dissipated a little.
Well,
he is an open-minded old man. He can think it through. At least. His granddaughter is well-behaved and cute. There is no perfect person. The old man smoothed his chest. He thought it through. He cleared his throat and looked at the innocent little girl and praised her against his will. Failure is the mother of success. 1 or 2 times does not mean anything.
Yao Yao.
Grandpa believes in you. At least our Guai's handwriting is unique.
Fu Tingchen. Fu Qinggeng. Fu Qinzhu.
The 3 fathers and sons looked at each other, and their mouths twitched when they thought of the dog-crawling handwriting. Only Yao Yao, who was praised to death, was different from the past. He put on a serious face and held his cheek with his paw in regret. "Grandpa, don't praise me anymore. Don't say that the serious boy is a little different." The slightly lowered baby voice is really a bit boss style. Several people subconsciously turned their eyes to Yao Yao. The boy, who was originally afraid of being spanked by his bad daddy, was no longer afraid and got out from the gap between the 2 pots. She jumped to the ground awkwardly, put her hands in her pockets, and pinched her waist with a stern face. A cat who doesn't want to eat sharks is not a good cat. Fu Outyan only got 44 points in the exam. The brat raised her voice slightly and shook her head in pain. It must be that Yao Yao is not working hard enough. Tornado Yao Yao, am a fierce villain who wants to dominate the world. I won't be a stupid villain. The stupid cat straightened his back, his bright eyes full of seriousness. The cub waved his hand, his chubby little face full of determination. She walked up to Fu Tingchen step by step, with a flash of determination in her eyes. The kid turned around and stuck out his little ace towards his bad dad, which scared President Fu so much that he subconsciously raised his hand to cover his nose. The next second, the stupid cat's milk cry came, and she yelled, "Those who shoot big don't care about small things, Daddy. If you want to hit my ace, hit me. Don't feel sorry for my ace, you can hit it." The man's eyelids twitched, and even Fu Qingheng and Fu Qingyu covered their eyes with a headache. The operation was so fierce that not only the servants in the living room, but also the servants in the dining room and upstairs who were cleaning the corridor heard it. Several maids put down their work and looked downstairs. Well, the manor is very big. Fu Tingchen spoke with authority, but never showed his harshness. Even when he was angry, he never yelled loudly, so the maids only heard the babyish voice of "Don't feel sorry for my ace. You beat me up." Several maids looked at each other and looked downstairs with worried expressions. Anyway, the maids were still quite worried. They all slipped down quietly and stared at the sticking-up little ace in the living room without moving. Well, they have all thought about it. If the master really wants to spank the young lady's ace later, it's fine if he spanks lightly, but if he spanks hard, they will rush forward to protect the young lady's ace no matter what. With this in mind, all the maids were ready to go. And here, seeing Yao Yao raised her ace to get spanked, the man raised his eyebrows and calmly put down the hand that was covering her nose, raised his foot and touched her little ace. "All right, if you don't feel sorry for your ace, I feel sorry for my daughter. Move your ace." The man paused, a curve appeared at the corner of his lips, and corrected. "Also, it's called those who achieve great things don't care about trivial matters. Did you hear, Fu Yao Yao?" The stupid cat blushed when he heard it, and the kid looked stern and felt insulted at first, and then hated himself for being uneducated. The stupid cat held his head and cried in a childish voice, then staggered like a drama queen and fell into his father's arms. "Ha Yao Yao, don't say it wrong next time. Daddy is not allowed to laugh at me." Fu Tingchen hooked his lips and hugged Yao Yao into his arms. His voice was slightly deep but joyful. The man smiled and took the opportunity to speak slowly. "I won't spank your ace this time. I'll leave it for next time. This time I'll punish you not to eat fish for a week. You have to eat whatever I give you for every meal. Don't be picky." After these words came out, the kid was stunned for a while, staring with big eyes and looking up at her bad dad. Her little mouth pursed. No, otherwise, Daddy will still lie in the nest with his ace. After that, Yao Yao didn't stop and directly stuck out her little ace in Fu Tingchen's arms. I don't know if she ate too many radishes or eggs in the morning. When the kid raised her ace to get close to her daddy, she couldn't help it. Her little face was twisted, and she put it directly into her big daddy's handsome face with a puff. Well, it's the second time. The veins on the man's forehead popped up, and he gritted his teeth as he looked at the terrified kid in front of him. He gritted his teeth and endured it. The stupid cat held her head in grievance. I didn't mean it. She complained quietly. "Dad is so stingy." The man sneered and asked, "What did you say?" Fu Tingchen sneered, casually put the report card in his hand aside, turned the kid over, and said with a smiling face, The stupid cat was bold enough, and she was not afraid at all. She stretched her neck and stared with big eyes, and her words were full of affirmation. "You despise me." Without waiting for Fu Tingchen to speak, the kid put his hands in his pockets and continued to accuse. "You can't despise me. I am your only kid. Bad daddy wasn't like this before." After saying this, Fu Tingchen became playful and deliberately stretched out his finger to hook the little boy's chubby chin. "What about me before?" When talking about the past, Yao Yao's eyes were empty and full of nostalgia. Every morning, I would brush Yao Yao's teeth, wash her face, comb her hair, and bask in the sun. The stupid cat became more and more sad, and the sadness turned into anger. And these words directly shocked everyone present. "Holding your feet to sleep? This is Fu Tingchen? Is it that cold and ruthless Fu Tingchen? He also brushed your teeth, washed your face, combed your hair, and basked in the sun for you? Their master is so idle? This is probably not what the young lady imagined." Fu Qingyu was also slightly startled when he heard it. He reacted and looked at the dark-faced widowed father with a gossipy heartburning. "Old Fu, I can't tell, you still do such a thing?" President Fu's old face darkened, and he glanced at him sinisterly. Just when Fu Qingyu thought that his moody widowed father was going to scold him, the man's face softened slightly. Although his tone was still cold, he was more relieved. "You did well in the exam this time. Tell me what you want." The boy was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then turned his head and pretended to be uncomfortable and waved his hand vaguely. I know. When the little stupid cat heard that this also came with a reward, the originally arrogant cub instantly became as quiet as a chicken. First, he rubbed his head against his own father and then hugged his father with his little paws. The cub tilted his head and stared at his big round eyes. She smiled shyly for a few times, and then she tentatively spoke in a baby voice. Daddy, it's
Spicy?
Fu Tingchen was amused when he heard it and did not refuse. He hooked his lips and asked teasingly, You? What do you want? Although you got the lowest score in history and your last name was written wrong, your dad is still willing to give you a chance. Tell me what you want. The stupid cat Kabakaba's eyes wandered. I don't ask for much, but I will get lovesick if I don't eat fish, Daddy. Just give me a piece of fish. When Yao Yao grows up, she will make a lot of money and be filial to Daddy. The kid knows how to make empty promises. She blinked her big eyes, and her chubby little face was too cute. Imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. The next second, the man's cold and ruthless voice came into the kid's ears. If you didn't say it, I would have forgotten that you are still a picky eater. He relaxed his brows, leaned on the sofa, pinched Yao Yao's chubby cheeks, and threatened her childishly. I heard that picky eaters never grow up. Don't you want to be a villain who is worse than your father? Tall people are villains. At this point, Fu Tingchen raised his hand and gestured to the kid lying on him.
80 Zentimeter Gastank.
He hesitated for a moment and pretended to be embarrassed. He is as tall as you. He stopped talking, and this worked. It directly aroused Yao Yao's curiosity. The cub clenched his little fleshy hands tightly and looked at his father eagerly. La and Yao Yao are so tall. What else can they be but the villain La? The man curled his lips and chuckled. Anyone is tall, as you must be a little beggar. Well, originally Fu Tingchen was going to say little pervert, but he thought it was not a good idea to say this in front of the child. If it affects the child's mental health or lets the kid learn a new word, it would not be worth it. When the little dumpling heard this, he was so shocked that he covered his chin, lower jaw and mouth with his fleshy paws. The cub poked his hand and argued weakly. I'm not picky about food. I'm not a little beggar. It would have been fine if they hadn't said anything, but once they started talking about it, one after another began to take the opportunity to criticize this kid's extremely strange eating habits. Fu Qingyu took the lead. The boy deliberately frowned and started to criticize. You are not picky about food? Did I hear you right, little Fu Yao Yao? Who only eats fish and no meat or rice every day? You don't eat anything that swims in the water, huh? Who runs to the corners to draw circles every day when he can't eat fish? And he draws fish for your brother to fill his stomach? The stupid cat felt so wronged when she heard it. She whimpered sadly and felt guilty. We cats just love to eat fish. Fu Qingyu subconsciously ignored the cat in the kid's words. His expression instantly became friendly. Yes, after these days of experience in taking care of children, Fu Qingyu has learned to use both soft and hard tactics. He changed the subject with a worried look on his face. Yao Yao, I'm not saying anything bad about you. I can't bear to say anything bad about you, but who's the good kid? He cleared his cough and remembered the villain character that stupid cat had always loved. Fu Qingyu was very witty and said, whose villain is picky about food, right? As soon as he finished speaking, before stupid cat could react, Old Man Fu said with a serious face, What? This is too outrageous. I have never eaten
Cough.
such a picky eater in my whole life. My dear, how can you be so picky about food? The old man pointed with his cane. I am an old man who treats people kindly and never wrongly accuses people for no reason. Grandpa condemns you. The stupid cat felt aggrieved, and his eyes were full of tears. Fu Qingheng followed up, I also caught you eating candy in the middle of the night. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes turned to look over. The old man was so angry that he said, What? You're still eating candy secretly? You'll hurt your teeth if you eat so much candy. And you say you're picky about food, but I see you eat a lot of snacks and you tasted my walnuts. He raised his cane and pointed at me. Grandpa condemns you. In the end, The two young masters and a group of servants who had gathered around them all followed suit in order to cure their young lady's picky eating habit, saying, "Little Fu Yao Yao, you're a troublemaker. We condemn you." After this reprimand, Yao Yao's picky eating problem finally improved a little. It was time for dinner that night. After the servants had laid out the dishes, little Yao Yao smelled the fragrance, put down the car in her hand, and turned around and waved her little paws to run to the dining room without even looking at Pleasant Goat. She had already smelled the fragrance as soon as she ran to the dining room. The housekeeper beside her saw this and walked up to her with a smile and carried Yao Yao to the chair. The stupid cat looked at the table full of delicious food on the dining table with shining eyes. She rubbed her hands expectantly, and her little head leaned forward. Her eyes, which were originally full of expectation, dimmed in an instant. The cub hung his head, feeling very lost. Seeing this, the housekeeper thought something was wrong with Yao Yao and quickly bent down and touched Yao Yao's head. "What's wrong, young lady?" The stupid cat pouted, raised her hand aggrievedly, and began to complain. "Uncle Housekeeper, there is no fish." As soon as these words came out, before the housekeeper could say anything, Fu Tingchen, who came down from upstairs, spoke. The man walked to the stupid cat, pulled a chair and sat down, raised his eyebrows and asked, "Fu Yao Yao, what did you promise me that day? Did you say that you would eat well, and you would eat whatever I give you, huh?" Yao Yao's cat eyes were clenched, and she said honestly, "Oh," the man continued to fool. "Yes, didn't you say you wanted to be a qualified villain?" Stupid cat continued to nod and raise his hand. "Yes, yes." Fu Tingchen smiled at the corner of his lips and changed the subject. "Then Daddy tells you that a qualified villain must listen to your daddy honestly. You should do whatever your daddy tells you to do. What your daddy doesn't let you do is the obstacle that prevents you from becoming a villain." He paused and spoke without hesitation before Yao Yao asked in a baby voice, "Don't ask Daddy why, because your daddy is a villain who is more powerful than you at this stage." When saying the three words villain, Fu Tingchen deliberately bit it harder. President Fu never thought that he had not done anything for half his life, and the first time he was blatantly said to be bad was by his daughter. "It's not bad, it's a villain." He narrowed his eyes and pretended to be mysterious. Sure enough, when the cub saw the look of his bad daddy, his chubby little body trembled, turned his head and nodded happily. His little baby voice became even louder. Yeah, I listened to the bad daddy." The man pinched Yao Yao's cheek and corrected, "Call Daddy." The stupid cat clenched his fist and nodded his head obediently. Daddy.
Fu Tingchen.
His silly girl. After a while, Fu Qingheng and Fu Qingyu, together with Mr. Fu, came down one after another. Because he was afraid that the cub would not eat well, this time Fu Tingchen directly moved the cub's position next to him. He watched the naughty child eat. It was also because he promised his daddy that "I will do whatever my daddy asks me to do." Although the stupid cat looked particularly resistant at the dinner table, fortunately, he also started to eat. Fu Tingchen had someone bring a small fishbone-shaped plate and put some of the various vegetables on the table on it. The man didn't stop until the vegetables on the plate formed a small hill. His expression was relieved. He put the plate in front of Yao Yao and said without question, "If you want to become a villain more powerful than your father, eat all of these, and don't leave any." After these words came out, Fu Qingyu, Fu Qingheng, and even Mr. Fu couldn't help but raise their heads, looking at their widowed father, Ice Cube's son, who said it with a serious and solemn face. They silently lit incense in their hearts for Fu Tingchen. I just didn't expect that in order to let Yao Yao eat well, he would actually say this. Looking at the pile of green vegetables here, the little dumpling couldn't help swallowing her saliva. She was clacking her cat eyes, thinking of what her father said. She clenched her little fists and encouraged herself. The cub took a deep breath, and without stopping, he picked up the fork and the plate and shoveled the dishes into his mouth. The kid, who didn't like vegetables to begin with, swallowed them whole. After finishing the small dish in no time, he stuck out his tongue with a distorted look on his face. Yao Yao held her head and sighed. It's really not easy to be a hot villain. Fu Tingchen frowned when he saw this, and put a plate of vegetables and a few pieces of chicken in the small plate of fish bones. The man pretended to be serious and pushed the plate in front of Yao Yao again, scolding her not lightly. Fu Yao Yao, are you eating vegetables or drinking porridge? Which big villain eats vegetables as fast as you do? The stupid cat pouted and corrected. Dad is wrong. It's cat swallowing. The man's face was heavy and he spoke slowly. Even if a cat swallows, it doesn't eat like you. This plate doesn't count. Eat again. The stupid cat's face was embarrassed, and his mouth was directly stretched into a square. What? Seeing this, Fu Qingheng also took the opportunity to speak. Chew slowly. The kid's cat pupils widened, and he scratched his little face and tilted his head. Yao Yao. Dead. The problem of food was solved, and Fu Tingchen discovered that the only 2 pieces of chicken on the kid's plate were left uneaten. The man half raised his eyes and raised his hand to pick up the chicken and handed it to Yao Yao. Eat it. The kid was full of resistance. I won't eat it. I am a cat with backbone and dignity. I am single-minded, and I am not fickle. Yao Yao loves fish and only eats fish. The kid pinched his waist with both hands, shook his head, and covered his mouth tightly. If I eat a bite today, I won't be called Fu Outyan. 3 minutes later, the stupid cat Kaba Kaba, who had a chicken leg in his left hand and a piece of jerky on a fork in his right hand, ate one by one. The kid stretched out his little tongue to lick his mouth as if savoring something, and his originally resistant face was now full of happiness and satisfaction. Woo, the chicken is spicy. So spicy and delicious, so fragrant, so fragrant. Upon seeing this, Fu Qingyu's mouth twitched, and he asked with a smile, Hey, who just said that if you take a bite, you can't be called Fu Outyan anymore? Fu Qingheng also softened his expression and agreed with a smile. Yes, it was that kid. The stupid cat chewed the meat and waved his paws indistinctly. Who is it? Anyway, it's not me. With Xianfeng Yao Yao is not called Outyan. In the days that followed, not only Fu Tingchen but also other people noticed that Yao Yao no longer clamored to eat fish for every meal.
Oh.
She also ate chicken with relish. She even started to eat only chicken and no vegetables. Fu Tingchen saw that this was not okay. He had finally managed to correct some of the bad habits of the kid. If he didn't care about the stupid cat anymore, what was the difference between this and her being obsessed with eating only the things that swim in the water some time ago? Thinking of this, Fu Tingchen pursed his lips and was about to speak, but the kid who was humming and eating chicken legs beside him paused, his eyes blank. The chicken stuffed her cheeks so much that they were bulging. The stupid cat shook her head and sighed like a little adult. She said with a little baby voice, it would be nice if there was shoot to eat at this point. The stupid cat's cat eyes were kaba kaba, and a flash of inspiration came to her. She raised her head and looked eagerly at Fu Qingyu sitting opposite her and shouted in a baby voice, Guoguo, when can we go eat shoot? Yao Yao doesn't want to eat meat or vegetables. Yao Yao just wants to eat shoot, the child said innocently, and her voice sounded cute and cute. She didn't know how shocking her words were. In the restaurant, Fu Tingchen, Mr. Fu, the housekeeper, and the servants dropped their jaws when they heard it. The little maids all cast inquiring eyes at the dining table. Fu Tingchen was also shocked. Although he didn't show it on his face, his heart was already in chaos when Yao Yao said this. God knows. When he first learned in kindergarten that his 4th son took his daughter to eat that, he was already shocked. He couldn't understand. Is Fu Qingheng so poor that he has no money? He actually took his sister to eat shoot. Now it's okay. He never thought that his 5th son would eat shoot. The man recalled the words of his 4th son. It's actually quite delicious. And his face, which had always been calm for many years, froze. At this time, President Fu's face was full of black lines. The expression of not eating shoot and eating shoot was no different. He felt that his whole body was torn apart. The old man stared with his old eyes, looked at his little granddaughter, who couldn't even enjoy the chicken legs, then looked at his 5th grandson with a gloomy face, and his 4th grandson, who looked expectant and nodded from time to tug at Fu Qingyu's sleeve. Grandpa Fu trembled and dropped the chopsticks directly on the table.
What?
Our family is bankrupt? Why are you eating shoot? What's going on? You're eating shoot behind your grandfather's back? As soon as he finished speaking, Grandpa Fu seemed to have noticed something was wrong. He was so angry that he picked up his chopsticks and slapped them. If you encounter any difficulties, just tell your father. If you are in trouble, you can just tell me no. You don't even tell me that you have no money and you're eating shoot. It's a pity that you can eat it. I'm so angry. Talk about you. It's okay to eat it by yourself. The old man's hands were shaking, his eyes were wide open, and he was obviously very angry. Actually, you even brought your sister with you. How old is she? I'm so angry. I'm so angry. The old man became more and more addicted. Fu Qingyu wanted to explain, but couldn't get a word in. He could only touch his nose in shame and wait for Grandpa Fu to finish scolding him. The stupid cat heard that this was not okay. Shoot is so delicious and Grandpa doesn't want to eat it and scolds the pot? Yao Yao pouted and called out in a long, baby voice, Grandpa, Grandpa, please don't say that. Grandpa doesn't know how delicious shoot is. I don't really like rice, but the kid panted heavily, raised his hands and made a circle. Shoot is really delicious, Grandpa. Do you want to try it too? Fu Qingheng also clicked his eyes and nodded in agreement. It doesn't smell good, but it tastes good. After these words were spoken, Mr. Fu had not yet reacted. His mind was now filled with the fact that his obedient granddaughter asked him to eat shoot. Fu Tingchun guessed it. If it smells bad but tastes good, then it must be a snack? The man frowned. Obviously, he didn't like those things made outside. His own cleanliness made him feel that those special snacks were not clean. Grandpa, we are eating snail noodles. Who has the brain to eat shoot? Fu Qingyu's eyelids jumped, and he looked at the little fool who was chewing the chicken leg with a sluggish look, and then looked at the big fool beside him with a face full of expectation. Have to. He knew that these two were only concerned with eating and didn't even know what the food was called. The young man sighed, looking at the confused Mr. Fu and the stern-faced widowed father. The corners of his lips curved up. He reached out and tugged at the old man's sleeve, smiling and inviting. Grandpa, do you want to try it? Old Master Fu looked at me with a frown and immediately pulled the sleeve out of Fu Qingyu's hand. He clenched his fist and cleared his throat. Don't push me, I won't go. Who is like you kids? Eating unhealthy food every day? I have to stay healthy, so I won't eat that shoot-smelling powder. Fu Qingyu raised an eyebrow. Really not going? Old man Fu shook his head, his tone firm and his eyes erratic. No. If you say you won't go, then don't go. Do you think I'm a child? Seeing this, Fu Qingheng also imitated his silly brother and stared at Fu Tingchun motionlessly. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, Dad, do you want to eat? The boy paused, then said proudly, Snail rice noodle? Fu Tingchun shook his head with a cold face. If you don't want to eat, you should eat less too, and don't bring your sister to eat. Well, the last sentence is the key. Now it was Yao Yao's turn to be unhappy. She was so wronged. It would be fine if the bad dad didn't eat it himself, but he actually didn't let her eat it. The cub raised his hand to protest. I don't accept it. I protest. I also want to eat. Hearing this, the man bent his fingers and tapped the little ball's head, saying softly, The protest is invalid. Have you forgotten what your father told you? The things that your father doesn't let you do are obstacles on the road to becoming a villain. If you want to become a villain more powerful than your father, just listen to your father. The stupid cat was angry and aggrieved when he heard it, stretched out his paws to cover his mouth, and finally nodded his head honestly. Oh, spicy. Spicy, okay. It can be said that since that collective condemnation, the cub has been living a life worse than death and drunken and dreaming in this family. Every day, he holds his head and thinks about fish, but he eats vegetables and chicken every day and occasionally eats fish meat. Unlike before, the cub would show off with a big fat fish. 3 weeks later, the oppressed stupid cat couldn't stand it anymore and took out the familiar small square cloth from the corner and started packing his luggage again. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. The stupid cat packed up his small square cloth, picked up his small sword, and tied the small bag around himself with a stern face. He turned around and looked at the fat rabbit who was also ready to go. The kid had cat eyes and said in a baby voice, My king, I've thought about it. I'll eat and dress myself. If Daddy doesn't give me fish to eat, I'll go catch fish myself. The kid clenched his fists and pressed his head with his fists. I'll go out and have a meal and come back, my king. You and I will go to bed together. The fat rabbit squeaked twice and stood on its hind legs excitedly and swayed.
Squeak.
Squeak. Great, great. My king, I'm tired of the food here too. My king, I thought I would have delicious food and spicy drinks when I came here. But every day, I was given either rabbit food or carrots or those bitter vegetables. As if thinking of the bitter taste of the green vegetables, the rabbit king couldn't help but shudder, and then used his front paws to frantically pull up his tongue. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Yao Yao instantly recalled his experience in the past month. The kid raised his chubby little hands and held his round cheeks, pouting dissatisfiedly. My face is so thin from hunger. The man and the rabbit looked at each other and cried. It's too difficult for the cat, rabbit, because of the experience of the last 2 times. The stupid cat learned this time.
Well,
she won't go through the front door. She wants to climb the dog hole. A few days ago, Yao Yao was playing with Alpha in the backyard and accidentally found a scallop-shaped dog hole in the corner, which was usually unnoticed. Because of the experience of the last 2 times, the kid, who usually went to bed late and got up late, got up early this day. She held the little sword in her hand and carefully crouched down and went to the backyard with her rabbit king. The cub took a clumsy step to hide beside the flowers, picked 2 roses and inserted them into the little Jojo on both sides of his ears, and then took another crab step and rolled on the spot, as if he was addicted to spy movies. Or the rabbit king couldn't stand it anymore, raised his front paw, and pulled Yao Yao's little sword to remind him. Stupid, stop playing. You can't get out if you play for a while. Hurry up. Get up. Yao Yao's cat eyes were full of excitement, and he got up from the ground. A 1 person and 1 rabbit came to the corner, looking at the small scallop-shaped dog hole in front of them. Their eyes lit up. The fat rabbit took the lead and jumped out of the hole in a flash. The free rabbit danced wildly and had a great time outside. Yao Yao was so envious when she saw this, and she could already see the fat fish waving at her. The stupid cat's chubby face was full of excitement. She lay down and stuck out her little ace and arched it out excitedly. Little Tuanzi was confused, but she arched her back again. Her face was filled with sadness, and she cried out to the fat rabbit who was still dancing. King Yao Yao is stuck, can't get out. The rabbit king blinked his eyes, and 3 minutes later the fat rabbit used all its strength to stick its furry face tightly to Yao Yao's raised buttocks, and it screamed. I told you to eat less. I can get in through your cracks, but you can't get out. Get out, idiot. Yao Yao's eyes were filled with tears, and she looked so aggrieved. Well, the chubby kid rolled out of the dog hole in an instant, and rolled over as well. The stupid cat who was released took a deep breath and did a somersault but failed to jump up. The stupid cat was not discouraged. He used his paws to support himself and raised his little ace. He glanced at the fat rabbit who was exhausted from pushing him hard, then walked over with his legs flapping and hugged the king in his arms. After walking around for more than 10 minutes, the stupid cat was confused. This place. There is not even a pond. Then where can she catch fish? My lord, there are no fish here. What should I do? The fat rabbit is scratching its ears. At this point it has not yet comfortably forgotten that it is a system. It raised its front paw and touched Yao Yao's little head as if to comfort her. Wait a minute, let me check it out. As it spoke, a faint light flashed in its eyes, and the fat rabbit stretched out its front paw and pointed. Over there, there's a lake a few steps away. The rabbit king Kaba Kaba rubbed his hands with his eyes. This place is quite close to the Fu family. The fish raised by rich people should be very expensive. As soon as this was said, the cat and the rabbit looked at each other and ran over happily. 3 minutes later, the cat and the rabbit lay on the edge of the pond and watched the red carp swimming around in it. Kaba Kaba's cat eyes drooled. Squeak, squeak. I said. The fish raised by the rich are also different. This fish looks delicious. The stupid cat nodded happily. It looks delicious. The fat rabbit rubbed his hands and squinted his eyes. Then let's catch it? Yao Yao nodded vigorously. She first glanced around. After seeing that there was no one around, The stupid cat shook her head, and a silver light flashed behind the stone pool. When she opened her eyes again, a gray and white kitten jumped up. The cat was faintly shining, with a round big head and a pair of slightly round small ears that moved from time to time. The black cat pupils were wide open, with a bulging belly and small paws. The whole cat looked extremely cute, but there was always a sense of clear stupidity. The little stupid cat's cat pupils were kaba, and he was about to raise a small paw to catch the fish, but he didn't expect that the next second, whether it was a coincidence or something, a red carp jumped out of the water, and its mouth suddenly hit the stupid cat's head. The stupid cat didn't stand firmly, and was pushed into the stone pool with a plop. Yao Yao was shocked. She blinked her big eyes blankly, looked at the high rock pool in front of her, and then looked at herself, lying on her back. The whirlwind Yao Yao reacted and cried out in dissatisfaction. She shook her fur and sharpened her claws, stepped back a few steps, and was about to jump up. But the next second she was hugged by a pair of big hands. Yao Yao twisted unhappily. Seeing this, the fat rabbit next to her stopped catching fish and jumped on the person, swinging his fist and hitting him madly. Squeak, squeak. Squeak.
Squeak.
Can you touch my little whirlwind? Let her go. I'll beat you to death. Bai Su frowned, looking at the fat rabbit that was hitting him like a wind and fire wheel. He almost subconsciously raised his hand to pull the rabbit down. As a result, the kitten bit him as soon as he made a move to catch the rabbit. Bai Su sighed and comforted him. Okay, pig, stop making trouble. The master has been looking for you for several days. The stupid cat got angry when he heard this and continued to meow at him. After soothing the kitten for a while, seeing that the reaction of the kitten in his hand was still so strong, Bai Su touched her little head like coaxing a child, and then noticed that one side of the kitten's head was wet. He quickly pulled up his coat and wiped it on the cat's head. Then he quickly picked up the fat rabbit that was madly hitting his calf, one in each hand. For a while, the cat's cry and the rabbit's cry were one after another. Bai Su sighed, turned and looked at the black Kian not far behind him. He hesitated for a long time before he walked over with the stupid cat and the fat rabbit. The car window slowly fell, and the man sitting in the car turned his face to the side, but just that half of his face was enough to be amazing. The man turned his head, about 20 years old, wearing a black suit, full of dignity in his every move. His skin was delicate and fair, and there was a faint smile on the corner of his lips. This can be regarded as a direct stupid cat stunned, and the claws that were scratching Bai Su also stopped, staring at the man in front of him motionlessly. Fu Yunxiu chuckled and raised his hand to take the stupid cat from Bai Su. He had a fresh scent on him, but his words were unusually cold. You're really hard to feed. You haven't become skinny after running for a month. Why are you even fatter? The man half squinted his eyes and carefully looked at the fat cat in his hand. He shouted out loud, "Pig?" As soon as he said this, the kid, who was originally immersed in the beauty of the world, suddenly became angry as if his fur had exploded. "Ah, you are the pig. I'm so angry. If you have the guts, go down and fight me one-on-one." The fat rabbit was instantly annoyed when he heard it, and raised his front paws to point at Fu Yunxiu and started to squeak and curse. That look, with bared teeth and squinting eyes and shaking head, really surprised Fu Yunxiu. He turned sideways and threw the stupid cat to the seat beside him, and then picked up the fat rabbit in Bai Su's hand. The king who was dragged around was unhappy. Very unhappy. Extremely unhappy. It shook its head and swung its front paws to hit Fu Yunxiu. I thought the two-legged beast would be scared when it saw it like this, and then it would run away with the stupid cat, but is Fu Yunxiu a normal person? No, he is not. Even if he was a normal person before, since his leg was crippled, Fu Yunxiu has become a different person, moody, and always likes to raise wolves, tigers, etc. The man narrowed his eyes and didn't care whether the rabbit had an owner or not. He hooked his lips and ordered coldly, "Drive." Bai Su responded and hurried to the driver's seat to start the car. In the car, a cat and a rabbit huddled in a corner in fear and hugged each other. The stupid cat swallowed his saliva, tentatively stretched out a paw, then quickly stretched it back and closed his eyes. Seeing that nothing happened, she tried several more times. The cat got bolder and walked to Fu Yunxiu with its short legs and started to howl fiercely. "Bad guy, go away. We are just here to catch fish, don't yell too much. It's illegal to catch cats. Wu Guogua is very fierce, he will beat you." Well, it's very powerful, but the premise is that she is not a cat. In the ears of Fu Yunxiu and Bai Su, all they heard was the stupid cat's howling sound. Bai Su smiled and glanced through the rearview mirror at the stupid cat standing on the back seat with its fangs and claws bared, almost biting Fu Yunxiu with its front paws. Bai Su couldn't help but say, "Wow, this pig has become a lot braver after going out for a while." Upon hearing this, Fu Yunxiu glanced at the kitten nonchalantly. He raised his hand and poked the kitten's head with his index finger, and the stupid cat couldn't stand and was poked upside down. After getting up, Yao Yao subconsciously shook her head with a confused look on her face. After just a few seconds, Yao Yao reacted. Her round cat pupils were wide open, and her chubby cat face was expressionless. The cub opened his mouth and cried in a long, baby voice. "Well, he looks angry." Fu Yunxiu sneered and raised his hand to poke Yao Yao's furry head without any hesitation. With a little force, the stupid cat was poked over and fell on its back again. After 2 or 3 times, the man sneered, "You are bolder, but also a lot dumber." Yao Yao was so angry when she heard this. This bad guy always says she is stupid, always says she is stupid. She is so mad. When she finds a chance to change back, she will use her little sword to beat up the bad guy, etc. Small sword? Yao Yao was pulling Fu Yunxiu's front paws when she paused. Her cat eyes clicked and she turned around abruptly, trying to take a look at the small bag on her back. However, due to her big head, the stupid cat could not see anything. The kid ran to the fat rabbit and said, "Meow, meow, meow, my lord. Can you give me my little bag?" The fat rabbit shook his head decisively. The cat and the rabbit stared at each other for a while, and then the stupid cat's heart-wrenching howl was heard in the car. Yao Yao is so angry that she is about to die. That is not only her little sword and magic wand, but also her most precious Superman costume. The kitten's chubby body trembled, and it took a few unsteady steps. Then, under Fu Yunxiu's gaze, her head tilted back, and she fell onto the seat with a thud, kicking out her hind legs. Yao Yao, dead. Swords, magic wands, and superhero suits are cleared. Cat's 8 lives -1. Seeing this, the fat rabbit hurried forward and rubbed the stupid cat's cheeks with his 2 front paws, squeaking from time to time. The cat and the rabbit were both immersed in their own sorrow and didn't notice the inquiring gaze of the man beside them. There was a gleam in his eyes, and he curled his lips calmly. At this time, the Fu family manor was in chaos early in the morning because their young lady was missing. The whole family went to every corner to look for the cub. At this time, in the monitoring room, the man still had an indifferent expression, looking no different from usual, but his clenched hands with bulging veins betrayed him. Fu Qingheng, who usually had no expression on his face, now looked worried as he stood aside and stared at the screen. 3 minutes later, when everyone looked at the voice coming from the computer monitor, "I'm going out to eat fish, and I'll be back soon." Fu Tingchen's face turned black. Mr. Fu blinked his eyes, pointed at the kid stuck in the dog hole in the video and whimpered, and his voice became louder. This kid was a cat in his previous life. He's crazy about fish." Fu Tingchen's face was tense, and although he didn't show it on his face, he was almost dying of anxiety. Knowing that the kid loves to eat fish, he specifically instructed the kitchen not to cook fish in order to improve Yao Yao's picky eating habits. He felt that if he cooked the dishes in different ways, the kid would eat more and like them. I just didn't expect that Yao Yao would actually go out and catch fish by himself. Fearing that something might happen to the little girl, Fu Tingchen immediately asked Special Assistant Zhao to take people to look for the child. Fu Yunxiu entered the top biomedical laboratory in country Z after graduating from graduate school. He was very talented, and in medicine he could almost be considered a genius that only appears once in a century, but he was also a tragic person who fell from grace overnight. He had no spinal cord injury and no physical illness, but he suddenly became paralyzed. What's even more ridiculous is that the cause of the disease could not be found. Originally, Fu Yunxio's personality was very stable. One could even say he was gentle, but ever since his lower limbs became paralyzed, his entire personality seemed to have changed into a completely different person, becoming moody and unpredictable. He used to go back to the Fu family manor to stay for a few days from time to time, but since the accident, Fu Yunxio rarely went back. Here, the car drove for a while, and the stupid cat in the car was still depressed because his Superman costume was lost. He held his head dejectedly and pressed his face against the seat. From time to time, he would hum a few times. The fat rabbit next to it also raised its front paws to touch the head of the kitten next to it, as if to comfort it. Fu Yunxiu leaned on the seat without showing it, but in fact he already knew in his heart that this was not the cat he raised. But so what? Now that it's in his hands, it's his. After a while, the heartbroken Yao Yao scratched his head and fell asleep with the fat rabbit. Bai Su rubbed his hands and picked up the rabbit and cat by the scruff of their necks, one in each hand. Well, you know what, I didn't notice it just now, but when I picked it up and took a look, Bai Su quickly picked up the stupid cat and walked over to shake it in front of Fu Yunxiu. Master, why do I feel that the pig's legs are a bit shorter? And this belly, how fat it is. I must have seen it wrong. Isn't this a pig? The noise of the pig startled the sleeping stupid cat. She opened her eyes in confusion, looked around, and then lowered her head to look again. Well, the round belly is her, the white and gray hair is her, the short little claws are also hers, it's all her. Yao Yao subconsciously raised her paw to touch her head, which was furry. She suddenly realized that she was caught by the bad guys on her way to catch fish. So the pig just now was calling her? The stupid cat shook its head violently, tilted its big head slightly, and stared at Bai Su with its eyelids stretched into a straight line with a look of dissatisfaction on its face.
You are such a bad guy.
You are the pig. You bad guy, who told you to carry Yao Yao Bojidi? Diaboji, you can mention it whenever you want. The cries of the cub also woke up the fat rabbit. The fat rabbit yawned and rubbed its eyes sleepily. It kicked its legs and raised its head. When it saw Fu Yunxiu sitting in a wheelchair in front of it, the king got furious. Without saying a word, he pointed at Fu Yunxiu and started cursing at him. There are so many two-legged beasts. They still won't let us go. Do you know who my little brother is?
Footing quinoa.
Tremble, 2 legs. My king, I advise you to let us out immediately, otherwise. Humph. You are finished. After saying this, the rabbit bared its teeth and grinned. Fu Yunxiu, who was sitting in a wheelchair with a smile on his face, narrowed his dark eyes. Bai Su, holding the fat rabbit, shook it twice. The stupid cat who was caught at the same time stared with her big cat eyes and was as quiet as a chicken. Yes, she was scared how to say it. You say this wave of operations was unsuccessful, and it also scared people. You say it's successful. It doesn't scare other people but stupid cats. The fat rabbit raised its paw and poked Yao Yao's little head in disappointment. What are you standing there for? Come with me and scare him, idiot. Yao Yao nodded blankly. Meow, oh, everything was ready. The rabbit and the cat waved their front paws twice and made the most ferocious expression with the cutest faces. Wow. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Fu Yunxiu stood still like a mountain. The stupid cat Kaba Kaba cat eyes hauled twice again without giving up. Fu Yunxiu remained expressionless and motionless like a mountain. Yao Yao looked aggrieved, with his head down, and called out to the fat rabbit. Meow meow meow. Meow king, he doesn't seem to be afraid of us. What should I do? Is Yao Yao going to turn into a cat? The fat rabbit squeaked twice again, this time much softer than before. Fu Yunxiu discovered it. This little fat cat treats himself differently from how he treats others. When she was yelling to herself, she was afraid that others wouldn't hear her fierce ah cry. And the fat rabbit that was with her just kept meowing. The man narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. This cat not only understands human nature, but is also a two-faced cat? He chuckled and had the intention of teasing and casually ordered, You've been out for so long and you're fat. Put the cat down and let it walk by itself. Exercise. I don't want such a fat cat. Bai Su heard this, and without saying a word, he put the stupid cat on the ground, handed the rabbit in his hand to the servant who came over, and pushed Fu Yunxiu's wheelchair. The stupid cat was put down and was stunned. It fluttered its legs and ran a few steps, and it was exhausted. The kid knows how to enjoy life. Even in the hot summer, walking a few steps will burn your feet. The stupid cat didn't stop, and took a leap to hug Fu Yunxiu's legs on the pedal of the wheelchair. Bai Su was scared to death when he saw it. Legs are the young master's irritability point. How could this pig forget this after going out for so long? He swallowed his saliva and quickly bent down to try to pull the stupid cat down, but Yao Yao was also a fool. The kitten shook its head happily and stuck out its tongue at Bai Su, crawling along Fu Yunxiu's legs for a while, and finally climbed onto the man's legs. The cub raised its head and began to lie flat on its back with its forelegs up in the air. Bai Su. He clenched his hands and secretly glanced at Fu Yunxiu. As expected, it felt like a sign of anger. Bai Su quietly moved back 2 steps to prevent himself from catching the pig when it was thrown out by his young master. But the next second, he saw that the man in the wheelchair raised his eyebrows, and his slender white jade-like fingers poked the stupid cat's bulging belly. I can't believe that it can crawl so fast even if it is so fat. The man smiled at the corner of his lips, and he seemed to be in a very happy mood. He spoke slowly and unhurriedly. Little flying pig? Yao Yao, who was lying flat on his back, instantly exploded, shook his head, stood up, and shouted to Fu Yunxiu in a heroic and arrogant manner. Ah, this is intolerable. Yao Yao hated it most when people called her a pig. The kid raised her short paw and tried hard to hit the bad guy, but the next second Fu Yunxiu stretched out his hand and flicked her head without any pain. Because he was caught by this bad guy while fishing, the stupid cat has always disliked Fu Yunxiu. Fu Yunxiu was just a coincidence. He just likes to see the little fat cat get angry. Yao Yao was so angry and helpless. Who made her unable to beat him or talk him down, and what made the cat the most angry was that this bad guy didn't even let her sit on the table. When the big bowl of cat food appeared in front of Yao Yao, the stupid cat Kaba cat pupils tentatively raised his paws to dig in the bowl twice and curiously tasted one. The little stupid cat's fleshy body shook, staggered a few steps, and fell to the ground. Tornado Yao Yao, dead. The fat rabbit on the side was just at ease, after all. He had eaten rabbit food and vegetables for a while when he was at the Fu family manor, so his acceptance ability was naturally better than Yao Yao. The fat rabbit turned around, raised his hand, touched the big head of the kitten beside him, and squeaked a few words of comfort. He raised his hand again and grabbed a few rabbit food from his bowl, and the king began to promote it. Stupid. Why don't you try mine? This one is quite delicious, and it tastes like grass, which is always better than yours. The stupid cat shook her head violently, without thinking. She would never eat things that tasted like grass, and she would only eat meat if she wanted to. Just thinking about it, perhaps her rumbling stomach gave her courage, and the stupid cat walked towards the dining table with her short legs humming and eyes kaba. Instead of jumping onto the chair, she jumped onto the chair leg. Fei Yao rolled over in a daze and fell to the ground with her forelegs drooping and her head tilted. She hasn't reacted yet. Sensing the movement beside him, the man who was having dinner lowered his eyes. Seeing the kitten's confused look, the man, who was a germaphobe, was surprisingly kind and bent down to pick up the kitten that had knocked the cat over. The man paused, looking at the obviously flat spot on the cat's head. Fu Yunxiu couldn't help but raise his hand to touch it. It would have been fine if he didn't touch it, but once he touched it, the kitten reacted like a fraud and started crying in Fu Yunxiu's hand, holding its head. Bai Su and the other servants were stunned. The man blinked and was stunned for a second, then he slowly took his hand off the stupid cat's head. At the same time, the cat, who was crying like a fraud, seemed to have triggered the shutdown button and moved its paws, holding its head to the sides, revealing a pair of big wet eyes. Yao Yao meowed a few times in grievance and finally buried its head in Fu Yunxiu's arms and hummed. The stupid cat was used to being spoiled, and the first thing she thought of when she was wronged was to cry, preferably with someone holding her. Even if this bad guy caught her and kept calling her a piggy, and because of this, she lost her Superman costume. But she still had to use it when she needed it. The stupid cat thought very clearly.
Meow 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 meow.
Woo woo, my head hurts so much. I need to eat meat to get better. Fu Yunxiu. Seeing this scene, I don't know why, Fu Yunxiu, who is usually moody, couldn't help laughing out loud. This laugh shocked by Su. Suddenly, I felt that my young master's temper had improved a little. The man changed his hand and lifted the kitten who was humming in his arms by the back of the neck. He hooked Yao Yao's little chin as if teasing and raised his hand to pull the flattened hair on his head twice until it returned to its original appearance. He spoke as if intentionally or unintentionally. You lost your mind after going out, and your temper became even worse. I think you should go and stay with the big cat for a while. The cat-eyed Yao Yao Kaba Kaba shook its head violently, and its stomach growled twice in response. Fu Yunxiu then curled his lips and instructed by Su to put the stupid cat back. But will Xianfeng Yao Yao give up? Of course. Thinking of the tasteless, hard black thing, the stupid cat shuddered, and after howling at Fu Yunxiu twice, she reacted. She needs to eat now, this is asking for help, so have a better attitude. Thinking of this, Yao Yao blinked and put his forepaws together. Meow meow meow, bad guy, I don't want to eat black stones. I want to eat meat. Yao Yao was originally a gray and white kitten. What made her different from other cats was that her fur always glowed, intentionally or unintentionally, especially her round face and paws, which were white with a rosy glow. Her pink and tender fur made people feel good at just looking at her. Because she is so cute. But is Fu Yunxiu a normal person? No, he is not. Although it was obvious that the kitten was just being coquettish with him, once a person's evil taste came out, he would do something inhumane. The man raised an eyebrow, thinking of his rumbling stomach and the stupid cat that didn't want to leave, and also realized that the kitten wanted to eat the food on the table. Fu Yunxiu raised his hand and picked up a piece of salmon and shook it in front of the kid. He asked with a smile on his face, "Want to eat?" The stupid cat, who hadn't seen a fish for a month, didn't care about being exposed at this time. He scratched the fish with his paws and raised his head to eat. Every time she pushed Fu Yunxiu, he moved back a little. When she pushed him again, Fu Yunxiu moved back a little more. It was obvious that she was teasing the cat. A quick look. No matter how I put it, I am an invincible bad guy, Tornado Yao Yao. She, a potential egg who was about to usurp the throne of the bad guy's father, was actually fooled by this bad guy just because of a bite of fish. This is intolerable. The stupid cat turned his head away angrily and howled twice. She is a cat with dignity. She doesn't care if she doesn't eat this broken fish. 2 minutes later, Fu Yunxiu's handsome face was long because he compromised and let the stupid cat put it on the table.
Why?
Due to personal reasons, Fu Yunxiu is very picky about food. It can be said that the best chef in the entire imperial capital is his family chef. Well, this meal is so delicious. She ate with gusto. Originally, Yao Yao would have waited for the maid to put some food on her plate, but she thought it was too slow. Without saying a word, he boldly took a fancy to the one and stretched out his paw to grab the plate. After going back and forth a few times, Fu Yunxiu made another discovery. Whatever he wants, Fat Cat will take it from that plate. He picked up salmon, and the stupid cat ate it directly. He picked up diced chicken, and the stupid cat couldn't reach it, so it looked at him eagerly and meowed. He ate rice, and the stupid cat's eyes also clicked, as if it thought other people's food was delicious and wanted to have a bite of the ordinary rice.
So,
Fu Yunxiu picked up shrimp, and the stupid cat looked eagerly. Fu Yunxiu picked up eggplant, and the stupid cat looked eagerly. Fu Yunxiu picked up kidney beans, and the stupid cat still looked eagerly. The man frowned and looked at Yao Yao, whose stomach was still rumbling. He pushed the plate away and stopped eating and started to complain. "The last plate, did you hear me, pig?" After eating and drinking, Yao Yao lazily tilted his head on the table and was about to sleep.
Fu Yunxiu's eyelids jumped.
I have never seen such a greedy and lazy pig in my life. The man raised his hand and just touched the fat cat's head. Yao Yao meowed twice in dissatisfaction and turned over. The fat rabbit, who was still eating rabbit food and green leaves with an expressionless face, looked at the delicious food on the table and the few grains of rabbit food in his paws, and his eyes were clenched. Decisive and resolute, he threw the rabbit food into the basin, ran to the table, exerted his hind legs and jumped and climbed onto the table very easily. The king looked up and took the bowl of rice and sweet and sour pork ribs in front of Fu Yunxiu without saying a word. The rabbit raised its paw and skillfully tied its two big and long ears into a knot. It picked up the bowl and poured it into its mouth. Not a grain of rice was left in the bowl. Bai Su was shocked by this scene and widened his eyes. He stared at the fat rabbit in front of him with incredible movements and expressions like a human. He was stunned for a long time, and finally Bai Su reacted. He hurried to Fu Yunxiu with a nervous look and looked at the fat rabbit vigilantly. Bai Su pursed his lips and said quietly with a serious face, "Master." "Master? You said this is a jade rabbit and a monster?" Fu Yunxiu glanced at Bai Su, who was blocking him, and said, "Whatever you think is what it is." Bai Su was shocked when he heard it. He thought this rabbit was a monster. After all, the jade rabbits in the TV series are not so fat. And judging from the fantasy novels he has read, any person or animal who cultivates to a certain level will practice fasting. This jade rabbit is a fairy, so naturally it doesn't need to eat. So it seems. Bai Su clenched his fists nervously again. He swallowed his saliva and looked at the fat rabbit eating happily on the table, and then looked at his young master, who looked indifferent beside him.
So,
I suddenly felt that my young master was more powerful than that fairy. Why? Thinking of this, he moved aside calmly and pulled Fu Yunxiu's wheelchair back. The man frowned, raised his eyes without turning his head, and ordered, "Push it back." Bai Su blinked his eyes and whispered, "I think it's a goblin. We can't get too close to it. It's very dangerous. I think we should slip away when it's not paying attention. This is not as simple as understanding human nature. Ancestor, did you see its ears tied just now? Its claws are as flexible as human claws. How can a rabbit's claws make that kind of movement? It's a monster." The man sitting in the wheelchair flashed a sneer at the corner of his lips and looked at Bai Su as if he was a fool. He smiled sarcastically. "I think you look like a monster." Bai Su blinked his eyes and scratched his head. "Huh?" Fu Yunxiu turned his eyes and said lightly, "Push it back." Bai Su struggled unwillingly. "No, it's a monster."
Fu Yunxiu glanced at Bai Su coldly.
Although he didn't say anything, the meaning in his eyes was very clear. That is, I don't know if it's a monster, but if you don't push it back, you're done. Bai Su choked and finally gritted his teeth and reluctantly pushed the wheelchair back. On the dining table, a cat and a rabbit were eating happily, and the cat was even full and ready to go to sleep. In less than half a minute, the delicious food on the table was eaten again. Bai Su finally came to his senses and clapped his hands. "This bunny cat is too greedy. It ate all the food without leaving any for you. I'll ask the chef to make some more." Fu Yunxiu lazily leaned on the wheelchair, staring at the fat cat that was sleeping motionlessly, and curled his lips meaningfully. "No need." He pointed at the cat that was sleeping on its back, turned the ring on his hand, and raised his voice. "Have someone wash the pig and let it digest on the treadmill." Bai Su responded and walked slowly to the dining table. Looking at the cat that was sleeping happily, with its bulging belly and short legs, he carefully picked up Yao Yao and couldn't help but have another question in his mind. The pig's legs are so short, and it's so fat, and its head is so big. Wouldn't it kill the cat if it runs? Yes. Bai Su was right. 2 hours later, the stupid cat that was washed clean in its sleep got on the treadmill in a daze. Fu Yunxiu was sitting next to it. Yao Yao shook her head, but before she could react, the machinery under her feet was still running. Before the stupid cat could think about it, she was forced to run. "Meow, meow, meow? What are you doing?"
"Meow? What?"
Yao Yao's legs are not under Yao Yao's control. The stupid cat Kaba Kaba cat pupils, The originally confused little face was instantly frightened and stagnant for a while.
Ah,
She reacted. That's right. Why are her legs and feet not under her control? Yao Yao widened her eyes, lowered her big round head, and looked at the 4 short legs that were still running. She screamed and turned her head to look at the smiling Fu Yunxiu beside her for help. Ahaha. Bad guy saved my life. My feet ran away from home. It doesn't listen to Yao Yao's orders. The anxious look made Fu Yunxiu laugh. The man leaned back in a good mood, with a smile on his delicate face. He smiled and ordered Bai Su beside him. Turn it up. Bai Su responded, looked at the stupid cat who was still standing there, and meowing with sympathy, walked forward, pressed a button on the machine, and the stupid cat, whose legs and feet were out of control, instantly felt that his feet were even more out of control. The kid suddenly realized, now he understood. After all this time, it was this bad guy who made his feet run away from home. Yao Yao was so angry that his head was smoking, and the little piece of meat instantly exploded and started to wow 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 and curse. The stupid cat simply used the most vicious words he knew in his life. Bad guy. You're such a bad guy. How dare you control my legs? Can you control my legs just because you want to? I am so angry. You just lie down. When I find a chance, I will beat you, bite you. I will scold you. Even Bai Su could hear the screams. This little cat is about to scold his master to death, right? There is nothing I can do. It is because you are not a human being. You enjoy bullying little cats. You deserve it. After a while of scolding, as expected, the little cat was tired. He could not move anymore. His head was smoking with anger. She was so angry that her fur was hot. The days that followed could be described as the hardest days that Yao Yao had ever experienced in her life. How should I put it? This big bad guy who captured her enjoyed teasing her every day. He either forced her to run or threatened her every day that he would not give her food. Until this time, the stupid cat was too arrogant in her fight with Fu Yunxiu, so Fu Yunxiu dragged her to the backyard and said that he wanted her to stay with the big cat for a while. When the little stupid cat heard this, it was great. She hadn't seen her own kind for a long time. The most favorite thing among cats of the same kind is to see who is stronger and cuter. Yao Yao proudly raised her head, and without Fu Yunxiu's help, she followed him. As a result, it didn't matter if she didn't look at it, but she was shocked when she saw it. How could this be a big cat? This is clearly a big axe. The little cat Kaba Kaba Cat Eyes was not afraid. After all, her father and Guoguo were also big axe in their original form. The stupid cat slightly spread its 2 front paws, raised its head aggressively, and after a while, she glared and pouted, ignoring everyone. Aww. The big cat narrowed his eyes and looked at the pudding-sized thing in front of him with a strange look. He smacked his lips in disdain. This little thing is not even as big as his nose. The big cat is able to be raised by Fu Yunxiu, which means he understands human nature. He knows that his master is not someone who can be easily messed with. He looked at Fu Yunxiu, who was obviously watching the show, and then looked at the silly little fat cat in front of him, and couldn't help but tilt his head in confusion. Is this cat weaned? Why is it so small? Yao Yao here is still roaring proudly, trying to scare an adult tiger with just his roar. The big cat shook his fur in annoyance, took a breath, raised his big paw, and gently pushed the stupid cat in front of him. Yao Yao was pushed upside down and rolled over. Yao Yao was confused. The big cat, who had been observing the little kitten, looked at his big paw in confusion. That's not right. He didn't use any force, so why did it fall? The big cat took a step forward hesitantly, stretched out his paw, and tried to carefully straighten the cat upside down. In the end, he didn't know whether the cat was too small or his paw was too big. Yao Yao was pushed to the left and then to the right. After going back and forth several times, the big cat got annoyed and lay down directly, with his huge tiger cheeks pressed against the ground. His wild eyes and motionless eyes looked at the little kitten in front of him who was pushed upside down by him. It subconsciously held its breath, and its 2 large black and yellow paws carefully picked up the stupid cat that had fallen, and then carefully put it on the ground. After waiting for a while and seeing that Yao Yao had no intention of falling down, The big cat's eyes lit up, and it excitedly jumped up and shouted happily at the bunny like Fu Yao Yao. The stupid cat was stunned and motionless. 3 seconds later, the cub's paws trembled, and it leaned back.
Tornado Yao Yao. Dead.
The cat has 7 lives minus 1. Thinking of this, Yao Yao was so angry. The cub was so angry that his teeth were bared, thinking about the difficulties he had been in these days and the hardships he had suffered.
These were all the fault of that bad guy.
The stupid cat smacked his lips and finally couldn't stand it anymore. So, that night, the rabbit and the cat made a revenge plan. The night was very quiet at midnight. Many small moths were hovering around the hot street lamp outside the villa, and the villa was dim. A faint light flashed by, and the stupid cat, with a chubby face, shone a flashlight he had found from somewhere on his face, which scared the fat rabbit. Frog fun. Little tornado, I say if you go in like this, you will definitely scare the 2-legged beast to death. You are so awesome, my king. Yao Yao raised her head proudly after hearing this. Hee, that's right, my king. At this point, Yao Yao seemed to be recalling her tragic experience these days, and even her words sounded angry. I've never seen such a bad person. Before I thought my dad was the worst villain. I didn't expect that this human is even worse. The little dumpling, who always remembers that he wants to be a villain, clenched his fists and nodded his head twice. Yeah. A cat that doesn't want to eat sharks is not a good cat, and a bad guy who doesn't make progress is not a villain. I've decided I want to learn from the invincible bad guy. The fat rabbit nodded in agreement. The man and the cat looked at each other and nodded vigorously. Yeah, that's it, all set. Yao Yao had a stern face, her eyebrows were tightly knitted, and her upper eyelids drooped into a straight line. She stared with dead eyes, hummed, took small steps, and walked towards Fu Yunxio's room impatiently with a flashlight in her hand. 3 minutes later, the man and the rabbit tilted their heads and stared blankly at the door handle that was half a head taller than the stupid cat. The man and the rabbit looked at each other in shock. Why is this door claw so high? I can't reach the nest. The fat rabbit was also shocked. It raised its head and looked at the handle that was so far away from it. The rabbit Kaba Kaba covered his chest with his eyes, took 2 deep breaths, took 2 steps back, and fell to the ground. The man and the rabbit stared at each other in a deadlock, unable to open the door. Another 3 minutes later, the stupid cat seemed to have thought of something, and her eyes lit up. She hummed and climbed up with her hands, picked up her rabbit king with great effort, and then held it high up. She said in a chuckle, "King, can you touch it now?" The fat rabbit suddenly realized what was going on. He grabbed the door with one paw and stretched out the other paw to reach for the door handle. After a clear click, the door slowly opened. Yao Yao's eyes lit up when he saw this. He quickly put the rabbit king on the ground, picked up the flashlight beside him, and walked in quietly. Unlike what the stupid cat had imagined, there was a dim light on in the house. The stupid cat was almost scared to death when she saw this. She subconsciously held her breath and covered her mouth, her big round eyes full of confusion. The bad guy hasn't slept yet. Thinking of that bad guy as brutal Yazzie, the stupid cat lowered her head and touched her thin belly. She shook her head violently, and when she turned around and was about to leave, she found that the king beside her was gone. The stupid cat called a few more times, and Wutu responded. She thought about wiping her mouth and the fat rabbit that didn't forget to hold her when she ran away when she met a wolf. The stupid cat sniffed, and a trace of determination flashed in her round cat pupils. She exhaled, straightened her body, and walked inside with a crab step. The kid covered her cat pupils like a man trying to cover his ears and steal a bell. He opened a finger to take a look every time he took a step, and took a look every time he took a step. Until he got into the house, the cat pupils that she covered with her paws lit up. The stupid cat fluttered her short legs and ran over quickly. She picked up the fat rabbit that jumped onto Fu Yunxio's bed with her little ace sticking out. Immediately, she turned around and tiptoed out without saying a word. The fat rabbit shook its head, raised its front paws, and patted the stupid cat's little arm twice. It squeaked twice and pointed at the man who was still sleeping soundly on the bed and spoke. Don't go, don't go. Idiot. Look at the black smoke on the legs of that vicious two-legged beast. Yao Yao paused, stopped walking, blinked her cat eyes, and turned around. As expected, if you look closely, you will find that there is a black gas entangled around Fu Yunxiu's legs, but because his quilt is dark gray and the light in the room is dim, Yao Yao didn't notice it. She looked at the black gas in confusion, and then looked at the bad guy who seemed to be sleeping painfully but couldn't wake up on the bed. Yao Yao raised her little hand and pointed at the black gas and asked in a naive way, King, what is that? The fat rabbit pulled its long rabbit ears and tilted its head. It looks like a nightmare to me. The stupid cat shook his head, and there was a little firmness in his non-aggressive voice. No, Jiao Jiao is the bad guy's bad spirit. Fat rabbit. The man and the cat looked at each other, and a minute later, Zizi put the flashlight on the ground, and with the help of the fat rabbit, he climbed onto Fu Yunxiu's bed. She shook her head with an expression that said, I am a big shot. I won't bother with you. The kid pouted and pointed at the black gas and shouted in a childish voice, You bad guy, get out of here. The black gas was unmoved. Yao Yao blinked her eyes and subconsciously looked at the rabbit who was commanding her on the side. My king, it doesn't listen to me. The fat rabbit waved its claws and squeaked twice. That's because you are not fierce enough. If you do this, you have to stand up. We have won it in momentum. And stretch out your hands and wave them. Look at me, my king, look at me, my king. You have to be fierce. You have to show your teeth and claws. Just like this, it shouted wow at the top of its voice, and directly scared the stupid cat who was as timid as a pig, so that the hair next to its head exploded. The kid's eyes were wide open, and his expression was full of admiration. She nodded like a stream of goodness, and then stood up from the soft big bed and waved her claws.
Bara titt.
Grinning. After a while of brewing with a stern face, the kid let out the most oppressive dragon roar. Wow. Seeing this, the fat rabbit was also very excited, and then waved his claws and shook his head. Wow. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The black air was as still as a mountain. Even more presumptuous. Yao Yao was so angry. The whole cat was furious. Her dignity as a whirlwind Yao Yao was challenged. The kid twisted his eyebrows, and the little chirps on both sides of his head exploded directly into flowers. The kid held his cheeks and pulled his eyes and mouth with his 2 chubby hands. She was furious. You are not allowed to look down on Yao Yao. If you don't leave the nest, I will beat you. The black air seemed to be laughing at the stupid cat's incompetence. After Yao Yao's domineering words fell, it moved the air mass and wrapped it tighter around Fu Yunxiu's legs. The cub was shocked and covered his mouth with his paw. What? Why doesn't it surrender to Yao Yao's pumpkin pants? The fat rabbit was also shocked, biting its paw. Well, it was obvious that it also thought that the cub's words were extremely vicious. I just didn't expect that this group of black energy would not be intimidated by idiots. The fat rabbit gritted his teeth and pointed at the black gas without saying anything. Idiot hit it. Yao Yao also obeyed. He nodded, squatted down, raised his hand and hit the black gas that was wrapped around Fu Yunxiu's legs. The boy was hit once or twice, not too hard or too lightly, but for some reason it was very effective. After she hit it 3 or 4 times, the black gas dissipated into a few drops of black gas the size of water droplets. When the little dumpling saw this, his eyes lit up and he waved his little paws even harder. Hum 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 hum. 5 minutes later, Yao Yao was holding her bruised pig's trotters in her hands, looking at the fat rabbit lying on the side with its legs crossed. She pouted and said, My lord, I can't beat you any more. The fat rabbit made a clacking look, and the man and the rabbit stared at each other for another 10 minutes. Then the rabbit and the stupid cat were so tired that they collapsed on the bed like pugs. The king raised his head and looked at the black gas that had obviously shrunk by half. He held his head in agony. Ah! How could this nightmare be so powerful, Klaus? How long have we been fighting it, and it's still not dead? The kid, who was also exhausted, stared at the ceiling with dead eyes. When he heard what the fat rabbit said, his eyes fluctuated a little. Yao Yao tilted his head and asked curiously, "Nyobi jie shoot? What is spicy?" "It sounds." And Yao Yao raised her hand and patted her head, trying hard to recall the new words she had learned in kindergarten not long ago. She thought for a while and seemed to remember them. Her eyes lit up and she blurted out in a baby voice, "Fashion. Yeah, it's fashion. Why does Nyobi jie shoot sound so fashionable?" The fat rabbit's eyes sparkled. "Fashionable, right? This is my exclusive language." His rabbit eyes swung around. He raised his paw and touched Yao Yao's head beside him, then said with a stern face, "But can you, little tornado, speak the king's words casually? Don't say it anymore, understand?" The stupid cat stared with innocent eyes and poked his hands, saying honestly, "I know." My king. The fat rabbit nodded, lay paralyzed on the bed for a while, then sat up and waited quietly for Fu Yunxiu to regain consciousness. People who are haunted by nightmare monsters will always suffer from some physical illnesses that cannot be cured by medical means after a long time. Moreover, the longer the nightmare monster stays on the person, the more likely the person will lose consciousness. This is also why the fat rabbit dragged the stupid cat to wait for Fu Yunxiu to wake up. Although this two-legged beast is bad-tempered most of the time and always likes to play tricks on it and its little buddy, but no matter what, this is a life, and we cannot just stand by and watch it die. It looked up at the little stupid cat who was lying beside it, excitedly waiting for the two-legged beast to regain consciousness, and it couldn't help but raise its head proudly. The bad guys who don't want to be villains are not good bad guys. If they are bad guys, they have to be bad to the end. The same principle applies. They will save people thoroughly even if they have to send them to the West. This is a principled villain. Obviously, the stupid cat also agreed with what his king said. The man and the rabbit crouched and waited for about 10 minutes. Seeing that the person on the bed didn't seem to wake up, Yao Yao raised her little hand and poked Fu Yunxiu's handsome face. "My king, why hasn't he woken up yet?" The fat rabbit was also very confused. He thought that he would wake up if the nightmare monster disappeared temporarily. The dumpling who was lying beside Fu Yunxiu stood up at some point. Her eyes wandered, and she poked her chubby little paws together. "It's not easy to lie down like this." The kid shook his big head and clenched his hands, with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes from time to time. The stupid cat moved forward again. It was obvious that the kid was very interested in beating people. The fat rabbit thought that his idiot didn't want to fight. If the idiot didn't want to fight, then he would have to do it. Without saying a word, the fat rabbit directly raised his two front legs like a human being, grinning and not hiding his excitement about beating people. Okay, since you little idiot is afraid, then I, the king, will do it myself. This king will show you how to do it. You must watch carefully. This is how you should be a villain in the future." After saying that, he pretended to spit on his two paws. The rabbit rubbed his hands and raised a fat and powerful big paw. Just as they were about to fight, the fat rabbit seemed to remember something. It was slightly stunned and turned its head with a hint of regret on its white rabbit face. The rabbit king raised his hand and tugged at the corner of the fat baby's clothes beside him and began to encourage him. "Little fool, I've thought about it. We still can't miss this opportunity to become a god in one fell swoop. Based on my observations over the past few days, I think this two-legged beast is definitely better than your father. As long as you tame him and make this evil two-legged beast submit to you, you will scare your father to death when you go back." When the stupid cat heard this, the round cat pupils lit up instantly, but the light in his eyes dimmed instantly as if he thought of something. When talking about his own daddy, the little dumpling hung his head and spoke in a muffled voice with a hint of guilt and uneasiness. "My king, I miss daddy and guagua spicy. Will daddy be angry if he can't find me? Although daddy doesn't give me fish to eat and makes me eat spicy dishes that are as unpalatable as cat food, but Yao Yao misses daddy spicy." At this point, the stupid cat sniffed, and with a little cry in her baby voice, she raised her hand and covered her mouth pitifully. "Moo, if there's no fish to eat, then there's no fish to eat." At worst, Yao Yao won't catch fish anymore. Seeing this, The fat rabbit raised its paw and touched Yao Yao's forehead with great effort, comforting her. "Don't cry, idiot. We'll go back after we capture these two-legged beasts." It shook its rabbit head and had a different opinion on this matter. "If you ask me, I don't think your father will be sad. Generally speaking, animals will take the initiative to catch prey when they see their cubs. They are so happy that they can't wait. So Fu Tingchen will definitely not be angry. Also, do you think these two-legged beasts are worse than your villain father?" Yao Yao held her head and thought about it, recalling what she had experienced these days. It seems that this bad guy is indeed worse than her father." The fat rabbit clapped his hands. "Isn't that right? Look, if you can subdue such a villain who is more powerful than your father before you go back, your father will be so jealous of you. Look again, if you become a god here, won't you be a super invincible villain who is more powerful than your father? By then, you will control the Fu family and dominate the world. You can eat as many fish as you want, so why do we have to go out and fish by ourselves?" The stupid cat's brain was not enough. After being fooled by the strange logic of her king, she nodded in sudden enlightenment and became excited again. Looking at Fu Yunxiu lying beside her, it was as if she saw countless fat fish waving at her. The stupid cat wiped the saliva that was about to flow out, and his big round eyes blinked with a gleam of light. The fat rabbit was so excited when he saw it, and quickly picked up the pair of black slippers beside the bed, waving them in his hand. The hardness is okay." The rabbit stretched out its hands and immediately looked at Yao Yao with shining eyes. The whole rabbit was so excited that it jumped around happily. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Roar, roar, roar. Finally, its idiot is finally going to become a god. The boy Kaba Kaba has a pair of big, Kazalan eyes, and a hint of excitement flashes in his eyes as he holds the big slippers in his hands. The boy is a polite boy, and of course he has to be a polite little villain leader. The stupid cat first bowed to the sleeping man, with an innocent look on his chubby face. Yao Yao reminded him in a childish voice, "I hit you just to save you." Yao Yao doesn't have too many requirements. "I'll just wait for you to wake up and give you a few more fish." The fat rabbit nearby was afraid that he would be left behind, so he quickly raised his hand. Squeak, squeak, squeak. "And me, and me." "And the great king, wow." The little dumpling nodded in agreement. "And the king. If you agree, just move a little." The fat rabbit's face was filled with a smile of joy, and he hadn't realized how earth-shattering the words his little idiot had said were. "Here." The man lying on the bed couldn't help but move his fingers when Yao Yao said that. Seeing this, the observant cat was so happy that her face was almost overflowing with joy. She was so happy that she was holding the big slipper, afraid that Fu Yunxiu would go back on his word and not give her the fish. She quickly raised the slipper and said, "It's settled, guys. I'm here to beat you up." The Rabbit King, who was happily immersed in his own world and shaking his head, subconsciously raised his fist and cheered. "Great." He agreed. "Idiot, hurry up and hit him."
"Huh."
He agreed. The fat rabbit reacted, turned around and looked up, only to see that its little stupid cat had already raised its slippers and was about to hit the bad two-legged beast in the face. The fat rabbit couldn't help holding its breath and raised its front paws. Squeak. "Run away, idiot." As soon as he finished speaking, the clumsy Yao Yao was frightened by the sharp squeak and his body froze. He lost hold of the big slippers in his hand, and they fell directly on the face of the person on the bed. The slippers slowly slid off. Yao Yao blinked blankly and immediately met the man's gloomy gaze. Before the stupid cat realized that something was wrong, the kid raised his ace and picked up the slipper that had fallen to the side. He said with concern and excitement on his face, "Bad guy, what's wrong with you? Do you want to beat me up again?" The fat rabbit covered his face with his hands because of a headache, tilted his head back, and began to play dead. Hearing this, Fu Yunxiu glanced at the daring brat with a chill. Regardless of how this kid got in, just because she dared to throw slippers at his face. He would never let this naughty kid go easily. 3 minutes later, the lights in the villa were dimly lit. The stupid cat, who was caught doing bad things, sat cross-legged on a cushion honestly. Fu Yunxiu in front of him had been placed in a wheelchair by Bai Su. When Bai Su came, he didn't even wear slippers. He just got up and ran over in his shorts. Because of Fu Yunxiu's legs, Bai Su grew up with Fu Yunxiu. Therefore, after Fu Yunxiu's legs suddenly became paralyzed, he took the initiative to take care of Fu Yunxiu. After all, Mr. Fu was worried about the outsider, so he came. Anyway, he was able to live to this day and go to school because of the Fu family. After Bai Su came to take care of Fu Yunxiu, he randomly found a bedroom nearby. He had taken care of Fu Yunxiu for so many years, but this was the first time that Fu Yunxiu called him in the early morning. Bai Su thought, something is wrong. He opened the quilt and ran over here. After running, he remembered that the call was from Fu Yunxiu himself. The voice sounded strong and powerful and did not sound uncomfortable. And it also sounded vaguely angry. No matter which one it was, Bai Su did not dare to delay and ran to Fu Yunxiu's room. He was dumbfounded. Not for anything else, just because Fu Yunxiu was sitting on the bed with a kid in his hand? Bai Su was horrified and subconsciously pointed at the doll and shouted, "Magic?" As soon as the words came out, the man's face turned dark, and he shook the coward whose fate he had strangled by the neck with a cold face, and his voice was very angry. "Tie her up for me."
Bai Su, eh?
3 minutes later, Fu Yunxiu sat in the wheelchair. Bai Su didn't really tie up the little girl in front of him. He kindly gave her an ace pad, and then found a long white line from somewhere. He waved his hand and drew a circle next to Yao Yao with the line, and then pinched his throat like coaxing a child. "Little baby, you are now circled by your brother, so you can't move." As soon as the words came out, Fu Yunxiu didn't even try to hide it and gave Bai Su a look that said you are an idiot, and the silent ridicule was the most deadly. Bai Su choked and pointed at the circle made of white lines in anger and explained, "Master, you don't understand anything. Even children will fall for this trick. If you don't believe me, look at this kid in my circle. Isn't he very well behaved?" The man raised his eyebrows and tilted his head slightly to look at the kid surrounded by a white line.
Yeah.
As expected, he looks much more obedient. Yes, stupid cats are honest. I don't know why, but the more the kid looks at this small circle, the more he feels like the circle drawn by the eldest brother for the lion and tiger in Journey to the West. With the golden bell cover protecting her, the stupid cat nodded firmly and shrank back while holding the rabbit pretending to be dead. She raised her paw and pointed at Fu Yunxiu with a firm and loud voice. "Monster."
Fu Yunxiu? Bai Su?
The stupid cat hummed and shouted again. "You are a big monster?" The baby couldn't stop talking after this. She pouted and hummed and began to accuse. "You are a bad person. You clearly promised me that you would give me some food after I rescued you. You didn't give me some food, but you dare to pick up my whirlwind and Yao Yao Boji. Ba ba ba. You are so bad." The stupid cat kaba cat pupil, maybe because cats and dogs are born to get along, she pointed with a stern face and chubby little hand without thinking, "You are a dog." As soon as these words were spoken, the room fell silent. Bai Su blinked, looked at the little boy with a look of dissatisfaction, and then looked at Fu Yunxiu, who was standing beside him and had a completely gloomy face. He couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh. He seemed to sense a glare from the person beside him when he was halfway through laughing, and he forced himself to hold back his laughter. Fu Yunxiu was as angry as he could be. The man was so angry that he laughed at the righteous kid in front of him. He snorted coldly and asked sarcastically, "Save me? Treat you to fish? Little brat, why don't you go to heaven? If I hadn't woken up early just now, would you have wanted to slap me in the face with your slippers?" When talking about this, Fu Yunxiu's suppressed anger could not help but surge up. There is no way, it really is. This was the first time in all his life that Fu Yunxiu was hit with a slipper, and by a half-grown brat who couldn't even walk straight. The stupid cat Kaba poked his hand with innocent eyes, but he was still very tough in his words. "I didn't do that. I just thought that bad footman was entangled by a monster and couldn't wake up, so I went to save you. The kid still insisted that it was saving and not beating. The rabbit, pretending to be dead in the stupid cat's arms, jumped its eyelids when it heard this, turned over silently, and stuck out half of its tongue. With its back turned, the fat rabbit covered its face in pain. Idiot, if you can't speak, then don't say anything. You are on someone else's territory and the enemy is strong and you are weak, yet you still call them bad-footed beasts. You dare to scold me? Sure enough, the next second, the man sitting in the wheelchair frowned and asked back, somewhat disbelieving his ears. The stupid cat with no IQ was not afraid of him. It stuck out its tongue and spit at Fu Yunxiu, making a face. Lu, I am Xianfeng Yao Yao, I will say it if you ask me to. Do you think Yao Yao is out Yen who can be ordered around by anyone? After saying that, the stupid cat narrowed his eyes, grinned, and bared his teeth. All in one go. Bali's domineering attitude was mixed with a hint of rebellion, which directly shocked Fu Yunxiu and Bai Su. Bai Su squatted down directly, looking at the little girl who was sealed in the circle with curiosity. Bai Su was shocked. Pointing at Fei Yao, he shouted, Master, there's something wrong with this kid. Fu Yunxiu didn't think so. After all, she was just a kid, so she was definitely annoying. But the strange thing was, the more he looked at the kid making this expression, the more he felt that she looked a bit like Fu Tingchen. No one knew what he was thinking, but the man pressed the key on the chair. He took 2 steps forward, stopped in front of the stupid cat, and bent down slightly. Little brat, what's your name? The stupid cat then snorted coldly, his words still domineering. Huh? Do you think you can know the name of King Wei Yao Yao? Man, don't try to attract my attention.
Fu Yunxiu. Bai Su.
In the end, the Rabbit King couldn't stand it anymore. As a good partner who works together in the world, Silly Cat likes most nothing more than to watch all the domineering things with his Rabbit King. The stupid cat suddenly realized and nodded his head, and honestly corrected, Hee man, attract my attention. The fat rabbit bared his teeth, and gave a thumbs up. Chirp chirp. The child is teachable. Yao Yao shook his head proudly, and the cub was so happy that the little chirps on both sides of his head exploded instantly, and the little ears moved from time to time, which almost made Bai Su next to him cute. He squatted on the ground with one hand supporting his chin, and said happily to the cub in front of him, He's so cute. If I had such a cute daughter, I would hold her and show off every day. The stupid little cat next to him is typical of not being able to learn good words, but hearing bad words better than anyone else. Yao Yao squinted her eyes and said in a milky voice with a hint of doubt, His mom? What do you mean by his mom? Whose mom? The innocent voice was full of doubt. Fu Yunxiu glanced at Bai Su, who was squatting next to him coldly. As a result, when he realized that Bai Su came wearing a pair of large outer shorts, Fu Yunxiu's face, which was not very good to begin with, turned even darker. I don't know why, although this kid appeared in his room inexplicably in the middle of the night, he was so bold that he slapped him with a slipper. He looked at the fat rabbit that was held hostage by this little brat, and the man silently added another sentence in his heart. Well, he even stole his rabbit.
But
no matter what, Fu Yunxiu still couldn't stand Bai Su wandering around with his bare chest. Thinking of this, he glanced at Bai Su, who was smiling like a pug with displeasure, and said in a slightly cold tone, Bai Su, put on your clothes. Bai Su rolled his eyes and looked down at his clothes. Well, Fu Yunxiu didn't need to say anything. He also realized that it was inappropriate. After all, there was a soft little kid here. He made an okay gesture, turned around and ran back in a flash in a moment. Well, in just a short time, Bai Su went back to change into a white shirt and jeans, and it seemed that he had also taken care of his hair. The saucy boy turned around very gracefully and ignored his young master, walked to the little dumpling, knelt on one knee with a teddy bear in his hand. Little baby, come here and let your brother hug you, and then your brother will give you this teddy bear, okay? Originally, he thought that any child could not escape this temptation, but as we all say, there are always better things than others. The stupid cat blinked his cat eyes and glanced at the brown teddy bear. Yao Yao pouted and looked at Bai Su with an expression full of understanding. The little dumpling shook his head, raised his hand in a baby voice, and patted the back of Bai Su's hand like a little adult. Guogua, Yao Yao is grown up and is a 2-year-old baby. She can sleep without holding this guogua. Hold it yourself, Yao Yao, don't hold it. After these words came out, Bai Su's mouth twitched, and he silently retracted the doll. The Rabbit King, who was nestled in the stupid cat's arms, drooped his lips after hearing this. He squeaked and mocked. You are not holding the little doll. You are holding me, the king. You are such a little idiot. Yao Yao, who is in the process of developing intelligence, can also be clever occasionally. Seeing the kid shaking his fingers and curling his lips like his father, she said seriously, No, I'm not. Yao Yao is not the kind of kid who needs a baby to accompany him. The stupid cat panted heavily, which aroused the curiosity of Fu Yunxiu and Bai Su. The next second, the baby's voice became brighter, and his words and expression were full of pride. If with Xianfeng Yao Yao wants company, she will only look for lively people like Daba, Guogua, and Widow Wang to accompany her. When the Rabbit King heard this, his eyes lit up instantly. He turned around and gave Yao Yao a thumbs up. Squeak. Very good, very good. Learning sophistry is also an important prerequisite for becoming an excellent villain. My king, I am more and more optimistic about you. The stupid cat proudly put his hands on his hips. I'm out yen. In fact, in all aspects, the IQ of a stupid cat and her Rabbit King is sometimes very limited. For example, now, the cat is praised to the sky by the rabbit, and the rabbit is impressed by the cat's superb talent. The one-man and one-rabbit business was hyped up so much that they almost forgot there were two people sitting opposite them. So, 10 minutes later, Chun Yao, who firmly believed that he would not be captured by the monster if he stayed in the circle, was once again hung in the air by Fu Yunxiu's neck. Yao Yao stared at Fu Yunxiu with wide eyes in disbelief, and the first words that came out of his mouth were, What? What kind of monster are you? How can you be more powerful than the bone monster? The man's lips curled up into a smile, and his cold face was surprisingly kind at this moment. He had the intention of teasing her and spoke slowly and unhurriedly. Oh, you figured it out? When the little dumpling heard this, he was stunned and bit his paw unconsciously. Wuyu, are you really a big fairy? Fu Yunxiu nodded. Yeah, it's a goblin that specializes in eating children like you. After these words came out, the stupid cat's eyes opened wider, and the arrogant Tuanzi's momentum gradually weakened, and even his voice was a little short of breath. Spicy. Spicy, can you not eat me? I don't like to be eaten. Knowing what his young master was going to do, Bai Su quite enjoyed watching the kid being amused, so he stood aside without saying a word and happily watched the kid rolling around in cuteness. Hearing this, Fu Yunxiu frowned in embarrassment. He had to scare a child with his own tricks. But you came to my door, and I just want to eat you. Do you think it's better to eat pickled or steamed? I originally wanted to scare the little girl so that it would be easier to get answers when I questioned her later. As a result, the extremely shrewd and clever second young master Fu had made all kinds of calculations, but he never expected that the arrogant kid just now would be so timid. Look, when the stupid cat heard that this man not only wanted to eat her, but also wanted to pickle her, the stupid cat shivered, shook her head, held her head and howled a few times, then kicked her legs. The next morning, when he woke up, the stupid cat was dragged to the living room and interrogated. The little girl who was lying in the maid's arms was rubbing her eyes sleepily, but she woke up instantly the next second when she saw Fu Yunxiu. The stupid cat stared with big eyes and walked in front of Fu Yunxiu. Before he could speak, the stupid cat exposed his identity. My name is Fu Yao Yao. I am 2 years old this year. I am a good and obedient child. Don't eat me. After saying that, the stupid cat shivered all over and looked at Fu Yunxiu tremblingly, as if he was a fierce beast. Fu Yunxiu, who originally just wanted to ask a simple question. Those who didn't know would think that he really would eat people. This statement attracted the attention of Bai Su, who was standing by. He paused and said with joy, Fu Yao Yao? Master, this person has the same last name as you. He touched his chin and seemed to remember something and muttered a few more words. But the name Fu Yao Yao. How can I remember where I have heard this name? Where is it? Fu Yunxiu, as usual, looked at the frightened girl with a stern face. He couldn't help but lower his voice and continued to ask, How did you get in last night? What did you do on my bed? Why did you hold my rabbit hostage? Why did you hit me?
Tell me. Well.
The man's tone was very sure. Because of what happened last night, Fu Yunxiu subconsciously thought that the rabbit he adopted was held hostage by this kid, so in order to prevent the rabbit from running away, he asked someone to temporarily lock up the rabbit. And Yao Yao is a stupid cat whose IQ is sometimes online and sometimes not online. Without the off-field guidance of the Rabbit King, the child is simple-minded and says whatever he is asked. I walked in yesterday, well, she thought Fu Yunxiu was asking how he walked into his room, but in fact he was asking how he got into the villa. I'm going to beat the bad-legged beast equals Fu Yunxiu bad-legged equals nightmare monster. Upon hearing this, Fu Yunxiu was startled, and his hands, which had been lying still, clenched. His face remained calm, but his eyes had changed. Although he could not see the black air, he did not have a nightmare last night. Yes, since Fu Yunxiu's leg was disabled nearly 2 years ago, he would have nightmares as long as he closed his eyes, and every time he dreamed, he would always have a piercing pain in his body. The pain was so real that he could not wake up no matter how awake he was. It was not until his legs were completely unconscious that the pain was relieved a little. Fu Yunxiu had a vague guess in his heart at that time that maybe after a certain period of time, he would be paralyzed. By then he would not have to live. Here, the stupid cat continued to talk, but the voice was very aggrieved. I didn't steal the king. The king originally belonged to Yao Yao.
Boo.
It was obviously the bad-footed beast that stole my king, you bad guy. After this, Fu Yunxiu was confused. The rabbit was obviously adopted together with the stupid cat. So, how could it be this kid's? Yao Yao panted and wiped the tears from her face. At this point, she opened her mouth again, whimpering and complaining. My little sword. My Superman suit. My fish.
Boo, it's gone, all gone.
She looked at the fat rabbit that was always with her, but now there was nothing. Woo, my king is gone too. She shook her head and buried her head on the ground and cried.
Just.
Fu Yunxiu suddenly felt that he was not a human and couldn't help but tilt his head. Although the little brat's Superman suit, fish sword and the like were not lost by him, but if the rabbit is really his, Fu Yunxiu thought about it and thought, maybe it's because I've done too many shameless things? I still don't feel guilty. Just then the phone rang. Bai Su took a few steps back, and just as he pressed the answer button, he heard an anxious voice. Bai Su, did you go to the floating water park a few days ago? It's Fu Qingyu. It's a coincidence that there are surveillance cameras everywhere in today's society. It should have been a relatively simple matter to find a child. After all, the floating water park is located in a wealthy area where patrols are very strict and ordinary people can hardly get in. But unexpectedly, all the surveillance cameras were in good condition except for the one on the road leading to the floating water park, which was removed for maintenance. This cut off all clues for Fu Tingchen to find the cub. Bai Su replied, Yes, I went there a few days ago with our young master. Knowing that his second brother had rarely gone out since the accident, although he was curious about what he was doing in the floating water park, Fu Qingyu didn't have time now. The whole family was looking for the child. The boy said directly, Have you seen a little girl? Little girl? We didn't see the little girl, but she adopted a cat and a rabbit. Thinking of the rabbit that ran away from home with the stupid cat in his own surveillance, Fu Qingyu subconsciously asked, Is the rabbit fat and smart? Bai Su thought about it, and his words were full of affirmation of the king. Very fat, very smart, and it screams fiercely and curses. Hearing this description, Fu Qingyu almost didn't think about it. That rabbit is mine. Bai Su suddenly realized and nodded, and asked curiously, Fifth young master, what are you looking for the little girl for? The boy on the phone had a terrible headache. My sister is missing. The sentence was neither light nor heavy, and it directly shocked Bai Su. He was stunned for a moment, then quickly stepped forward and handed the phone in his hand to Fu Yunxiu, pointing at the phone and trembling. You, master. Why do I remember that you don't have a sister? Just now, the fifth young master said that your sister is lost. Fu Yunxiu frowned tightly when he heard this, took the phone and put it to his ear and immediately asked, "What, sister?" After hearing Fu Yunxio's voice, Fu Qingyu sighed and gave a general explanation. In the end, he did not forget to remind, "If you see Yao Yao, tell me or our dad immediately." This little girl lost herself for a fish. After these words came out, the man half raised his eyes, recalled the word Yao Yao that Fu Qingyu said in his ear, and looked at the little kid in front of him who was crying and holding his head, and his expression was indescribable. He narrowed his eyes, and Fu Qingyu's voice came again from the phone. "Brother, I'll send you a picture, and you can help find her. She's easy to recognize. The 2 chirps on her head will bloom, and the one with a round head and a silly and cute look is her. That's it, call me for news." After that, Fu Yunxio stared at the crying cub on the ground for a while without any expression, and picked up the phone. Fu Qingyu had sent a photo. The cub in the picture was sitting proudly on the back of his silver wolf, raising his paws with great interest, squinting his big eyes and having a big mouth, and a fat rabbit was crawling on the silver wolf's head. When Fei Yao heard this, she was probably afraid that she would really be eaten by the bad-legged beast. She pouted, raised her head suddenly, clenched her little paws into fists and shook her head, and the 2 chirps above her ears instantly exploded into flowers. The little baby voice was full of pity. "I'm going to bloom. Don't eat Yao Yao." Fu Yunxio raised an eyebrow. Is this what Fu Qingyu said about blooming? The man didn't say anything, but just stared at Fei Yao in front of him. He looked at her. The little girl is very beautiful, with a chubby face that is very delicate and cute, and her skin is white and tender with a hint of pink. The short little hands hold the big round head, and the little chirps on the head exploded into flowers, and the pitiful little appearance is cute and festive. Fu Yunxio curled his lips and waved to the stupid cat. "Come here." Yao Yao shook her head, holding her head and staring at Fu Yunxio with wide eyes. She tentatively stretched out her little feet and took 2 steps back. Fu Yunxio, who noticed the action of the cub, was not annoyed. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. After a while, the call was connected and a deep and familiar voice sounded. "What's the matter?" The stupid cat heard that, and her eyes lit up. She was not afraid that this bad-footed beast would eat her. She hummed and fluttered her short legs and ran over. Thinking of the grievances of becoming a cat these days, the kid started talking while holding the phone. "Daddy, daddy, 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 Wu Yao Yao misses you so much. I have been so miserable without you. I didn't expect that Ao Yin would fall to this point." The voice on the other end was obviously stunned. Fu Tingchen came back to his senses and raised his hand to look at the note Fu Yunxio on the display screen. Yes, it's his second son.
So,
the girl he has been looking for so many days is actually with his son? On this side, Fu Tingchen, who had been looking for a baby for a few days, relaxed and had a gentle look, quietly listening to the little girl complaining to him. The stupid cat is a heartless person. As a noble cat, can she bear the grievances?
Dami.
Yao Yao squeaked and grumbled while baring her teeth at Fu Yunxio, but every time she said something, Fu Yunxio's expression changed. The stupid cat was almost angry to death. "Bad foot beast is so bad, Daddy. He didn't give me food, and he controlled Yao Yao's legs and feet, so that Yao Yao couldn't control my feet and ran for a long time." Hearing this, Fu Yunxio touched the ring on his ring finger, with an unclear look in his eyes. He turned his head slightly and said a few words to Bai Su, and Bai Su went out. The kid here continued, "And he also used the big tiger to scare me." At this point, the kid changed the subject. "Am I such a timid kid? I am Ao Yin. I scared that big axe to the ground in an instant." Hearing this, Fu Yunxio laughed without giving face. The stupid cat immediately added, "You're still laughing at me." His father was as cold as a log, and Fu Yunxio would never believe that this was his illegitimate daughter. But if he said that this brat was transformed from a cat, it seemed to make sense. Just like his legs, didn't they become disabled without any cause? But he knew that his legs became disabled for no reason because of that dream that lasted for several years. Therefore, when the stupid cat said these words, Fu Yunxio was only surprised for a moment.
He
has a strong ability to accept things, and after being surprised, he calmed down. The kid was still adding fuel to the fire, and in the end the stupid cat bared his teeth and glared at people with narrowed eyes. "Daddy, hurry up and avenge me. The bad-footed beast is going to eat me." After saying that, the fool, with a chubby face, raised the phone in his hand and held it high in front of Fu Yunxiu. Obviously, compared to just now, after talking on the phone with his villain father, the child's back was straightened. "Yes. Give it back to you." Yao Yao turned her hands around, bent over, stuck out her ace, and shouted fiercely, "Thank you, bad legs." Well, she is a polite and spicy villain. Fu Yunxiu sneered, took the phone, raised his hand, and tapped the stupid cat on the head without any hesitation, and the kitten staggered back a few steps, holding its head. If we say that before the call, the baby should have poked with his hands, with tears in his eyes, and said aggrievedly, "Don't eat my nest," and now, after the cub was hit on the head, she stood with her hands on her hips in anger. She knows how to bully others with her power, and she is very arrogant. You are not allowed to beat up the bad guys. I am really fierce. After the father and son chatted for a while, especially after Fu Tingchen learned that the little rascal was taken away by Fu Yunxiu as soon as he went out, President Fu, who originally didn't want to teach the kid a lesson, became furious. The stupid cat who held the phone again was scolded by her father. After the last sentence, "Wait for me to come over and beat you up," sounded, the stupid cat Kaba Kaba Mount On looked at the mobile phone in his hand, and then looked at Fu Yunxiu, who was watching the fun in front of him. She pouted, pushed the phone into Fu Yunxiu's arms expressionlessly, turned around and walked out with crab steps. Fu Yunxiu raised his eyebrows and kindly reminded, "Don't you listen to your father?" The stupid cat continued walking, saying in a serious little voice with 100% certainty, "This is not my daddy."
Fu Yunxiu.
Fu Tingchen could faintly hear. The stupid cat continued walking firmly. "My father doesn't have the courage to beat me. He will only treat me to fried pork with skins to scare me."
Aliar. Fu Yunxiu. Fu Tingchen.
20 minutes later, when the stupid cat with a stern face was picked up by Fu Tingchen, who came hurriedly, the kid held his head in shock and said, "What?" She twisted her body, but was held aside by Fu Tingchen. Seeing that she was about to be spanked, the stupid cat Kaba Kaba cat pupil innocently tugged at Fu Tingchen's suit jacket and said in a flattering voice, "Daddy, can you please stop spanking Yao Yao?" The man sneered and looked at the chubby little face. Although he was angry but couldn't vent his anger, Fu Tingchen felt that he needed to let her know how dangerous it was to run away from home. So, he smiled and shook his head, raised his hand to hit the stupid cat's ace, but before he could touch the ace, the kid started howling and twisting its body as if it had been spanked 100 times. Fu Tingchen put Yao Yao on the ground and looked at the stupid cat with a serious face. Just when the stupid cat was at a loss, the man suddenly started to list the kid's crimes one by one. Fu Yunxiu beside him also listened carefully with great interest. "Fu Yao Yao, do you know you are wrong?" The stupid cat, who was standing there honestly, had a confused look on her face, and her pupils were clicking. She was slow to react and paused for a moment. Then she reacted with horror on her face, and her mouth opened into a square shape. "What? It's wrong to not let Daddy beat me, isn't it?"
Fu Tingchen. Fu Yunxiu.
He was so angry that he immediately asked, "Then don't you know what you did wrong?" Seeing his father's stern expression, the child thought about it carefully again. After thinking about it, Yao Yao shook his head honestly. "I don't know." The man laughed in anger. "Okay, you don't know, let me explain it to you. Is it for your own good to let you eat vegetables? Is it so that you can become a better villain than your father?" Originally, he wanted to say, "Is it for your balanced nutrition?" But Fu Tingchen was afraid that his silly daughter wouldn't understand, so he just changed it to the villain she had always been obsessed with. As soon as these words were spoken, Fu Yunxiu, who was watching the show on the side, silently turned his head to look at his father, who was speaking seriously with a stern face. After hearing this, Yao Yao felt guilty, and his chubby paws twisted together subconsciously. Fu Tingchen continued, "Is it to make you a better villain by asking you to eat less fish?" The kid's eyes wandered, and he looked guilty. How could you run away from home just to eat a piece of fish for your father? Did I ever tell you that running away on your own is very dangerous? The stupid cat was not convinced by this. She raised her paw and hummed. Under the gaze of Fu Tingchen and Fu Yunxiu, she argued in a silly way. So I called the king Fu Tingchen.
Fu Yunxiu.
The man sighed secretly and stopped grumbling to her. 10 minutes later, the kid who was left behind knelt on the ground with a look of disbelief on his face. The man behind him raised his hand with a cat toy and poked the stupid cat from time to time. Zizi turned around and looked at the man with a smile on his face. Yao Yao still couldn't believe that such a bad-looking and evil-footed beast was actually her guohua. The kid thought of the torture and grievance she had suffered these days. She kicked her legs and died. Cat has 4 lives minus 1. Having said that, the stupid cat is also a smart one. After the sadness, Yao Yao started to feel more open-minded, Since this bad-tempered person is guohua, spicy food is a challenge from heaven to her. As long as guohua is conquered, won't she be more powerful than the bad guy dad? The more Zizi thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. So in Yajiang Villa, the stupid cat made a huge fuss and was almost having a disco in there. The shortcut to becoming the king is to defeat the king. The kid took a deep breath, walked forward with a crab step, and proudly held her chest out. She said with a stern face, "Guohua, the whirlwind Yao Yao, challenge you." The man who was reading a book didn't even look up or look at me. "I'm busy, go wherever it's cool." The stupid cat Kabakaba's cat pupils exploded instantly. "Guohua, I'm challenging you," Fu Yunxiu nodded. "Well, I refuse." 1 second. 2 seconds. The kid cried in pain, and after comforting himself here for a while, he ran out again whimpering. The next day, Yao Yao regained her confidence and picked up the small sword in her hand and ran to Fu Yunxiu. She raised her hand, swinged the sword, turned around. She put the sword away. All in one go. Fu Yunxiu glanced at the kid in front of him calmly, raised his hand to pick up the cat toy beside him, and poked it. The stupid cat lost his balance and fell to the ground. The baby's eyes were full of tears. He climbed up with his hands, wiped his tears, and trotted out step by step. Day 3. The brave girl is now wearing a Superman costume. She pulled the lace pants on her fleshy legs and patted her protruding belly. The kid pouted and believed in himself. This time, with Xianfeng Yao Yao will not fail. The maid who was sweeping the counter with a feathered duster shook her head helplessly. The young lady is challenging the young master again. Another maid heard this, turned around and smiled at the little boy who jumped up and pressed the elevator button. She put down the rag in her hand and walked forward. The young master should be reading in the study now. As she said that, the maid pressed the button and touched Yao Yao's chubby face with the other hand that had not held the rag, encouraging. The young lady should also work hard today. The stupid cat turned her hands, bent over and stuck out her ace. "Thank you, sister. I will work hard." 2 minutes later, the big cat pupils of the little one burst into tears, and without exception, they were also dragged down by Su today. Seeing this, several maids were no longer surprised. Xiao Nian hurriedly walked forward with the rabbit in her arms, stuffed the fat rabbit into Yao Yao's arms, picked up the stupid cat skillfully, raised her hand, and gently patted her back to coax her. The kid whined and wiped his tears with his own king's fur. His little voice was aggrieved. "King, I failed again, Wu." Hearing this, the fat rabbit stretched out his paw and touched Yao Yao's drooping head. Knowing that his kid was a studious kid, he comforted him. "Don't be sad, little whirlwind. This way doesn't work, there are other ways. I have thought of them for you, King. Your brother is different from your other brothers. Since direct challenges don't work, let's try another way. Save the country in a roundabout way. Do you still remember the bad temper of your brother?" The rabbit squeaked and asked back. The stupid cat nodded with a crying voice. "That nightmare monster was beaten up by us last time. As far as I know, your brother can only sit on the chair with wheels because of that nightmare monster. Go and beat the shoot out of the nightmare monster." As soon as this was said, Tuanzi understood it herself without the fat rabbit saying anything. She suddenly realized it. That's right. The kid has already started to imagine his happy life being admired by Fu Yunxiu. He has already started to imagine the whole process of the whirlwind saving Guogua. She first went to Fu Yunxiu and said to him, "Guogua, let my whirlwind beat you up," and Fu Yunxiu would definitely be scared of her based on her previous challenge. Ah?
King Yao Yao hit me.
She then made a series of moves and directly beat the nightmare monster. The more Zizi thought about it, the more excited she became. She didn't care about being unhappy anymore and immediately slid down along Xiao Nian's legs. She changed her previous aggrieved look and walked with the momentum of a tiger with two legs that had different ideas. After running to the front of the elevator and jumping twice and finding that she couldn't reach it, the stupid cat turned around and was about to ask Xiao Nian to help open it, but the next second the elevator fell down. It was Bai Su who pushed Fu Yunxiu out. Seeing the little boy's lively appearance, Fu Yunxiu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Didn't cry today? Yes, the boy challenged him every day these days but failed every time. Every time he failed, he would cry. He curled his lips and asked with a smile, "Why didn't I see you cry today?" Yao Yao heard the voice and turned back. After seeing that the person coming was Fu Yunxiu, she slightly tilted her head and bent her waist, her expression full of pride. The cub exhaled and said the words in her imagination word by word. "Guogua, let my whirlwind beat you up." After saying this, the stupid cat took a step forward, waiting to fight the monster after Fu Yunxiu agreed. Originally, she should have thought that Fu Yunxiu would be frightened and cry and scream, "Ah, King Yao Yao, please beat me." But in reality, the man sneered and looked at the cub, who was eager to try. He raised his hand and lifted up the cub who had moved to his feet. "Do you still want to beat me up? Fu Tingchun is right. You are really a rebellious cub." He shook the cub in his hand, as if he was playing. The kid stared in horror. Meh? Before Yao Yao could say anything, Fu Yunxiu held the kid in his arms. He pinched the kid's cheeks with both hands and raised his eyebrows. "What? You look at your expression and you still don't accept it?" The stupid cat put his hands in his pockets angrily and stared at the pinched face with dead fish eyes. He was very unhappy. "Of course I don't accept it. I'm a bad guy, you're not afraid, huh?" Naihu's words, without any offensiveness, made Bai Su laugh. The brainless Bai Su waved his hands perfunctorily and complained subconsciously. "Oh, you are cute, young lady. The butterflies and the flowers outside are more aggressive than you." Fu Yunxiu also had a playful mood and followed up. "Bai Su, what are you talking about? It's just a small 80-centimeter gas tank that has lost to me 3 times in a row. In terms of scary." He paused, as if he couldn't speak. Finally, under the vicious eyes of the kid, Fu Yunxiu reluctantly uttered a few words from his mouth. "It's still a little bit." Everyone stared at the little girl who was grinning in the arms of their young master.
Well,
the kid is a little scary, but not much. When the stupid cat heard the tone of looking down on her and the perfunctory look, her cat pupils reacted, stretched out her little hand and slapped Fu Yunxiu's paw that was pinching her face, and turned her head angrily. "Humph. Yao Yao is not cute. Yao Yao is obviously fierce," the stupid cat said with bared teeth and waving claws. Everyone couldn't help laughing when they saw this. "This is the first time I see someone saying that I am not cute." Well, after the stupid cat said this, several maids and Bai Su only thought that this doll was even cuter. Seeing that everyone covered their mouths, it was obvious that they wanted to laugh but couldn't. The kid was so angry that the chirps on his head exploded into flowers. Originally, they came to fight monsters, but now Fei Yao's heart has flown to the flowers outside. She struggled to get down from Fu Yunxiu's arms by waving her little claws. The little girl was strong, and Fu Yunxiu was afraid of falling her, so he put her down. 3 minutes later, the cub took one step after another with a stern face, and lay motionless, with his own rabbit king beside a bunch of roses, staring at the black and green butterfly on the rose in front of them. Fu Yunxiu looked at the kid who was concentrating on appreciating the flowers outside the window and ignored her. After all, when Fu Tingchun left the little girl with him, he told him that this kid kept yelling about being a big villain, so he had to keep an eye on the kid while he was with her and not let the stupid cat learn any weird things. Appreciating flowers can improve aesthetics and calm the mind. At least that's what Fu Yunxiu thinks. Master, it's quite hot outside. How about calling the baby back? Bai Su, who had been captured by the cute baby, looked at the scorching sun outside the window and couldn't help but worry. Little girls love beauty. Won't they cry to death? The man in the wheelchair shook his head, pressed the button on the chair, and turned around. No, she usually shouts and kills. Let her enjoy the flowers and dispel her murderous aura.
Bai Su's mouth twitched.
What you said. And murderous aura. I'll be thankful if you don't do something stupid. Just thinking like this, Fu Yunxiu in the house was drinking coffee leisurely with the newspaper. The stupid cat and fat rabbit outside the house looked at the butterfly seriously with a stern face. After a while, the kid suddenly turned his big eyes, and his little face was as hard as ice. There was a hint of confusion in her emotionless little baby voice. The kid raised his finger blankly and pointed. I don't understand. The fat rabbit also stared at his little whirlwind with rabbit eyes. Squeak. I don't understand either. The man and the rabbit looked at each other after hearing the words, and the stupid cat raised his finger and pointed at the black butterfly that landed on the petals, not understanding at all. This lucky butterfly doesn't look fierce at all. The fat rabbit nodded. Squeak. I think so too. Look at how skinny it is. It's just a weakling. It has no strength at all. The fat rabbit looked down on it and then changed the subject. It doesn't look like my little whirlwind at all. It's so fat and domineering. After these words came out, the stupid cat raised its head proudly. Yes, in their cat and rabbit tribes, to see who is stronger and stronger, they usually look at whether it is fat. If it is fat, it means that this cat has excellent hunting skills and often eats delicious food and drinks spicy drinks. Although, Feyao was fattened by the fat rabbit and her father.
But
the Rabbit King firmly believes that as the offspring of the big villain, the little whirlwind will definitely go to the next level and be more powerful than her father. The man and the rabbit were busy comparing, and they had no awareness of speaking bad about others and speaking softly. Alas, the little whirlwind is different from the king. Saying that others are weak in front of people, even a butterfly can't stand it. The butterfly flapped its wings vigorously, and the rose in front of it instantly fell apart. She waved her wings proudly and flew to the king and began to curse tenderly. Bah! Fat rabbit, how dare you say that your sister Hua is a weak chicken? As soon as these words came out, the stupid cat Kaba Kaba looked at the butterfly in front of him. The cub was stunned for a long time before reacting belatedly. Before the king spoke, the little whirlwind shook his head and explained, My king has never peed his pants. The butterfly snorted tenderly and looked Yao Yao up and down and couldn't help laughing. Oh, this is still a little kitten. She fiddled with her big wings in a good mood. You say this girl is weak, then fine, let's compete. If you can catch this girl, I will give you a gift. The kid hummed, shook his head, and thanked with a stern face. Thank you, sister, for telling the truth. Butterfly was willing to admit defeat. Butterflies are very careful about their wings, and she is no exception. When she was caught by the stupid cat just now, she could also realize that the little girl looked silly, but actually knew how to act. She couldn't help but feel better. Butterfly turned around and signaled Yao Yao to let go, and she brought Yao Yao and the Rabbit King to the most beautiful rose. The reason why this rose is the best and most vigorous of all flowers is because there is a spirit crystal at its root. I can't dig it out anyway, so I'll give it to you. You can dig it slowly. I'm going to go home and have a rest. As soon as these words came out, the Rabbit King became excited instantly, and he clapped his front paws. Spirit crystal is a good thing. Seeing the cub's confused face, he jumped in front of the little ball and began to explain excitedly. Little Tornado, King, let me tell you, this spirit crystal is a gathering of pure spiritual power that is naturally formed over a long period of time. Its greatest function is to nourish the body and connect the tendons and veins, just like your second brother can't walk. When you kill the nightmare monster and then put this spirit crystal in his mouth, he will definitely be alive and kicking in the next second. This is a good opportunity for us to become gods. As soon as these words came out, the stupid cat's eyes lit up, and the man and the rabbit were excited and started digging without saying a word. 5 minutes later, the kid carefully held the tear-sized spiritual crystal and looked at the rose bush that he had ruined. The stupid cat poked her hands guiltily, put the flowers together, turned her hands and stretched them out, bent over and stuck out her ace, her baby voice full of guilt and seriousness. F.A., have a good journey. The fat rabbit also squeaked twice and walked towards the main building with a firm look in his eyes. 3 minutes later, the man who was originally drinking coffee leisurely had a dark line on his face and veins on his forehead. Fu Yao Yao, where did you roll in the mud? I was out for less than half an hour. He laughed out of anger. I don't understand. You'd better give me an explanation. The kid in front of him was wearing a white and blue one-piece pumpkin pants before he left. When he came back, his body was covered with mud, and his originally white and clean little face was also black and white like a cow. Juju above his head seemed to have been greatly devastated. One went up to the sky, and the other fell to the ground, and behind them was a bulging snakeskin bag that he didn't know where he got from. It looked just like he had just come back from picking up junk. Looking at the dirty and stern-faced Yao Yao, Fu Yunxiu didn't know why the chubby little cat appeared in his mind, calling out to him, ah, ah, ah. The man's original anger disappeared instantly. He sighed softly and rubbed his eyebrows. After all, it was a cat, and cats like to rummage through boxes and cabinets. He couldn't argue with a little cat who knew nothing. The stupid cat walked to Fu Yunxiu with a stern face and dragged the snakeskin bag. She opened her little hand, and a small white stone lay quietly in her palm. The cub looked serious and shouted, Gueba, eat.
Fu Yunxiu.
The man's mouth twitched, looking at the small stone lying quietly in the cub's muddy hand with some uncertainty.
This
Was picked up to show filial piety to him?
Wagwa, eat it.
Zizi was still looking at him motionlessly. Fu Yunxiu ignored him and looked at the bulging snakeskin bag behind Zizi. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Fu Yao Yao, where did you get that bag? What's in it? Speaking of this, silly cat remembered. He put the spirit crystal into his back pocket, turned around and stuck his ace into the bag. Under the curious gazes of Fu Yunxiu and Bai Su, the boy listlessly brought out a large bouquet of roses, or to be more precise, a large bouquet of lisianthus. Fu Yunxiu's eyelids twitched, and he had some bad guesses in his mind. Just as his expression changed again and again, the kid in front of him walked forward with a whimper and held up a large bouquet of roses in front of Fu Yunxiu. Her stern face instantly wilted, and her guilty eyes wandered. Before Fu Yunxiu could take the bouquet, Zizi turned around and skillfully stuck out his little ace in pumpkin pants. Guagua, you made a mess on your hair. You're lying there?
Fu Yunxiu.
The man's eyelids jumped. As expected, looking at the bulging bag, he was afraid that the flowers would be in trouble. He took a deep breath, resisted the urge to hit someone, and muttered to himself. The kid is only 2 years old. It's normal for him to be a little naughty. At least he apologized after pulling out the rose. That's great. The man laughed in anger and skillfully poked the cat toy beside him on the cub's raised ace, saying with great disapproval, Didn't you go there to enjoy the flowers? Why did you pluck all my flowers? Fu Yao Yao, you'd better give me an explanation. Otherwise. He didn't say anything more. That sinister expression was enough to make the stupid cat imagine for a while. Yao Yao was really scared by the sinister expression, and the boy quietly covered his ace with his chubby little hands. She shook her head and quietly took 2 steps back. Looking at her Guoguo's expression, it seems very likely that he will hit her. A cat's sixth sense is very accurate. After thinking for a long time, the kitten decided to move his ace back. Fu Yunxiu snorted coldly and asked, So you did it on purpose? The little dumpling shook his head violently. I just want to go and see how the butterfly is more fierce than my whirlwind. Fu Yunxiu.
Bai Su.
This hot stuff. The man held his forehead with a headache and waved his hand. Go wash her. Xiao Nian beside him hurried up, not caring about Yao Yao's dirtiness, picked up the baby and walked upstairs, muttering as he walked. Oh, my little lady, the second young master has a serious misophobia. You have to be more honest in the future. don't roll around in the mud. In the following days, Zizi was no exception. She failed in her challenges one after another, and Fu Yunxiu would not even let her touch him. However, unlike usual, Yao Yao not only yelled that she wanted to beat him, but also added a special hobby, which was making him eat stones. The little girl was also smart. She was lucky enough to succeed after several artificial accidents. Seeing that the nightmare on Fu Yunxiu's legs had completely dissipated, Yao Yao took out the spiritual crystal she carried with her from her ace pocket and climbed up along Fu Yunxiu's wheelchair. Zizi carefully observed Fu Yunxiu for a while with her big eyes slanted. She clenched her fists, held her head, and took advantage of no one's attention to directly push against her second brother's chest. Fu Yunxiu felt pain, and before he could react, a hard little thing was forced into his mouth. The man's forehead was blue with veins, and it was obvious that he could no longer tolerate Fei Yao's behavior in the past few days. Yao Yao was also smart. He stuffed the stone into Fu Yunxiu's leg and slid down. A man and a rabbit stood not far away and looked at Fu Yunxiu's vicious eyes. The stupid cat was stunned. "King, didn't you say that eating stones can make you jump around?" The rabbit king shook his head and was also confused at this time. "Cha-cha. That's what it says in the classics, I don't know. What's going on?" Looking at his own Guogua's vicious look, the kid moved forward uncertainly, trying to observe. Unexpectedly, the man raised his hand and slapped the kid, which frightened him, and took several steps back. Fu Yunxiu was almost mad to death, This kid has been very arrogant recently. I don't know if it's a psychological effect or he was too angry and made his brain confused. Fu Yunxiu just felt very comfortable now. He subconsciously supported the wheelchair and stood up, strode forward, and picked up the kid in one go. "Fu Yao Yao, I think you've been too arrogant lately. You don't eat well every day, and you're always picky. Even pigs are not as arrogant as you. Let me see if I'm going to beat you today." As he said that, he really clamped Tuanzi around his waist. After a slap, he was stunned. The stupid cat cried, and the rabbit was anxious. The man's body stiffened a little, and he hadn't reacted yet. Bai Su, who had just opened the door and came in, didn't know whether he was scared or shocked. The documents in his hand were scattered all over the floor. He blinked quickly in disbelief, raised his hand and pointed at his young master with trembling hands. Bai Su cried with joy, "Young master, can you walk? This is simply a miracle. Young master, your leg is healed." After these words came out, Fu Yunxiu, who was still furious, reacted. He subconsciously looked down at his legs and couldn't help but freeze. The cub in his arms cried heartbreakingly, and the fat rabbit in front of him stood up angrily with its front paws facing the squeaking rabbit and scolding him. Fu Yunxiu pursed his lips, unable to hide his excitement. His narrow eyes were full of shock, mixed with some surprise. Tears flashed in his eyes, and countless emotions surged up from his eyes as deep as a cold pond. He raised his foot and took a tentative step. The clear feeling of touching the ground was familiar and strange. It was at that moment that he understood that he was able to stand up because of Yao Yao. Although he didn't know how Yao Yao did it, Fu Yunxiu was a doctor. He could clearly know the cause of the disease that even the top medical experts and medical instruments could not find out, and he would never recover easily. Even if he could recover, he would have to do rehabilitation training. But he felt the same as before he was paralyzed. Only an unnatural force could do all this, and didn't he have one right beside him? The man held the crying baby in his arms with a hoarse voice. His shoulders trembled slightly, and his voice was slightly hoarse. "Thank you, Yao Yao." Because the problem of Fu Yunxiu's leg recovery was not a trivial matter, Bai Su immediately called a doctor. Fu Yunxiu himself majored in medicine, and naturally he had a lot of advanced instruments and equipment at home. After Fu Yunxiu was paralyzed inexplicably, he didn't like going out even more. It was also for this reason that there was a room dedicated to examinations in his Yajiang villa. When Dr. Wang got the test data, he was stunned. Normal. Normal? Could it be that the instrument is broken? Dr. Wang adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose, looked at the test data, and looked up at Fu Yunxiu, who was sitting on a chair beside him and coaxing the child silently. He clapped his hands in sudden realization. Oh, my brain is broken. He raised his foot and was about to walk out. It was really... He remembered that the Fu family didn't seem to have a little girl. The second young master definitely didn't have a sister, right? Moreover, he also knew Fu Yunxiu's previous test data. Although he could not find out what caused the leg paralysis, he knew that Fu Yunxiu's leg muscles were also unable to stand and walk for a long time. In the past year, he found that Fu Yunxiu's muscle cells were gradually damaged, and there were some signs of muscle atrophy.
And now?
He took another look at the data that was normal, and Dr. Wang felt that he was just dreaming. He didn't even dare to think that this was a medical miracle. Seeing Dr. Wang walking forward blankly with a list in his hand, Bai Su thought that his young master's recovery this time was a last-ditch effort. Anxiously, Bai Su grabbed Dr. Wang, who was walking out blankly, and asked anxiously, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the data?" After these words came out, even Fu Yunxiu, who was coaxing the child, subconsciously looked up. Dr. Wang's body shuddered, and he swallowed his saliva very spinelessly. He laughed dryly twice, pulled Bai Su over, gritted his teeth, and asked in a low voice, "It's not the test data that has a problem, it's your husband." Bai Su became even more anxious when he heard this and pulled Dr. Wang's sleeve and asked, "What's wrong with our husband? Tell me, Dr. Wang." Dr. Wang first smiled at Fu Yunxiu and asked without moving his lips, "Is that little baby the second young master's?" Bai Su shook his head. "It's the young master's sister." Dr. Wang paused and instantly became interested. Before he could ask, Fu Yunxiu, who was coaxing the child, spoke. "Bring me the test report." Hearing this, Dr. Wang's expression changed to a businesslike face. He walked over, handed over the test report, and said, "Sir, based on the data on the list alone, there is no problem with your legs, and your muscle atrophy caused by some damaged cells has also recovered." In short, Fu Yunxiu is now very healthy. The kid in her arms was still angry about the slap. The man sighed. In fact, considering Fu Yunxiu's previous character, it was shocking that he could tolerate what Zai Zai had done these days for so long. Although Yao Yao was trying to get rid of the nightmare monster, Fu Yunxiu, who knew nothing about the incident, only saw the kid dancing and making trouble under his nose again and again. Fu Yunxiu scratched Yao Yao's chin and said in a low and mellow voice, which was light but vaguely cheerful, "I'll give you fish tonight." The kid, who was originally full of anger, brightened up his eyes instantly when he heard it. He bit his lip, but still held back. "I've broken up with Guogua for 3 minutes. Guogua should be aware that he has been broken up with, and don't talk to Yao Yao." Fu Yunxiu was almost amused by this little girl. He raised his eyebrows and continued to add, "2. Any more, and there will be no more. Will you talk to me or not?" In fact, when Yao Yao said 2, she could hardly hold it back and her saliva was about to flow down, but she wanted to be a super invincible villain. How could she relax her bottom line for these few little benefits? The stupid cat shook her head decisively. Before she could say anything, Fu Yunxiu began to tempt her shamelessly. "Little friend Fu Yao Yao, you've got to think it over. Look at you, you were faking porcelain and breaking tiles a few days ago. You were either looking for trouble or on the way to trouble all day. You went out to dig dog holes and step on mud pits every day. Did they bring you back?" Yes. The stupid cat was free from her nature in Fu Yunxiu's house because she was no longer controlled by her villain father. She was extremely naughty and arrogant. A week ago, she felt that there was no dog hole in Fu Yunxiu's house, which was difficult to operate when she ran away. The man and the rabbit were digging so hard that they didn't even know that there was a vicious dog behind them. When Fu Yunxiu was notified by the patrolling security to pick someone up, he thought he had encountered a big dog. Afraid that the little girl would be scared, he didn't bother to call Bai Su, who rarely went out, and went out by pressing the chair button. When the kid saw him, he was sitting cross-legged on the table crying bitterly, and a small teddy dog under the table was barking at the kid on the table. 5 days ago, the stupid cat was very depressed because she was chased by a dog for digging a dog hole. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that she was looked down upon. How could a man and a rabbit bear this grievance? Turning around with a small sword, he challenged the teddy. The kid was as fierce as a tiger and showed off his sword skills. As a result, when he looked up, the puppy in front of him was replaced by a big dog, and Teddy's mother came. As the saying goes, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Yao Yao waved the small sword and poked the big Teddy's nose. The big Teddy howled violently, and the cat and the rabbit were almost scared to death. Well, that day, he received a call from the security again, asking him to pick up the child, saying that his child was chased by a dog for several laps. He hurried over again. The rabbit was held in the arms of the cub, and the cub was held in the arms of the security guard. He pointed at the little Teddy in front of him and started to scold. "You are so shameless. You can't beat Yao Yao, so you call mommy. Yao Yao looks down on you." The fat rabbit followed with a grin. For a while, people, dogs, and rabbits shouted one after another. When the security guard saw him go, he subconsciously put Yao Yao down. Suddenly, the stupid cat, who had lost the blessing of height, shrank his head and his eyes were full of water. Guogwa, save the nest he. 3 days ago, the cub lay on his bed in the dark in the middle of the night, humming and hitting his legs. Although his legs were insensitive, he was not deaf. Couldn't he hear the sound of a rabbit humming twice to cheer her up after hitting her? Oh, the most bizarre thing is, the cub seemed to have an obsession with the big cat. He would jump around the big cat when he was free. He would go there when he was free. I don't know if it was because she was frightened by the roar of the big cat when she was a kitten, but she remembered the tiger anyway. He would challenge the big cats from time to time, but would be scared every time. He would go and try to kill himself, thinking he was so powerful after becoming a human. Finally, the big cat couldn't stand it anymore and roared at Yao Yao. He drew circles in the corner next to the TV in the living room for 2 days. "I don't even eat fish." In the end, wasn't it because he gave the kid a good scolding that the kid finally decided to eat properly? There are countless similar moments. If Fu Yunxiu hadn't found out that this kid was his biological sister, he would have slapped her to death. The man took a deep breath and argued with the stupid cat one thing at a time. Every time he said something, Dr. Wang's face changed color, and every time he said something, Bai Su nodded along with what his young master said. Yao Yao, who originally had a proud face, became so arrogant that her eyes became wandering. She looked left and right, up and down, but she didn't look into her brother's eyes. At once. I don't know why, I suddenly feel guilty. At the end, Yao Yao couldn't help but turned his head, his cat pupils widened. "No, I didn't. I even saved Guogua's legs." This statement aroused Dr. Wang's curiosity. He bent down and asked subconsciously, "Young lady, can I ask you that you saved the second young master? How did you do it? Can you tell me?" Speaking of which, Fu Yunxiu was actually quite curious. For a moment, everyone subconsciously looked at the baby in Fu Yunxiu's arms. The kid shook his feet twice and raised his head slightly. I'll just punch the monster left and right, and after I beat the monster, I'll give Guogua a stone that I dug out from under Fafa, and it'll be fine. After saying this, Dr. Wang paused and blinked, then turned to look at Fu Yunxiu. "Second young master, what kind of panacea is that? Did you research it recently?" Fu Yunxiu, who really just ate a stone, twitched his mouth. Thinking of the day when the kid was dragging a huge snakeskin bag with little chirps on his head and handed him a shiny little stone with a dusty face, Fu Yunxiu suddenly felt a little guilty. He also scolded the kid. After a while, it turned out that the kid had dug stones for him. Suddenly, I felt like I wasn't a human. The stupid cat shook his head immediately after hearing this. No, I don't want Yao Yao. It's the treasure that Yao Yao and the king dug out." Yao Yao even found the monster lying on Guogua's legs. Dr. Wang didn't take Mihoho's words to heart. He just thought that Fu Yunxiu had developed a new medicine himself or invited other top experts to treat the disease, and he just didn't want to say it out loud. Only Fu Yunxiu himself knew that, combined with Yao Yao's strange behavior and words these days, what she said was true. After Bai Su sent Dr. Wang away, only the brother and sister were left in the room. He paused, and the kid in his arms raised his hands in a hurry when he heard it. La Gua Gua, submit to me, Xianfeng Yao Yao Pa. When I become the king, I will not treat Gua Gua badly. Fu Yunxiu's handsome face pulled up, and under the kid's expectant gaze, he raised the corner of his lips and said suddenly, So, in order to thank Yao Yao, brother decided. He panted heavily and said slowly, You should plan your diet and lifestyle habits well to repay Yao Yao. What do you think? The kid ate his claws in horror. Before she could refuse, Fu Yunxiu nodded and said, Since you have nothing to say, let's do this. We will start planning and management from tomorrow. Because Fu Yunxiu's leg recovery was no small matter, after sending Dr. Wang away, Bai Su went to report the good news to the old man and Fu Tingchen.
What?
My son's leg is healed? When did it happen? How did he get better? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Bai Su thought for a moment and said, He got better this morning. I had a checkup at noon. The doctor said that the young master is in very good health and has completely recovered. As for how he got better, he paused, opened his mouth with a strange look on his face. It seems that the young lady cured it. As soon as he said this, the old man who was eating snail noodles blinked his eyes and subconsciously took a breath. The spicy soup went up his respiratory tract. He coughed violently a few times and raised his hand to push away the dog's head that came up. The old man raised his voice in disbelief. What? My little Yao Yao was beaten?
How?
Is it the beating that I understand? Bai Su nodded and recalled the expression on his young master's face when the young lady said that just now. He nodded affirmatively. It's what you think. After the young lady beat him, he gave the young master a stone to eat, and he became lively again. When the old man heard this, he slurped another mouthful of snail noodles and smacked his lips. Hey, just a few beats and a stone to eat? If I had known this would happen, I would have gone and called him with my walking stick. The old man became happier the more he thought about it. He sipped the soup happily and skillfully spread the dog's head again, and couldn't help but praise. My little Guai Guai is really a little lucky star. Bai Su also nodded in agreement. Isn't he a lucky star? During the days when the young lady came here, their young master's life became more lively from the originally dull life. He also knew how to swear. Moreover, when the young lady came and hit the young master twice, his legs healed and he became cheerful. Thinking of this, Bai Su sighed in his heart. If Fu Yunxiu knew what Bai Su was thinking, he would probably scold Bai Su to death. First of all, he swears because the kid is too annoying. The so-called cheerfulness is because the kid is too wild, and he would be sorry if he didn't say a few swear words. Moreover, his sinister expression is useless to the kid who has less brains in his brain. Not only is she not afraid of her, she will also learn from you. Fu Yunxiu, who was originally a cruel and taciturn person, could only express his dissatisfaction with roars. Secondly, he was beaten by the kid for 4 nights, and his head was held and nudged, and he swallowed a stone that had been in his ace pocket for several days before he got better. It was not just a few beatings. Bai Su wiped the tears that were about to overflow and said in a sobbing voice, Master, do you want to talk to the young master? I'll go call the young master. The old man waved his hand and refused. No, let me, Sunze, have a good rest. After that, he hung up the phone. The old man threw the phone in his hand and skillfully pushed away the dog head of the husky next to him again, and his old eyes glared. Hey, can you go away? The husky pouted its nose. If it doesn't listen, it will dig into the bowl. The old man couldn't bear it anymore, so he raised his hand and slapped the husky in the face with a big slap. Get out, you stupid dog. You are given food and drink, and you are fighting with your father for it? The old man was so angry that he squatted in the corner of the backyard with his eyes wide open. Bah! Look at your stupid dog, look. Get out of the way. The husky stared with dog eyes full of wisdom, shaking its head left and right. It suddenly grabbed the ground, swayed back and forth, and then swung its claws, knocking over the package box of snail noodles in the old man's hand. The red and oily soup spilled. The old man was confused, and the husky was excited. While Mr. Fu was still not recovered, It wagged its tail happily and barked at the red oil spilled on the ground. Woof woof.
He guessed right.
The things that these two-legged beasts don't allow themselves to eat must be good things. If he can't have it, no one else can either. Then let him knock it over. The more the husky thought about it, the more excited and happy he became. He just shook his head and started dancing on the spot. The only one left was Mr. Fu, who was covered in red paint and sat there in a daze. When he realized what was happening, his face turned red with anger. The old man in his 70s picked up his walking stick and ran after the husky, shouting, "You rascal dog! You rascal dog! I'm so mad. If I don't beat you up today, I'll take your last name." Huskies are animals that are as dumb as a fool and experts in destroying houses, or they can be said to be wise but appear foolish. As soon as it saw Mr. Fu chasing it from behind, it started running happily, barking happily as it ran. The husky ran a circle and seemed to have thought of something. He stopped with his face tilted and his eyes squinting. The husky turned around, trotted forward, put on a stern face, and barked twice before beginning to question. Yes, it thought of it. The thing that a biped protects so much must be an invincible treasure. Why didn't you give the good stuff to it? As a shoot shoveler, he actually dared to take it all for himself. I can't stand it if I'm a dog. So he walked forward with a heroic and high-spirited look, barking at Mr. Fu. Shoot shoveler, why don't you leave some good food for me?
Why?
You tell me. You two-legged animals are just the shoot shovelers of our noble dog, but you actually eat it behind my back? The barking sounds became more and more intense. Looking at himself being covered in soup, and then looking at the emotional face of the creature who seemed to be questioning him, Mr. Fu was so angry that he slapped the creature in the face. That's right. He twisted his waist. Ouch, ouch. Ouch, my old waist. The husky continued to howl crazily, howl fiercely. 3 minutes later, when Mr. Fu, who was covered in red oil and saliva, was carried to the stand, he vomited while vomiting, and he didn't forget to curse the stupid dog. You wait for me, I will definitely take revenge. The two housekeepers were embarrassed when they saw this. One stayed here to comfort the old man, while the other picked up the phone and went to report to his master.
What?
Fu Tingchen asked again in disbelief. You sprained your waist while eating snail noodles? The housekeeper nodded and said in a long sentence, Yes, sir. It's weird, but it's true.
Fu Tingchen.
The man frowned with a headache and said with a little fatigue, Watch the old man, don't let him make trouble. In Yajum Villa, the stupid cat successfully made a scene. During this half-day, the cub did not complain about the lack of time. The stupid cat held the small sword and looked at the tiger in front of him, who was a head taller than him. The strong never complain about the environment. The cub raised his hand and raised the sword, and rushed directly to the nose of the big cat.
Gah!
She remembered it correctly. It was this bad brain axe who said that his nose was not as big as his. The cub was a vengeful cub.
Wow! Hey! Ha! Tu.
The cub gestured for a while, and finally ended with a beautiful sword flower. She raised her head slightly. Humph, what's wrong? Are you scared by the quilt whirlwind Yao Yao? It's just a little brain axe. How dare you say quilt whirlwind Yao Yao? Humph.
Fufu, surrender tuya esse pumpkin pants.
The big cat smacked his lips disdainfully. To be honest, it was almost mad at this little cub who suddenly appeared. The big cat didn't understand how his extremely vicious master could have a child without having a spouse. At this point, the big cat remembered the little kitten that used to howl at him. It's been a long time since he saw the little kitten. He didn't know how the little kitten was doing. Was she thrown away by her owner after such a long time? The big cat sighed, swung its tail listlessly, turned around, walked to the side, and lay down. Just as it was about to take a nap, its head drooped and sank. It subconsciously raised its eyes. The next second, a chubby and overly cute face appeared in its sight. The cub raised his hand and patted his head. A part of the calf of the pumpkin pants worn by the big head of the axe was exposed. She shook her calves and said excitedly, Great. Sure enough, the cub curled his lips and smiled evilly. No one can escape from the pumpkin pants of the nest of whirlwind Yao Yao, not even beasts can. Ha, the big cat, who just wanted to lie down and take a nap.
I'm speechless.
And I'm still bowing down to your pumpkin pants? What kind of pants are pumpkin pants? It's never heard of it. It's really speechless. The big cat shook his head irritably and seemed to think of something and didn't dare to shake it too hard. It remembered that this cub seemed to be very valued by the owner.
Well,
After all, it's the owner's cub, so don't damage it. If it depends on you, it's really hard to explain. The big cat exhaled and growled twice to signal Yao Yao to come down. It would be strange if Yao Yao could come down. Her legs are not long, and she is not tall. She climbed up with great difficulty. The cub ignored the big cat's growl, raised his paw and patted the big axe's head and gave him a name. From today on, you will be called Outie. Well, the stupid cat thought very well. Why call him Outie? Because Yao Yao himself is Out Yen. There can only be one Out Yen in a world. There won't be more than one. When the big cat heard it, the tiger's eyes lit up instantly, and he thought about it with his brain that was not smart enough. It nodded happily. Yeah. That's great. God knows how much it dislikes its own name. Talking about the origin of its own name, the big cat, oh no. Outie was so angry. After all, he is a big tiger. He is not a kitten, right? Fu Yunxiu was so good that he named him Big Cat. At first, when people called it Big Cat, it thought these ignorant humans had never seen a tiger and was unwilling to bother with them. Later, it gradually discovered that something was wrong. These humans invited it here not for it to enjoy itself. It was captured to be a pet for the legless biped. How can this be tolerated? The big cat got angry on the spot. It was so angry that it finally waited for Fu Yunxiu to come. Then it bared its fangs and claws. It bared its teeth and grimaced. It roared angrily. I thought this would scare off the legless biped, but I didn't expect. The two-legged beast turned around and left a cold sentence, fasting for 2 days. AOD, who had just entered the circle, knew nothing. Gold shoot? Does this two-legged beast want to give him a pile of shoot himself? He turned his head away proudly, baring his teeth and saying, roar, roar, roar. Stupid human. You guys want my shoot too?
Dream on.
It was noon and AOD roared in displeasure because he didn't have lunch. Outie was extremely angry because he didn't have dinner at night. The next day, AOD still had no food to eat and fell to the ground dejectedly, without the strength to shout. Two-legged beast. How can I shoot for you if you don't give me food? Since then, it has been living a life of bearing humiliation and bearing heavy burdens. To put it in modern language, it means the young master wants to watch a play, so it dances a part. If the young master wants to tease the tiger, it must cooperate. You have to know what the young master is thinking. Thinking about the hard days he had in the past, AOD couldn't help but act like he was about to cry. Whose tiger is called a big cat? He finally has a good name. The name Outie sounds more domineering than Big Cat. The man and the tiger each had his own thoughts. After discussing, the cub held his own rabbit king and sat on the tiger's back, walking out proudly. Mount Tiger +1, named Outie. Next target. The vicious dog that once bullied her and her king. Let's go. The kid ordered with a stern face, and the rabbit in her arms also stretched out its paw and squeak. 3 minutes later, the cub climbed majestically on the tiger's back and raised his head as he looked at the little teddy bear that was curled up in the corner in fear. 5 minutes later, the big teddy also curled up in the corner, holding the little teddy, not daring to move. 10 minutes later, the kid was caught by security again and was forced to go to the security booth on the charge of letting the pet tiger wander around. 15 minutes later, when Fu Yunxiu received another call informing her that she was coming to pick up the baby, the man's face was filled with black lines and he was speechless. He was just released and less than 2 hours later, he was picked up by the security booth again. The kids here still don't accept it. The kid here was very dissatisfied.
Puh.
Yao Yao doesn't understand I'm so strong, but you guys still kidnap me? Yao Yao put his hands on his hips and turned his head away, not wanting to look at these bad guys who had kidnapped him several times. The security guard scratched his head awkwardly, and he had never coaxed a child, so he could only say dryly, "You tiger is too dangerous." As soon as this was said, the stupid cat, the rabbit, and the tiger exploded directly. What? Roar, roar, roar. Audi happily grinned and blinked at the security guard who said this. It's fierce. It's fierce. This two-legged beast still has some vision. The rabbit's hair stood up and squeaked. Are you questioning this king's little brother? I think you are playing tricks on this king. The stupid cat was also unhappy and fluttered his arms like lotus roots like a goose. She was angry. Sure enough, the next second, Yao Yao's face was puffed up with anger. Uncle, I am obviously the most fierce one. Uncle, are you here? The security guard was asked and looked carefully among the Yao, the rabbit, and the tiger. The cat is round and cute with a hint of fierceness. The rabbit plush is so good to play with. The tiger. I roared proudly before I finished looking at it. The security guard looked at little Fu Yao Yao honestly and nodded. Well, you are the cutest.
Fu Yao Yao, me?
The security captain standing aside was a middle-aged man in his 40s. The security captain took a sip of water, skillfully took out a small jelly from the drawer, and handed it to Yao Yao. Little girl, are you here? Were you bullied by the dog again? After the kid took the jelly and tore it twice without opening the outer packaging, she skillfully handed it to the security captain with a little dissatisfaction of being caught and pride of winning the fight for the first time in her baby voice. Demay, I bullied the dog. Security captain. He smiled, tore open the packaging bag, and handed it to Yao Yao. The little girl was not the kind of person who ate alone. She divided a small piece of jelly into 3 portions, taking 1 bite for herself, 1 bite for the king, and 1 for the tiger. The 3 of them were eating with joy, and the happiness on their faces was about to overflow. After finishing her meal, Zizi stared at the security captain eagerly without blinking. She licked her lips with a hint of unsatisfaction and moved closer to the security captain with small crab steps. Zizi pulled the security captain's sleeve. Uncle Yao Yao's stomach told Yao Yao that she didn't taste it. This made the security captain laugh. Because he also has a little girl at home, the security captain has always had the habit of carrying snacks with him. Seeing the little girl's eager look, he nodded and took out 2 more jellies from the drawer without saying a word. Seeing this, De Wong and Aod's eyes lit up, and they both imitated Yao Yao's way and moved closer to the security captain. When Fu Yunxiu and Bai Su arrived, they saw the 3 ancestors being fed various snacks by several security personnel. In a blink of an eye, the 2 familiar teddy dogs did not dare to move and trembled because of Audi's innate kingly momentum. The man walked into the door and went straight to the cub sitting in the pile of snacks. Before leaving, he glared at Audi. Audi, who was supposed to be well-behaved, ignored him. The man snorted coldly and gave the stupid cat a chilling expression. He raised his hand and picked up the cub, who was still immersed in his joy. Looking around, a bunch of eaten jelly shells and various eaten snacks. 1 bag, 2 bags, 3 bags, 4 bags, 5 bags. Fu Yunxiu's face turned dark and his eyes couldn't help but look at the stupid cat's bulging belly. Fei Yao, who was forced to leave his happy hometown, woke up in shock. Who is so bold as to dare to mention the whirlwind Yao Yao, Diboji? The audacious person suddenly shook the kid in his arms. He curled his lips and a familiar yet slightly dangerous voice slowly rang out behind Yao Yao's ears. Audacious? Who are you talking about, Fu Yao Yao? Very familiar. But the stupid cat is a bit stupid. The kid was stunned and blinked. Her originally round cat pupils widened into dead fish eyes. She tilted her head. Huh? She wanted to see who was more arrogant than her, Xianfeng Yao Yao. Fat Rabbit and AOD felt a little guilty for some reason when they saw this. The rabbit and the tiger looked at each other, and both chose to raise their paws to cover their eyes and pretend to be dead. The stupid cat turned around and was stunned. The kid, who had dead eyes, a stern face and a self-righteous lip curl, was stunned. The next second, he subconsciously raised his two paws and poked at others. In an instant, the stupid cat seemed to have changed into a new cat and softly shouted to Fu Yunxiu, "Guogua, come and take over the nest." Fu Yunxiu snorted coldly, pointing to the snack bag that had been shown off to the side, and raised his eyebrows. "Fu Yaoyao, you'd better give me an explanation for these later. I remember Fu Tingchen said when he left you here that if some unconscious children dared to steal snacks, they would be punished with fish." He bent his fingers and poked Fei Yao's head lightly, saying, "You still have time to think about how to argue with me later. The kid is not smart but not stupid." She covered the place poked by her own pot with both hands in grievance. "Wu Yaoyao, this is not an excuse." Yaoyao said the truth, the man asked back. "Then tell me, what is the reason that allows you to eat so many snacks?" Fu Yunxiu's words attracted the attention of several security guards, who looked down at the pile of snack bags on the table. They were stunned, yes. One person didn't pay attention. Why did he eat so much? This must have eaten all the snacks here, right? Although the fact that the kid eats a lot is a point that shocked them, the person who came shocked them even more. Yajiang Villa is an absolute wealthy area, and Fu Yunxiu is a rising star with extraordinary talent in the medical field, a big boss in the medical field who regrettably died because of the jealousy of talents, and the young master of the top wealthy Fu family. Mr. Fu came to pick up his sister a few days ago, but it was well known that he was in a wheelchair. It was not a secret. After all, the headlines of the news that year were about the sudden death of this big boss in the medical field and his retirement from the medical field. This. Everyone rubbed their eyes in disbelief. "Is Mr. Fu okay?"
What?
Was serious. "It's not fake." The stupid cat stared innocently with wide eyes and lowered his head slightly. His huge cat pupils looked up from time to time. Was mouth, was belly, was claws. We can't control it. The man laughed angrily. He had never seen such a greedy kid. He nodded to the security captain skillfully, then glanced at him coldly. The tiger beside him also stood up with a guilty conscience, and followed Fu Yunxiu very nervously. Although he was a tiger, it was the first time for him to go out to dance with his former master on his back. So when he saw Fu Yunxiu proudly, he almost shrank his head subconsciously. It felt like he didn't want to do homework after school, and went out with his fox friends to harm all living beings, and was caught by his parents. The fat rabbit was different. He was not afraid after going out to hang out with Yaoyao many times. After all, before Fu Yunxiu's leg was healed, he went out with Yaoyao every day to upgrade and fight monsters. The security booth was also a familiar old place. The fat rabbit yawned and waved his hand nonchalantly. "It's okay. The two-legged beasts dare not do anything to us. I'm familiar with this process. Don't be afraid. Your brother Rabbit is protecting you." Audie's eyes lit up instantly when he heard it, and he walked majestically. Well, it remembered that it is now called Audie, the little cub Audie, not the big cat of the two-legged beast. 3 minutes later, the originally wilted cub was reprimanded by Fu Yunxiu and said, "I really want to conquer the world." The fat rabbit next to him squeaked twice and complained, Yes. We Xianfeng Yaoyao are going to be the big villain. What else can the big villain do if he doesn't go out to upgrade and fight monsters to conquer the world?" The fat rabbit shook his head in contempt. "Two-legged beast, you can't do it. Otherwise, you can't beat your father? If you had the awareness of our Xianfeng Yaoyao, you would definitely be a more powerful villain than Fu Tingchen now. TSK. Apart from animals, only Yaoyao can understand the language of the fat rabbit." The cub felt that what his king said made a lot of sense. He immediately put on a stern face, and there was no emotion in his domineering eyes. "Fu Outyen is going to be a fierce villain, cub. What else can you do if you don't go out to conquer the world?"
Fu Yunxiu. Okay.
It came out. Before Fu Tingchen left, he told him that this cub's daily illness. Unlike Fu Tingchen's handling method, Fu Yunxiu not only did not scold Yaoyao after hearing it, but he bent his eyes very abnormally and clapped his hands for Yaoyao. You know what? Fu Yunxiu doesn't usually smile, but he looks really good when he smiles. The man said with a smile, It's a good thing to have ambitions. I'm not trying to discourage you, but do you think you are qualified to be a villain now? As soon as these words came out, Yao Yao's eyes were kaba confused. After thinking for a while, she didn't understand what her own arguoguo meant. The baby was also very humble and immediately asked humbly why. The man raised his eyebrows and didn't say what was wrong. Instead, he asked Yao Yao, "First, tell your brother what kind of villain you want to be." Speaking of this, Yao Yao got excited. Once she opened her mouth, she couldn't stop. Domineering. Handsome. Better than daddy. Taller than daddy. More handsome than daddy. Yao Yao, don't be a stupid villain after all. I am a tornado-educated kid. If I want to be a villain, I must be an educated villain. The description almost made Fu Yunxiu laugh, especially when he heard the last sentence. He really couldn't help it and could only cover it up with a cough. Meeting the little girl's inquiring gaze, he cleared his throat and understood. If he was right, why did the little boy's target look a bit like Fu Tingchen? He curled his lips and started to argue with the stupid cat. You see, your starting point is good, and I understand you. Everyone has their own ambitions, right? But look at you now. You said you want to be a domineering and handsome villain who is more powerful than Fu Tingchen, right? Yao Yao seriously focused his brain. Fu Yunxiu continued. Then look at yourself now. How can you compare to Fu Tingchen, huh? The kid tilted his head when he heard that, as if a huge question mark was on his head. What do you mean? The man half raised his eyes and slightly raised his chin. Fu Tingchen doesn't have such a small belly as yours. As soon as these words came out, the stupid cat's cat pupils clicked, and he lowered his head and looked at his small belly motionlessly and poked it with a finger. It would have been better if he hadn't poked it, but when he poked it, the flesh on his belly was jumping back and forth. The stupid cat was so frightened by the flesh that the little tufts on both sides of his head exploded into flowers. Before she could react, Fu Yunxiu's voice came again. And those snacks you ate in the security pavilion, did you know that eating too many snacks will make you stupid? It was another coaxing child, but when the kid heard it, he thought of what the security captain said to him, "You can't eat too much puffed food." The kid's face was full of horror, as if he had discovered something shocking, and he covered his mouth in shock, with an expression of grievance and regret. Spicy, spicy, spicy. I eat so much spicy. The stupid cat opened his eyes with tears in his eyes and murmured sadly, I eat so much spicy. My IQ is too low. Are you still thinking about it? Fu Yunxiu shrugged and leaned on the sofa behind him with an indifferent look. Who knows? It's hard to predict. Don't you see how much you ate by yourself? Yao Yao held her head in a trance for a while. She looked at her chubby little hands and 10 open pink little fingers. She used her stupid brain to count. 1 pack, 2 packs, 3 packs, 4 packs, 5 packs. Tuanzi cried and held her head. She couldn't count at all. I don't know if it was a psychological effect or too nervous, which caused the stupid cat to get stuck after counting to 6. The kid who originally had a glimmer of hope for himself collapsed directly. He swayed back and forth twice and lay on the ground with a groan. Yao Yao put his hands together on his belly and stared at the ceiling with wide eyes. The living room fell silent for a moment. Fu Yunxiu was confused. He bent down and tried to touch the baby's paws twice, but was ruthlessly pushed away. In the quiet room, only the dazed baby voice with a tremor of poison could be heard. She said, this useless thing, Yao Yao needs to be remade. Guogua, don't touch Yao Yao. Looking at the little kid lying flat on the ground waiting to be reincarnated, Fu Yunxiu's mouth twitched. After picking up the kid by the back of her collar, he explained, but low IQ can be remedied later. As long as you eat well, are not picky about food and don't eat junk food, I can assure you that your IQ will not only recover but will be higher than before. As soon as these words came out, the kid, who was originally lying flat on the ground, kicked her legs instantly, groaned and stood up with her hands on the ground. Her eyes widened and blinked from time to time. She took 2 steps forward with crab steps with her cat eyes, hugged her own or Guoguo's thigh, and then sat down on Fu Yunxiu's feet. The stupid cat shook Fu Yunxiu's legs and was very smart. At least she knew to act coquettishly when asking for help. The kid raised his unique baby voice. Can Guogua really help Yao Yao find all the wisdom in Yao Yao's head? Facing the kids' questioning, Fu Yunxiu didn't blush or feel embarrassed for deceiving a child. Instead, he kindly touched Yao Yao's little head and spoke a lot softer than usual. Really? When did your brother lie to you? Looking at her black-hearted brother's innocent and righteous expression, the stupid cat didn't remember that Fu Yunxiu had lied to her again. Although her brother always liked to bully her when she was a cat and tried to control her legs and feet. But the kid, who firmly believed that the world was a beautiful place, nodded to Fu Yunxiu affirmatively. 5 minutes later, the stupid cat stared at the test paper in front of her with her big eyes. Her cat eyes were clacking, and before she could react, Bai Su stuffed a pencil into her hand. She turned her head and looked around. Her own king was ruthlessly asked to leave by Bai Su. Bai Su was standing not far to her left, and Fu Yunxiu was sitting nearby on the right. The man raised his hand and looked at his watch. It's 2:10 p.m. now. For a question of this difficulty, you'll have 40 minutes to finish it. Did you hear that, Fu Yaoyao? I will collect the papers on time as soon as the time is up. You should write well. This is an important test to observe how much IQ you have left. Did you hear that? The kid, who was originally confused, nodded his head in sudden enlightenment. She patted her chest and promised solemnly, "Don't worry, Guogua. I will work hard." After that, Fu Yunxiu didn't need to say anything. Time passed by minute. Fu Yunxiu also knew that the kid might be nervous if he was watching him from the side, so he simply walked to the side, picked up a book, and started reading. The more the kid read the questions, the sadder he became. At first, he could hold it back, but later, he couldn't hold it back anymore. He almost felt embarrassed every time he did a question. Finally, the oppressed kid couldn't stand it anymore. She turned her head and held the pink pencil in her chubby little hands. Her originally fair and cute face was almost twisted into a bun. The kid woke up early and shouted to her Guogua, who was sitting next to him and reading a book. "Guogua, Yao Yao can't do it. These questions are too difficult." Yao Yao has never learned them. Fu Yunxiu, who was reading a book, raised his eyebrows when he heard this, put down the book in his hand casually, and walked over. He leaned over to look at Yao Yao and frowned slightly. That's not right. He was clearly preparing for addition, subtraction, and pinyin for the first grade of elementary school. How could he not know this? The man took a closer look and was shocked. The kid didn't write anything except his name. Occasionally, he wrote one or two, but they were all wrong. Fu Yunxiu was stunned.
Why?
Because the 5 children in the Fu family, including him, basically skipped grades to complete their studies. Except for Fu Qingyu, who was a special case of taking advantage of the situation. He didn't understand that these elementary school things should be learned by just learning them casually. Perhaps the man's shocked look was too obvious, and Yao Yao, who was sitting on a small chair with a wronged look on her face, also noticed it. The kid's big, cheesy eyes were drooping, and his originally aggrieved face was now full of more aggrieved feelings. But because she had brought it upon herself and her IQ had been eaten up, the kid drooped his head and poked his hands anxiously. "Guogua, is there any hope for me? Can my IQ come back, Guogua?" In fact, the kid herself also felt strange. Although she only got 44 points in the test, it was better than nothing, right? But now, seeing the expression of her own Guogua, the stupid cat always felt that she was hopeless. She exhaled. If it were any other time, she would have held her head and started shaking, but now, the kid held his head in grief and regretted his decision to die. First, he regretted not listening to the security uncle and eating so many snacks, and then he was angry that he didn't even have an IQ of 44. The kid feels like it's over. My first reaction was, if her father knew that she couldn't even get 44 points in the exam, wouldn't he give her a beating? Thinking of this, Yao Yao sighed, and the kid yelled to the sky in anger. "If you can't even get 44, Dad will definitely beat you up." As he said that, the stupid cat slid down Fu Yunxiu's legs skillfully, walked to the side, and sat on the ground. The cub grabbed the little tufts on both sides of his ears with despair. "I'd better go back to the furnace and start over, Fu Yunxiu." The man's mouth twitched, and he silently comforted himself in his heart. "Stay calm. They are who they are. This little girl is a cat spirit. It is understandable that the kitten has poor comprehension ability. After all, didn't he already know that cats were stupid when the kid turned into a cat? Oh, isn't it just that I didn't get 44 points? What's the big deal? It's just 44 points. I can make up for it later.
Fuyunxi reacted.
He blinked his fox eyes subconsciously, and his voice became slightly brighter. His words were full of disbelief, and he had lost his previous calmness completely. How much? The stupid cat, who had already made up his mind to go back to school and be retrained, lay on the ground calmly with dead eyes. When he heard his own Guoguo's exclamation, he did not forget to reply. 44 wow. For a moment, the man and the cat fell silent. 3 minutes later, when the kid sat down in front of the small table again, picked up the pencil again, and did another test paper specially for kindergarten, the stupid cat who had originally lost confidence proudly raised his head and pinched his waist, fluttered his short legs and came down along the chair legs, and then the kid slapped the test paper in front of Fu Yunxiu. The domineering and overbearing Cyclone Yao Yao is back again. The kindergarten test was as simple as it could be. After reviewing the test paper in a few minutes, Yao Yao scored a high score of 88. This score made the stupid cat very proud. The stupid cat curled his lips and sneered domineeringly. No matter how awesome you are, it doesn't matter. Aren't you still conquered by the whirlwind in the bed? The kid raised his eyes, squinted his eyes, and pursed his lips with disdain, showing the temperament of an ancient domineering CEO to the fullest. She let go of her hands and said disdainfully, You think you can attract my attention with just a test paper? The cub smiled and said in a cold and babyish voice, Dream on. At this point, Yao Yao remembered the stunned looks of her father and the two Guoguos when she scored 44 points last time. The stupid cat felt extremely insulted. So she stood on tiptoe and tugged at Fu Yunxiu's sleeve. Guo 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 guo. Can you send Yao Yao's results to Grandpa and the 4th and 5th Guoguo? Last time I scored 44 points and Dad thought I was a fool. This time, Tuanzi tilted his head. I'm going to scare them. Guoguo, send them out Fu Yunxiu. He knew that the cub was attending Qingqing kindergarten, and private aristocratic kindergartens like this generally implement primary school programs with the goal of better cultivating heirs to wealthy families. In other words, Qingqing kindergarten is different from public schools. Their existence is to make those rich young masters better than ordinary people since childhood. Therefore, although the kindergarten has no courses, Qingqing kindergarten has changed its teaching method. At least it should be better than other children at the starting line. Therefore, they will take a small test at regular intervals. The test items are not difficult. The main purpose is to make the children remember them firmly. In other words, it is like the story of the prince falling in love with Cinderella in the fairy tale. This is simply impossible in real life. Or, to put it bluntly, capitalists value interest the most. Some wealthy families even arrange who their sons or daughters will marry in the future. Only excellent people can be with excellent people. They basically digest it in this upper-class circle. But now, Fu Yunxiu looked at the stupid cat standing beside him, looking up and blinking a pair of big eyes, and the man's mouth twitched. Not surprisingly, the 44 points that this little girl got in the last test should be the lowest score in their class. It can only be said that Fu Yunxiu's thoughts were right. When Fu Tingchen took a report card and looked through it one by one from top to bottom, he actually didn't have much hope. But he never expected that his Fu family's child would one day be ranked last in the exam. Whenever Fu Tingchen thought about this, he would be amazed at his good temper at that time. Although he didn't take care of his son much, the honorable title of last place was a score that even Fu Qingyu, who handed in 3 blank papers, couldn't get. Seeing that his own Guoguo didn't respond, the stupid cat shook Fu Yunxiu's sleeve again and reminded him in a nagging way, Guoguo, send it quickly. The man heard the words, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Looking at the expectant expression on the cub's face, he took his mobile phone and took a photo of the test paper. He first sent a separate photo to Fu Tingchen, and then he felt troublesome to find the 5-person WeChat group that had not been used since it was established in the address book, posted the photo, and clicked send. After doing all this, Fu Yunxiu also showed it to the stupid cat. Here, the kid who got 88 points was so happy that he pulled his king to dance. Over there, the WeChat group that was originally quiet and no one was talking suddenly exploded. Good luck, Fu Qinghuai. 88 points?
Fu Yao?
Who is this? Good luck, Fu Qinghuai, your daughter? At Fu Yunxiu, good luck all the time, Fu Qinghuai. Shocked, smile, forget it, I understand. After all, who would invite a hapless guy to a wedding? Smile, I understand you. Second brother smile. Fu Qinghuai, who was recording the show, was so angry. Although he didn't have a good relationship with his brothers and sisters at home, he just felt unhappy that Fu Yunxiu had a daughter. Well, he was just unhappy. When they were young, Fu Yuan was older than them, and he was very calm in his dealings with people and personality. He was the most reliable among the four of them. It can be said that when Fu Yunxiu, Fu Qingheng, and Fu Qingyu didn't have any problems when they were young, they all relied on Fu Yuan to take care of them. Because Fu Yuan is the one who looks most like Fu Tingchen among the brothers, this is in all aspects, whether it is appearance or temperament. He is even more rigid than Fu Tingchen, and Fu Tingchen doesn't care about them much, and doesn't even go home often. This led to the little radishes thinking that Fu Yuan is their father. And every time Fu Qinghuai was scolded by Fu Yuan, it was always Fu Yunxiu's fault. Everyone knew that he was born with bad luck, and nothing good happened to him. When Fu Yunxiu said it won't be this or that, it would definitely work. When he was a child, Fu Yunxiu had scolded him a lot in order to study the things he was interested in. Thinking of this, Fu Qinghuai, who was wearing ancient costume and taking a break, was so angry that he couldn't help but kicked the small stone beside him subconsciously. The next second, the stone was kicked right onto the lighting lamp that was pushed by the staff on a cart. It was another perfect rebound, and the small stone made a strange turn on the lamp surface and shot straight at Fu Qinghuai. The man didn't have time to think about it when he saw this. He just wanted to dodge sideways, but he didn't stand firmly. The assistant who was drinking a sip of water at the side was already used to this. He put down the mineral water bottle in his hand, strode forward and skillfully lifted Fu Qinghuai up from the ground, then skillfully took out a small bag of wet wipes from his pocket and handed it to Fu Qinghuai, and then very skillfully bent down to brush the dust off Fu Qinghuai's body. Brother, you have fallen 13 times in this show for a month. I think I can't bear your bad luck anymore. Who scratched his head and looked at the expressionless man with the grass stuck in his head. He turned his head expressionlessly, pulled out the weed stuck in his hair, and looked at Ahu with a stern face and said seriously, "This is an accident." Ahu smacked his lips, his eyes as small as beans were full of disbelief. Brother, don't talk nonsense to me. I don't believe you. Didn't you say the same thing every time you fell down? Fu Qinghuai pursed his lips and said affirmatively. This time it was really an accident. Ahu stopped talking and didn't argue with him. He turned around and took a chair and handed it to Fu Qinghuai. Before handing it over, he pressed it to make sure it was firm before handing it over to him with a bottle of water. What child? Fu Yuan, who was in a meeting at the headquarters of the Y Country Consortium, paused and raised his hand to signal them to pause. The man at the head seat was only about 20 years old, but his gestures were full of dignity, making people dare not look directly at him. His sword-like eyebrows were dark, and his angular face was exquisite like a work of art. His appearance was 70% similar to Fu Tingchen, but compared with Fu Tingchen, Fu Yuan looked more reasonable than Fu Tingchen, although he looked rigid. The senior executives in the meeting room fell silent. Fu Yuan held his mobile phone with a cold face and continued to speak in the group. Fu Qingyu, what do the first few words in your name mean?
Change it back.
Fu Qingyu was relatively obedient to his elder brother. After all, his elder brother was almost the same as his father. The boy responded and honestly changed his group nickname to Yaorao fifth brother Fu Qingyu. Before Fu Yuan could ask, the stupid cat, who had happily danced with her king in Yajiang Villa, returned to the study. The stupid cat ran to Fu Yunxiu with crab steps. What's wrong with Guogua? Our daddy, grandpa, and the 4 Guogua and 5 Guogua all scared to death by Yao Yao? As soon as these words came out, Fu Yunxiu laughed directly. He turned sideways and looked at the little boy who was just as tall as his table. The man raised his hand and hooked his small chin and asked with a smile on his lips, "Scared to death? Where is the upper chin, Fu Yao Yao?" When Tuanzi heard that there were people who didn't know the upper chin, she bakakabat her big eyes and raised her chubby little fingers to point to the position between her nose and upper lip. "It's here." He Guagua doesn't know where the upper chin is. Shame. The little girl happily pulled her eyelids down and made a face at her Guagua. Immediately, she wanted to pull Fu Yunxiu to see if her daddy, Guagua, and grandpa were scared to death. It would be fine if she didn't read it, but once she did, the stupid cat was stunned. Fu Yunxiu directly pushed the message to the top and gave it to Yao Yao, then held Yao Yao in his arms, and the brother and sister read it one by one. Because the kid is still in kindergarten and doesn't know many words, Fu Yunxiu often reads to her. When Fu Yunxiu read to her the sentence in which Fu Qinghuai questioned her, the kid was so angry that she almost died. The stupid cat held her head and shook it, and she howled twice. Yao Yao squinted her eyes, curled her lips, picked up the bottle, drank a sip of milk, and said domineeringly, "Another person who needs Fu Outyen to subdue. He man, wait and get down. You can't escape from Xianfeng Yao Yao's pumpkin pants." After saying that, the stupid cat drank up the milk in the bottle in one gulp, waved his paws, and ordered in a baby voice, "Continue. Fu Yunxiu. Q. What should I do if I have a rebellious child at home?" The man pursed his lips and continued reading. In fact, apart from what happened just now, everything went smoothly afterwards. Until he saw this message, the stupid cat stopped with his eyes narrowed. She held the phone in both hands and looked at the message carefully. The little boy Kaba turned his head and said word by word with a serious face and a baby voice, "Yao Yao knows this word." The man raised an eyebrow. The next second, the stupid cat's mouth pursed, and his round eyes were full of anger. "It's a pig. Wu Guagua is calling you pig again." Yes, the stupid piglet didn't learn many words. In fact, she only knew the word fu among all those colorful words. But maybe it was the cat's sixth sense or intuition. The stupid cat is very sensitive to the word pig. The kid turned around, pointed at the sentence, and asked, "Guagua, is this word pig?" Fu Yunxiu nodded and was about to praise Yao Yao for learning by reading books, but the next second, the kid opened his eyes wide, opened his mouth, pointed at the word pig, and shook his head. Yao Yao's expression of horror showed some understanding. She yelled, "I was wondering why this word sounded piggy. It turns out it's really a pig. Sell a pig. Eat it." At this point, the stupid cat was tempted, but the brother of the person involved didn't think so. Although we all eat pork nowadays, there is nothing wrong with what Yao Yao said. But Fu Yunxiu discovered that during the days when the kid came to his place, he either went out to dance or fought with his little sword, and now he even wanted to kill a pig? I remembered that kid was always yelling about conquering the world and being a villain. The man frowned slightly and held the stupid cat in his arms and changed the direction so that she could look at him face to face. With a cold face, he pretended to be unhappy and asked back, "Who told you to bully the pig? Just because it's a pig, you can bully it?" The kid Kaba subconsciously defended himself, but the TV said that only Sarah Pig can eat it. Fu Yunxiu raised his eyebrows. "Do you think that fighting and killing every day is something you, a child, should dare to do?" Yao Yao tilted his head in confusion. "Meh, but I want to be a villain." Fu Yunxiu pursed his lips. Seeing the boy's stupid appearance, he couldn't help laughing. He cleared his throat and asked, "Then you think Fu Tingchun is also a villain? Does he fight and kill every day? Did he kill pigs?" Yao Yao thought for a while and shook his head. "It seems." Not. The man leaned back and said, "Isn't that enough? Kids. Well, little villains, don't just think about fighting and killing all day long. You villains should be villains with substance, okay?" Now Yao Yao was confused again. She raised her hands and started to speak in a baby voice. "But how can I be a bad guy with substance?" Fu Yunxiu continued to talk nonsense in a serious manner. "A villain with substance is one who doesn't shout out for fighting and killing. That's a villain with substance." Fu Yunxiu was still educating the child here, and the group was in an uproar. Fu Yuan stopped the meeting and called a video. Fu Yunxiu, who was educating his child, heard the sound of his phone vibrating. Just as he was about to hang up, he looked over there. It was Fu Yuan. He paused after raising his hand, but still pressed the answer button. The video was connected, and Fu Yuan's voice came from the other side. His voice was very nice, cold and stern with a little rigor. "Explain it to me clearly." Fu Yunxiu raised his eyebrows, and before he could say anything, a little baby voice with a little guilt and grievance came in. "Yao Yao is not a silly pig. Yao Yao wants to be a bad guy with connotation." Fu Yuan subconsciously narrowed his eyes when he heard this. He knew in his heart that this was the child that Fu Qingyu and Fu Qingheng were talking about in the group. The man immediately said, "The child is next to you?
Let me see."
After this, Fu Yunxiu didn't waste any words and directly gave the phone to the little stupid cat sitting in front of him. A chubby little face with white and pink inside instantly appeared in the picture. The little girl looked dazed, with a bunch of bangs on her head and 2 hairpins on her ears. The kid stared at Fu Yuan with his big round eyes. Although Fu Yuan looked no different from usual, he was already very excited in his heart. No one knew that Fu Yuan, a business genius who resounded throughout the business world with his thunderous means, was a lover of stuffed animals. He liked all cute things and people. Yao Yao was also very delicate, cute with a little cunning and a little arrogant. The whole girl exuded clear stupidity, which was really easy to touch. Fu Yuan was almost instantly captured by this doll when he saw her, but as a businessman, he was best at expression management. Therefore, in Yao Yao's view, Fu Yuan was still the same as usual, and he looked fierce enough to scare people. Maybe it was because Fu Yuan and Fu Tingchen looked somewhat similar. The stupid cat stared at the screen blankly for a long time, and suddenly she slapped her head and opened her mouth as if she had suddenly realized something. The kid looked a little angry. "Why did Daddy secretly become smaller without telling me?" Xianfeng Yao Yao?
Fu Yuan? Fu Yunxiu?
Almost in an instant, both of them immediately understood that Fu Yuan looked 70% similar to Fu Tingchen, so the kid mistook Fu Yuan for Fu Tingchen. Before they could say anything, the stupid cat held the phone and raised her head proudly. "Hee, but even if Daddy becomes younger, it will be of no use. Because I, Fu Outyan, am destined to dominate the world." Fu Yunxiu's eyelids jumped when he heard the second-year student's remarks. Fu Yuan also frowned. The man pursed his lips and was silent for a while. There was a hint of doubt in his strict and cold voice. "How many more children do we have? Didn't they say that there was only Yao Yao? How come there is another Outyan?" Fu Yuan is rigid. He has never watched anime or novels. It was better when he was a child. Since he could remember, he has never watched TV series or cartoons. He didn't know the word long Outyan, so he naturally thought that Outyan was a serious name. So when Fu Yuan heard the kid say Outyan, he subconsciously felt that it was not good for a little girl to be called this name. He didn't care. Although this name sounded like a boy's name, in modern society, men and women are equal, and it is actually good for a girl to be called this name. He was mainly afraid that Outyan would not like this name when he grows up. As soon as these words came out, Fu Yunxiu smiled. He laughed out loud, pinched the kid's little face in front of him, and called out lazily, "Fu Yao Yao?" The kid turned his head in response. "Ba, Guo?" The man raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile, "Tell your brother what your name is?" The little boy Kaba cat eyes. She is unhappy when she hears this name. The reason is simple, it's true. Children's way of thinking is relatively simple. As long as the name sounds domineering, they think it is a good name. Yao Yao thinks so too. Therefore, since my father gave me the name Fu Yao Yao, I have been very unhappy. Although she can still be domineering without the name Outyan, she is similar to her Guoguo in that she is domineering with connotation. What the stupid cat wants is to be domineering inside and out. Tuanzi shook his head in grief and anger. "Woo! My name is Yao Yao now, and when I dominate the world and become a villain more powerful than Daddy, I will be Outyan. Not domineering at all." The kid's cat eyes were Kaba, and he tilted his head in a baby voice. "Meh? You are not Daddy. You are Guagua." The little beads on both sides of a stupid cat's head, who always kept in mind that he wanted to dominate the Fu family and the world, suddenly blossomed. The cub raised his chubby little paws, clenched them into fists, and placed them beside his mouth, imitating his father. She coughed in a childish voice, and her stern face shook. The stupid cat said seriously, "Laguogwo, nice to meet you.
I'm Aotan.
Do you want to join me in a 5-way relationship with Neo?"
Fuyuan?
What is the combination of the ox and the 5? After thinking for a while, the man's eyes darkened, but he didn't show it on his face. The more Fu Yuan looked at his little sister, the more he liked her. He had always wished for a little sister when he was little, but one after another, his younger brothers have made little Fu Yuan emo, but it doesn't matter because his brothers are of different ages and were still very cute when they were young. If each of his younger brothers plays with him for 2 years, he can still play with him for 7 or 8 years. Well, dreams are beautiful, but reality is cruel. Maybe it's because the Fu family has good genes? His brothers either study fish or birds every day, or have bad luck every day, either falling down or taking the blame, or are obsessed with calligraphy and can't extricate themselves. They hold a brush and dip it in ink to write everywhere even though their handwriting was ugly when they were young, or they're so naughty that they go out to fight every day. They beat people until they cry and threaten them not to cry, so that several families of beaten children come to the door together. Since Fu Tingchen didn't care about them, he had to deal with it. From then on, little Fu Yuan became emo. But from then on, he also understood a truth. Brother and sister are totally different. Fu Yuan is a non-marriage advocate, so he probably won't get married or have a daughter in this life. He originally thought that his dream would be shattered, but now. The man clenched his hands nervously, pulled up the corners of his lips, and waved to the little girl beside the phone. His voice was the gentlest that Fu Yunxiu had ever heard in his 20 years of life. "Hello, Yao Yao. I'm very happy to see you, but I'm not in the country now. I'll go back and play with you after I finish dealing with things here, okay?"